Yeshun didn't remember when exactly he regained consciousness, nor did he understand the reason for his awakening. But when the first rays of the sun touched his face, he finally opened his eyes. The old-fashioned hospital bed, rusty cabinets, and the pungent smell of disinfectant from the corridor dispelled the feeling of mortal anxiety from the memories of battles. But at the same time, everything seemed completely unfamiliar to Ye Shun, especially when he realized that he was in a very ordinary clinic, where there were no bloody battles or monsters from parallel dimensions. He was completely confused. Where am I? Am I not dead? Yejun's dizziness caused him to painfully clutch his head. He could not understand how a hospital could still exist on the planet Lan, which had been destroyed by the apocalypse 10 years ago. Xiao Ye, you are incredibly lucky to have only suffered superficial injuries in such a serious accident. A colleague's caring voice was suddenly heard in the ward. Cheng Hai. Ye Shun shuddered in fear, turned sharply to face the comrade who had spoken, and was completely taken aback. In his memory, Cheng Hai should have died long ago. He died on the first day of the apocalypse, when several gold-eating rats ripped open his stomach. A horrific sight. From that moment on, Ye Shun began a wandering life as a fugitive, and spent 10 painful years surviving in a world full of murder and bloodshed. It was an especially difficult 10 years. The end of the world has destroyed everything on the planet Lan, making murder a constant theme and morality and laws a laughingstock. In order to survive, Ye Shun had to constantly hide, barely existing under the claws of these interdimensional monsters, but even with all his efforts, he was ultimately unable to escape death. Ye Shun clearly remembered how during the fight with the four-winged demonic snake, it bit his neck and he suffocated. But when he calmed down and touched his neck with his hand, there were no wounds there. Why are you silent? Are you scared? Colleague Cheng Hai continued to pat Ye Shun on the shoulder. Ye Shun grabbed Cheng Hai's hand as if he had been electrocuted. What day is it today? What year is it? Huh? Cheng Hai was at a loss, thinking that the accident the day before yesterday was too serious and had damaged Ye Shun's brain, so he quietly replied, Today is March 18th, 2022. 2022? Have I returned to the world before the apocalypse? Ye Shun was confused, but he quickly remembered. He actually had an accident that year. Ye Shun was working as a hauler at the mine. On the day of the incident, he was driving a truck on a paved road above the mine when the shaft suddenly collapsed, causing a strong vibration and causing the truck to crash into a fence, overturning. After this, Ye Shun was taken to the hospital, where he lay in a coma for 2 whole days. And underground, more than 10 workers were trapped in a collapsed mine. This accident became a harbinger of the coming apocalypse. At that time, people did not understand why the mine suddenly collapsed, thinking that it was a normal mining accident. While the rescue team descended into the mine and could not find even a hair of the people, the incident was classified as a supernatural event. But soon, more and more supernatural phenomena began to appear in the major cities of planet Lan, until 5 months later, on August 17th, the final apocalypse occurred, followed by decades of murder. The memories that flooded into his brain made Ye Shun feel dizzy, but his shoulders were shaking with excitement. It didn't matter whether it was a reincarnation or a long nightmare. The main thing was that Ye Shun now knew the future and was alive, having arrived on planet Lan before the apocalypse began, thinking back to his past life when his fighting spirit was awakened too late. And during this global catastrophe, he could only helplessly watch as his dearest relatives and friends tragically died one after another. That feeling of helpless self-accusation drove him to madness. And now, heaven has given him a chance to start all over again. Ye Shun was confident that with his 10 years of battle experience, if he used this opportunity correctly, he would be able to save not only his own family, but also his entire family, the entire village, and even the entire Hua country. He fell into ecstasy. Every cell trembled with uncontrollable excitement, and his brain worked at full capacity, time after time building a plan for survival in the apocalypse. At this moment, an extremely sarcastic voice rang out, abruptly bringing him back to reality. Ye Shun, how impudent you are! You caused such losses to the company, and yet you have the audacity to calmly lie in the hospital. A middle-aged man with a beer belly, a fat face, and an extremely impudent look came into view. Ye-shun knew this man. At least he knew him in his previous life. His name was Zhao Yun. He was the head of the mine's transportation department. This accident had caused the company considerable losses, and it was obvious that he had come to question Ye-shun. "Chief Zhao, Ye-shun just woke up. Maybe give him some time to recover." Colleague Chung Hai hurried over with a smile and stood up for Ye-shun. "You have to give your word here? Get out quickly!" Zhao Yun stared at Chung Hai and with one shout forced the honest worker to bashfully shut up and quickly run out of the room. After getting rid of Chung Hai, who was interfering, Zhao Yun walked towards Ye-shun's bed with big strides. "Surname Ye, you drove dangerously and did such things. How are you going to answer, 'Weren't you the one who made me drive with an overload?'" Ye-shun chuckled and stood up from the bed without fear. This behavior surprised Zhao Yong. What was going on today? The always obedient worker dared to openly contradict? Zhao Yun frowned. "You still know how to shift responsibility. You are the car. What does it have to do with me?" Ye-shun calmly replied, "If it weren't for you pushing the deadlines, forcing employees to work overtime in a row, which led to me driving while tired, would the accident have happened?" In the past, Ye-shun would certainly not have dared to argue with his superiors because this guy was not only rude and unreasonable, but also had connections. Workers who angered him faced a hard fate. But now that the end of the world was approaching, who cared? "Nonsense! You were distracted while driving and caused an accident, and now you dare to blame me. Would you believe that I will fire you?" Zhao Yun roared, looking ferocious, as if he was about to eat someone. After such a serious incident, Zhao Yun really had to bear the responsibility, so he had to shift the blame onto Ye-shun. Unexpectedly, this time, Ye-shun did not give in to the provocation at all, but instead ignored his cries. "You didn't come to me to shift the blame? Since you're going to fire me anyway, why should I stand on ceremony with you?" "What are you talking about?" Zhao Yun, whose thoughts were exposed, became agitated and began to scream hysterically. "I'm not talking nonsense. You always do this. When everything is fine, you keep quiet, and as soon as trouble happens, you blame it on your subordinates. I'm not the first, and I don't think I'll be the last." Ye Jun's tone was sharp, half mocking, half contemptuous. "You seek death." Zhao Yun was furious. Accustomed to impudence, he never expected that Ye Shun would dare to humiliate him in public, so he decided to teach him a lesson. But before he could raise his hand, Ye Shun struck him straight in the bridge of his nose, and the sound of bone breaking could be heard. "Ah!" Zhao Yun bent over like a shrimp in pain, his features contorted in agony. He pinched his bleeding nose and moaned inaudibly, "You dare to fight? You will regret it." But Ye Shun ignored his cries, shook his numb hand, and frowned slightly. The result of the blow did not satisfy Ye Shun. Apparently, after the rebirth, everything returned to the starting point. Both strength and endurance weakened several times. However, Ye Shun was not worried. Relying on the memories of his past life, he would soon be able to regain his former strength and awaken his fighting spirit again. Thinking about this, Ye Shun relaxed slightly and looked at Zhao Yun's bloody face and said mockingly, "I don't need work. Don't bother me anymore. Otherwise, I won't mind exposing your dirty deeds. For example, how you pocket workers' bonuses, steal public money, and secretly use company vehicles for private transportation. If these facts come to light, I think it will be enough to put you in jail." "You!" Zhao Yun immediately stopped making noise, looking like a poisonous snake that had been grabbed by its most vulnerable spot, and sank powerlessly to the floor. But Ye Shun didn't waste any more time on this scoundrel, turned around and walked out of the room with determined steps. The mangy dog wasn't worth his time. As Ye Shun walked out into the hospital lobby, he stopped again, drawn by the news on TV. The screen was broadcasting a report about this mining accident. "On the first day after rebirth, I came across the first anomalous point. Perhaps the heavens really decided to help me." Ye Shun chuckled softly, and a plan to prepare for the apocalypse began to form in his mind. In this life, Ye Shun would never allow the tragedy to happen again. Be it parents, relatives, or friends, Ye Shun vowed to protect them without fail. After leaving the hospital, Ye Shun headed to the place where he could catch a taxi. The quiet road was calm and peaceful, with noise and activity everywhere. But Yeshun's gaze remained gloomy. This beautiful, prosperous era was only a fleeting vision. In the apocalypse, only killing would become an eternal theme. No one but him understood the full horror of the end of the world. No matter how bustling and prosperous the streets may seem, soon everything will collapse. This global catastrophe will bury all the beauty of the planet Lan, and no person, no force will be able to escape this terrible crisis. A jingling-ling! Suddenly, a long unheard ringing of the phone interrupted Yeshun's thoughts. He froze, mechanically put his hand in his pocket, and took out a yellowed old telephone. The name on the screen made Yeshun's fingers tremble violently. It was Ye Ling, Yeshun's own sister. I didn't think I'd be able to see you again. The knuckles that were holding the phone trembled slightly as Yeshun muttered blankly, and the painful memories that had been sealed in the depths of his mind came flooding back to him. Ye Ling had an unfortunate fate. At the age of 12, she was diagnosed with leukemia. In order to raise money for his sister's treatment, Yeshun had to drop out of school and get a job at a mine, trying in every way to raise funds to cure his sister's fatal illness. But with the onset of the apocalypse, Ye Ling still died while fleeing. Remembering that day when Ye Ling was dying, unwilling to eat even half of the moldy bread and holding it tightly to herself to leave it for her brother, Ye Shun's heart began to clench painfully. An overwhelming sense of guilt made him cry, and with trembling fingers he pressed the answer button. "Brother, what have you been doing these days? Why haven't you called me?" The voice on the phone was still clear, but it made Yeshun feel like he wanted to cry. More than 10 years have passed, and he can hear his sister's voice again. How good. Yeshun quietly wiped away his tears and tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. "I was busy with some things. Why are you calling me?" "The doctor just said that there is a hospitalization fee to pay." Ye Ling's voice on the phone sounded sad and despondent. "Brother, you'd better discharge me from the hospital. The doctor said that my illness can't be cured at all. I don't want to be a burden to you or your parents." "Don't talk nonsense. Get treated calmly. I'll find an effective medicine for you very soon." The joy of finding what he had lost moved Ye Shun to tears, and he almost spilled out all the melancholy that had accumulated over the decades. But in the end, he held back the impulse. Now was not the best time for a brother and sister to meet. He had too many things to organize. "Don't lie to me. Are there any miracle cures for incurable diseases?" Ye Ling's quiet sobs, full of bitterness and helplessness, could be heard on the other end of the line. "Your brother will not deceive you if you listen. Any disease can be cured." Yeshun took a deep breath and said in a very gentle tone, "There may be people coming to you soon who will take you to an unfamiliar place for treatment. Don't be afraid. Just go with them." "What kind of people will come to me?" "Brother, what are you talking about?" "Don't ask. Just remember my words." Click. Without waiting for Ye Ling to finish speaking, Ye Shun quickly hung up the phone, afraid that he would not be able to hold back his sadness and would cry into the phone. Leukemia was indeed an incurable disease, but only before the apocalypse. After the arrival of the parallel worlds, the situation will change dramatically. Although the coming of the end of the world will bring countless crises to planet Lan, accordingly, humanity will also receive many opportunities thanks to the arrival of parallel worlds. In his previous life, Ye Shun, whose fighting spirit awakened too late, had very limited abilities, so he was unable to cure his sister. But now, as the only person who knew about the approaching apocalypse, Ye Shun was confident in his powers and ability to create a healing potion for his sister before her illness worsened, so that Ye Ling could gain a new life. The fate of Ye Shun's parents and the entire Ye family clan would also change completely. Mom, Dad, little sister, and also Huzi Daju. In my previous life, I was too weak and could only helplessly watch your tragic death. But in this life, everything will be different. Forcibly pulling himself together, Ye Shun walked to the road and hailed a taxi. Now he needed to get to the police station as quickly as possible and find the key figure who would help him carry out his plan. In the Nanluo City Police Station, in a closed office, policewoman Xiaomeng sat in a chair and looked at the intruder with bewilderment. His ordinary appearance, ordinary clothes, everything about him radiated extreme ordinariness and simplicity. But the information that this strange man was reporting was not at all ordinary. After a few seconds of silent staring, Xiameng said in a doubtful tone, "Yeshun, can you really lead us into the mine to investigate the true cause of this accident?" "Of course I can." On the other side of the table sat a man with an indifferent face, in a lazy pose, with a smile in which one could even read a certain mockery. 2 days ago, a collapse in mine number 3 resulted in numerous casualties. I know that the police have already tried many ways to clear the passages below and find survivors, but the situation there is too complicated. Without my help, you will not be able to find a single survivor, much less find out the true cause of the incident. Why should I believe that you can help us?" Xiaomeng frowned, an uncertain doubt visible on her beautiful features. "Because I once worked there as a miner, have gone down into the mines many times, and even know many hidden routes unknown to others. Only I can lead you to the real scene of the incident." Ye Shun smiled calmly and confidently, as if he was convinced that Xiaomeng would not refuse. "Okay, so you know the situation down there, but the collapsed mines are so dangerous. Why do you, a mere human, have the courage to lead us there?" Xiaomeng stared into Ye Shun's eyes, not understanding what this strange man was thinking. "Aren't you afraid?" Ye Shun replied, "I'm afraid, of course, but I have good reasons for doing so. Besides, my help isn't free." Xiaomeng frowned slightly. "What conditions?" "I have a sister. She is terminally ill, leukemia. Over the years, the disease has progressed, and it is difficult to control the condition with medication alone." Ye Shun said blankly, "Currently, the only institution that can stabilize her condition is the land company sanatorium. Therefore, the condition for me to accompany you is that you must agree to help transfer Yeling to this sanatorium." "Do you know about the land company's sanatorium?" Xia Meng was now even more surprised. The land company was the most financially powerful and influential corporation in Nanluo City. The company's scope of activities was very wide, including scientific developments, biomedicine and pharmaceuticals. Even some high-tech military weapons were developed by this company. It was said that the owner of the company had close ties with military and political leaders at all levels, and this company alone controlled nearly 60% of Nanluo City's resources. However, this company's sanatorium was not accessible to everyone. Except for influential people and representatives of high society, ordinary people did not have the right to be treated there. Xiaomeng didn't understand how a simple miner could obtain such information. To Xia Meng's question, Ye Shun chuckled again. "It doesn't matter how I know. The important thing is that I know. As you can see, the situation in mine number 3 is particularly complicated, and anyone who goes there will be at great risk. My demand doesn't seem excessive, right?" Xiaomeng was at a loss for words. Ye Shun's words sounded quite logical. But then she shook her head and asked, "How do you know that I definitely have the ability to help you?" "Others can't, but you definitely can." Ye Shun straightened up and said leisurely, "The owner of land company is called Ling Zhengguo. His only sister is your mother. As Ling Zhengguo's niece, you are naturally able to help me." "How do you know about this?" Xiaomeng almost jumped up in surprise, her eyes wide open, and she looked at Ye Shun with even greater astonishment. But Ye Shun remained completely calm and said calmly, "Not only do I know about your relationship with the land company, but I also know that the number 3 mine where the collapse occurred also belongs to your land company. At the very least, for the sake of your family's interests, you will definitely go down into the mine personally to investigate the cause of the incident." Xiaomeng stood up abruptly, her gaze suddenly becoming extremely cold. She stared at Ye Shun with an undisguised threat in her voice. "Why do you know all this?" Ye Shun, of course, knew, because Xiaomeng herself told him about it in her previous life. About 3 years after the apocalypse began, while searching for food, Ye Shun accidentally saved a dying woman from the jaws of a group of 2-headed snakemen. That woman was Xiaomeng. After that, they collaborated several times, and during this time, Xiaomeng told Ye Shun about her family in detail. Therefore, Ye Shun relied on these memories to find Xiaomeng in the first place. Only through Xiaomeng and the land company behind her could Ye Shun's plan for surviving the apocalypse be better realized. Of course, the current Xiaomeng didn't know Ye Shun at all, and even more so, didn't understand how this weirdo could know about her origins. So she was quite shocked and even suspected that Ye-shun was secretly collecting information on her. So she demanded with righteous indignation, "Have you been secretly investigating my biography? Was that really necessary?" Ye-shun looked at Xiaomeng's astonished face and smiled ironically. The daughter of the owner of the land company, due to family differences, voluntarily rejected the inheritance and joined the police. Such a wonderful story for the press has long been made public by the secular media. And I happen to be a big fan of periodicals, so it makes sense that I'm aware of this, right? Xiaomeng was stunned as she truly couldn't say anything back. Ye-shun continued, "As for my knowledge of the land company's ownership of the third mine, the explanation is even simpler. I worked there, so naturally I'm aware of some of the behind-the-scenes details." Okay. Despite the doubts that remained in his heart, Ye-shun's arguments were flawless, and Xiaomeng had to temporarily put aside his concerns as he nodded. "I'll pass on the information you provided to my superiors. Please wait a little while." After saying this, Xiaomeng stood up and walked straight to the site management office. Ye-shun smiled and nodded, continuing to lean back in his chair casually, and a sinister smile flashed in his narrowed eyes. His knowledge extended much further than what was said. The third mine site, as the first anomalous point of the city, not only had a complex structure, but also concealed many dangers unimaginable for humans. The greatest of them are the carnivorous demonic creatures. All these monsters came from a mysterious dimension called the parallel world. Although Planet Land seemed relatively calm for now, Ye-shun knew that in places invisible to humans, a parallel dimension was gradually consuming the space of their world. Two parallel plans gradually merged into one. This fusion of different dimensions inevitably created temporary spatial corridors. Some of the demonic creatures from the parallel world appeared in advance in the world of the planet Lan through these temporary anomalous points. People in peacetime could not imagine how cruel and terrifying these creatures from a parallel universe were. Each exploding anomaly point was teeming with deadly threats. In her past life, during the mining disaster, Xiaomeng also led a police squad that successfully infiltrated the anomalous point beneath the mine. After which, most of the team members mysteriously disappeared, and no one knew what exactly they had experienced. Only Xiaomeng managed to escape, becoming the first survivor from the abnormal point. Unfortunately, when she was rescued, she was covered in blood, not only with a clouded consciousness, but also on the verge of death. Xiaomeng was lucky. Thanks to her influential background, she received the best treatment, so after 3 months of hospitalization, she still successfully regained consciousness. It was a pity that by that time, Planet Lan had already plunged into chaos due to the increasing frequency of abnormal events, and soon after Xiaomeng's awakening, a real apocalypse occurred. Ye-shun had experienced all of this completely, so he knew very well what awaited him and the police after they entered the mine. But even knowing this, Ye-shun still decisively came here, because in the abnormal points, in addition to the terrible demons, there was what he dreamed of, the primordial energy. It is a special type of energy that exists only in a parallel universe, usually in the form of energetic molecules active in the atmosphere. When people came into contact with enough primordial energy, they would have a certain chance of awakening their inner martial spirit, gaining the power to confront demons. In the previous world of Planet Lan, where primordial energy did not exist, people did not have the conditions to awaken the martial spirit. But when the parallel world fully appears and finally merges with Planet Lan, a huge amount of primordial energy will flow into their world. Humanity, through contact with the primordial energy, will be able to awaken the fighting spirit and gain supernatural power. Specifically, this will manifest itself in the growth of strength and speed, explosive power and endurance, surpassing the limits of the normal human body. However, due to differences in physical constitution and the degree of adaptation to the primordial energy, the intensity of the awakened martial spirit will differ from person to person. In addition, not every inhabitant of Planet Lan had the ability to awaken the martial spirit. The blood of most people lacked the corresponding genes. Such people were usually considered waste, and in the apocalypse, they were destined to become food for demons, stuck at the bottom of the food chain with no hope of rising. However, Ye-shun didn't care about the fate of these people at all. He had neither the ability to prevent the apocalypse nor the ability to act as the savior of the world. At this stage, Ye Shun only hoped to awaken the martial spirit as quickly as possible, regain the strength of his past life, cure his sister's fatal illness, and find a suitable place for the entire family to settle down, gradually accumulating the clan's strength. Once the apocalypse comes, many parallel demons will flood the earth, taking over the entire real world. Although some people would be able to awaken the martial spirit and gain strength that surpassed the current human limits, the efficiency of awakening the martial spirit in humans would be much lower than that of other races. So even if they gained considerable combat power, they would end up at the bottom of the food chain as targets for extermination by demons. Fortunately, the merging of the two parallel universes did not happen instantly, but gradually, from point to planar, slowly expanding and stabilizing. Therefore, Ye Shun still had enough time to develop the strength of the entire Ye clan, provided that he survived the first abnormal point test. If Ye Shun failed, there would be no hope for the revival of the Ye clan. Therefore, he had no right to fail. Soon, the office door opened again. Jia Meng walked quickly towards Ye Shun on her long, slender legs. The leadership has approved the operation plan. We are going to set out tomorrow morning. Any objections? Of course none. Ye Shun had foreseen this outcome, slowly stood up and smiled at Xiaomeng. I'll be waiting for you at Ye village tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. After saying that, Ye Shun slowly walked towards the exit of the police station. Halfway through the journey, he stopped and turned to the still confused Xiaomeng. Don't forget your promise. My sister's condition is already critical. You must ensure that she receives the best care. Understood. Xiaomeng nodded, but soon looked away. Your sister is suffering from an incurable disease. Even if she gets to a sanatorium, it is unlikely that he will last long. That is none of your concern. Besides, I want to warn you. Ye Shun stopped, but his gaze became as sharp as a blade, and his voice became cold and clear. As the land company treats my sister, so will I treat your family. Don't think that these are empty threats. What I say is what I will do. You? Xiaomeng froze, looking into his deep, calm eyes like an ancient well, and for some reason internally shuddered with fear. This man's gaze had the depth of the ocean, and although he maintained a slight smile on his face, the light coming from his eyes made Xiaomeng gasp. Only after watching Ye Shun disappear did Xiaomeng lightly pat her chest and quietly mutter, "This guy has the look of a real monster." Ye Shun had already gone far away and naturally did not hear her thoughts out loud, and even if he heard them, he would not pay attention. Having seen the oceans and seas, he had long ago learned to be unperturbed. Other than his family, no one's opinion of him mattered. When he left the station, he saw that it was already dark. Ye Shun walked to the road and waved his hand to stop a taxi. The driver turned on the meter and asked with a smile, "Bro, where are we going?" "To Ye village." Ye Shun hoarsely said the name of a place that existed only in his memory. 10 years of murderous training had erased many memories. The reborn Ye Shun had almost forgotten what his home village looked like, but he still remembered to return home because there were too many things dear to his heart there. The Ye family village was a quiet village on the outskirts of the city. When Ye Shun got off the bus, the sky had already become dark, but at the entrance to the village, a dim yellow lantern still burned, like a lonely beacon in the darkness. He froze under the light, peering at the familiar outlines, as if he had entered another world. 10 years had passed. According to his memories, the village should have been in ruins, burned, tormented by monsters. The image of the escape, when the village chief led the villagers away from the approaching nightmare, was etched in his memory forever. At that time, he was unarmed, trapped by a horde of goblin-like creatures. He was saved by the men from the village who rushed into battle with only sickles and shovels. They sacrificed themselves for him. None of them survived. Their bodies were torn to pieces, and not even bones were found. Waking up from his heavy thoughts, Ye Shun was about to go to his home, but stopped. Something unpleasant was happening at the village stall. Several boys were making fun of a big guy with a limp, an awkward, good-natured simpleton nicknamed Daju. He was massive, almost 6 feet tall, but he was extremely modest. Despite his size, he only fawned and asked them not to laugh at him. The gang leader, Huzi, laughed and called him a stinking cripple. Yeshun recognized them both at once. Daju was an orphan, kind and harmless, who became the butt of jokes after he injured his leg while helping to unload goods. And Huzi was a hot-tempered fellow whom he remembered especially well. Huzi was just reaching for Daju's hair when Yeshun walked up and grabbed his hand abruptly. "It's already dark. Stop bullying me. Leave Daju alone, okay?" Huzi frowned as he recognized him. "Oh, it's you, Yeshun." "So what? He's useless. Don't talk nonsense. Go home." Yeshun patted his forehead with a smile. Huzi was a typical bully, but Yeshun did not scold him. He remembered that in the past, when the village was threatened by famine, it was Huzi who went into the monster's lair with a machete and brought back provisions, at the cost of his life. Now, he was just a foolish teenager. Huzi waved his hand with a dissatisfied sigh. Okay, I've tired you out. But if I run into that lame guy again, I'll get it." He left with his friends. Yeshun chuckled and turned to Daju. "Why are you letting them do this? Why aren't you defending yourself?" "Well, we're all from the same village, and he's not serious." He sheepishly adjusted his clothes, the same kind smile on his face. "Being kind doesn't mean you have to endure beatings. You have to be able to stand up for yourself," Yeshun said, his voice trembling. Who would have thought that this simple-minded fat man would one day rush at a pack of monsters with a barrel of explosives, saving others? "Okay, you go and rest too," Daju said, limping towards his home. "Hey, wait," Yeshun called out to him. "I want to invite you to a place where you can get rich soon. Interested? Get rich?" Daju was surprised to see his friend acting differently. "Exactly. And maybe we can cure your leg. Wait for news." Yeshun winked and went home. The home under the starry sky seemed abandoned. An old 2-story building in a neglected state, with peeling walls and cobwebs on the door. The parents were not home. Since the time when his younger sister Lynn was diagnosed with leukemia, they lived at a construction site, earning money for treatment. Yeshun himself had not returned here for a long time. But opening the door, he felt a tightness in his chest. He remembered how in his past life, his father, already dying, gave them his last piece of food and told them to bury his ashes in his family home. The older generation always reaches out to their roots, even in ruins. And he himself, despite everything, felt the same attachment. Without delay, he went up to the second floor, opened the room, and started looking for the necessary papers. Soon he found what he needed: documents for the land and the house. He put them in his bag and left. They would be the price for the weapon. In the coming nightmare, weapons were more important than walls. He headed for the farming equipment store on the edge of the village. It was owned by his uncle, Ye Jianjun, his father's younger brother. The uncle was busy with his tools and didn't notice his nephew entering. Ye Shun had to cough. "Uncle, are you awake?" "You?" The uncle looked up and winced. "Why did you come?" "To make a deal with you." Their relationship had long been strained. When his grandfather died, Ye Shun's father inherited the house, and his uncle received almost nothing, and he held a grudge ever since. But despite everything, Ye Shun respected him. He remembered how in the future, his uncle would attack a 2-headed snake with an axe to cover the family's escape. Of course, now his uncle was still angry and harsh. "A deal. What are you thinking?" "I brought what you always wanted," Ye Shun said calmly, taking out the documents. "Here, take them. They're for home." "What?" Uncle jumped up, stared at the papers, grabbed them, and couldn't believe his eyes. "Are you crazy? And if your brother finds out, you'll be finished. This is the family home." "Don't worry," Ye Shun waved his hand. "Just say, will you take it?" He knew that the village would soon be gone, and the house would be worthless. and exchanging it for a good weapon would be a real find. But he didn't show it. On the contrary, he pretended to give it up with pain. "A house is just a building. I don't want you and your father to have a final falling out. But there is one condition. I will ask for something in return." "What else?" Uncle was already beside himself with joy, kissing the documents. "I need one thing. A family heirloom, an army sword with which our great-grandfather fought against the invaders." These words confused Uncle. He looked up, and for the first time in a long time, his face became serious. There was indeed an old military saber passed down through the Ye family line. It was believed that Ye Shun's great-grandfather had once used it while fighting at the front, but many decades had passed since then, and in times of peace, the blade had gathered dust without being used, becoming more of a relic than a weapon. "What do you need it for?" Ye Jianjun asked in surprise. He couldn't understand why his nephew would so easily part with his ancestral home for the sake of some ancient saber. For him, it was just a thing with a history, nothing more. Compared to real estate, its price was symbolic. "I'm only interested in the answer. Should we change it or not?" Ye Shun responded calmly. "Okay, you've convinced me." The uncle waved his hand and, without asking any unnecessary questions, led his nephew into the back room of the store. The room was tiny but very neat. On a dusty shelf, under a red cloth, rested the saber. Without waiting for permission, Ye Shun stepped forward, pulled back the cloth, and grabbed the hilt. The blade, drawn from its sheath, gleamed in the dim light. Cold, straight, sharp, as if it had just been forged. Perfectly balanced, thin and deadly, it was a work of art. About a metre long, almost half a centimetre thick, every curve spoke of its purpose: to kill. But it wasn't just the shape. This saber, having once drunk the blood of its enemies, seemed to hold their souls within itself. Even after all these years, it radiated a dangerous, disturbing glow. "My great-grandfather once fought with this saber under bullets and shrapnel. Now it's my turn to blaze a trail," Ye Shun said, feeling the blade vibrate in his fingers and almost lost in the feeling. But he knew that one saber was not enough. In a world that was coming to an end, it would not be enough. Even if it was legendary, it was still just immature metal that needed to be reforged. So, without wasting any time, he looked at his uncle. "I have 2 more requests for you. I will bring some materials soon. I need you to melt down this blade, temper it again. And your hunting crossbow. Will you let me use it?" Ye Jianjun was taken aback. He didn't know what to say to this. He hesitated, then muttered, "I don't mind. Just promise me you won't get into trouble for this." He might be angry at his brother and his family, but his nephew was still family. He didn't want to see him go downhill. "I'm not going to take a wrong turn. I just want to become stronger," Ye Shun replied with a smile, guessing the worry in his uncle's eyes. Uncle frowned. His nephew was acting too strangely that evening, as if he was a completely different person. But he could not resist the temptation of owning the ancestral home. Turning around, he took out a folding crossbow from the cabinet, lovingly carved by his own hands, and handed it to his nephew. "You know a thing or two about things. This is a rare specimen. The entire blacksmithing school of the Yi clan now remains only in me, so take care of it. It's a dangerous thing." "Without a doubt. Your work is always top-notch," Ye Shun praised sincerely. In times of peace, blacksmithing skills seemed like a useless whim. His relatives condemned his uncle, thinking that he was wasting his life. But when the world collapses, the value of such a master increases tenfold. And now, on the eve of the disaster, Ye Jun clearly understood. The entire family arsenal would depend on this one person. The uncle himself, not knowing anything, began to tell. "There are 2 types of projectiles. Heavy crossbow bolts are powerful. They can pierce a board at 100 meters. But they are inconvenient to carry around. They are bulky. And there are also light steel balls. You can take them with a reserve, and at close range they will even pierce a wild boar like a sieve. Don't underestimate its power, he added. I hunt only with this. Close to a bullet, it is not much inferior. After explaining everything, he paused, then said with a hint of doubt, Just don't think about using this against people. Don't worry, my targets will be completely different creatures, Ye Shun promised, and left the shop. Now he had everything. A sword tempered in the blood of his ancestors, a reliable long-range crossbow, and most importantly, knowledge and experience from his previous life. He was sure he could survive the first anomalous node where a new era would begin. Everything is ready. All that was left was to wait for dawn. Ye Shun settled down at the edge of the village, hid in the shadows, and stared at the darkness of the road. His eyes were becoming increasingly cold. Entering the quarry's anomalous zone was only the first step. Whether he could survive in it depended on that. Only then could he unfold the entire survival plan. Why didn't he tell his family about the coming end? It's simple. It's still too early. He didn't want to be known as a madman, and even more so, he didn't want information about the coming apocalypse to fall into the wrong ears. He kept it a secret, and it could be his trump card, his chance for a coup. As for the rest of the family, he already had a plan. If he passed the first test, he could implement everything he had planned. Step by step. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, a police bus carrying special passengers moved quietly along the country road to Ye village. Xia Meng sat at the very entrance, looking thoughtfully out the window. Fields and hills flashed past the glass, but her thoughts were elsewhere. 3 days have passed since the disaster at mine number 3, and there are still no official results of the investigation. Despite the fact that special rescue teams were sent to the mine, no useful information was received from them. The collapses blocked the passages, the map of the underground tunnels was incomplete, and the conditions were extremely dangerous. In the end, the authorities made a decision. Close off the accident area and entrust everything to one single person, a strange guy named Ye Shun. The bus jolted on a bump. Xiaomeng frowned, trying to come up with a plan for what to do next. Then a sickly sweet voice was heard nearby. Xiaomeng, the mine is a dangerous place. Are you really going to go down with the others? And if something happens to you, how will I report to Mr. Lin later? She looked away from the window and with a distant expression at the fat man standing next to her. It was Sun Guowei, her immediate superior. Formally. But in reality, he was acting like a sycophant, groveling, obsequious, not daring to take a step without looking back at the influential golden girl from a rich family. If we don't find out the cause of the accident, we will both have to answer for it. Xia Meng responded calmly, returning to work. Where did this Ye Shun come from? How does he know the mine so well? Another man sitting next to Sun chimed in. It was Lin Yi, a tall, fit, and apparently self-confident policeman. I've already checked his file. He's completely clean, no hidden agenda. Xia Meng sighed. She remembered going to Land Corporation headquarters the day before to bring Ye Shun's sister to the sanatorium. At that time, she tried to find out who Ye Shun really was through his relatives. But all she found out was that he was a nobody. An ordinary face, an ordinary background, not a single suspicious detail. Like a ghost man. Lin Yi, realizing that there was no point in digging, changed the subject. By the way, is your birthday coming soon? I already rented a cruise liner. I thought we'd go to the coast. How are you? It was an attempt at flirting, noticeable to everyone on the bus. Xia Meng, of all people, was no stranger to such attention. From her first day on the force, men had tried to court her, sometimes obsessively. Lin Yi was especially diligent about it. He pursued her even outside of work, bombarding her with personal messages. We're discussing work now. Personal stuff later, she snapped, feeling irritated. But Lin Yi didn't give up. Don't you want to go on a cruise? Okay, let's have French cuisine for dinner then. Or the gym. I'm a former athlete. And at that moment, when he was trying to impress for the 100th time, Xia Meng suddenly jumped up. Stop the bus! There he is, Ye Shun! Everyone turned around. There was indeed a man standing on the side of the road, wearing shabby clothes and holding a huge box. He was calmly waiting, as if he knew he would be picked up here. The bus slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. Ye Jun climbed aboard, glanced around the interior, and squinted. 15 men in uniform, 5 men in glasses and shirts. Probably geologists. Not a single armed fighter, not a single person who looked like a survivalist. He knew immediately. The team was weak. Very weak. In their past lives, they had all died. Now he could see why. With this look of disappointment on his face, he walked up to Xia Meng and asked her directly, "Are you really going to go down with these people?" "We've prepared. We have all the necessary equipment," she answered confidently and looked at his box with interest. "What do you have inside?" "Tools. The usual. Nothing special. If everyone is here, let's go," he replied dryly and sat down next to her. But before Yeshun could relax, a mocking voice came from behind him. "Listen, kid, at least say hello. Are we nothing to you?" He turned around and saw Lin Yi's smug face. The smile on Yeshun's lips was cold. "My task is to guide you to the mine. It is not necessary to know everyone's names." "Who did you just say that to?" Lin's face filled with anger. He jumped up, towering over Yeshun, and continued forcefully. "Do you even understand who is talking to you?" Lin Yi looked at him as if he were trash. Yeshun looked too ordinary. Simple clothes, neutral face, no trace of importance or fear. Something inside Lin was boiling. Why is this nobody sitting next to Xiaomeng and not him? "How do you expect me to answer?" Yeshun asked without raising his voice. "When a policeman is talking to you, at least look at him," Lin barked, reveling in his imaginary power. The others on the bus lazily paid attention to the squabble, but no one intervened. Even Captain Sun Guowei just waved it off. For them, Lin's behavior was business as usual. Only Xiaomeng couldn't stand it any longer. "Enough! He's not a criminal." "I just wanted him to behave like a human being," Lin muttered and sat back down. But he looked extremely irritated. "Don't pay attention to him. He didn't mean any harm," Xiaomeng said quietly. "It's nothing." Yeshun waved his hand and turned to the window. He wasn't even angry. What was the point of arguing with the dead? Yes, they were still alive. Laughing, arguing, breathing. But in his eyes, they had been dead for a long time. He closed his eyes, trying to rest a little. An anomaly was waiting ahead, a test for which he was prepared. But they were not. No more than half an hour had passed. As the bus began to bounce on the serpentine road and the road began to climb, Yeshun opened his eyes. There was tension in his back. There was cold determination in his eyes. Ahead, around the bend, a deserted space opened up. The mine. The place where everything would begin. Mine number 3 was located in the southern foothills, the largest mining point in the region. The size was astonishing. Massive cranes, loaded trucks, and hastily assembled construction barracks for workers lined the road. But after the disaster that happened 3 days ago, the mine was completely closed. The area was filled with silence and desolation. The entrance was blocked by several checkpoints with armed guards. Access to outsiders was prohibited. It was only thanks to the police vehicle the team was traveling in that Ye Shun was able to reach the site unhindered. He stared out the window in silence, studying the deserted landscape until the bus began to climb the winding road and reached a turn in the mountainside. "Stop here," he suddenly said, turning to Xia Meng. "Okay." She nodded and gave the driver a command. All the passengers, grabbing their gear, began to get out and, at Ye Shun's signal, headed towards the barely visible, overgrown entrance to an old, abandoned tunnel. "This isn't the entrance to a mine, is it?" Having caught up with him, Xiaomeng asked in surprise. "Why did we leave so early?" "The official entrance has long been blocked. There is an old path here, known only to a few. It was previously used as a warehouse opening, only it leads us deeper. But..." He turned around, looked at the group, and added seriously, "It's not like you imagine. It's very dangerous down there. I hope you're mentally prepared." He wasn't obliged to save them. but his conscience forced him to warn them. Alas, not everyone appreciated his concern. You scared them. What is this, the damn hell? An ordinary mine? Will someone really eat us there? Ye-shun didn't even turn around. His face was frozen in an ironic half-smile. In his previous life, he had spent the best and worst years in this mine. He knew every turn, every crack in the wall by heart. So they soon reached the right place, the entrance to an abandoned tunnel. Inventory was once stored here. But under this narrow descent, there was a passage deeper, the existence of which was known only to old-timers. The air inside was stifling, saturated with coal dust. Ye-shun, accustomed to the smell, moved confidently. But the policemen walked with difficulty, holding their noses, wincing, stumbling. The narrow passages and damp walls were disconcerting. They puffed and grumbled, losing their pace. "Are you sure this corridor leads to the main shaft?" Captain Sun Guo asked breathlessly, speeding up to catch up with the guide. Ye-shun didn't answer. He only nodded slightly. "It's terribly dark here. Did you really work here before?" Xia Meng asked, looking around anxiously. "Yep," he replied with a stony face. These city rescuers hadn't even reached the main area yet, and they were already complaining. Ye-shun could hardly contain his irritation. The road narrowed further, becoming wetter and more dangerous. Water flowed down the walls. There were puddles underfoot, stone rubble, holes in the rock. The darkness was almost physical. The lights barely illuminated anything, as if the light was being absorbed by the walls. "We're almost there. Stay close to me," he warned. That's when the group stopped. Something was wrong. Even the most powerful lights barely penetrated 10 meters. The light faded, as if there was black cotton hanging in the air. Visibility dropped sharply, and everyone felt the tension mounting. "I don't recognize the area. Is this really shaft number 3? Xia Meng asked, trembling slightly. She slowed down and looked at Ye-shun with concern. "Absolutely," he said firmly. At this point, Lin Yi intervened, as sarcastically as ever. "Are you sure it's safe to be here? There are landslides everywhere. Aren't you afraid that we'll get buried here?" But Ye-shun didn't react. His face remained calm. At this point, Captain Sun suddenly stopped. "Wait, what's that up ahead?" It looked like fog. Everyone looked in the indicated direction. And indeed, from the depths of the tunnel, wisps of whitish fog were creeping, slowly covering the passage. The light of the lanterns could not penetrate it. Everything dissolved in this strange milky haze. Where it came from, no one understood. It just was. The fog thickened with each passing second. Visibility was falling. There was an oppressive silence in the ears. Even the bravest began to fidget. Xia Meng turned pale and stepped back. "This is not normal. We need to stop and discuss everything." Lin Yi immediately tried to feign heroism. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. If anything happens, I'll cover you." But a cold laugh was heard in response. Ye-shun, without turning around, looked at his palm. His face remained calm, but his eyes lit up. His pulse quickened sharply. Something invisible was penetrating inside with every breath. The air was saturated with something, energy. It seeped into his lungs, passed through his veins, flaring up into hot spots that rushed toward his heart. "Yes, this is it," he whispered, holding his breath. It was energy from another dimension, the same one that nourishes the beings beyond the world. With the return of the source, Ye-shun's body began to change. Awakening. His internal reservoir, Chi-hai, began to vibrate as if waking up. Energy filled every cell, merging with the blood and transforming the body. Along with it, the creatures would come, the same ones that eat people. He knew it. He crouched down, opened the heavy box, and took out what he had hidden earlier. Behind him, the policeman froze. A long saber flashed in his hands, narrow and sharp, as if carved from light. Next to it was a disassemblable crossbow with 5 bolts and dozens of metal balls. All weapons prohibited for use in a peaceful zone. All were deadly. They didn't even have time to ask questions. They just froze, stunned. "What is this anyway?" A confused voice rang out. All eyes immediately turned to Ye Shun. His appearance with a weapon in his hands had already raised questions, but now the atmosphere became noticeably heavier. He stood in the middle of the tunnel with an ancient, rune-covered army saber in one hand and a folded crossbow in the other. The metal balls in the holster on his belt gleamed with a cold shine. The modern world had long ago abandoned bladed weapons. Why would an ordinary person need such archaism? Was he seriously planning to fight with a saber? Xiaomeng frowned, her eyes filled with worry. The others looked at each other, wondering why he had brought such a weapon with him. An oppressive silence fell. Of course, Lin Yi was the first to lose his temper. "Hey kid," he said through narrowed eyes. "Are you crazy? Why do you need all this? Do you have some plans that we don't know about?" He took a step forward, straightening his shoulders. A former police academy graduate who had undergone combat training, he felt confident, especially against the background of the thin and seemingly harmless Ye Shun. But there was no response. Ye Shun simply continued to silently inhale the mist-filled air. A source of power had long since begun to awaken within him. He could feel the energy filling every capillary, every cell. Reality no longer interested him as much as the rhythm of his own pulse and the growing warmth in his chest. He just chuckled and looked past Lin as if he were nothing. "Who are you to wear such equipment?" Lin continued furiously. "This is a forbidden weapon. You think you're above the law?" He pulled down his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and was clearly about to reason with the cocky loner. But at that moment, a shout was heard from behind. "Look, someone's standing there!" The entire group shuddered and turned around. At the other end of the tunnel, behind the veil of fog, in its very heart, there was indeed a silhouette. A figure, a human one, dressed in a work uniform, no movement, no sound. He just stood there, head down, like a statue, rooted in the mist. "That's a miner! Someone survived!" "Ah," someone from the group exclaimed. But why wasn't he moving? Why was he silent? The beams of the flashlights were fixed on his face, deathly pale, without a spark of life. His pupils were filled with scarlet. His lips did not move. There was no expression at all on his face. "Maybe he just went crazy from isolation," one of the policewomen whispered. The explanation seemed logical. Everyone relaxed. Everyone except Ye Shun. He didn't take his eyes off the figure. He had seen something like this before, and in the man's eyes he sensed something alien, inhuman, a flickering, animalistic cruelty. "Don't be afraid, we're here to help." The same woman addressed the miner kindly and took a few steps forward. The figure moved its nose slightly, as if sniffing, and then a strange, sideways smile appeared at the corners of its lips, and it began to move forward, slowly, confidently, heading straight for her. "Stop!" Ye Shun's voice sounded like a gunshot. He raised his crossbow in a flash and fired. Click. A ball whistled through the air. A moment later, a dull thud. A direct hit. The steel ball pierced the miner's forehead and he collapsed like a doll without strings. Something crunched inside. There was no scream, no resistance, just a splashing sound and blood splattering. Blood splattered the policewoman's legs. She screamed and recoiled, looking at the corpse in horror. What have you done?" she screamed. The others also froze in shock. Soon, the entire bus squadron descended on Ye Shun, screaming. "You're crazy!" Lin Yi yelled, rushing at him. But before he could get close, Ye Shun easily blocked him with his elbow, sending him flying backwards. Lin Yi grabbed his wrist, gasping in pain. The situation quickly got out of control. The police were about to encircle Ye Shun, and then he raised the crossbow again. He aimed it straight at them. The crowd froze. Someone had already seen what he was capable of. He was not joking. His weapon was not a toy. "Put down your weapon!" someone shouted. "Drop the crossbow!" Xiaomeng screamed, her eyes full of rage and disappointment. But Ye Shun didn't even flinch. "Quiet," he said coldly. Listen first. What? What can you tell us, murderer? Someone in the group yelled. You won't escape, came from behind. You're trapped. Noise, fury, hatred, and he was as calm as water. This mine has been closed for 3 days now. No human could survive in these conditions. What you saw, he nodded at the mutilated corpse, was not life. It was a shell, a parasite inside. Nonsense. He was just walking. The girl with bloody pants screamed. Who said the dead can't walk? Ye Shun's face twisted into a sinister smile. No one knew that something even more terrible had begun with the collapse of the mine. The boundary between worlds had broken. A crack had appeared. And from that crack, something alien had come. Creatures that could live in the bodies of the dead, capture flesh and move it like a puppet. Parasites. And the first of them had just been destroyed. He was not human. He would never be. This mine no longer belongs to humans, Ye Shun whispered. And if we don't want all of humanity to become like that, we'll have to start killing. Decades of living in a world of blood and death had made Ye Shun's heart cold and his mind crystal clear. He didn't hesitate. To him, this miner had long since ceased to be a human being. The sooner he got rid of him, the better. But the others couldn't understand, and they didn't want to. Especially that policewoman. Her voice broke into a scream. He's crazy. Don't believe a single word he says. It's all nonsense. It can't happen. She continued to curse Ye Shun as she backed away, all blazing with rage. Her feet stepped very close to the body of the dead miner, and she didn't notice how close the threat had crept up. Before it was too late, out of nowhere came a nasty rustling sound, as if someone was running claws over stone. The girl froze. She looked down nervously, and the blood froze in her veins. The body moved, but not on its own. In the torn chin, where there should have been only a crushed skull, a strange blue-green appendage appeared, reminiscent of a predatory tentacle. It slowly, as if studying the space, lifted the pulp from the inside and burst out. The creature instantly stretched out like a rubber spring, tore apart the remains of the skull, and rushed forward with force, straight into the girl's face. Ah! What is this? She screamed, trying to dodge, but it was too late. The appendage hit its target. It grabbed her face like a net and wrapped itself around her cheeks. 5 razor-sharp spikes like predatory needles shot out from its center and sank into the flesh. One of the spikes pierced her jaw. She howled in pain, but before she could scream again, the second spike entered her throat and continued onward, down her windpipe, like a snake seeking entry. She gasped and convulsed. The creature continued its movement, its body soft as a lump of flesh, slowly but inexorably moving forward until most of it was stuck in her mouth, leaving 3 tentacles outside, still wriggling horribly. Get back! Ye Shun shouted. He pushed aside 2 policemen and jumped next to the girl. The blade of his saber flashed in the air and 2 tentacles were cut off with one blow. Crunch, splash, a wave of foul-smelling black-green slime poured out onto the ground. The air was filled with a sickening stench. Out! From her! He growled and without hesitation drove the saber into its mouth, accurately hitting the base of the creature's flesh. A short jerk, and the creature was torn out. It collapsed on the floor like a fat, slimy lump of meat. What kind of horror is this? Frightened screams were heard. At that moment, everyone saw him. A real monster. An ugly sack of flesh, dark blue in color, with 3-part legs that writhed, trying to grab onto its next victim. The creature jumped up, but Ye Shun's second strike cut it in half. Yellow-green entrails flew out. There were blood vessels writhing inside, a beating heart, and even more vile mucus gushing out. Everyone froze. Some covered their mouths in panic and fell to their knees. Some screamed. Some simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Only Ye Shun was calm. He looked emotionlessly at the dissected creature, whose blood was still dripping down the blade. "Will you believe me now?" he said coldly, looking around at the confused faces. No one answered. The monster lay on the ground, dismembered. Inside were bones, muscles, a beating heart. It was a real biological machine. "What is this? What the hell is going on here?" One of the men's voices broke. As if in a delirium, someone whispered, "This can't be." Xiaomeng stood there, unable to move. In his eyes, there was horror, disbelief, and fear of the man standing next to him. A man who could kill so easily, without emotion, without fear, without mercy. Ye Shun, as if it were an ordinary morning, crouched down next to him and carefully touched the body with his blade, lifting the remains of the tentacles. Luckily, it's a low-level parasite from that dimension. They're not very aggressive. The main thing is to not let them get inside. He didn't even look back. He just stood up, about to leave. But at that moment, he heard a sob behind him. Someone pushed him away with their shoulder and fell to their knees next to the injured girl. "Zhao Ting, please open your eyes. Don't fall asleep. Not now." It was her partner. He held her face in his trembling hands, choking on tears. And blood was still flowing from her pierced chin. Sobs came from Xiaomeng. At that moment, when everyone was trembling for their lives, only she rushed to her mutilated partner, hugged her around the neck, and convulsively tried to cover the gaping wound on her chin with her palms to somehow stop the rapidly flowing blood. But it was useless. The creature's sharp appendages had pierced the lower jaw and entered straight into the brain. Half of the parasite was still sticking out, pulsing ominously. Blackened vessels, scraps of esophagus, and white bone were already visible inside the wound, and the neck was swollen and darkened. The trachea was completely crushed, and blood was gushing out, filling the throat. Each wheeze was like the sound of a saw. Bloody bubbles were bursting in the throat. But despite all this, the girl was still alive. She lay in Xiaomeng's arms, covered in blood, with her mouth wide open, making muffled sounds that were tearing from within, as if she was trying to say something. But her torn larynx could no longer produce a single word. "Save her. Please." Xiaomeng croaked, not even looking at her friend anymore. She raised her head and looked at the others pleadingly. No one moved. Fear gripped everyone. Even Lin Yi, who had repeatedly put on a brave face, promising to protect Xiaomeng at any cost, only pressed his hands to his chest, pale and trembling, speechless with terror. Around, the body of a girl sentenced to a painful death. A creature cut in half, whose entrails were still floating on the floor, and blood, sticky, bright, hopeless. All this was crushing, breaking the psyche. And only Ye Shun remained calm. He looked at the dying woman, briefly, mercilessly. "It's useless," he said evenly. "She can't be saved." There was iron in his voice, calm in his eyes. 10 years of war and survival among monsters had forged his heart to the state of cold metal. "No, no," Xiaomeng was already crying bitterly. "She still has a pulse. She still has breath. Please, do something. I beg you." For her, Zhao Ting was more than just a partner. She was her only friend at the station. Warm, kind, reliable. Xiaomeng couldn't accept that she was like this, in her arms. Leaving? Ye Shun walked over silently. He looked closely at the pierced throat, at the remains of the pulsating body, and suddenly raised his hand. The saber flashed and pierced the girl's heart. One precise movement, no unnecessary sound, no trembling in the hand. Zhao Ting's life ended. Her face, distorted with agony, froze. The torment stopped. Forever. "Ah! What have you done?" Xiaomeng screamed, jumping up as if someone had shocked her. She rushed at Ye Shun, her hair disheveled, her face distorted in horror and pain. You killed her! She could have survived!" Ye Shun silently pulled the blade out of Zhao Ting's chest, did not look away, and said coldly, "You asked me to help her. Well, I did. Now she no longer suffers." "You beast! You heartless beast!" she screamed, breaking into hysterics. She rushed at him, began to scratch, beat his chest, scream, curse, wave her arms like a mad woman. But he calmly grabbed her wrist. "Wake up," he said sharply. "If you want to survive, think about yourself. Don't have any illusions. This is only the beginning. The creature you saw was just a scout, a patrolling specimen. The others would soon follow." Silence. And then, growing horror. Someone turned pale. Someone screamed. Even Sun Guowei, the commander, began to shake as if the floor had caved in under him. You knew? You knew everything in advance? What's going on here? What kind of creatures are these?" Everyone stared at Yeshun. No one thought of him as a criminal anymore. He was now the last hope for an explanation, and perhaps salvation. He didn't evade. He simply shrugged. "We're inside an anomaly now. This place is the intersection of our world and another dimension. And these creatures are parasites from another space. They don't just hunt. They eat everything. And people, first of all." There was silence, thick as wet cement. "So, you knew all this? From the very beginning, knew what awaited us. And you still let us here?" Xia Meng growled, no longer crying, but with a look full of hatred. "Yes," he confirmed calmly. "Then you are a monster." Her voice broke. "We trusted you, and you just threw us into hell." "For what? For profit?" Ye Shun responded without shame. "After the accident, the entrance to the mine was completely blocked. Without your permission, I wouldn't have gotten here. And I had my own reasons for getting here." "You set us up, all of us!" Xia Meng screamed. "You're condemning us to death." "I didn't kill anyone." He shrugged. "The monsters did it. And you, as police officers, were obliged to figure out the cause of the accident yourselves. Even without me, you would have come here anyway." He said it as if he were describing the weather, as if he had already lived through this death before. "But you could have warned me," Xia Meng croaked. "You could have told the truth." He chuckled. "Would you believe it?" Everyone fell silent. And this silence was now louder than any shout. These words plunged the crowd into an awkward silence once again. No one could find a reason to object to Ye Xin. After saying this, Ye Shun was tired and did not want to speak anymore. Besides, the oppressive atmosphere left him no time for further idle talk. When everyone fell silent, the rustling of footsteps was heard through the thickening fog. Everyone's hair stood on end from the sound of these steps. In the abandoned passage where the first miner appeared, new dark silhouettes appeared. These numb figures, half hidden by the thick fog, staggered toward the crowd, slowly, but not too quickly. Someone raised a spotlight and shone it into the thick shadows. They soon found no less than 20 impassive faces staring at them. At first glance, these figures were no different from ordinary people, but their overly tense limbs and impassive faces made it clear to everyone the seriousness of the situation. There was no doubt that the corpses approaching him are the miners who died 3 days ago. All the miners were under the control of the parasitic creatures, turned into their puppets and tools in search of their next prey. My God, they are coming. These monsters are really coming. How can they come so fast? What should we do? In an instant, everyone was horrified and retreated behind Ye Xin, their faces distorted with fear. Don't be nervous. Although the parasitic beasts are strange creatures, they are low-level creatures in this spatial universe. Their hunting ability is not outstanding. Just take care of yourself and don't let them parasitize on you, and everything will be fine. Seeing that the crowd was already frozen with fear, Ye Shun immediately warned, "Everyone, if you don't want to die, immediately find a weapon for self-defense. Men and women must be ready for battle as soon as possible." But as soon as these words came out, Lin Yi, who was standing behind him, loudly protested, "Where are our weapons?" No one expected this before going down into the mine. The authorities did not give us weapons. Sun Guowei, the squad leader, also exclaimed in horror, "Yes, these monsters are too cruel. We cannot deal with them with our bare hands. In peacetime, even well-trained policemen are not able to cope with the risk. If the opponent is an ordinary bandit, it's fine, but in the face of these man-eating monsters, people can't even wait for a fight. They are already afraid of him. What do you want? If you don't have the courage to resist, then just wait for death. Ye Shun chuckled, snorting coldly. He kicked the ground with his toe and, in one leap, launched himself straight at the humanoid monsters. It wasn't that there were no weapons in the mines, it was just that these policemen, accustomed to a comfortable life, hadn't yet learned how to use the tools at their disposal. Even a piece of rope, a piece of wood or a stone slab, if used wisely, could become a deadly weapon. Now, Ye Shun's only task was to mobilize the courage of these people to resist through his actions. After all, it would be difficult for him to face so many monsters alone. A few seconds later, the humanoid puppets had already attacked. Ye Shun's folding crossbow was once again effective in the attack. From a distance of 10 meters, he already loaded the balls with one hand, then raised his hand, took aim, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The steel bullet flew out, instantly hitting the doll in the forehead, crushing its skull and piercing its head. The doll's body swayed, falling straight to the ground. However, despite her head being crushed by steel balls, the monster inside her was still alive. From beneath the shattered brain, several disgusting, sticky dark green limbs were once again protruding. These limbs were wriggling in a strange and exaggerated motion, turning into poisonous stingers that one by one. Others pierced the air, continuing to move terrifyingly, quickly approaching Ye Shun. Ye Shun remained calm. When he was still 5 meters away, he suddenly swung his crossbow, calmly aimed, and fired a second steel bullet. It pierced the monster's limbs and slammed into the slippery mass of flesh. Boom! The vile flesh exploded like a watermelon, with its head blown off. The blood that gushed out, emitting a foul smell, mixed with the bloody foam and fragments torn apart by the steel bullet, instantly covering the ground. The first parasite was declared dead, followed by the second, third, fourth. The crossbow quickly spun in Ye Shun's hands, each shot and aiming smoothly. 6 of the Gundam's bolts flew out, each one piercing the humanoid doll's skull with pinpoint precision, peeling off its skin and skull, scattering red and white brains like raindrops. If killing was an art, then Ye Shun was undoubtedly a master of that art at this moment. Every move he made was swift and powerful, a virtuoso and unrestrained display of the art of killing. 10 meters, just the blink of an eye. But in that instant, Ye Shun had already fired a dozen shots from the Gundam, each one crushing the enemy with incredible precision, tearing apart the shell. Parasite. Without the protection of the puppets, the monsters could only unleash their clawed, fanged limbs. These vile limbs struggled to pry open the puppets' wounds, and then drifted through the air like octopuses, pouncing on Ye Shun one by one. Their soft-looking blue tentacles were surprisingly resilient. When stretched, their limbs turned into razor-sharp poisonous stingers that could pierce human bone at any angle. When stung by these limbs, Ye Shun experienced more than just physical pain. The monster's limbs secreted a powerful toxin that instantly mixed with the bloodstream and flowed through the brain, erasing the target's thoughts and consciousness, leaving them as a parasitic puppet with stiff limbs under the control of the parasitic beasts. Ye Shun, of course, did not want to become a puppet, so he quickly and deftly dodged the monster's outstretched stingers, while swinging his long sword in an arc to thwart their plan. The long sword, imbued with deadly properties, was like a beast that had broken out of its cage, ready to unleash its fury as quickly as possible. Each swing of the sword mercilessly chopped off the monster's tentacles and limbs. Then Ye Shun suddenly stood up, closed the distance, and swung his sword again, crushing the disgusting tumor hidden behind the stinger. As the carnage raged on, this place became Ye Shun's solo stage. With one man, one sword, and one powerful crossbow, he blocked the entire passage, stopping the advance of more than 20 parasitic creatures. His movements were fast, agile, and nimble. He made his way through the crowd of monsters without hindrance. My God, is this guy even human? How did he do it? As for the crowd following Ye Shun, they could only stare blankly. doubting their lives. Immersed in the bloody carnage, Ye Shun, although not a monster, was stronger and more ruthless than a monster. Moreover, his speed and explosive power, coupled with his enormous physical strength and combat experience that almost surpassed the capabilities of flesh and blood. Such combat effectiveness was truly inhuman. No one knew how Ye Shun achieved such a level of power. Only Ye Shun himself knew that after absorbing a huge amount of primordial energy, his fighting spirit would quickly awaken. In his previous life, Ye Shun's awakening was too late, and the effect of the primordial energy was too short-lived, resulting in mediocre fighting skills. In the treacherous and unpredictable world of the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary mediocre man. But in this life, the situation was reversed. Relying on the apocalyptic intelligence from his previous life, he successfully entered the anomaly, becoming the first person in the entire Blue Star world to encounter the primordial energy and simultaneously awakening his fighting spirit. Once awakened, Ye Shun mastered the key points of breathing and understood the most effective method of refining energy. The thick fog that permeated the air was a manifestation of the original energy. During the battle, Ye Shun adjusted his breathing, connecting with the original energy to fully absorb it into his body, stimulating blood flow and further awakening the fighting spirit in his sea of ki. At this point, he had only just awakened his fighting spirit, not yet completing the first stage of transformation. However, based on his previous life's experience in battle, his combat prowess had already surpassed that of ordinary people. Of course, such intense combat had taken a heavy toll on his body. Ye Shun's arms were growing numb from constantly swinging his sword, and his breathing was becoming rapid. Each blow required his full strength, and his movements gradually became slower. Eventually, this rusty body, reborn, simply could not cope with the demands of killing. Not only do I lack agility and explosive power, but my strength and endurance have also returned to their original levels. There is no way to continue this fight. Ye Shun's breathing quickened. He felt the energy leaving his body, his face gradually darkening. Be careful. Suddenly, Ye Shun, who had been silently lamenting his body's inability to adapt to the fight, heard Xia Meng's exclamation. His face suddenly changed color, and relying on the intuition honed by 10 years of battle, he jerked to the side. Zip! A dark green poisonous sting pierced from the left, almost grazing Ye Shun's scalp. Although there was no physical contact, he still felt like he was facing death. Seeking death. Ye Shun's eyes flashed fiercely, and he quickly raised his left hand, throwing the collapsible crossbow into the air, covering his neck. The next second, a disgusting mass of flesh soared into the air rapidly, approaching his face. 5 dark green limbs freely extended and contracted in the air, like elongated poisonous stingers rushing straight at his face. The speed of the sting was so fast that it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Ye Shun also encountered life and death for the first time. It was too dangerous. As soon as the folding crossbow changed its firing angle, the sharp poisonous sting was already imminent, only half a centimeter away from piercing Ye Shun's scalp. But he was still one step faster. With his finger on the trigger, Ye Shun suddenly pulled the trigger, firing a bullet that pierced the disgustingly soft body of the parasitic beast before it could strike. The powerful blow sent the oncoming monster flying, and the powerful momentum of the parasitic beast sent it flying back, without even scratching Ye Shun's forehead. However, Ye Shun was still breaking out in a cold sweat. Turning his right hand, he thrust his long sword forward, piercing the parasitic beast to death. But that was not all. Almost immediately after Ye Shun aimed his sword at the target, a gust of wind blew from behind his head. Without having time to react, much less look back, Ye Shun relied entirely on his intuition, honed by 10 years of life experience. He lunged forward, twisting his wrist at the same time, and swung the longsword at an impossible angle, pushing it out from under his armpit, shattering the poisonous sting that had pierced the back of his head. Life and death hung on a thread of a split second. Just as the excitement of dancing with death had subsided, Ye Shun's toes twirled, causing his body to spin around. The narrow blade turned into a razor-sharp cutting machine, shredding the parasite and its puppets. Flesh was torn apart, blood gushed out. The smell of pus and filth hit Ye Xin, and he couldn't help but retreat a few steps. He looked at the still, stunned crowd, and his eyes turned cold. If you only intend to watch the show, then take a comfortable position and prepare to die. The massacre was imminent, and the crowd was faced with a choice: resist or face death. With these words, Ye Xun left the front line of the battle, deliberately creating a gap, giving the parasites room to advance. The parasites, breaking through the blade's blockade, rushed forward, attacking the wooden figures. "Brothers, let's fight this monster! Everyone forward!" Sun Guowei was the first to react. After all, he was the squad leader and the person directly responsible for this operation. The horrible death of the policewoman made him fully realize the ferocity of these monsters. Not wanting to wait for death, he was forced to fight back. He was the first to rush forward. His short, stocky build made him look awkward, but his reflexes were surprisingly quick. As he approached the monster, he launched a powerful punch, hitting one of the dolls in the face. Bang! The doll's nose fell off, and its body instantly fell backwards, sliding half a meter on the ground, knocking down the doll following behind. My fist is so powerful. The force of this punch even scared Sun Guowei himself. He had intended to send the doll flying back with this punch, but who knew that she was so vulnerable that she would be sent flying with just one punch? It seemed like this cowardly, slippery police captain had talent. Ye Xun noticed this, and a smile finally spread across his face. The origin energy within. Anomalies are omnipresent. Anyone who receives a certain amount of source energy will experience minor changes in their body. Take the police captain in front of him, Sun Guowei, for example. Under normal circumstances, his strikes would not have been able to cause such serious damage. But the origin energy had subtly transformed him. His fighting spirit had undergone a subtle awakening, allowing him to unleash such a powerful explosive force. Of course, he was only in the initial stages of awakening his fighting spirit, not yet a true awakener. Although his blow did considerable damage, it was nothing to the humanoid puppet, devoid of pain and sensation. Under the control of the parasitic beast, the defeated puppet sprang to its feet. Under her sunken nose, her jaws opened wide, almost reaching her ears. Her fangs bared mercilessly. She bit Sun Guowei, causing him to scream. "Damn it! Get out of here!" His face twisted in pain, Sun Guowei swung his other fist, violently pushing the puppet away. But in the next instant, a dark green arthropod tentacle appeared in front of him, causing him to awkwardly dodge. Fortunately, the others were also inspired by Sun Guowei's words, and grabbed sticks and thrown picks, fighting back against the monsters. The battle between humans and monsters finally began. When the crowd's fighting spirit was fully mobilized and began to fight the monsters, what did Ye Xun do? He took advantage of the chaos when most of the parasitic beasts were distracted by the crowd, and jumped straight to the edge of the mining area, to a safer and more secluded place. Ye Xun did not intend to save everyone and did not have the ability to do so. His only goal was to absorb and purify as much energy as possible, staying in this place for as long as possible to maximize his awakening level. The previous battle had already exhausted most of his physical strength, and Ye Xun could no longer adapt to the intense combat in the near future. So he wisely found a shelter to catch his breath and quickly clear the energy he had accumulated in the thick fog, silently watching the battle. It couldn't be denied that these police officers were a little more physically fit than ordinary people. After all, it was a professional, prepared team. Although they were inevitably disoriented and frightened when faced with the monster's first attack, as they gradually adapted and transformed their energy, their combat performance far surpassed that of ordinary people. Take Captain Sun Guowei, the first one to exploded. This short, stocky, and slippery-looking man was able to single-handedly fight off 2 parasitic puppets with his bare fists. Although the swarming puppets were a little embarrassed, they could not easily reach him. As for Lin Yi, who had repeatedly disliked Yeshin and wanted to teach him a lesson, he also showed an outstanding performance under pressure. Lin Yi was an elite policeman. Apart from his personality, his powerful muscles and explosive strength, coupled with years of rigorous combat training, added to his brilliance in battle. Apart from these two, Xia Meng's performance was surprisingly good. This woman from a noble family, having witnessed the beast's atrocities and the tragic death of the best, her friends, as if she had gone into a rage. She swung the pickaxe she had found and brought it down furiously on the head of the humanoid doll. The metal parts of the pickaxe had enormous destructive power, tearing through the skin and flesh of the doll with one blow. Even the hardened skull shattered under the furious blow, spraying blackened blood, bloody brains, and fluid. Driven to desperation, the emotions of the people burst forth, releasing potential long suppressed by peaceful life. In just a dozen seconds, 7 or 8 policemen woke up, in uniform, demonstrating remarkable strength and combat prowess. However, although only a few officers gradually came to their senses, most were in a state of confusion and fear. As Ye Shun predicted, not everyone woke up upon first contact with the source of energy, and not everyone had enough courage to fight the monsters. While Xia Meng, Lin Yi and the others were fighting the monsters in a fierce battle, many fell down with desperate cries. "No, we can't fight these monsters. We'll die here. Ah, no, don't come here." The first to fall were the members of the scientific expedition. They had neither the experience of surviving in an apocalypse nor the physical fitness and endurance of police officers. Therefore, even after absorbing a huge amount of the energy source, they were unable to awaken. Instead, they screamed in panic and rushed in different directions of the mine without hesitation. For Ye Shun, this behavior was tantamount to seeking death. In such a difficult environment, facing dozens of cruel, bloodthirsty parasitic monsters, resistance did not guarantee survival, but losing. Courage meant certain death. The monsters from this multidimensional universe not only had high adaptability, but also had combat experience and speed many times superior to ordinary people of Blue Star. They simply could not escape from the monsters. Moreover, the anomalous space is a chaotic dimension formed by the superposition and compression of two universes. Its spatial structure is extremely complex, and only after the anomalous channel is closed can people return to the real world. Wandering in such a chaotic space, no one knows where they will end up next. One mistake could easily result in them being trapped in the real dimension, unable to escape forever. This is no joke. The real dimension is inhabited by more than just lowly monsters like parasitic creatures. In a world teeming with powerful monsters, the chances of survival for an ordinary person are almost zero. Therefore, these fog-shrouded areas are the safest places. Once they get out of the fog, they are doomed. Unfortunately, the fugitives are completely unaware of this. The first to flee is quickly followed by a second, a third. Even many police officers, losing their composure, follow him into these dark spaces. Of course, most of those who decide to flee do not get far. In such a complex and tortuous environment, getting involved in a tug-of-war with monsters, clearly unwise. The attacking parasitic creatures quickly overtook the crowd. Their sharp spines, like rows of thorns, pierced the air with impunity, biting into the backs of people and opening their brains. Then, one by one, the hideous and bizarre tentacles pierced their bodies and bones, devouring the delicious human bone marrow. The slaughter began. A multitude of shrill screams, mingled with the sounds of the monsters sucking out the brains of living creatures, echoed through the long and winding mine like a chant of death. The peculiar habits of these parasitic creatures did not allow them to digest human flesh and blood, but they had a special liking for the soft parts of the bone marrow and brain. Having caught its victim, each parasitic beast first attacked the brain, stretching out its disgusting tentacles and sucking out part of the brain. Then it would completely penetrate the victim's body and inject a huge amount of toxins, erasing their consciousness and turning them into its new puppet. This cycle repeated itself until the last man was killed. Soon, Xiaomeng and the others, struggling to resist, discovered an even more hopeless reality. The number of enemies did not decrease, but rather increased with each passing day. This was because those who tried to escape being captured by the parasitic beasts were returned and became new enemies. No matter how fiercely Xiaomeng and the others resisted, no matter how many puppets they killed, they could not match the speed with which the humans delivered food to the monsters. Almost all of the first group to escape from camps were killed, becoming new parasites for the monsters. Under the control of the monsters, these parasites, moving their numb bodies, turned and attacked the remaining resistance. Little by little, the team that managed to hold on found itself at a complete disadvantage and suffered an almost one-sided defeat, unable to make an effective resistance. Shrill cries, terrible pleas for mercy, and cries for help were constantly heard from the gloomy mining district. The number of people capable of resistance was decreasing, while the number of humanoid puppets possessed by monsters and attacking them continued to increase. When there were only 5 or 6 policemen left, they had no strength to resist. They could only retreat shoulder to shoulder, back to back, to fight off the endless stream of enemies. However, the severe exhaustion of their strength slowed their swings, and the cold sweat from overexertion had already soaked everyone's shirts. Xiaomeng's hair was disheveled, her hat was knocked off, and on her tender forehead, bloody bite marks and scratches were visible. These wounds were inflicted on her during battles with humanoid puppets, inflicted by their nails and teeth. In addition to these minor painless injuries, there were even more horrific scratches and bite marks on the outer edges of her calves. The excruciating pain was unbearable, but Xiaomeng did not dare stop for a moment. Each swing of the pickaxe absorbed a huge amount of energy, and the bleeding from her wounds caused her cheeks to turn painfully pale. Sun Guowei and Lin Yi were not in the best shape. Both possessed considerable talent and were extremely effective at refining their primordial energy, making them the most effective fighters on the team. However, the short-term conversion of primordial energy only provided a limited increase in combat effectiveness. After quickly defeating several humanoid puppets in a row, their shoulders and stomachs were covered in scratches and bites. Their bodies were covered in blood and their backs were covered in sweat, indicating their helplessness. If it was just physical damage, perhaps their bodies, transformed by the source energy, could survive. However, the tentacles of the parasitic beast had the terrifying ability to inject toxins. These invisible toxins were released through the victim's wounds, gradually mixing with the bloodstream and spreading throughout the body. At first, it was unnoticeable, but by the time the limbs were injured, Parasitic Beast realized this. It was too late to fix the situation. Finding themselves in a bloody fight, they suddenly felt their limbs gradually becoming numb and wooden. Not only did their movements slow down, but their bodies seemed to no longer belong to them. The toxins ate away at their bodies, forcing the 6 remaining policemen to breathe faster and faster, their bodies and limbs becoming numb and stiff, leaving them unable to wield their weapons. And then the brutal slaughter began. Ah! The poisoned policeman, unable to move, was captured by several humanoid puppets. The distorted figures immediately fell upon him with furious force. Their mouths were wide open, and the corners of them stretched towards the ears. From their gaping maws, like poisonous snakes, dark green limbs stretched out, rapidly squeezing into the mouth, nostrils, eyes, and even the ears of the unfortunate. When these tentacles completely blocked his airway, a horrific and disgusting hissing sound was heard. Using their limbs, the monsters first penetrated his brain, frantically devouring brain matter. Once the substance had been squeezed clean, another tumor-like monster took over his body. Within 10 seconds, the fallen policeman stopped struggling and opened his bloodshot eyes. He stood up strangely, mechanically twisting his neck, and rushed at his colleague behind Liao Fei. "How are you, ah?" The second officer, attacked by his colleague, continued to resist and roar in anger. Unfortunately, his struggle was short-lived, and he suffered the same fate as the first officer. Only 4 remained. Looking at her tragically dead colleagues, Xia Meng roared in grief and rage, swinging her pickaxe like a mad woman, letting out wolfish cries. "Ah, die, die." Lin Yi and Sun Guowei shouted, using the fighting skills they had learned at the police academy to fight the humanoid puppets. But as the number of their colleagues gradually dwindled, it seemed like they were destined for a one-sided massacre. However, while the four were cornered, putting up a numb and useless resistance, another massacre was quietly unfolding. Hiding in a dark corner, Ye Shun quickly brought himself to form, quickly reloaded his Gundam, and quickly aimed at the humanoid puppet that was rushing at Xia Meng, and pulled the trigger with all his might. Whoosh! The first Gundam flew through the air, crushing the back of the puppet's head. The remaining power of the steel ball pierced the puppet's body, striking the parasitic beast in the forehead, crushing its disgusting tumor along with it. Relying on the team's distraction, Ye Shun found the perfect angle to counterattack. Firing wildly from his powerful crossbow, the steel balls pierced the air one after another, strangling the humanoid puppet under the control of the parasitic beast and forcing the monster to reveal its true form. The advantage of the crossbow is its ability to act on distance. Within 50 meters, its power is equal to that of a real pistol. Moreover, the parasitic beasts are unable to fight from a distance, so the fate that awaits them is to be chosen by Ye Shun. In just 10 seconds, Ye Shun released no less than 20 Gundams, each of which hit the target with pinpoint accuracy, dealing precise and effective damage. 10. Years of sniping had honed Ye Shun's instincts. Even from a distance of more than 20 meters, he could accurately determine the most effective angle. Even the parasitic beasts hiding in the bodies of the humanoid puppets had nowhere to hide from the barrage of bullets from the Gundams, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught. Xia Meng and the others, who had narrowly escaped death, finally realized Ye Shun's sniper maneuver. Their desperate hearts once again ignited their survival instincts, and they used up their remaining strength to repel the puppet's attacks one after another, quickly approaching Ye Shun's position. However, when they were halfway through their retreat, almost reaching a safe place, Ye Shun, who was still shooting at the monsters, suddenly changed his expression. He jumped out from his hiding place and shouted at the frantic Xia Meng, "Get down!" What? Xia Meng, who was still running, was stunned, wondering why Ye Shun gave such a warning. However, sensing danger, she instinctively ducked. The others, however, did not react so quickly. Not only did they not understand what was happening, but they also stared dumbly into the depths of the dark tunnel. Then they saw a dark green light burst out from the depths of the tunnel, like a meteor with a long tail, and suddenly fell not far from them. And then this dark green meteor exploded. Bang! The green meteor flew at a dizzying speed, crashing to the ground as Lin Yi and the others looked on in shock. It then exploded with a roar, forming a pool of green liquid. The force of the blow was incredible, and a powerful gust of wind immediately followed. Danger! No one understood where this thing came from or what its purpose was. But even Lin Yi instinctively felt a serious threat. Without thinking, he ducked and hid behind another colleague. The colleague, unable to react, was blown away by the powerful explosion. Dark green liquid ejected by the blast splashed into the unfortunate officer's face. Ouch! A piercing scream came from the officer's mouth. Thick smoke hissed where the liquid had come into contact with his body. His clothes and the flesh underneath were instantly corroded, forming holes like a colander at a noticeable speed. Not only did the explosion give the dark green liquid enormous power, but its causticity was so strong that it could melt stone. Xia Meng was lucky. He followed Ye Shun's advice and immediately dived, avoiding the splash of poison. Lin Yi was also lucky. His quick reaction allowed him to dive behind his colleague at the moment of the explosion, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of poison. However, the policeman who was directly hit by the poison, Captain Sun Guowei, who stood to the side, stunned, was not so lucky. The green liquid, blown apart by the explosion, covered the stone wall, melting it, leaving many holes and enveloping it in thick hissing smoke. A human silhouette appeared under the wall. The poison that should have covered everything around was instead absorbed by the unfortunate policeman. The policeman, exposed to the poison, was wrapped in a tangled ball of hair, as if doused with acid. Not only did his flesh melt, but his bones were also charred into black fragments that fell with a crunching sound, and their mangled bodies collapsed to form a pile of smoking skeletons. Ah, it hurts. Ah. Somewhere else, Sun Guowei let out a shrill roar of rage. Although the poisonous blast did not hit him directly, the splashes still left stains on his body. Almost instantly, the areas affected by the poison began to melt, melting through his entire left arm. 2 rotten pits of flesh appeared on his filthy face, revealing his bones. He roared in pain, his body slumped wildly to the ground, his screams growing ever more shrill. Xiaomeng, who had narrowly escaped death, stared blankly at the black skeleton behind her and the writhing, screaming Sun Guowei. Tears of despair and fear instantly flowed down her cheeks. What is this? What is this? The poison ray of the parasitic beast leader is too strong for flesh and blood. Get up and follow me. Ye Shun quickly jumped out from his hiding place and approached Xiaomeng. Without saying a word, he grabbed her hand and quickly retreated about 10 meters, intending to carry her to a safe place. As for Sun Guowei, who was sobbing on the ground, and Lin Yi, who had just recovered from the shock, he did not even glance at them. No, I can't go with you. Captain Sun is injured. I can't leave him. I want to take him with me. Xiaomeng continued to scream, completely unaware of the terrifying poison ray and ignoring Ye Shun, who was trying to help her. She only struggled desperately, screaming and screaming in despair. Shut up. Rescuing you alone is the limit. Ye Shun, ignoring Xiaomeng's attempts and pleas, pulled her further away. In his eyes, be it Sun Guowei or Lin Yi, the group was doomed from the moment they entered the mining district. Xiaomeng was the only important part of his apocalyptic plan. Even for his sister, Ye Shun would never let her die in such a place. You devil, let me go. I need to save people. Xiaomeng was completely broken. Seeing her colleagues tragically die before her eyes, her worldview was shattered into pieces. Her mind was gradually clouded. She cursed furiously, completely losing her composure. If we leave now, you will die too. Ye Shun was powerless, but he did not let go. He just looked coldly at the broken Xiaomeng and scolded her harshly. What Ye Shun was afraid of now was not these ordinary parasitic creatures. The parasite leader hiding in the shadows, who had just released a poisonous beam, was the one Ye Shun least wanted to encounter. His only hope now was, get Xiaomeng to safety as quickly as possible, dragging it out as long as possible until the Anomalies passageway closed. While they were fighting, Lin Yi, who had managed to survive, pushed the blackened corpse in front of him away. He jumped up like a psychopath, roaring, and rushed toward the 2 men. Forward! The monsters are about to catch up! Ye Shun also heard a rustling sound. Looking up, he saw a dozen parasitic creatures waving their disgusting arthropod tentacles, crawling towards the 3 of them. Sun Guowei, who was lying on the ground and writhing in agony, became the monster's main target. They quickly pounced on him, waving their ugly warty bodies into the air, wielding poisonous stingers, piercing Sun Guowei's body and mouth. Ah, Sun Guowei, now completely exhausted, could only let out an even more pitiful cry. Countless monsters pounced on him, their blue limbs frantically piercing his body. The combined torment of his mind and body caused him to curse and let out devilish cries. Hurry! Ye Shun couldn't help but curse. He grabbed Xiaomeng's body with his fingers tightly and dragged the desperately struggling and screaming woman towards the warehouse deep in the mine. As a worker here, Ye Shun had worked underground for several years and was very familiar with the conditions here. Less than 50 meters from the murder scene, there was a storage room used for storing various things. There was an iron door there. If they could hide in time, they could hold out for a while. The 3 men, breaking through the thick fog, overcoming the overwhelming pressure of death, soon reached the warehouse in the underground mine. Ye Shun rushed forward, swung his long sword, quickly broke the door lock and pushed the frantic Xiaomeng inside. He then entered the warehouse and slammed the iron door with the back of his hand. Lin Yi also took advantage of the opportunity and snuck in, leaning his back against the rusty wall. His cheeks turned pale and his body trembled. The intense physical exhaustion combined with the mental anguish left Lin Yi and Xiaomeng speechless. Like two trembling quails, they huddled in a corner, unable to do anything but tremble. Ye Shun, on the other hand, reacted incredibly calmly. After closing the door, he even took off his shirt and used it to plug the crack in the iron door to prevent the human smell from spreading too quickly. After finishing all this, Ye Shun sighed softly and then turned his gaze to Xiaomeng's face, white as lime. He chuckled softly. Parasitic beasts have poor eyesight. They usually hunt by human scent. As long as we block this door, we will be safe for a while. You are safe. But what about the others? Xiaomeng's face was full of indignation. She glared at Ye Shun, cursing him, and swore furiously, "You are a cold-blooded psycho. You had the opportunity to save more people. Why didn't you do it?" Ye Shun was stunned and looked at her coldly, but said nothing. At this moment, Lin Yi also stood up like a wounded wolf and growled at Ye Shun. "Speak up. Why are you silent? Do you feel guilty?" The two men, busy fighting monsters and suffering from extreme emotional shock, did not bother to settle the score with Ye Shun. But now they are temporarily safe. After experiencing extreme fear and despair, they gradually came to their senses and finally realized what Ye Shun had done. However, when faced with the accusations of the two survivors, Ye Shun could still laugh. "I have already said that it was those monsters who killed people, not me. You're so angry because you think I brought you here, but in reality, even without my guidance, you would have ended up here anyway. The result is still the same. Instead of taking your anger out on me, think about how to handle the next situation." Ye Shun is always like this. Even in the most adverse circumstances, he is able to remain indifferent and calm. Call him cold-blooded or inhumane. He is accustomed to the cruelty of murder and does not pay attention to it at all. Are you still trying to argue? You did it on purpose. Lin Yi's rage intensified. "Where were you just now when we were fighting the monster? You clearly had the opportunity to save more people, so why didn't you? Why would I risk my life to save these useless people? When faced with life and death, you acted so cowardly, not finding the courage to resist. That is what led to your complete collapse. If the entire team immediately took up arms and fought back against the parasite, even if we couldn't win, we wouldn't give up so quickly, right?" Ye Shun's question left Lin Yi speechless. Ye Shun was neither these people's parent nor their friend. In the eyes of this man, whose heart had long since frozen over, desire to kill. Besides family, there were only two types of people in this world. One was the kind who would rise up in the face of danger. Resistance did not guarantee survival, but at least it gave hope. The other was the worthless, capable only of begging for mercy and wailing before monsters. Even if Ye Shun could save them today, they would still be destroyed after the apocalypse. Ye Shun had never considered himself a gentleman. He knew very well that he was not a superhero who wore his underwear backwards, and he could not save all of humanity. The only sensible thing to do is to protect yourself and survive. Ha ha! Now all those you used as cannon fodder are dead, and there are only 3 of us left. Those monsters will come for us sooner or later, and then we will all die. Your complacency will not last long." Lin Yi was completely exhausted, but this loss of strength only increased his arrogance, and his words to Ye Shun were full of sarcasm. "Not necessarily." Ye Shun sighed, calming down, and glanced out of the corner of his eye at the fading scar on Xiaomeng's forehead. He said calmly, "Have you noticed that your wounds are healing quickly? Even the toxins injected by the parasitic beast are gradually disappearing, and your limbs are no longer numb, huh?" Hearing these words, Xiaomeng and Lin Yi froze in shock. Then, they unconsciously reached out to the scratches and bites. Indeed, their wounds were healing quickly, and the numbness from the poison was receding. What was going on? Before they could react, Ye Shun had already explained. It's because in the thick fog you just saw, there is something called primordial energy. This energy usually exists only in the secondary universe. But now, after the collision of two parallel universes, it has inevitably penetrated into our dimension. After absorbing enough primordial energy, Xia Meng and Lin Yi, both gifted individuals like Ye Shun, completed the initial awakening of their martial spirit. As a result, not only did their speed and strength increase, but their resistance and healing ability also greatly improved. The apocalypse brings more to humanity than just despair and disaster. In a way, it can be seen as an opportunity. Of course, not everyone can take advantage of it. How strong you become depends on your luck and talent. After saying this, Ye Shun found a relatively flat spot in the back room, sat down, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. Time was running out. Ye Shun had just completed the initial stages of his awakening, not yet a true awakened one. He had to seize every moment, fully absorbing and refining the energy in the air, maintaining a constant level of energy to survive the crisis. He could barely control his breathing, relying on the experience gained during the apocalypse. He continuously absorbed the energy molecules, so engrossed in it that he fell into a sort of absent-minded reverie, almost like falling asleep. The long sword and collapsible crossbow lay at his feet, within easy reach. The dull and cramped utility room once again sank into a deathly silence as Ye Shun refined the energy. Xia Meng and Lin Yi, who were hiding in the corner, were no match for his composure. Xia Meng's body was constantly shaking. Whenever she closed her eyes, the memories of the tragic deaths of countless colleagues would surface in her mind. Intense fear and self-loathing haunted her like a nightmare. Lin Yi, on the other hand, stared at the collapsible crossbow, his eyelids trembling, and his expression becoming increasingly ferocious and sinister. He believed that Ye Xin was the culprit of this massacre, and he hated this inhumane man in his heart. Devil! Although Lin Yi seemed to be fully cooperative, did not interrupt Ye Xin's thoughts, and did not take any drastic measures, deep down he was seething with the desire for revenge. The long sword and the folding crossbow were Ye Xin's trump cards, and they were what Lin Yi feared the most. But if he managed to obtain these two weapons, how could this strange man still act so arrogantly? Thinking about this, Lin Yi became animated. Time passed unnoticed, and he watched Ye Shun from the corner of his eye for a long time. All this time, Ye Shun was in a kind of empty oblivion, as if he was sleeping without making any unnecessary movements. After waiting for a long time, Lin Yi plucked up his courage. Taking advantage of Ye Shun's absent-mindedness, he began to approach him very slowly, step by step, and slowly extended his right hand to grab a folding crossbow lying at his feet. Compared to the folding crossbow, the long sword, although sharp and devastating, could not strike at great range. In this situation, Lin Yi decided to start a fight for the crossbow, driven by his enormous confidence. Once the crossbow was in his hands, even if Ye Shun woke up and realized his intentions, Lin Yi could, with the precision honed by years of archery training, defeat Ye Shun in record time. Deadlines. He thought so and did so. Remember the original domain name of the website, twkan.com. Half a meter before the target, Lin Yi jumped, closing the distance with the crossbow and immediately feeling for it. Success was almost achieved. Lin Yi's eyes were filled with ecstasy. His heart was pounding as if he had already imagined how he would successfully grab the crossbow and shoot Ye Shun in the head. But then the unexpected happened. Ye Shun, who had grabbed the folding crossbow and was about to pull it out, suddenly woke up. 10 years of experience in killing had taught Ye Shun to sleep with one eye half open. At first, he didn't notice Lin Yi's actions, but when the distance was reduced to half a meter, he instantly reacted. The long sword shot up like a silk thread, and its icy tip struck Lin Yi's neck with unimaginable speed. "Pull your hand back." Lin Yi froze, his fingers clutching the crossbow, suddenly tensed up, and he looked at the approaching blade with disbelief. It was so fast. Lin Yi had no idea when Ye Shun woke up, and he didn't even see the sword move. It was as if there had been a flash of light before the tip had pierced his neck. The long sword against his neck felt so real, and the numbing, cold burning sensation had made his scalp tingle. If it had been anyone else, his first reaction after failing to grab the weapon would have been to pull his hand away, feeling guilty. But Lin Yi didn't do that. The corners of his eyes twitched wildly, and a furious flame flared up in them, seeming to materialize. Even with a long knife pressed to his neck, the madman didn't flinch. He was sure that Ye Jun wouldn't dare kill him. He roared, "Go to hell!" and swung his other hand, stabbing the piece of metal hidden in his palm straight into Ye Shun's temple. Under the pressure of life and death, Lin Yi's potential was completely released. The metal cut through the air at an incredible speed, ready to pierce Ye Shun's brain in an instant. This strike was clearly aimed at killing Ye Shun. "Ah, what are you doing?" Xia Meng screamed again. She never expected Lin Yi to do such a thing, and had no idea why he did it. Seeing Lin Yi's movements, the woman jumped up in horror, trying to stop him, but was powerless, seeking death. When the metal plate was 2 centimeters away from Ye Shun's temple, a furious scream burst from his eyes. With his back pressed against the wall, he was unable to dodge and launched a powerful kick, hitting Lin Yi right in the abdomen. The kick was strong enough to easily send Lin Yi flying. The metal plate flying towards his temple changed its trajectory and passed straight across Ye Shun's forehead, leaving a thin trickle of blood. The wound was shallow and did not cause any serious damage, but Ye Shun's eyes narrowed to slits. If Lin Yi had simply wanted to grab a weapon to defend himself, Ye Shun might have been furious, but his intentions were not to kill. But the moment Ye Shun opened his eyes, he felt the poison and cruelty. Coming from Lin Yi's gaze, a gaze filled with unparalleled hostility and fury. Ye Shun had no doubt that if he had reacted even a little slower, the metal sheet would have successfully pierced his temple. Facing an enemy who was intent on killing him, Ye Shun did not need to be soft-hearted. Bang! He delivered a powerful kick, striking Lin Yi's left eye. Blood gushed out, causing him to immediately scream in pain. Ye Jun took advantage of this by jumping up and delivering a flawless kick, easily shattering Lin Yi's jaw. The force of the blow was so great that it shattered his Adam's apple. Phoop! Lin Yi collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out from his mouth. He continued to swing the metal blade in his left hand with brute force. Faced with such an inept attack, Ye Shun did not dodge. He stepped forward and stomped hard on Lin Yi's wrist, breaking the bone with force. But when the sound of the bone cracking reached his ears, Lin Yi realized the difference between him and Ye Shun. He tried to scream, but his shattered throat prevented him from making any sound, only a few woo sounds. Ye Jun then delivered a powerful counterattack, cutting off the man's right hand, which was holding the crossbow. A stream of blood gushed down, leaving Lin Yi completely defenseless. Everything happened in a split second, from Lin Yi's first attack on Ye Shun to Ye Shun's counterattack that knocked him down. 2 seconds later, Ye Shun was left alone, while Lin Yi lay lifeless, his arms mangled and irreparably injured, with a damaged throat and jaw. With a blank expression, Ye Shun coldly looked at the lifeless Lin Yi and gave the following assessment. "You are a good boy. Not only are you incredibly talented, but you also know how to seize opportunities. If you had survived the apocalypse, you could have become a formidable figure. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong target, so this opportunity will not arise again." With that, Ye Shun struck again, cutting off both of Lin Yi's legs. "Stop! Stop!" A stream of blood, hoarse screams, and Xia Meng's piercing roars echoed throughout the cramped space, interrupting the most brutal and bloody scene in World of Humans. It was only when Ye Shun crippled Lin Yi's legs that Xia Meng roared, throwing Ye Shun aside with her shoulder. She rushed towards the dying Lin Yi, turned around, and cursed furiously. "Murderer devil! You will not live well!" "Ha ha 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 ha!" Ye Shun sneered disdainfully, not paying attention to either the enraged Xia Meng or the barely breathing Lin Yi. He quietly looked away, lost in thought and looking at the wall that was stained with Lin Yi's blood. He had originally planned to hide with these two lucky people, waiting for the passage in the anomaly to close automatically and let him escape safely. But Lin Yi's actions seriously violated Ye Shun's boundaries, forcing him to retaliate. But battle requires bloodshed, and these terrifying monsters are extremely sensitive to the pungent smell of blood. But when Lin Yi's blood covered the entire wall, Ye Shun knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. The cramped storage room was filled with the thick smell of blood. Lin Yi's dog-like whining, mixed with Xia Meng's repeated angry curses and shouts, made the atmosphere even more oppressive. After thinking for a few seconds, Ye Shun lowered his head again and warned Xia Meng, who was now covered in blood from Lin Yi's wounds, and crying bitterly, "You better be strong and hold back those useless screams. Monsters not only have a keen sense of smell, but also superhuman hearing. Such screams will only bring you misfortune. Madman, I don't need you to care." Xia Meng raised her numb face, her bloodshot eyes mingling with hatred and anger. She spoke word by word. "Who are you? Why are you so cold-blooded? Are you even human? You only saw me attack Lin Yi, but you didn't see him plotting against me. There is such a thing as self-defense in the law, so my actions were quite reasonable, right?" Ye Shun ignored Xia Meng's cries and calmly stepped forward. "All right, let's end this nonsense. If you still want to live, stop crying immediately, take off your bloody coat, and hide with me somewhere else. The beings in the spatial universe are extremely sensitive to the smell of human blood, and Lin Yi's wounds were already bleeding so much that the stench would sooner or later spread." Ye Shun was convinced that the parasitic creatures would find him soon. "No, I can't leave. Lin Yi is so injured. I can't abandon him." Xia Meng bit her lip and firmly shook her head at Ye Shun's proposal. Although Xia Meng had long been indifferent to Lin Yi's superficiality and had never thought about his advances, he was her last remaining colleague. Her conscience did not allow her to abandon. "Comrades," Ye Shun sighed, "if you refuse to leave, then you will have to die together with this guy. The anomaly here will exist for a long time, and you will not be able to hold out until the end." Xia Meng was naturally terrified. She had never felt so close to death before. However, driven by disgust and hatred towards Ye Shun, she firmly shook her head and said coldly, "Even if I die, I will not go with you." Ye Shun remained silent, but eventually shook his head, giving up on his persuasion. He walked around Xia Meng and grabbed the still-breathing Lin Yi by the shoulder. He pushed him up with a powerful push. "What else are you going to do? He's almost dead. Why torture him?" Xia Meng jumped to her feet, demanding to continue. "Even if I don't move, this guy will soon die." Ye Shun ignored Xia Meng's attempts to stop her. Instead, he swung the long knife and pierced Lin Yi's chest. He continued to stab him, pinning him and his still twitching body against the outer wall of the utility room. Ye Shun did not kill Lin Yi because he wanted a living bait that was still breathing. Usually, prey that was not completely lifeless and covered in blood would maximally fuel the monster's enthusiasm. This was the only way to successfully distract the monsters from attacking him right away. Ye Shun could use this opportunity to find the next cover. Although it was cruel, it was the most effective way Ye Shun could think of to escape danger in this situation. Of course, Xia Meng hadn't thought of such things. Noticing Ye Shun's actions, she rushed towards him in a panic to stop him. "Stop! Will I allow click?" With one slap, Ye Shun showed the grief-stricken woman how to shut up. The world we live in is about to undergo monumental changes. Morality, law, and human compassion will be devalued. If you want to survive, you better obey my orders. I give you two choices. Either wash off the blood and hide with me, or stay here and take care of Lin Yi, becoming like him, a living bait with which I deceive the monster. Give me your final answer." Xia Meng froze. Her breathing quickened, her chest heaving. The longing for life and the struggle for her own humanity had entangled her like a tenacious ball. And yet, at this moment, Lin Yi, pressed against the wall, was desperately struggling, with difficulty turning his distorted face. He opened his mouth, as if trying to convince Xiaomeng not to believe the words of this devil. Xiaomeng was completely terrified. She leaned her back against the wall, sobbing and begging, "Please don't do this. I have no choice. I don't want to do this. It seems like you can only choose the second option." Ye Shun sighed in disappointment and shook his head. Ignoring Xiaomeng and Lin Yi hanging on the wall, he slowly opened the iron door to the back room and dived into the darkness. His steps were quick, and he soon disappeared into the darkness, but he did not get far. He chose the perfect spot for an ambush, smeared his face and body with coal ash, and quietly hid. Jia Meng, in the back room, was in a state of complete despair and exhaustion. She never imagined that Ye Shun would just leave without caring about her life or death. Now that, her strongest fighter was gone, Jia Meng, a woman, was dragging a heavily wounded and dying burden behind her. Even if she wanted to move, it was too late. Xia Meng could only begin to save herself. She rushed towards Lin Yi, grasping the hilt with both hands, and tried her best to pull out the long sword that was stuck in Lin Yi's chest. Lin Yi's body immediately sank. Xiaomeng checked his breathing and found that he was clearly still alive. Transformed by the energy of the source, it was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. However, severely injured, Lin Yi lay lifelessly on the ground, barely able to catch his breath, too weak to move a finger. Without help, Jia Meng could only gather up the debris and begin to build a defense, firmly blocking the door. Ye Shun, hiding in the darkness, saw everything clearly. This, and couldn't help but sigh with approval. This woman had quite a bit of talent. Perhaps she could be further cultivated. Of course, Xia Meng's continued cultivation meant that this place could successfully survive under Ye Xin's plan. With simple measures, the line of defense against monsters was almost ready. Xia Meng had originally planned to bring more trash to strengthen the defense, but it was too late. The thick smell of blood quickly spread, and the monsters attracted by it descended at the same speed. In just 2 minutes, from the dark corridor, countless rustling sounds could be heard. Xia Meng tightened her grip on the long, deadly blade that Ye Xin left behind and raised her head in a daze. She saw the dark, bluish monsters, one after another, feverishly crawling along the stone walls of the mine, slowly approaching her. Everything happened exactly as Ye Shun had predicted. Attracted by the smell of blood, the monsters ran out to fight. Seeing how scarce the food was, they began to attack even more fiercely. Xia Meng could only take advantage of the terrain and engage the bloodthirsty monsters. After several hours of rest and training, Xia Meng's speed and explosive power had increased significantly. Taking advantage of the terrain of the utility room, she swung her long sword vigorously, each swing and strike yielding impressive results, and the sharpness of the sword played a decisive role. In the blink of an eye, Xia Meng had dealt with several parasitic beasts. Not only did her movements become more confident, but her eyes were also sharper. It cannot be denied that, by feeding on the energy of this source, Xia Meng had completely transformed. The long sword that Ye Shun had deliberately left behind had become her greatest strength. Every time the blades and the monster's limbs collided, blood flowed. Ye Shun was happy because his bet had finally paid off. Xia Meng had incredible talent and an amazingly strong character. Although the death of so many colleagues had left her devastated and on the verge of a breakdown, when the monsters appeared and she was faced with the choice between life and death, she instantly changed her mind and went into a violent, brutal killing mode. Everything pointed to the fact that this woman had awakened more than just a fighting spirit, but also the qualities of a warrior woman. The slight transformation opened up a promising future for her. Of course, these monsters weren't easy either. As Xia Meng relied on her sharp weapon to cut through the horde, a hoarse, mournful roar sent her into a state of panic. Turning around, Xia Meng saw Lin Yi being devoured by the monsters. The dark green limbs had already penetrated Lin Yi's wounds and reached all the way to the brain, frantically sucking out the trunk and bone marrow. Lin Yi! Xia Meng's eyes were bloodshot. Filled with despair and indignation, she turned around without hesitation and swung her long sword. This action, while killing the monsters attacking Lin Yi, simultaneously exposed Xia Meng's back. In an instant, the monster's poisonous stingers struck, the dark green limbs piercing Xia Meng's back and deep penetrated her body. Although Xia Meng reacted quickly, desperately turning away and cutting off the monster's limbs with one blow, the numbness and tingling in her back still made her stagger, throwing her off balance. An even greater danger was quietly approaching. All the monsters were threatening Xia Meng. Attacked from all four sides, the exhausted woman was broken, and the scars on her body continued to multiply. It seemed that unless a miracle happened, Xia Meng was doomed. "Forward, damned monsters! I am not afraid of you." But the despair of life and death only unleashed Xia Meng's potential. She screamed like a psychopath, wielding her long sword with all her might, recklessly slashing at the monsters, determined to take them with her, even if it meant the death of herself and the others. This furious counterattack stunned the monsters for a moment. After being rebuffed several times, they retreated, waving their disgusting, sticky limbs and weakening their fierce attacks. Are these monsters afraid? Xia Meng, still desperately swinging her sword, froze, stunned and confused. Meanwhile, Ye Shun, hiding in a dark corner, suddenly realized something. His eyes twitched violently, and he mentally growled, "There they are! Whoosh!" Almost at the same moment as Ye Shun's thoughts were racing, a dark green beam shot out from the depths of the shaft, like a miniature comet flying through the air. It flew over the heads of the parasitic creatures and crashed down with a roar not far from Xia Meng. "Again!" Xia Meng exclaimed in horror, instantly recalling the tragic death of her colleague in the poison beam. Without hesitation or thought, Xia Meng threw her long sword forward, colliding with the green beam with force. She fell to the ground, tumbling desperately. Then a huge explosion rang out, the shockwave almost knocking Xia Meng off her feet. Fortunately, the long sword struck the poison beam in the forehead before it could fully burst out. Due to the long sword's block, the poison beam was unable to release its full force, instead creating a hurricane of blows that sent Xia Meng flying backwards. After the explosion, an even larger and more terrifying parasitic beast burst forth from the depths of the pitch-black mine. The parasite leader, who had been hiding in the shadows, was finally driven out by Xia Meng in the final moments of the battle. He could have stayed put after all. Xia Meng's strength had long since reached its limit. As long as she continued to command her men to attack, sooner or later she would have tasted the brains of this human woman. But Xia Meng's desperate performance was truly terrifying. With one blow, she dealt with 7 or 8 normal parasitic beasts. To prevent further losses to the group, the parasite leader had to act himself. He slammed his thick, hard limbs into the ground, and like a spinning flesh bomb, his plump, hairy body shot into the air at a dizzying speed, easily covering a distance of over 10 meters and landing right in front of Xia Meng. His disgusting, bloated, tumor-like body, slippery dark green limbs under the abdomen, each of which ended in spikes similar to claws. All this indicated that this leader of parasites was not an easy one. At the same moment, he appeared, waving dark green tentacles, wrapping them around Xia Meng's shoulders. These retractable, the stiff limbs acted like whips, restricting her every movement. Then the terrifying, tumor-like monster extended its last limb towards Xia Meng's mouth, like a sinuous, thick python, trying to tear it apart and penetrate her brain. Monster! Monster! Xia Meng desperately resisted, writhing wildly with her whole body. Her voice moaned. Unfortunately, the leader of the parasites was much larger than the usual parasitic beasts in both size and strength. Even Xia Meng, who was already partially awake, had no chance to resist. Soon, Xia Meng's legs were released, and the disgusting, ugly, tumor-like monster slowly extended its sucking limbs toward her mouth. Its filthy tentacles were still stained with wet slime, and many undigested human brains dripped to the ground as its limbs moved. This tragic and disgusting scene made Xia Meng's head spin, and she couldn't help but close her eyes, preparing to face her approaching death. However, just when Xia Meng realized that she was doomed and only hoped for a quick end to this nightmare, a black crossbow bolt, accompanied by a sharp, with a buzzing sound, flew more than 100 meters and, with incredible force, pierced the back of the tumor monster. Poof! The thick liquid exploded, and a bloody wound appeared on the back of the giant tumor monster. Dark green blood splashed onto the ground, and the terrifying and disgusting monster trembled all over, knocking Xia Meng to the ground. The person behind the scenes was naturally Ye Shun. Of course, he deliberately left Xiaomeng behind so that he could use Xiaomeng to attract the attention of those monsters. After leaving Xiaomeng behind, Ye Shun also did not forget to leave his longsword behind, hoping that Xiaomeng could use the longsword to help her last longer under the attacks of many monsters, because this was the only way to directly lure out the parasitic beast leader that was hiding in the darkness. There was no doubt that Ye Shun's plan had succeeded. Xiaomeng, who was in dire straits, burst forth with a potential that surprised even Ye Shun. Not only did she single-handedly fend off more than a dozen monsters, but she also held out until the parasitic beast leader appeared. Therefore, Ye Shun did not hesitate to take action. While the parasitic beast leader was preparing to feast on Xia Meng's delicious feast, Ye Shun loaded his folding crossbow. Powerful bolt, and, taking advantage of the moment of respite, suddenly attacked from behind. The bolt's power far exceeded that of the Gundam, and its effective range exceeded 100 meters. Standing 100 meters away, Ye Shun quickly pulled the trigger. The black bolt, like a charging tiger, struck its target with pinpoint precision, shattering the monster's weakest link. Thus, this ferocious creature, much stronger than its kin, died silently. The bolt pierced its plump, round body, its enormous penetrating force tearing apart its frame. The remaining power, still not cooled, violently slammed into the stone wall in front of him. The huge tumor, more than half a meter in diameter, instantly deflated. The tentacles of the arthropod that were wrapped around Xia Meng's body quickly softened, and thick dark green blood gushed out from the wound. Ye Shun's unexpected strike had finally killed her. Dead? Xiaomeng collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, and groaned in astonishment. The smaller, bloodthirsty parasitic creatures, seeing their leader dead, scattered like birds in all directions. Remarkably, they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. The slaughter was over, but the thick, bloody smell still hung in the air, leaving traces of cruelty. In the thick fog, a thin figure slowly emerged from the ambush, clutching a folding crossbow in his hands again. You didn't leave? Xiaomeng woke up from the sound of footsteps. She looked at Ye Shun, who had returned in surprise. Her lips trembled, and she spoke with difficulty. Why did you save me? It was not I who saved you, but you who saved yourself. Ye Shun's voice remained calm. He looked at Xiaomeng's pale face and said lightly, "If you couldn't hold out until the end and lure this big guy out for me, I would never have taken any action." Ha ha ha. Really? Xiaomeng lay on the ground bitterly, her eyes closed tiredly, and asked, "What do you want to do now?" "Of course, look for trophies." Ye Shun smiled indifferently. Since the massacre had ended and the remaining parasitic beasts had scattered in all directions after seeing their leader die, Ye Shun no longer needed to maintain a serious expression. He first picked up the longsword Xiaomeng had thrown and then looked at him with a frown. He saw that the blade had turned completely black and its edge was covered with thick, small cuts. Even the tip had lost its sharpness due to the corrosion caused by the poison. One could imagine the power of the parasitic beast leader's poison beam. If Xiaomeng had not been quick-witted and thrown the longsword to intercept it, the explosion at close range would have been too powerful for him to handle. Any human. In any case, the monster was dead. Ye Shun, holding a long sword that was heavily corroded, quickly approached the body of the parasitic beast's leader. He raised his blade again and swung it, slicing the monster's ugly, lush body in two. He certainly wasn't about to let his anger out. As the monster's body was cut open, a thick green liquid flowed out, emitting a strong, foul odor. Ye Shun ignored the attack and continued to rotate the knife handle, digging under the monster's remains. Soon, he pulled out a crystal bead from the parasitic beast leader's belly, barely the size of a child's fist. He casually tore off a piece of his sleeve and wiped the monster's blood off it. Then he wrapped his sleeve around the green bead, examining it carefully. What was it? Xiaomeng asked with difficulty, stunned. The monster beast crystal, a rare and powerful energy crystal. Ye Shun explained calmly, without hiding anything. Since humans can cultivate their unique fighting spirit by absorbing source energy, the demonic beasts of the multi-dimensional world naturally can develop their own beast crystals in a similar manner. These beast crystals are the quintessence of the demonic beast's energy. It can be said that the vast majority of this monster's energy is stored in this beast crystal. People in the apocalypse tempered beast crystals, using their energy to create powerful weapons or embed it into long swords, giving this piece of mortal iron true energy. Properties. Of course, beast crystals are precious and not every demon beast has them. Typically, only those who are at a high level of awakening, nearing the end of their cultivation, can condense such energy crystals in their bodies. Xiaomeng remained silent because she truly had nothing to say. Ever since she first met Ye Shun, every bit of the information this strange man revealed challenged her worldview. By this time, Xiaomeng no longer had the strength to focus on these things. She just rolled over tiredly and said expressionlessly, "You spent so much effort, so much money just on this thing? We've been trapped in this hellhole for so long. Aren't you afraid that we'll never get out?" "Don't worry about it. We'll definitely get out," Ye Shun replied calmly as he put away the beast crystal. Anomaly space is just a temporary passage created by the collision and compression of two universes, and it usually does not last long. Theoretically, people inside the anomaly have no concept of time. No matter how long they stay there, in the real world it's only a moment. However, the anomaly under shaft number 3 is a special case. The reason this space has been able to survive for so long is mainly due to the unique topography of the mine. Deep underground, it does not obey the laws of the blue star universe, allowing it to exist for 3 days. However, this time, Anomaly will eventually disappear and, when she disappears, she will take with her everything that is here, as if nothing had happened. I don't understand. Where did you get all this information? Xiaomeng was exhausted and didn't want to talk, but curiosity pushed her to continue. Ye Shun didn't answer, but calmly looked away and casually said, "Your injuries are very serious. I'm afraid you'll have trouble moving in the near future. The only thing you need to do now is absorb as much source energy as possible to speed up the healing of your wounds. When you recover, I will take you with me on other missions." Xiaomeng smiled tiredly, looking at Ye Shun with lifeless eyes. "Are you crazy? You think I will be at your mercy?" "You have no choice," Ye Shun replied indifferently. "As you can see, these murderous scenes are just a harbinger of the end of the world. Compared to the real end of the world, this is nothing. If you do not cooperate with me, when the end of the world comes, countless monsters will attack our city and destroy all civilization and order. You and your family will be in for a disaster." After saying this, Ye Shun paused and continued to look at Xiaomeng mockingly. "Your parents, family, and all your friends will repeat the same thing as you. Even if it's just them, you must obey my orders. Otherwise, I don't need to tell you what will happen to them, right?" Xiaomeng fell silent again. Every word Ye Shun said pierced her heart. Indeed, if it were a peaceful time when faced with such a madman, Xiaomeng could only keep her distance. She could even wait until he recovered, file a murder lawsuit against Ye Shun, and try to arrest him. But the situation in the anomaly was already dire, and even this dire situation was only a prelude to the human catastrophe. Xiaomeng could not imagine what humanity would face in future. For her own sake and that of her family, she could only remain silent for now. But Xiaomeng soon asked a second question. "How can I believe that you can really change this? You are wrong. I can't change anything at all," Ye Shun replied, looking at her with an open gaze, clearly pronouncing each word. "But the benefits of collaborating with me will undoubtedly far exceed your family's ability to independently explore the apocalypse. You have no doubt about that. In terms of understanding the apocalypse, No one in human society can compare to Ye Shun. Based on the complete memory of his past life, Ye Shun has countless abilities and intelligence. By wisely using this information, Ye Shun is absolutely confident that he can protect those around him, and, in turn, Xiameng's family. "Why should I help?" Xiameng asked hoarsely, lying on the ground without strength. "Of course, because you and your family are still valuable to me," Ye Shun answered sincerely, not hiding his feelings. Now his sister Ye Ling is terminally ill and has reached a stage where conventional medicine is powerless. Before Ye Shun could find a magic medicine for his sister, she would have to continue to rely on the Rand Corporation for treatment. That was why he saved Xia Meng. "I understand." Xia Meng smiled bitterly and finally sank to the ground helplessly. "Then what exactly should I do for you?" "I need you to do two things for me." Ye Shun walked up to Xia Meng, looked at her cheek, and spoke word by word. "First, before the end of the world comes, I need to build a huge underground shelter." To build a shelter, you need sufficient financial and labor resources. Don't think about labor. What I lack most right now is money. I'll give you a week to transfer 200 million to my account. 200 million? Xiaomeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, shook her head, and said, "You have no idea how much money that is. Even a police bus can't hold it all at once. Where can I get money for you?" Although Xiaomeng is the eldest daughter of the owner of Rand Corporation, she is still an outsider and is not very involved in the family business. If it was only 3 or 5 million, she might not even frown, but a 9-digit sum is still too much. I believe you can handle it. By helping me, you are helping yourself. Ye Shun interrupted Xiaomeng without hesitation and began to state his second request. "Secondly, until I find the elixir, my sister Ye Ling will be kept in your Rand Corporation's sanatorium. I need you to provide her with the best care. She will never tolerate injustice. No problem." Xia Meng quickly promised this time. Although she still harbored resentment and hatred towards Ye Shun in her heart, the terminally ill girl was still innocent. Even if it was just an act of kindness, Xia Meng would make sure Ye Ling received the best care. "Very good. I am becoming more and more pleased with you." Ye Shun smiled again. After finishing the conversation, he plopped down next to Xia Meng, his eyes empty, staring into the darkness in front of him, lost in thought about his next plan. The battle was over. For now, Ye Shun only needed to absorb the source energy while waiting for the anomaly to close. Once the anomaly closed, Ye Shun would immediately head out to continue his apocalypse survival plan. Although waiting for the anomaly to close was tiring, the energy hidden in the thick fog still brought Ye Shun satisfaction. Finally, after Ye Shun continued to refine the energy for several long hours, the surrounding fog began to dissipate at a noticeable speed. Ye Shun finally finished refining, stretched, stood up, and ordered Xia Meng to follow him. They quickly left this mysterious world through another, more secluded passage. When they returned to the real world through this passage, it seemed that not much time had passed. The sky outside was still clear, almost the same as when they had just entered. Xia Meng looked at her watch in shock. What was going on? We had been there for almost a whole day, and only half an hour had passed in the real world. "This is the peculiarity of the anomaly." Ye Shun waved his hand, addressing the indignant Xia Meng. "The timeline of this dimension does not match the real world. You might think that you have been in the anomaly for many days, but in the real world, it is not that long. The first anomaly lasted so long mainly because of the unique location of the eruption. If it happened in another place, it would only last for an hour or two, a few minutes at most. And 3 days in the human world is equivalent to at least 3 months in this dimension. I can't believe that something like this can happen in this world." Xia Meng's jaw dropped again. "No big deal. More unexpected things will happen on this planet soon." Ye Zhun chuckled twice, then abruptly turned his gaze to the bloody Xia Meng and said to her, "Let's part here. Remember what you promised me. Besides, given the heavy losses suffered during this operation, your superiors will undoubtedly interrogate you. But whatever happens, do not tell anyone about me." You can say that you are the only survivor of the anomaly, but I don't want to reveal myself to others too early. Understood? Understood. Xia Meng looked straight into Ye Shun's eyes. Although his gaze was calm from beginning to end, she felt a slight palpitation and a hint of threat. She involuntarily took 2 steps back and tensely agreed. Okay. Ye Shun smiled faintly, turned around, and waved his hand at Xia Meng as he walked out. Don't worry. If you help me, I will definitely help you. As long as you don't break your promise, there will definitely be a place for you in the future doomsday shelter. I promise. After finishing the conversation, Ye Jun left without thinking, not paying attention to Xia Meng's expression or how it affected her life. Ye Shun firmly believed that as the daughter of the head of the Rand Corporation, she should be able to handle it. As for himself, he had more important things to do and could not afford to delay any longer. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the evening that Ye Shun finally passed all the guards in the mining district and returned to Yejia village on foot. After returning home, hiding from prying eyes, he immediately took off his bloody clothes and even took a hot bath. As he washed away the blood, he quietly reflected on himself. Ye Shun's journey to the abnormal point had brought him considerable benefits. Not only had he developed a strong physical form, but he had also recovered some of the strength from his previous life. However, compared to his peak combat prowess, it was still far from that. Although the strength, Ye Shun's agility, reflexes, and physical activity had all increased significantly, but he was still within the range of an ordinary person. In order to continue gaining strength, Ye Shun had to target the next anomaly. Of course, Ye Shun had other things to do before that. That night, Ye Shun was resting in the old house he hadn't seen in a long time, enjoying a brief moment of peace and quiet. The next morning, Ye Shun changed into new clothes, took a strange-looking toolbox, and visited his second cousin Ye Jianjun's house again. By dawn, Ye Shun had already arrived at the store, farming tools. Ye Jianjun, the owner of the shop, had just woken up and was about to go take a bath as usual. Then he heard someone knocking on the door. The sharp knock angered Ye Jianjun, and he rushed to open the door, cursing, muttering, "Who's there? So early in the morning, and you don't even know what time it is. Could it be you?" But as soon as he opened the door, Ye Jianjun's muttering turned into a quiet cry. He glared at Ye Shun, who was standing at the door, and couldn't help but step back, frowning as if his eyebrows were in a river. "You came back so early? What do you want from me?" "Of course, I want you to fulfill your promise." Ye Shun smiled, not paying attention to his cousin's expression. Uncles, and crossed the threshold, stepping straight into this not very hospitable place. He even sat on the sofa in the living room, crossing his legs with a look of consolation, and did not feel like an outsider at all. Ye Jianjun was naturally dissatisfied. Seeing Ye Shun's lazy, distant behavior, he wanted to say something, but considering that he was, after all, his nephew, and had recently handed over the ownership of the family estate to him, he suppressed his irritation. "Tell me, what do you want from me? I came to you so that you could help me repair my weapon." Smile as he opened the toolbox. Ye Jianjun waved his hand impatiently. "Didn't I give you 2 weapons the other day? Why did you—" But after saying that, Ye Jianjun froze, especially when he saw the long sword lying in the toolbox, practically reduced to scrap metal, and blushed. "What the hell did you do to it, you bastard? It's a family heirloom." Ye Jianjun's heart was breaking. Holding the long sword that had lost its luster, he was about to curse. You know, even though the long sword was not of much value in peacetime, it was still a family heirloom, passed down from ancestors. Ever since Ye Jianjun acquired it, he had treated it with the utmost care, even taking it out to play with it sometimes, with the same care he had shown his ancestors. But Ye Shun, the prodigal son, had only borrowed the longsword for 2 days and had already nearly reduced it to scrap metal. Feeling defeated, Ye Jianjun was also deeply puzzled. The longsword was made of such a hard material and had first-class craftsmanship, making it incredibly durable. How could something damage the blade so badly? Looking at the deep corrosion marks on the blade, Ye Jianjun was slightly stunned, genuinely wondering why Ye Shun had brought it along. Ye Shun calmly said, "Let's not talk about that for now. Just tell me how long it would take to perfectly repair a longsword." Well, Ye Jianjun was a little confused. Ordinary steel was definitely not suitable for forging a longsword from this material. Even with Ye Jianjun's skill, it would be difficult to find a high-strength replacement. Even if his blacksmithing skills were genius, he couldn't just conjure up a bunch of materials to repair a longsword out of thin air, right? Ye Shun had already thought about this question. Ye Jianjun stared at it in amazement, then reached into the toolbox again and pulled out a green bead. "What is this?" Ye Jianjun's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise as he stared at the faintly glowing bead about the size of a child's fist. Ye Shun explained, "This is a material used to repair the longsword. I need you to clean it, remove any impurities, and then insert it into the blade. But be careful when using this thing. After all, it contains certain toxins." "Wait a minute, what are you talking about?" Ye Jianjun was becoming increasingly confused. He quickly interrupted Ye Shun and asked him the question that was tormenting his heart. "Where did you get this thing? Where did you go?" Don't ask. When the time comes, I will answer you." Ye Shun took a deep breath, slowly stood up and said, "Don't forget what you promised me. The ancestral home, in exchange for this little labor, shouldn't be too expensive, right?" "Okay." Although Ye Jianjun was very puzzled, he couldn't find a reason to object to Ye Shun and reluctantly nodded. Ye Shun continued, "And one more thing. As you can see, the weapon you gave me is broken, but I need to go hunting in dangerous terrain. Could you give me a replacement? You still want to take something from me?" Ye Jianjun jumped up. His ancestral sword had been broken by Ye Shun. How could he afford to give away his precious artifact? Ye Shun looked at Ye Jianjun's face, which seemed about to flare up, and was amused inwardly. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Whatever benefit I get from you today, I will definitely return it tenfold in the future. After all, we are blood relatives. You can't refuse even such a small request, right?" "Good." Ye Jianjun's mood drooped again. After all, he had seen Ye Shun grow up. Although his relationship with Ye Shun's family was not the best, who gave him such a prodigal nephew? Finally, Ye Jianjun cursed and walked into the storeroom. From under the display case, he pulled out a black wooden box. He opened it and took out a beautifully polished dagger. Reluctantly, he handed it to Ye Shun. "This is the last time. Don't take this thing out, or else I won't be held responsible." "Understood." Ye Shunhan nodded with a smile. He picked up the dagger that was shining with a cold light and played with it for a few moments. Then, playfully glancing at Ye Jianjun's grief-stricken face, he said with a wry smile, "Uncle, I'll give you 2 weeks at most. Please fix the dagger. And you don't need to keep this shop open. I'll give you a new address soon." "Huh?" Ye Jianjun was stunned and wanted to ask a few more questions, but Ye Shun didn't let him speak. He turned around and walked away, leaving Ye Jianjun standing there in a daze. This kid must be crazy. Ye Shun didn't go far. Before he could carry out his second plan, he needed to meet someone else. After leaving his second uncle's shop, Ye Shun headed straight to the entrance of the village and found himself at the door of a rather shabby bungalow. Bang, bang! Ye Shun knocked on the door softly a few times and soon heard heavy footsteps coming through the crack. The door swung open, revealing a rather plump, silly face. It yawned and grinned. It was Ye Shun. "Why are you here so early? Open the door first and let me in." Ye Shun pushed the door and walked in without waiting for the owner to greet him. It was a fairly ordinary living room, simply furnished. Drafty walls, shabby bricks and tiles, a few rusty iron pieces of furniture. All this gave away poverty and modesty of the owner. Ye Daju, the owner of the house, looked a little confused. He simply stood behind Ye Shun, scratching his head, and said, "Ye Shun, what's wrong with you? I came to talk to you about something." Ye Shun shrugged, looked at Daju's slightly narrowed mouth, frowned, and said, Your leg has been injured for a long time, right? Why don't you see a doctor? As far as he remembered, Dazu had accidentally twisted his left ankle while helping someone unload goods. The sprain was not serious, and the bones were not seriously broken. With timely treatment, it will gradually heal. But in response to Yeshun's question, Dazu smiled wryly, shook his head and said, "You know what situation my family is in. Even food is a problem. How can we afford an operation in a hospital? If I tell you that there is a place where you can get rich or even cure your leg, will you come with me?" Yeshun smiled, interrupted Daju, and asked seriously, "What the hell?" Daju was stunned, his plump face filled with disbelief. After a few seconds, he chuckled and shook his head. "Yeshun, why are you making fun of me too?" Daju couldn't blame him for his reaction. After all, Yeshun's words sounded too far-fetched. In addition, ever since he broke his leg, Daju had been constantly ridiculed by the villagers, so he subconsciously thought that Yeshun, like everyone else, had come to laugh at him. Yeshun, of course, understood Daju's feelings, but his expression remained serious. He put his hand on Daju's broad shoulder and patted him hard. "I'm not joking. To tell you the truth, I'm going to a certain place tomorrow afternoon. It's quite dangerous, but it also offers great opportunities. If you come with me, you'll definitely gain something." "Does such a place really exist? You're not joking, are you?" Daju was stunned, blinking in disbelief, still unable to believe it. Yeshun pointed at the dilapidated, empty house and said seriously, mockingly, "You've come this far. Why are you still hesitating? This place is your only chance to change everything. Think carefully. I will leave no later than tomorrow morning. Before that, I hope you have time to think things over." With that, Yeshun turned and left, ignoring Dazu's reaction. At this stage, Yeshun could not tell his clan members everything. He could only select a few of the most talented members of the family and train them in advance. After all, the disaster that was about to befall humanity was too dangerous and cruel. Even with his abilities, he could not guarantee their protection. Therefore, while ensuring his own strength, Yeshun also had to cultivate as many reliable assistants as possible. Looking around Yejia village, Yeshun realized that the only person he trusted the most, besides his parents and sister, was the honest Daju. Soon, Yeshun returned home, lying on the big bed he hadn't seen in over 10 years, and quietly hatched a second plan. This time, his target was an underground casino. This underground casino was located in a relatively quiet development area on the northern outskirts of Nanluo City. Although the location, in a development area, does not attract a large number of customers, it still attracts many respected visitors due to high standards and strict security measures, as well as the influence of the owner. Rumor has it that the casino owner is connected to a high-ranking city official. Its vast resources and influence make the casino a safe place to relax, a popular getaway for many noble families, and it has always operated without problems. Until one night, a time anomaly opened in the underground casino. Then a group of man-eating monsters silently appeared inside and went on a bloodbath, turning the casino into a living hell. Of course, this massacre was very different from the previous mining accident in the area. After all, the underground casino had hundreds of customers and strict security measures. So, despite the bloody carnage caused by the monsters, many survived. Those who survived became the first to spread rumors about the end of the world. It was because of this incident that some high-ranking officials foresaw the coming global unrest. However, the monsters appeared and disappeared just as quickly. After only a few hours of carnage, the anomaly closed and the monsters returned to their worlds. Even if these high-ranking officials sensed something, they would not be able to pick up on any specific clues or details. Yeshun thought calmly and fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up at exactly 8, strapped the dagger to his calf, put on the only suit he had in the house, and quickly went downstairs. Opening the door, Yeshun was surprised to find Daju, whom he had spoken to the day before, already standing at the threshold. He was nervously rubbing his hands, with an anxious expression on his face, waiting for him to come down. Did you guess? Ye-shun smiled at Daju, who approached him himself. He knew from the very beginning that Daju would never miss the opportunity to get rich. For a man who was completely broke and had long been tired of poverty, even a baseless rumor was enough to tempt him and make him voluntarily follow him on this adventure. Daju, still rubbing his hands, asked cautiously, Ye-shun, you really didn't lie to me. Can I really get rich in this place? It depends on what kind of wealth you ultimately choose. Ye-shun didn't answer directly. Instead, he patted Daju on his broad shoulder and said with a half-smile, Let's go. We'll leave immediately. I promise you, if you survive this night, you'll have great wealth that many will envy. Well, I'm not asking for great wealth. As long as I have enough food, clothes, and money for my future wife, that's enough. Daju smiled bitterly. Although he still had doubts in his heart, the thirst for wealth had robbed him of his inner caution. If he had known in advance what he would encounter when entering this place where he could make a fortune, he might not have followed Ye-shun at all. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ye-shun arrived at the gates of a magnificent underground casino located in the northern suburbs of Nanluo City. In a country like China, where the rule of law is strict, underground casinos are naturally illegal. But it is precisely because they are illegal that people are eager to participate in them. After all, in our era, all enterprises that bring in quick profits are subject to the criminal code. Of course, since this is a relatively illegal business, even the most powerful casino owner cannot operate openly. So a luxury club complex was built next to the underground casino. Unless you're a regular, no one knows where the entrance to the casino is. But Ye-shun knew. After all, he had been there before and lived there for a while. Of course, it was long after the apocalypse. When Ye-shun finally managed to hide there after a difficult escape, he didn't see no half-naked seductive women greeting guests, no noisy casino hall. At that moment, all he saw were bloodstains on the walls and many broken arms and limbs. Compared to the magnificent sight right now, these were simply two extremes. Ye-shun looked at the door and walked straight towards the entrance of the underground casino. Daju, who was following closely behind him, felt uneasy. He couldn't help but tug at Ye-shun's sleeve, bow awo, and looked at him awkwardly. Ye-shun, is this the place where you said you could make a lot of money? Of course. Ye-shun turned around and asked confidently, Is there a place in this world where you can make money faster than a casino? Daju was stunned for a moment because he was speechless and could not find a reason to object. He just looked at his clothes, which did not match the luxurious decoration of the estate, and said with a sad face, Master, how can I afford to play? Besides, I don't know how to do it. No matter, I have money. Ye-shun interrupted Daju's muttering, put his hands in his pockets and pulled out a thick wad of bills, about 50 to 60,000 wen. My God, where did you get so much money? Daju froze for a moment, looking at Ye-shun with disbelief. If his memory served him correctly, Ye-shun's family had a sister who was terminally ill. For years, the three of them had worked tirelessly day and night to cover Ye-ling's endless abyss of hospital bills. Daju couldn't understand how Ye-shun, who had always been as poor as he was, had managed to get so much money. Of course, I took it out of the casino. I told you, places like this always make money quickly. Ye-shun just smiled and lied, a small lie. Of course, he wouldn't go to a place like this to play while his sister was sick and in the hospital. This money was earned by Ye-shun working hard all day and night in the mine. He had originally planned to put it aside to pay his sister's hospital bills for the second half of the year, but now that money had lost all meaning, Ye-shun could spend it without limit. Soon, the two of them found themselves in the lobby of an underground casino. Ye-shun, carrying his hard-earned money, headed straight to the casino counter, intending to exchange it for chips. But as he approached the counter and was about to ask for an exchange, he froze. Behind the casino counter, a woman in a red qipao, a slender figure, and exquisite makeup were also shocked by Ye-shun's appearance. Their eyes met, and they both cried out softly, Ye Shun, Wu Ya! What a coincidence! Ye Shun never imagined that he would meet his former colleague at the second anomaly, which was about to explode. Ye Shun remembered that in his previous life, before he got into the mines, he worked for a small food company. At that time, Ye Shun met a girl who, like him, was just that came to light. While spending time together, he fell in love with her and had inexplicable feelings. Unfortunately, Wu Ya always pretended not to notice Ye Shun's repeated advances. Later, Wu Ya, due to her bright appearance and temperament, was repeatedly attacked by the manager on duty. In order to protect Wu Ya, Ye Shun rushed forward and beat up the manager, which resulted in him losing his first job and having to return to the mines. I never expected to see you here. Time passed, and Wu Ya's appearance changed slightly, but her smile remained captivating, awakening some feelings in Ye Shun. Forgotten memories from the past. Yes, I really didn't expect this. But Ye Shun's expression was somewhat indifferent to Wu Ya's smile. Apart from a symbolic nod, he didn't show much joy. Back then, while defending Wu Ya, he not only lost his job, but was also almost charged with intentional assault. After that, Wu Ya completely stopped communicating with Ye Shun, not even sending him a single greeting message. Of course, Ye Shun's apathy did not end there. After all, he had lived 2 lives. Having experienced the horrors of bloodshed and the vicissitudes of fate, he had long since cast off his youthful facade, becoming a mature and sensible man. These youthful memories no longer interested Ye Shun, so he simply turned around, handed over the money, and asked Wu Ya for, immediately exchanged them for chips. Looking at the money Ye Shun handed her, Wu Ya couldn't help but frown and said with a slight reproach, Ye Shun, you earn so little every month. Why are you still playing here? Leave immediately. The entertainment here doesn't suit you. Wu Ya's words were true. As a cashier here, witnessed many tragedies involving broken families and separations, and knew that the casino was not the best place, so she gave him advice with kind words. However, the tone in which she commanded Ye Shun was not particularly pleasant to. Rumor. Perhaps she felt that Ye Shun at this moment was still the obedient candy she once said he was. She not exchanged the chips for Ye Shun, but as usual, she put on an arrogant air and spoke in a somewhat commanding tone. I heard that after you quit that food company, you got a job as a driver in a mine, right? You can't earn much from that job. Why don't you save up and think about how to improve your life? Failure is not terrible for a man, but being a loser and having bad habits is terrible for him. I haven't seen you for several years, and you have disappointed me even more. Ye Shun fell silent, raised her head again, and looked at Wu Ya's face, full of accusation and arrogance, as if ridiculing herself had become a habit for her. Ye Shun smiled. In his previous life, he had always been deliberately cautious with Wu Ya. In order to please his beloved, he had always maintained the image of a dog that came when called and went when called. No wonder Wu Ya's tone was still so arrogant after all these years. But now, faced with a reproachful voice that was once as beautiful as the sounds of nature, Ye Shun felt that this was very childish and ridiculous, even with a slight hint of disgust, slightly nauseating and disgusting. Soon, Ye Shun folded his arms and said righteously, I think you are wrong. I am not here to listen to your lectures. You work here, and I am your customer. Even if you can't treat me like a god, you should at least watch your behavior, right? Straightforward, and reasonable. That was Ye Shun's character. After more than a decade of decisive killing, he had long since shed the immaturity and timidity of his former life. Even in the face of a woman of astonishing beauty and figure, once a goddess, he remained like that. But Wu Ya was completely shocked. Shocked by Ye Shun's behavior, she couldn't help but look up at him, her expression filled with astonishment, as if she couldn't believe that Ye Shun would treat her like that. What did you say? I meant that I don't owe you anything. You'd better stop ordering me around like that. Not everyone has to listen to your lectures, and I can't spoil you forever. That was Ye Shun's character, straightforward and direct. Wu Ya's eyes filled with tears. Of course, Wu Ya wouldn't say this to any other customer, but when faced with Ye Shun, once the #1 sycophant, Wu Ya didn't see it in her words. Besides, although these words were harsh, they were also a form of benevolent persuasion. She couldn't understand how Ye Shun's attitude towards her had changed so drastically in just 3 years. How dare he contradict her with such impudence? He was simply ungrateful. However, despite her inner anger, Wu Ya could only bow her head and exchange the chips as Ye Shun ordered. As Ye Shun said, Wu Ya was just the owner of the casino, and exchanging the chips was her responsibility. No circumstances should her whims cause the casino owner to lose. So he finally returned all the chips to Ye Shun, saying angrily, "Okay, this is your freedom. Don't blame me for not warning you when you lose everything. Got it?" Ye Shun nodded, handing the chips he had just received to Daju, who was standing behind him. He was about to leave when suddenly an idea occurred to him, and he turned around, his cold gaze fixed on Wu Ya. "What? Do you have anything else to say?" Face sank, and it seemed that she was still indignant at Ye Shun's behavior. Ye Shun replied, "It's already late. You should leave work quickly. If I told you that something very dangerous would happen here, would you believe it?" In the end, no matter what, he ran into the woman who once made his heart beat faster. In order to ensure that his plan would not be disrupted, Ye Shun was willing to help her and remind her of the necessary things, but Wu Ya behaved extremely impatiently and even with slight disdain treated the sycophants. "It's safe here, and I don't need your reminders. Instead of using this boring nonsense to attract my attention, think about how to live on after losing the money." Ha ha ha! Ye Shun laughed again, shook his head, and was about to leave. But when he turned around, he saw a tall, well-dressed man blocking his way. "Him the way to the casino?" His expression was slightly probing and serious. "Boy, how do you talk to Wu Ya? Do you even know how to be polite?" Ye Shun was stunned and looked up at the man in the formal suit. His face showed a slight confusion, not quite understanding why he was blocking his way. At this moment, Wu Ya, who was standing behind the counter, whispered, "Chen Feng, why did you come out?" The man named Chen Feng looked up and gave Wu Ya a noble smile. "Nothing in the gambling hall, so I went out for some fresh air. Accidentally saw this guy being rude to you and decided to check." Ye Shun realized. It seemed that this well-dressed, elegant man in a suit, like himself in the past, had a special liking for Wu Ya. Was he trying to show his affection for his beloved by stepping on her? Realizing this, Ye Shun but glanced at Wu Ya again, and his voice was mocking. "You haven't changed at all. You're still the same. No matter where you go, there will always be someone to stand up for you." Having said that, Ye Shun had no intention of staying any longer. He simply pushed past Chen Feng, grabbed Daju's hand, and led him into the casino lobby. "Hey kid, wait a minute." Chen Feng was naturally unhappy about being ignored, and his face darkened. He was about to call out to Ye Shun when Wu Ya walked up and whispered, "Forget it. This guy is an old colleague of mine. He's always been like this. You shouldn't mess with him." "Ha ha ha! So that's it," Chen Feng said, looking in the direction Ye Shun had gone, his lips curling slightly into a malicious smile. He then slowly followed behind, eagerly awaiting the reaction of the man who had been rude to Wu Ya. By then, Ye Shun had already left, and soon he and Daju entered the lobby on the first floor of the casino. This was the busiest part of the casino, teeming with players waiting to place their bets. Among them were half-naked professional women posing in rather coquettish poses, flirting with passers-by. There were even special departments issuing loans in different corners of the casino. Ye Shun, having taken a quick glance, could tell that the owner of the casino was a real master of his craft: affairs. In general, casino visitors had two options for the development of events: those who won big and spent money without restrictions, those who lost everything and were constantly looking for a way to win back. As soon as the first ones left the table, brightly painted women immediately approached them, offering personal services and taking away their recent winnings. For those who lost everything, the casino prudently offered credit services, as much as possible. Doing business in such an environment was a sure way to win. Soon, Ye Shun walked up to the gaming table in the center of the room and began placing bets. The game he was playing was very simple, a simple comparison of sizes. After all, this was his first time in a casino, and Ye Shun couldn't accept a system that was too complicated. However, just when Ye Shun was about to bet all 50,000 chips he had just exchanged, Dazhu, who was standing next to him, immediately hugged his arm and shook his head, saying, "Ye Shun, I think it's best to forget it. About that, this place is not suitable for us at all." Ye Shun paused, turned around and asked, "What happened? Most people who come to the casino to spend money are either rich or noble, and we have so few chips in our hands. You want to bet everything at once. What if you lose?" Daju nervously glanced at the gambling table and whispered softly. Ye Shun smiled and shook his head confidently. "Don't worry, we won't lose. 9 out of 10 gambling games are scams. What makes you think you can't lose?" Daju was still very cautious, and his hand on Ye Shun's arm did not loosen. Ye Shun winked at him and whispered, "I have a secret to winning. Just trust me this time. Is this the right advice?" Daju almost laughed. Everyone who comes to the casino says this, right? But those who say that are usually the ones who lose the most. Daju wasn't smart, but he wasn't completely stupid either. But Ye Shun's money was his after all. No matter how much he hated it, he just awkwardly let go of Ye Shun's hand, whispering, "I'm just worried that you'll lose it all. What will happen to your family in the future? I know what is happening. Just watch from the side." Ye Shun ignored him and quickly removed his hand, continuing to place chips on the table. The first time, Ye Shun bet a small amount. When the dealer opened the cup, the amount was indeed small. The second time, Ye Shun bet a large amount. When the dealer opened the cards, the sum was big again. Then on the third, big. On the fourth, big. Each time, Ye Shun was the last to bet, accurately guessing the number on the dealer's dice. For 6 rounds in a row, he won every time. By the end of the round, his stack had reached 6 figures. Daju was completely stunned. When the 7th hand began and Ye Shun was about to make a bet, Daju could no longer contain his curiosity. He quickly pulled Ye Shun's hand and asked quietly, "Boss, how do you manage to win every time? You can really predict this? How is this possible?" Ye Shun smiled with a hint of humor, pointed at the casino employee standing at the table, and said quietly, "See that guy throwing the dice? He's the dealer. The win or loss of each bet." Although it was Ye Shun's first time in a casino, he was very familiar with these tricks. When players placed their bets and waited for the dealer to open the dice cup, he would quickly look at the distribution of chips on the table and, based on that, decide whether to bet, more or less. If more people bet a larger amount, the dealer will intentionally bet a smaller amount. Conversely, if more people bet a smaller amount, the dealer is more likely to bet a larger amount. If the number of players betting a larger and smaller amount is approximately equal, the dealer opens the leopard from time to time, clearing the table. In short, the dealer's card play is carried out with special care, guaranteeing the casino no losses. As long as Ye Shun understands the tricks, winning the bet is easy. Daju was completely stunned and exclaimed in amazement, "This is a scam! This place is so suspicious! Shut up!" Before he could finish speaking, Ye Shun glared at him and told him to shut up. Ye Shun had won 7 hands in a row, and this winning percentage had already attracted the attention of some casino employees. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, after the 7th hand, Ye Shun gathered up all his chips and handed them to Daju, intending to find a place to rest. Winning was not his goal. He simply wanted to better fit into the casino atmosphere and not stand out from the crowd. However, when Ye Shun was about to finish and leave, a sarcastic voice was heard nearby. "At the dacha, friend! The first floor of the casino is so cheap. Do you dare to come with me to the VIP zone and play for high stakes?" Ye Shun froze, looking up and seeing Chen Feng, who had just stopped him at the reception desk, surrounded by several men in business suits blocking his path. "You again?" Ye Shun frowned slightly as he glanced at Wu Ya, who was following him from afar. Into his head, It seemed that Chen Feng, a well-dressed man with a distinguished background, had already set his sights on Ye Shun because of his relationship with Wu Ya. This guy had attracted so many people here, clearly asking for trouble. Ye Shun didn't care. He just glanced indifferently at Wu Ya, who was trailing behind the others, and nodded slightly. Okay, wherever you choose, I'll go. Ha ha ha. Let's go to box number 3. I've reserved it. Besides me, there are several business friends here with whom you will be very comfortable communicating. Chen Feng chuckled. Despite his polite expression, his eyes were already filled with disdain. A guy with ordinary clothes and a simple background still dared to agree to a bet. Truly daring and skillful. Chen Feng thought about winning back Ye Xin's chips, curbing his arrogance, and thus venting his anger on his beloved Wu Ya. But he didn't know that Ye Xin didn't care whether he won or lost. Faced with Chen Feng's treacherous invitation, Ye Shun accepted without hesitation and followed the crowd to the VIP area. It was the second floor of the casino, quiet and cozy. Through the panoramic windows of the third box, one could see every inch of the casino hall. Upon entering the box, Ye Shun did not immediately sit down at the table. Instead, he squinted, looked around, and mentally drew up a clear map of the battle. This was a habit he had developed during the apocalypse. Whenever he found himself in an unfamiliar place, he would immediately assess the situation, thereby maintaining the initiative. Chen Feng, naturally unaware of Ye Shun's thoughts, saw him hesitate to sit down at the table and decided that he was scared. He teased him involuntarily. "You've never been in such a luxurious room before, have you? Are you overwhelmed by the decor?" "Ha!" Ye Shun ignored him, slowly turned around and sat down at the table, nodding slightly, indicating that the game was over. He didn't care at all about the outcome of the game, winning or losing. Even while gambling, Ye Shun was distracted and kept looking around. The consequence of being distracted was that he, faster and faster. In less than half an hour, Ye Shun had made many mistakes and lost all the chips he had won in the casino hall. Only after the last card game ended did Ye Shun realize that he had no more chips. Dazu, who had followed him upstairs, pulled at Ye Shun's sleeve with a pained expression on his face. "Ye Shun, why don't you check your cards? You lost so quickly this time, even your entire capital." "Hurry up! Get up, let's go!" "Okay." By this time, Ye Shun had almost completely surveyed the surroundings, so he didn't pay attention to the expressions of the others at the table. He nodded slightly and prepared to stand up and leave. However, as soon as he stood up, Chen Feng, who was sitting opposite him at the card table, snorted softly. "No way, my friend. You dare to join our gambling game with just these few chips? The rule here is, you can't leave until you've had your fill." Ye Shun was stunned, then looked around the box. Noticing that everyone was looking at him with anger, he suddenly came to his senses and shrugged helplessly. "But I lost all my chips. I really can't play with you anymore." Chen Feng crossed his legs and said smugly, "Ha ha, hundreds of thousands of chips are nothing to me. You can leave if you want, but you have to do one thing first. If you do this, not only will I let you go, but I will also return all the chips you just lost. Is this a good deal?" Ye Shun feigned interest, nodding and smiling. "What is it?" "I want you to apologize to Wu Ya immediately and slap your face twice in front of her." At this moment, Chen Feng's gaze became stern. At the same time, those friends who followed Chen Feng in his scam also stood up, looking at Ye Shun unkindly and threateningly. "What are you doing? Don't play the fool." As Chen Feng's entourage stood up one after another, the atmosphere on stage became very strange. Although Dazu was simple and honest, he also immediately noticed the bad intentions of these people and immediately became wary, gently shielding Ye Xin. Ye Shun, on the other hand, continued to smile and did not pay attention to the threatening looks of these people. Instead, he gently pushed Dazu away and turned his gaze to the pendulum clock hanging in the box. The time was neither early nor late, exactly 9:15. There were only a few minutes left until the second anomaly erupted. Feeling that the anomaly was about to erupt, Ye Jun decided to take off his disguise, deciding, that he had absolutely no reason to waste his energy on boring people and things. So he said directly, "My friend, I understand that you like Uya and want to show your affection for her, but there are many ways to show your love for your beloved. There is no need to trample on a stranger's dignity to achieve your goals." Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? This young master doesn't have time to talk to you for long. I didn't want to hurt you in the first place, but who allowed you to take advantage of this opportunity? Chen Feng was very arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 or 7 scoundrels around him also sneered and walked towards Ye Xin, indicating, "If you don't cooperate, we will force you." Ye Shun still looked indifferent, only glancing briefly at the French window and the guards at the entrance to casinos who were responsible for maintaining order. "Ha ha, kid, you don't think those guards will come to your rescue, do you?" Chen Feng misunderstood Ye Shun's intention and thought that he was trying to ask the guards to save him. He laughed even more softly. "I almost forgot to tell you that my uncle is also a shareholder in this casino. Half of the guards on duty tonight know me. Don't dream alone." Ye Jun replied lightly. "Oh," then silently looked away, lowered his head, and looked at the back of his hand. While he was wondering whether he should teach this playboy a lesson, someone pushed open the door of the box and footsteps were heard. "Wu Ya, what brought you here?" Seeing Wu Ya push open the door, Chen Feng finally saw his chance to show off. He immediately greeted her happily. "You're just in time. I was just about to bring this guy down to apologize to you." "No need, Chen Feng. You're already an adult. Why are you acting so childish? Have I ever asked Ye Shun to apologize?" Wu Ya was worried about Chen Feng's complacency. On the one hand, she was genuinely dissatisfied with Ye Shun's behavior. But on the other hand, she found the actions of this dandy young master to be a bit excessive. However, Ye Shun had helped Wu Ya back then, and although times had changed and this dashing sycophant's attitude towards her had completely changed, in her heart, Wu Ya still didn't want to ruin her relationship with Ye Shun completely. So she interrupted Chen Feng and walked up to Ye Shun, maintaining a condescending tone. "Ye Shun, I told you that this place isn't for you. Who told you not to listen to me?" Ye Shun remained silent. Although his expression remained calm, he was literally sick. He was speechless, unable to understand the thoughts of these people. He could only sigh quietly and answer something inappropriate. "There are only 3 minutes left. You should leave here quickly. If you hurry, you can escape before the anomaly appears." "What are you talking about?" Wu Ya said in a stunned voice. She also did not understand Ye Shun's train of thought. What did her accent have to do with Ye Shun's answer? With a gloomy expression, she continued in a didactic tone. "I don't understand what you're saying. To be honest, I'm really disappointed in you right now. Being poor isn't such a big deal, but he shouldn't be so ambitious about wanting more. Your life is already so terrible, and you are thinking of getting rich overnight by gambling. It is simply ridiculous and childish." Wu Ya, maintaining her usual arrogant manner, gave Ye Shun some serious advice. This pomposity made Ye Shun feel even more sick. He shook his head, a disappointed expression on his face. He couldn't understand where Wu Ya's sense of superiority came from. Ye Zhun came from a humble background, but Wu Ya wasn't any better off. If it weren't for her figure and looks, Wu Ya would probably be an ordinary worker on a factory assembly line. She had used her looks to get a good job and had indeed earned the admiration of many in the casino, but the feeling of superiority earned by selling her looks was unbearable. She certainly had no right to dictate Ye Zhun's behavior. Ye Zhun no longer paid attention to this smug woman. His peripheral vision was fixed on the wall clock in his private room. Time passed slowly, and while Ye Shun and Wu Ya were having a boring conversation, a second strange passage quietly opened. Unbeknownst to those who were immersed in a luxurious life, a light white mist was rising from the space around the casino. Like an ominous ghost, it quietly enveloped the entire underground casino. The flickering light in the corridors gradually faded as well. The air in the casino hall suddenly became icy, and the faces of those who were engrossed in the gaming tables began to cloud over. The space inside the underground casino was quietly changing. The first thing that caught everyone's attention was a thick white fog that appeared out of nowhere. It spread with incredible speed, enveloping every corner of the casino in less than half a minute. As the fog rose, an indescribable cold eerily enveloped the entire casino. Someone noticed the change, temperature, and involuntarily looked up, complaining to the staff. "What's going on? Why are you turning up the air conditioning so much? Who's smoking? I can't even see the cards." In the blink of an eye, the casino, which had once been bustling with life, became quieter. Many customers threw down their chips in confusion and looked around in surprise. The fog continued to thicken, and the cold that enveloped the establishment grew stronger. Out of sight of the players, employees searched everywhere, trying to find the cause of the heating failure. But no one could explain why the once bustling casino hall had become so cold. Suddenly, a faint cry came from the depths of the casino, accompanied by the sound of footsteps in the inner corridors. Ye Shun was certain that the anomaly he had been waiting for had activated again. The arrival of the anomaly first brought with it a misty white fog. In fact, this thick fog was not natural water vapor at all, but a manifestation of the primordial energy unique to the dimensional universe, slowly mixing with the air of the blue star world. With the appearance of the fog, the primordial energy naturally followed him. Ye Shun's fighting spirit, which had not awakened for a long time, gradually began to activate, releasing tiny bursts of warmth that filled his limbs and body once again. This awakening was far more effective than the first anomaly, instantly causing Ye Shun's blood to come into a frenzy. As tiny bursts of heat raced through his body, Ye Shun realized what was coming and quickly grabbed the dagger strapped to his arm. "My God, what are you doing with a knife? Are you angry that you lost money?" The others weren't blind. Seeing Ye Shun pull out the dagger, everyone took a step back. Wu Ya's expression changed abruptly. She timidly scolded Ye Shun. "What are you doing? Put the dagger down. You can't just walk around here like that." "Ah!" Suddenly, a terrifying scream mixed with pain came from the service passage of the casino, interrupting Wu Ya's scream. In an instant, the faces of everyone present changed. This sudden scream was too tragic and too piercing, as if they had collided with the most terrible thing in the world. This piercing cry betrayed deep fear, like a wild dog breaking free from the claws of a lion, causing people to feel deep fear in the depths of their souls. What happened? The crowd was stunned. Even Chen Feng, who had just demanded an apology from Ye Shun, was overcome with an inexplicable fear. The shrill screams only lasted for a moment before abruptly ending, but the psychological trauma they inflicted on everyone was profound. Wu Ya reacted the most strongly. As soon as the screams died down, she whispered, "What's going on? Who was just screaming?" "I don't know. Maybe someone fell down the stairs?" Chen Feng was also at a loss, making vague guesses. But such guesses had no convincing basis. Even if the casino employee accidentally fell, he wouldn't scream so terribly, right? Everyone fell silent again, feeling the strangeness of the situation, not daring to even breathe. A moment later, another quiet cry came from the room, this time coming from a large column near the panoramic window. "Look, first floor, first floor. What happened on the first floor?" Everyone turned to look out the panoramic windows, and the picture that opened up to them horrified them. As far as the eye could see, the entire outer perimeter of the panoramic windows was completely hidden by thick fog. Thickly thickening fog obscured their view, reducing their visibility to less than 5 meters. The private room was located near the casino. They could look through the window and see everything that was happening below. But even if they strained their eyes to the limit, all they could see was a solid white fog swirling in the air. This thick fog not only made it difficult to see, but also to hear. For a moment, the entire separate room on the second floor seemed to be completely enveloped in fog, creating 2 separate worlds, the upper and the lower. My God, what the hell is this? Dazu was closest to the window, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything. Stunned, he looked away and looked at Ye Shun's face, searching for an answer. Ye-shun, of course, knew the answer, but he couldn't explain it in front of so many people. He simply swung his iron-like dagger, cutting off the chair leg. He handed it to Daju and whispered, "Daju, be careful. Stay here and don't go anywhere. It's dangerous there." Before Ye-shun could finish speaking, Wu Ya, who was standing behind him, vaguely realized something. Looking at Ye-shun, whose expression was also strange, she immediately chased after him and asked, "Do you know what this thick fog is?" Her feminine intuition told her, and recalling Ye-shun's previous warnings, she realized that this man might know something. But before Ye-shun could reply, Chen Feng, who was standing next to her, curled his lips and said, "Wu Ya, why are you asking him? He doesn't know anything. Don't worry, my relatives have shares in this casino. I'll call security immediately to see if the casino equipment is okay." With that, Chen Feng snatched up his phone, intending to contact the casino staff. To my surprise, the cell phone signal, which should have been excellent, was completely absent. No matter how hard Chen Feng tried, he couldn't make a call. In this environment, cell phones were useless. The explosion of the abnormal channel had disrupted the spatial structure. The casino had been transported to an unknown dimension independent of the Blue Star universe. The mobile phone couldn't even get a signal. "This lousy phone is so damn good." Chen Feng cursed, hung up, and turned to the people behind him. "How about this? I know where the casino control room is. Let's all go there together and ask how things are going." "Okay, I'll do as you say." The other players nodded and followed Chen Feng out of the booth. Wu Ya, the casino manager, naturally wanted to follow her, but before she could leave the room, Ye Shun's cold voice came from behind her. "I advise you to stay put and not take risks." Wu Ya shuddered, looking at Ye Shun with a somewhat thoughtful expression. She asked, "Why can't I go out? Can you give me a reason?" "No reason. You can go wherever you want. I was just suggesting." Ye Shun looked away indifferently, not saying another word. This laziness and indifference irritated Wu Ya even more. She glared at Ye Shun and said, "Oh, you are becoming more and more timid. What a pity." With these words, Wu Ya opened the door and walked out, heading straight into the thick fog. Once the crowd dispersed, only Ye Shun and Daju remained in the box. Ye Shun was still sitting on the chair, his eyes slightly narrowed, and silently purified the air with the energy of the source. But Daju next to him was especially worried. He quickly patted Ye Shun's shoulder and asked in a trembling voice, "Ye Shun, are you just going to let them go? Didn't you say it was dangerous outside? You want... Ah!" Before Daju could finish speaking, a chaotic scream came from the crowd that had just left the room, followed by the sound of people falling. A strange crackling sound reached the ears of the two men. "Stay still! I'll be right back." Ye Shun, who had been resting with his eyes closed, instantly jumped up from his chair, his body moving almost in a straight line, and in the blink of an eye, he had already rushed out of the room. Daju, who had just finished speaking, was completely shocked by Ye Shun's actions. He shook as if he had been electrocuted, his eyes filled with exaggerated fear. My God, what the hell? When did Ye Shun become so fast? Ye Shun was certainly not a ghost, but awakening two abnormal abilities had already given him explosive power and speed that far exceeded the capabilities of ordinary people. When he ran at full speed, he really had a speed comparable to a phantom. After running out of the box, Ye Shun immediately looked around and saw a woman in a very revealing dress in the corner of the corridor. It must be a casino employee. But for some reason, this woman sat quietly on the ground, bowing her head, giving the impression that she was sleeping. However, in such a dangerous and strange environment, how could this beautiful waitress fall asleep? Remember the domain name of this site, Taiwan Novel Network. TWKAN Ye Shun immediately became wary, but the thick fog in the corridor completely hid the waitress. From his angle, he couldn't see what the waitress saw. He could only silently squeeze the dagger again and again, and then take small steps, gradually closing the distance between him and the waitress. The waitress was still sitting in a strange position against the wall, not moving, not saying a word, not making any movements, as if holding her breath. Ye Shun quickly. He approached the waitress and was about to reach out to touch her body when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Before he could turn around, another woman emerged from the thick fog. It was Wu Ya. "Ah, Xiao Fei, why are you sitting here?" I, who had moved a little to the side, was undoubtedly attracted by the waitress's frightened scream. Must have recognized her, so she immediately called out the waitress's name and started shouting, threatening to rush towards her. "Don't come!" Ye Shun's face darkened, and he hurriedly stopped Wu Ya. But if Wu Ya listened to Ye Shun, she would no longer be Wu Ya. She ignored Ye Shun's warning and continued to hurry, quickly approaching the waitress. She even reached out and pushed Ye Shun, exclaiming, "Xiaofei, why are you sitting here?" "It's you, eh?" But as the questioning continued, Ye Shun suddenly struck, grabbing the talkative Wu Ya by the collar and with a powerful swing, throwing the arrogant woman into the corridor. Ye Shun noticed that the waitress who had fallen into the corner of the corridor suddenly moved strangely. Or rather, it wasn't her. Rather, something suddenly moved out from the wall behind her, pressing lightly on her body and causing it to shift a few inches. This slight movement instantly alerted Ye Shun. More than 10 years of killing had given Ye Shun an uncanny ability to sense danger. His intuition told him that what was hiding behind the waitress must be dangerous, truly deadly. Whoosh! Ye Shun threw Wu Ya, and his decision was confirmed almost immediately. The wall behind the waitress suddenly cracked, and something green like a whip burst out, stretching wildly in the air. In the blink of an eye, it approached Ye Shun's face. The green whip moved at an incredible speed, so absurd that even a strong man like Ye Shun could not keep up with it. However, the instincts honed by more than a decade of killing forced him to turn away. Then, the green whip, past Ye Shun's forehead, straightened up and forcefully pierced the opposite wall. Bang! The green whip forcefully struck the opposite wall, punching a hole in the reinforced concrete structure. Dirt, sand, and debris flew everywhere, and Ye Shun took the opportunity to take a closer look at the monster. It was a green vine. Yes, the monster that broke through the wall and attacked Ye Shun was a vine as thick as a baby's arm. Oddly enough, its surface was covered with thorns 3 to 5 centimeters long, like fleshy vines, freely bending and rotating. Each protruding spike resembled a spinning blade, giving the illusion of invulnerability. "This is a wood demon." Ye Shun's eyes lit up, but a premonition of danger made him stamp his toes without hesitation. Like a soaring bird, he flew 5 meters away, avoiding the space behind him. The next second, a cracking sound came from where Ye Shun was standing. The wooden floor shattered violently, leaving a fist-sized hole. A second green vine, like a long, elongated thorn, shot out from under the black wooden floor and rushed straight at Ye Shun. "What kind of creatures are these?" Wu Ya screamed again. Just been thrown by Ye Shun. Before she could even come to her senses, she saw 2 strange vines shoot out into the air, breaking through the wall and floor, and unleashing a barrage of attacks on Ye Shun. The vines swayed like 2 pythons, crossing each other in the air, sending a series of whistling sounds into the air. Ye Shun roared in anger, landing on his feet as he slashed with his dagger. The dagger struck like lightning, its tempered steel blade slamming into the forehead of the first vine. The tip of the blade rubbed against the thorns on the surface of the vine, creating a hollow, metallic clang. Sparks flew, and Ye Shun's body was once again thrown back by a huge force, but in response, the dagger completely severed the first vine. The surface of the broken vine was mirror, smooth, but from this smooth cut gushed a stream of thick blood, dripping and splashing onto the wooden floor, forming a large pool of blood with a thick smell of rust. How could a vine bleed? I was completely insane. The sight before her was a shock to her. She couldn't understand how a vine could bleed as much as a human, and she couldn't understand where this monstrous vine had come from. "Don't just stand there. Go back to the room. Faster!" Ye Shun's sudden roar caused Wu Ya to shudder, her numb consciousness returning to reality. Looking up again, Wu Ya saw that Ye Shun had already engaged in a furious and exaggerated battle with the second vine. The vines, with their ferocious and exaggerated strength, created a series of lightning whips in the narrow corridor. Their speed and power were terrifying. Whether it was a wall, a floor, or another structure, a black whip mark would appear the moment the vines touched it. Even reinforced concrete buildings couldn't withstand a single blow. And what about Ye Shun? Facing such a terrifying vine monster, he remained surprisingly calm, making full use of his agility to effortlessly weave between the swaying vines, then circled around the vines and swung his sword, creating a magnificent dagger strike. Whoosh! The second strike severed the roots of the vine, and with a roar, it finally stopped attacking Ye Shun. Even though it was cut off at the root, the green vine was still alive. Instead, she writhed and thrashed frantically on the floor like a giant earthworm, making a rumbling sound that was both sickening and terrifying. I was completely stunned, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. The terrifying and bizarre scene beat her heart again and again, causing the woman who was so arrogant at the moment to fall to her knees. What is this? What the hell is this? Monster, stop it. Ye Shun, exhausted after cutting down the two vines, leaned against the wall and took a deep breath, then drowned out Wu Ya's cries and looked at the waitress hunched over in the corner, motionless. It seemed like she had died a long time ago. Ye Shun sighed and walked over to her again. He pulled out a dagger, lubricated with juice, and put it to the waitress's drooping head, pushing her lightly. The long dead waitress fell heavily to the ground, revealing a bloody wound on her back. Her spine was badly broken, leaving a bloody hole the size of a child's fist near her lower back. There was no blood, oozed from the edges of the wound, and the internal organs and intestines inside showed signs of partial corrosion and melting. It is possible that the waitress was suddenly attacked by a vine as she ran into the hallway, piercing her through the back. The vines then took root in her body, secreting through the thorns on the vines, a substance capable of melting her internal organs, then sucked out the tender organs and blood from the waitress's body, completely draining them, causing her death. As for why so much blood gushed out from the vine that Ye Shun had cut off, it was not hard to understand. The monster's vines had probably just devoured the waitress's flesh and blood, but did not absorb the blood plasma into the main body, which led to the strange phenomenon of bleeding from the severed vine. Ye Shun couldn't help but gasp. Speechless, he turned his gaze to Wu Ya, who was still squatting on the ground and crying. He replied coldly, "Didn't you just ask me why the fog is forming here and why it is so strange? Now I can explain it to you. The human world was about to experience an unprecedented catastrophe. And the obvious manifestation of this catastrophe was the impending invasion of various monsters from other dimensions into the real world. The vines that could easily strangle a person were part of a monster called the Demon Tree. Even though it wasn't his true form, their power was already terrifying enough. No, that wasn't true. That was impossible. How could something like that even exist in the world? Wu Ya collapsed, clutching her head as if in a daze. Her long, tangled hair still covered her face. She sobbed and muttered, "Ye Shun, are you lying to me? This is just a dream. An illusion, isn't it? How absurd. The truth has already been revealed to you, and you still think that this is just an illusion. A woman like you, who is unable to accept reality, is doomed to a tragic end." Ye Shun walked coldly towards Wu Ya and said in a hoarse voice, "If you don't want to die, then quickly hide in the room we were in. I don't have the heart to joke with you." Wu Ya didn't argue that time. She was so frightened that she jumped up, tumbling and crawling, throwing off even her goddess from her demeanor and posture, and rushed into the back room. Ye Shun continued to look around, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Unlike the previous anomaly, this time there was only one monster, but the lethal nature and combat characteristics far surpassed all the monsters from the first anomaly combined. Wood demons are a unique species in this spatial world. They do not fall into the category of demonic beasts, but are much more formidable than normal ones. If Ye Shin's judgment was True, the two severed vines were far from the monster's true form, but rather branches that had separated from the tree demon's main body. However, they were already quite formidable. If the tree demon's true form had truly manifested, Ye Xin would undoubtedly face a difficult and fierce battle. Thinking of this, even Ye Jun did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately followed Wu Ya, retreating back to the private room. When Ye Jun returned to the room, Dazhu suspiciously walked up to him, grabbed his arm tightly and whispered, "Ye Shun, what the hell is there? Happened? How about you guys, Dazhu? I'm going to tell you something incredibly cruel. I hope you are ready." Ye Shun abruptly interrupted Dazhu and calmly shared the information about the anomaly without hesitation. Hearing all this, Dazhu was completely stunned and dumbfounded. Similar to Wu Ya's initial reaction, Dazhu could not believe his eyes. After a short silence, he habitually brushed the grease off his face, revealing a half-crying, half-laughing expression. "Ye Shun, don't joke with me like that. I've been timid since childhood, you know." "You really were timid. Knowing your timidity and knowing your great potential, I decided to bring you here to train your courage." At this moment, Ye Shun no longer had anything to hide. He reached out and gently patted Dazhu's trembling shoulder. Then, in a serious tone, he said, "As you just heard, the human world is about to face an unprecedented catastrophe. Under the onslaught of this world-destroying catastrophe, everything we rely on will turn to ashes. Under the iron hooves of extra-dimensional monsters, countries and armies will be made a laughingstock. The rules of the world will be rewritten, and if humanity hopes to survive, it will have to establish relatively stable power only through family alliances. That's why Ye Shun brought Dazhu into the second anomaly. The apocalypse is approaching, and everything will collapse. In the face of these powerful and bloodthirsty monsters, my own strength is not enough to protect the Ye family. That's why I need helpers, people I can trust and rely on." Ye Shun replied softly, but his voice hit Dazhu like a hammer to the heart. Dazhu was stunned, his plump cheeks trembled, and his eyes twitched. He still refused to accept reality. He was about to loudly retort to Ye Shun when he suddenly heard a bang. The door to the private office was pushed open by a crowd. Chen Feng and the others who had run out to investigate the situation returned in a panic, their faces full of horror and despair. Oh no, the casino had been attacked by terrorists. The employee corridor was full of corpses, all dead. The frightened screams, accompanied by the noise of people rushing to get into the box, interrupted Ye Shun and Dazhu's conversation. Wu Ya, who had been cowering in the corner, quickly stood up and looked at Chen Feng and the others with a pale face. "Where is Chief Zhao? Why didn't they send guards to save us? What Chief Zhao? He's already dead." Chen Feng cried out in despair. The terrifying and frightening scene still lingered in his mind, causing the dapper young master to burst into tears and scream in utter helplessness. Not only was Manager Zhao dead, but many of the staff members left in the control room were also dead. When we ran to call for help, all we saw were bodies lying on the ground. And the walls of the control room, I don't know what broke there. So many holes. Chen Feng's words became more and more devastating. Feeling the cold, he pressed his back against the wall. The others behind him also showed extreme horror, huddled together and trembling. Such a horrific and bloody scene was naturally hard to accept, and it was extremely cruel for people in peacetime. However, for Ye Shun, who was accustomed to bloody carnage, it was only to be expected. He didn't care what Chen Feng said at all. He just clenched his fist, lightly hit the petrified Dazhu on the shoulder, and whispered, "Did you hear everything? I'm really not joking, but don't worry too much. Just stay on the second floor and hide in this box, and there won't be any problems." Why? Dazhu's cheeks trembled, his eyelids twitched, and he asked hoarsely. Ye Shun replied indifferently, "Firstly, there is only one monster, and this anomaly only lasts for a few hours. In that time, he won't have time to kill everyone in the casino. Secondly, monsters in this dimension usually choose feeding places based on the presence of humans. The VIP area is spacious and sparsely populated, so the smell of food is not so concentrated. Accordingly, the monsters mainly feed in the lobby on the first floor. So, for now, these people will behave well, hide in the rooms on the second floor, and seal all the doors and windows so that the smell does not spread. Human scent. Their chances of survival will be maximal. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if the monster really exists, how can you be sure it won't come up? But as soon as Ye Shun finished speaking, Chen Feng retorted, his face distorted and became exaggerated, and he began to shout. Ye Shun ignored the frightened, frantic figure. Instead, he stared at Daju. Then he stepped back, raised his voice, and addressed everyone. Now is not the time to argue. I understand your feelings, but at this critical moment, you had better follow my advice. Okay, I'm done with this nonsense. It happened. Decide for yourself what to do next. With that, Ye Shun turned around and walked towards the door, as if he was about to leave. Ye Shun had hidden Daju and the others here, but that didn't mean he had to hide there as well. The monster outside was Ye Shun's target, and he had to kill it within a limited time to ensure the success of your apocalyptic plan. Stop! Chen Feng roared again in fear. You let us stay here, and you found another place to hide. You planning to use our scent to attract monsters and survive? Ye Shun, who was about to leave, was stunned. He then turned his head and looked at Chen Feng, who was already scared and not thinking clearly, with a sneer. No matter what you think, I said what I had to say. If you don't believe me, just find a way to escape yourself. Ye Shun, please don't go, okay? Wu Ya, who had been silently hiding in the corner all this time, suddenly had a sharp change in her attitude towards Ye Shun. She suddenly caught up with him, grabbed Ye Shun's hand, and with tears flowing like a river, she cried out in a voice full of cowardice and tenderness. We are no match for these monsters. Only you can protect us. Please don't go. Stay and continue to protect me. I'm sorry, I don't have to protect you. Ye Shun pulled his hand back without hesitation, looking coldly at Wu Ya. If you want to survive, you must learn to resist on your own. If, when faced with a monster, all you can do is scream for help and ask others for help, then you will be left here to die. Ye Shun was no saint, and she certainly didn't owe anyone anything. If Wu Ya thought that in the face of the apocalypse she could rely on her looks and figure to use privileges only available to noble women, then she was sorely mistaken. Tears only proved her weakness and worthlessness, and Ye Shun did not believe it. Without hesitation, he pushed Wu Ya away, turned around, and stepped into the darkness of the corridor. Wu Ya, who had been rejected many times, stared blankly at Ye Shun as he retreated, as if he was dumbfounded. A cowardly coward, I understand. You are afraid of death too. You wouldn't dare fight a monster, right? You're not even a human. Ha ha. Ye Shun chuckled, and his body quickly disappeared into the thick fog. He didn't need to explain anything, and he didn't have to. No one's opinion mattered to Ye Shun. Yu Wu Ya wanted to say something to persuade Ye Shun to change his mind, but before she could finish speaking, Chen Feng, standing behind her, interrupted her sharply. Why are you begging this coward? He is nothing but a coward who is afraid of death. He will never stay to protect you. You better save your strength and find a way to leave with me. Even if you follow him, this guy will abandon you without hesitation. You're talking nonsense. This comment immediately aroused Daju's displeasure. This 185-meter-tall, flesh-covered giant clenched his fists and angrily replied to Chen Feng and the others, I won't allow you to slander Ye Shun. He's not that kind of person. Ha ha. If he's not that kind of person, why did he leave us alone? Chen Feng didn't care about Daju's anger at all. Instead, he rolled his eyes and said with utter disdain, If I remember correctly, you came here with Ye Shun, didn't he leave you too? Compared to us, you're not much better. Shut up! Daju suddenly became angry. Although he didn't understand Ye Shun's actions, as a childhood friend who grew up in the same village, Daju couldn't allow others to slander his family. Always a weakling, he immediately roared and was about to strike, but Wu Ya stopped him with a shout. Enough! It's so late and you're still arguing. You'd better think of a way to save your lives. Chen Feng finally held back his grin and nodded, saying, All right, this weirdo definitely won't deceive us. Everyone, hurry up and come with me. But Ye Shun clearly said that it is dangerous outside. We are only safe here. Daju immediately objected. Ha ha, how can we trust this cold-blooded, selfish man? Chen Feng replied without hesitation, glaring at Daju. Fatty, if you still trust this guy, then stay and die. We won't keep you company. With these words, Chen Feng was the first to leave the room. The others followed without hesitation. Only Daju remained where he was, looking extremely conflicted. At this time, Wu Ya, who had long been disappointed in Ye Xin, turned around and said, Fatty, come with us. I have seen through Ye Xin's character. He will not risk his life for others. Only by leaving with us will you be safe. Ye Shun was unaware of the conversation taking place in the office. He could already smell the scent of blood coming from the stairs to the service corridor of the casino. As the largest and most luxurious casino in the city, it was not only spacious but also had an extremely complex network of passages. Ye Shun hoped to track the monster's presence and quickly discover the true identity of the tree demon, thereby preventing a crisis. However, he did not realize that he had already entered a world full of dangers. The service corridor of the casino was littered with corpses with their abdominal cavities ripped out, the internal organs and intestines completely consumed, leaving only a shriveled layer of flesh on the disemboweled abdomen. This was truly a refuge, wood demon, but it would never give itself away so easily. Unlike other monsters, the wood demon was extremely cautious, unlike low-level monsters who were overwhelmed by the sight of food. It hid its true identity in an untraceable place. When it wanted to devour a human, it would extend its tendrils, looking for potential prey. These tendrils served as a mouth through which the main body of the tree demon absorbed nutrients. After killing the victim, the vines absorbed the nutrients from the victim, transferring them to the main body, through the vines. Therefore, the tree demon did not need to appear. It simply hid underground, using the vines to kill people, and thus continuously obtain nutrients. Ye Shun moved carefully, constantly looking around. He knew the habits of the wood demon, so every move was extremely cautious. However, despite this, the wood demon, waiting for him, found an opportunity to attack. Crack! Just as Ye Shun approached the corpse and tried to step over it, a strange cracking sound came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, a green vine pierced the floorboards like an attacking python, biting Ye Shun straight in the back. Get out! Ye Shun didn't even need to turn around. His agile body executed a perfect dodge. Using his toes, he dodged half a meter to the side. The moment he dodged the vine's attack, he swung the dagger back, slashing out a streak of silver light. The dagger is not a long sword, so its range is not that wide. However, due to its concentrated strength, it can strike more powerfully than a long sword. With one strike, the vine attacking Ye Shun broke, and from the smooth, cutting wound, thick, bloody sprays spurted out like raindrops, filling Ye Shun's field of vision. After cutting the vine, Ye Shun, standing on tiptoe, flew back 2 meters. Just when he was about to find the right angle to counterattack, the wall behind him cracked. Then, another vine quickly broke through and strangled Ye Shun's neck. Each of these green vines was incredibly resilient and powerful. In addition to their enormous suffocating power, the exaggerated writhing thorns on their surface themselves had a powerful cutting effect. The vines shot out into the air like a straight, bright line, their thorns spinning violently. In the blink of an eye, they closed around Ye Xin's neck. Ye Shun held his dagger upright to prevent the vines from constricting around him. Just as the vines wrapped around him, ready to constrict, Ye Shun concentrated all his strength on the hand holding the dagger, flicked his wrist, and slashed out a silver beam. Whistle! The dagger extended a silver line, cutting the vine head-on. A ringing sound rang out, and a shower of sparks burst forth. The steel blade of the dagger pierced the cross-section of the vine, and with a powerful swing, it was cut in two again. However, these two attacks still drove Ye Xin into a corner. He staggered, unsteadily standing, and the wall behind him suddenly collapsed, revealing a strange green, human-like face that bit Ye Xin's back in a flash. It was the true essence of the wood demon, finally appearing. But Ye Xin had no way to counterattack. If the tree demon hadn't appeared, everything would have been fine. As soon as he appeared, he found the perfect angle for an ambush, appearing right in Ye Xin's blind spot, catching him off guard. Ye Xun didn't see the wood demon behind him, but thanks to his superhuman reflexes, he sensed the danger and slammed his toes into the wall. The wall, with a thud, forming a web of cracks from Ye Xin's strike. Using the enormous rebound force, Ye Xun leaped like a cheetah, flying 5 meters in the blink of an eye, narrowly avoiding the attack of the wood demon. As he hovered in mid-air, Ye Xun instantly bent his waist and stomach, swiftly turning his neck, and stared at the face of the wood demon. Its face was devoid of any human expression. Its square cheeks were covered in wrinkles like rough bark. Features had taken on human contours, but the nose and ears were missing. His expression was startlingly numb, like that of an unfinished wooden sculpture, and his only remaining green eyes glowed a cruel crimson light. Moreover, the wood demon's main form suddenly developed a mouth similar to a human's. As it attacked Ye Xun, its mouth opened wide. However, there were no teeth or flesh in the mouth, but instead there were endless green tendrils growing, like the tentacles of an octopus, which wriggled ominously in the air. Each tendril was topped with several centimeters of long spikes. One would expect that if the wood demon in its base form were to bite someone, the spikes on the tendrils would instantly pierce the flesh, causing unimaginable damage. Damn it! But Ye Xun was not afraid of the monster. Before he could even lower his legs, he swung his hand, and the assault dagger instantly turned into a flash of silver light, piercing the dryad's forehead. Ye Xun knew very well that this type of monster was cautious by nature. Even when attacking him, the demon refused to fully reveal its true form, revealing only its humanoid head. This creature's head was its greatest weakness. If the dagger pierced the dryad's brain, the battle was over. However, Ye Xun underestimated the dryad's agility. Missing its target, the creature desperately pulled back its humanoid head, successfully hiding deep in the wall. Despite its speed, the dagger was still too late, only piercing a crack in the wall. However, the dryad's true form quickly disappeared into the wall, once again burrowing deep into the ground, out of Ye Xin's reach. Ye Xin's hunting plan had failed, but not completely. When Ye Xun ran to the place where the wood demon had disappeared and pulled out his dagger, he found a dark green slime on the tip. It was the wood demon's blood. This meant that the previous attack had at least wounded this guy. This time, my opponent is truly formidable. Ye Xun stared at the greenish bloodstain on the tip of the dagger, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had truly underestimated the combat capabilities and intelligence of the wood demon. The hunt had failed, and the wood demon, who had hidden his true form, disappeared. What made Ye Xun even more sad was that after 2 clashes, his presence had been completely exposed. Perhaps the wood demon now knew that he was Ye Xin's target and would not return so easily. What a pity. Ye Xun sheathed his dagger and sighed softly, then focused his gaze on the casino lobby on the first floor. After a moment's hesitation, he continued on his way. By this time, the casino was in chaos. The eruption of the anomaly had created a thick, ominous fog, plunging the entire casino into a state of complete chaos. No one knew the source of this fog, but, sensing the approaching danger, the players, absorbed in game, screamed and left the gambling house, rushing towards the exit on the first floor. Casino security guards, still not understanding what was happening, rushed to maintain order. Business was booming, and with hundreds of players crowded around the only exit, chaos was inevitable. The entrance to the casino was an elegantly designed slot machine room, but this design took up a lot of space, making the single entrance extremely narrow and shallow. Hundreds of players crowded inside, inevitably causing congestion and crush. These people, intending to escape from the casino, showed no respect for order or rules, simply blocking the space. They unable to leave, but they also filled the already narrow passage. A dozen law enforcement officers stood in front of the crowd and shouted at the top of their voices, "Don't push, don't get excited, and don't believe the rumors of terrorist attacks. Have enough security, and we can absolutely guarantee the safety of life and property of all visitors." Bullshit. Then how do you explain the blood and corpses on the stairs? Everything is correct. What happened here? Why are people screaming? Whoever just saw the bodies, tell us what happened here. Why won't you let us leave? We are customers. We spend money to come here and consume. You have no right to restrict our freedom. The crowd was outraged, and noise was heard from everywhere. Fortunately, the passage here was relatively narrow, and the force of more than a dozen guards prevented the crush from growing. But even more than a dozen guards could not stop so many excited players. After a while, a man who looked like the head of security ran up to a short and strong middle-aged man wearing large sunglasses and whispered, "Manager Chin, the brothers can't take it anymore. So many people are rebelling. We can't make everyone obey." Another guard whispered, "Yes, and the fog is strange. Could it be some kind of perverted killer? Many people said they saw the body of Shut Up." The manager glared at the second guard and said with alarm, "Strange, very strange. I've been working here for 5 or 6 years, and I've never encountered such a strange situation as today. I can't even call for help. I don't know what's going on outside." As a casino manager, he has a heavy responsibility. On the one hand, he must do everything possible to calm the visitors, and on the other, he must ensure that there are no injuries. After all, this is the largest casino in the city, and the owners and shareholders value their reputation above all else. If the situation escalates, the manager will probably have a hard time explaining it to his superiors. After a moment of thought, the manager immediately ordered the guards, "Seventh brother, take your people to the service corridor first. Also, Xiaowang, take a few people and investigate the source of this thick fog. No matter what, we must minimize the impact of this incident as soon as possible." "Good." The head of security nodded decisively, preparing to lead his men through the crowd. Xiaowang, the security guard whose name was called, couldn't help but follow him to the exit, intending to find out the source of the fog. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Outside the casino corridor, thick clouds suddenly moved in, and white fog swirled, looking even more insane than before. In the swirling fog, there was a terrible rustling sound, as if a poisonous snake were crawling along the ground, or rather, as if thousands of insects were scurrying along the ground. This eerie, low, grinding sound gave everyone goosebumps. "Wait, it seems that something is approaching us." The manager's face darkened. He quickly stopped the guard, who was about to leave, and listened carefully. "Who's in the fog?" The head of security turned around abruptly and rushed back to the manager, watching with the same wary gaze. Only the guard, Xiao Wang, had already gone deeper into the fog and therefore did not hear the manager's reproach. He continued cautiously, holding the flashlight in his hand. The thick white fog thickened even more, turning the entire perimeter of the casino into a white purgatory, eerie and bottomless. As soon as the manager realized that the situation was critical and was about to shout even louder for Xiao Wang to come back from where he had just... What was there? A piercing scream rang out. "Oh, what the hell is this? Help!" These screams were interspersed with the sounds of sliding and hitting, as if an invisible entity was dragging someone deeper into the thick fog. The collisions, mixed with sharp, drawn-out screams, echoed for a long time throughout the casino hall, spreading further and further. My God, what the hell is going on in there? Who's targeting us? At this point, everyone who was desperately trying to save themselves was truly stunned. The crowd that had been crowding at the entrance quickly dispersed, rushing deeper into the casino. But the crowded hall was too dense. People were crowded back to back. Those closest to the door not only had no time to move, but were pushed further and further into the thick fog by the crowd behind them. Those who were pushed to the edge of the fog, one after another, let out panicked, piercing cries and screams. "Damn it! Stop pushing! Get back! Quickly, eh?" The man, who had been cursing loudly, suddenly stopped and let out a piercing scream. The crowd froze, then turned their frightened eyes to the man. Then, For some unknown reason, they saw the man trapped in the middle of the fog suddenly lift off the ground, as if lifted by an invisible pair of hands. He kicked and scrambled, his face hidden by the thick fog, distorted with terror. It seemed he wanted to shout something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, an invisible force pulled him deeper into the fog. Only a piercing scream remained. "And someone is chasing us! My God! Everyone out of the way! Monster! Monster!" The screams echoed, almost tearing the throat. Some dimly saw something in the thick fog, but many saw nothing. Panic began, but no one dared approach the eerie white fog. Everyone desperately tried to retreat. But the crowd was too dense. Hundreds of people suddenly filled the exit on the first floor, leaving no way forward or retreating quickly. People could only push and push each other, desperately trying to retreat to the lighter part of the fog. Meanwhile, Ye Shun successfully reached the first floor of the casino. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he had already sensed the presence of the true form of the wood demon. Heart sank, and he cursed furiously as he looked at the crowd gathered at the exit on the first floor. These idiots are simply performing an anti-revival. Faced with such an unknown risk, the most sensible decision would be to immediately find a less crowded, more secluded place to hide, carefully assessing the situation before deciding what to do next. However, the ordinary people in the casino rushed forward, merging into the hall. Amidst the screams and crowds of people, the aroma of food was revealed to the monster. It was a miracle he didn't die. As expected, the moment Yeshin's thoughts formed, something even more terrifying happened. At the edge of the thick fog, the players who hadn't managed to squeeze into the center suddenly, one after another, unpredictably fainted. They screamed and waved their arms, trying to find help to get up, but all was in vain. Of the thick fog, entangling their legs and mysteriously pulling them deeper into the fog. The fog was so thick that since most people were concerned about their own safety, no one could clearly see what was hiding in the fog, grabbing them. They thought they had witnessed a ghost and wondered why such innocent people were being dragged through the thick fog. The fighting and screaming increased, and the casino, both inside and outside, was filled with shrill cries and loud shouts. Among the chaotic crowd, a group consisting entirely of young people stood out. Chen Feng and a few of his friends made their way through the crowd, with Wu Ya following close behind. Even the sturdy Daju was sneaking around behind the group. Apparently, these young people had not followed Ye Shun's advice and stayed in the VIP area on the second floor. Instead, they had decided to take advantage of the chaos of the crowd and rush out as quickly as possible. These fools did not understand what was happening ahead. They could hear was shouting and cursing from the thick fog. As the shouting and cursing spread, the already crowded crowd became even denser. Damn it! Are these people crazy? Why are they retreating? Chen Feng, who had just rushed into the hall, had no idea what was happening outside. His vision was obscured by the crowd and thick fog. He simply continued to push through the crowd next to him, cursing viciously. Wu Ya, who was following behind them, turned pale and became increasingly timid. Listening to the screams from the casino hall, the corners of her lips trembled in fear. Chen Feng, there seems to be something wrong on the first floor. Let's go back. Maybe the exit is more dangerous than the second one. Impossible. We're about to reach the exit. There's a parking lot outside. As soon as we get out of the gate, we'll immediately get into the car and drive away. We have already come here. How can we give up? Chen Feng's face was also terribly stern, but he stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. At this moment, Daju, who was following the group, noticed something. His eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at a green shadow that flashed through the thick fog, exclaiming, "No, we can't go any further. There's something ahead, Fatso. Shut up. If you don't want to come with us, just go back. Stop being so paranoid." Chen Feng turned around angrily, glaring at Daju as if warning and threatening. But before he could finish speaking, he felt the pressure around him disappear. The crowd that had gathered around them suddenly dispersed. This was a bad sign. Those around them were constantly retreating, and only a few desperately moved forward. The crowd retreated, and they had already separated from the crowd and reached the edge of the swirling fog. The monster hiding in the vines under the fog was very close. Not good. Daju, who was usually simple-minded, suddenly sensed danger. He couldn't explain why, but he felt an inner voice warning him of danger. Suddenly growling, Daju reached out to Wu Ya, who was closer, and pulled her back half a meter. Chen Feng stayed ahead. Chen Feng also felt something was wrong, feeling the white mist approaching him. With a silent cry, he followed the other two, but it was too late. From the spreading fog, a whip-like object suddenly flew out at a dizzying speed and reached him in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng's retreat was not slow, but compared to the green whip, everything seemed slow motion. He didn't have time to do anything, not even scream, as green vines stretched out from the fog, threatening to wrap around his neck. Danger. Fortunately, at the decisive moment of life and death, Daju screamed again behind him. He didn't know where his courage came from, but he abruptly stamped his foot and moved quickly, pushing Chen Feng, who was about to be entangled by the vines, aside. The vine lost its target and immediately struck into the void. A thick stalk violently fell on the place where Chen Feng had just stood, cracking the solid marble floor and causing the entire surface to shake. It was then that Daju and Chen Feng finally saw the monster clearly. It was a vine as thick as a child's arm, covered in sharp thorns. The dark green vine not only had an exaggerated shape, but also seemed to stretch endlessly. Its incredible strength was so great that when it landed, it left a shallow dent in the floor. Having lost its target, the vine did not stop searching. Instead, it slithered ominously across the floor like a dangerous python, instantly pouncing on the crowd. It wrapped itself around the skinny man's shin and yanked him back. Ah! The frail man was overcome by an instant slip and fall, unable to resist as the vine threw him half a meter away. Fortunately, in this deadly situation, his hands instinctively waved and he managed to grab onto a thick thigh, preventing himself from being immediately pulled into the thick fog. Shoo! Bin, what's wrong with you? Wu Ya screamed again. She recognized the man who was dragged to the ground by the strange vine as her friend who often accompanied Chen Feng to the casino. Help! Help! Shu Bin grabbed Daju's legs, screaming like crazy. Between life and death, the unbearable fear and anxiety forced him to release his full potential, far beyond his normal capabilities. He relied on the strength of his arms to hold on in a stalemate against the strange vine. Help! Wu Ya screamed, pale with fear. She quickly hugged Shu Bin's neck from behind and shouted at Chen Feng, who had just gotten to his feet and was still in shock. Come help me. I can't hold on any longer. I'm coming. Chen Feng was stunned and didn't move for a long time. Only after hearing Wu Ya's cry for help did he rush forward and tightly grab Shu Bin's wrist. Quickly. Daju also tightly hugged Shu Bin's lower abdomen, helping him pull him back. In the end, Shu Bin's thighs were still tightly clenched, and even if he wanted to dodge, there was no way to escape. The three of them, straining with all their strength, finally managed to hold Shu Bin's body and slowly pull his legs, which were swallowed by the thick fog, back to hell. But the more he did it, the stronger, and he cried out in pain. How painful. My legs hurt. Something is eating them. What? Their eyelids fluttered, and they peered deeper into the thick fog. They saw sharp thorns sticking out from the surface of the strange vine, piercing the flesh of Shu Bin's shin. As the thorns pierced his shin, Shu Bin began to struggle and scream louder and louder. From his mouth and his suspended body thrashed like a worm, desperately resisting. Don't move! Pull harder. Daju and the others pulled Shu Bin's upper body with all their might, desperately struggling with the vine. The tugs caused Shu Bin's body to hang in the air, swinging back and forth like a saw. Despite the vine's enormous strength, the three men, working together, still managed to hold it in place. Desperate situation. After all, Daju's bulk was not in vain. A lifetime of physical labor combined with his physical gifts gave him incredible strength. He alone could put out more than Chen Feng and Wu Ya combined. But even so, they were on the verge of fainting. But what was even more frightening was that the strange vine that was wrapped around Shu Bin's shin continued to desperately contract, slowly stretching along his shin, shortening the distance and gradually piercing Daju and the other two with its protruding thorns. No, he couldn't be saved anymore. If this continues, we too will become entangled in this strange vine. Chen Feng looked at the ever-growing vine, his eyes wide with fear. Almost without hesitation, he let go of her, screaming and retreating. Now all the pressure fell on Daju and Wu Ya. Wu Ya was just a woman, weak and even more timid. Almost immediately after Chen Feng let go, she, exhausted, was forced to let go too, but continued to scream, "Don't give up. Come to the rescue! Isn't Zhu Bin your friend? Why aren't you even saving your friend? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't." Chen Feng roared as he retreated, not even thinking about continuing to help. At a time like this, friendship and kindness were just a joke. Survival was paramount. He not saved Wu Ya, he also did not let her get close to Zhu Bin, freeing his hands to grab her from behind and try to escape with her. "Hey, wait for me." Daju was undoubtedly in the most difficult situation. When Chen Feng and Wu Ya let go of him, he alone bore the entire burden. He was unable to resist the strange vine. In desperation, Zhu Bin desperately struggled, clinging to Dazu's legs as if he was going to drag him away. He desperately beat himself, shouting, "Why don't you save me? Ah, save me! Quickly save me! Stop jumping!" Dazu lost his balance in the struggle, but Zhu Bin still clung to his hips, and together they slid into the thick fog. "It's all over." Dazu, the kind-hearted savior, did not expect such a fate, and was about to close his eyes in despair. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew from behind, and a thin, strong hand fell on Dazu's shoulder, pressing him tightly, helping him regain his balance. "Yeshun, why did you come back?" Dazu froze for a moment in despair. He raised his distrustful gaze and shouted at the slender figure behind him. "Stop talking nonsense! Don't move!" Naturally, Yeshun attacked. Looking at Dazu, who was entangled in a fierce fight with Zhu Bin, a shadow of sullen reproach flashed in his eyes. Before leaving, he made it clear to the group that hiding on the second floor would be fine. Not only did Chen Feng and Wu Ya disobey, but Dazu also followed them down, which inevitably made him angry. But now was not the time to lecture them. With a low growl, Ye Shun suddenly slashed with his left hand, effectively lifting Dazu's 90-kilogram body upward. Zhu Bin, who was clinging to Dazu's legs, desperately struggled, begging, save me too, please. It was you who didn't listen to my advice." "No one can save you now?" Yeshun managed to hold back his anger at Dazu, but when faced with the unruly stranger, he naturally gave in. His gaze became sharp, and the dagger in his hand suddenly turned, drawing a horizontal white line in the air, and flew with a whistle straight towards Shu's wrist. "Binya!" The blade pierced the flesh and tore the tendons of Zhu Bin's arm. He screamed shrilly, and the hand that was clasping Daju's leg suddenly fell. At that moment, the vines began to spin violently, dragging the lost Zhu Bin into the depths of the thick fog. "Ah!" An even more piercing scream followed, stuck in everyone's memory like a nightmare. Daju, who had just been saved, did not feel any excitement, but looked at the dagger in Ye Shun's hand with disbelief and shouted, "Ye Shun, what are you doing? Why are you—" "Of course, to save your life." Ye Shun remained silent and hit Daju with his elbow, knocking him back several times. At that moment, a sharp whistle sounded again in the thick fog, and 3 vines crossed each other in a triangle. One continuously stretched toward Daju, and the other 2, wriggling, stretched toward Ye Shun's neck. "Get out of here." Ye Shun, as if he had eyes, did not even glance. He immediately raised his dagger and fired a powerful blast at a single point. With one swing of the dagger's blade, he instantly cut the attacking vine in half. Having successfully struck, Ye Shun kicked the ground with his toe, using the momentum to roll back 2 meters. Almost immediately after, a second vine appeared, slamming into the marble floor with great force. Bam! The tile exploded, leaving a dent the size of a bowl. The force of this blow was so powerful that it surpassed that of a normal bullet. Ye Shun did not stop, shouting at Daju and the others who were stunned behind him. "What are you still standing there for? Find a room and hide." "Yes, I understand." Daju shuddered as he regained consciousness. He turned and ran, leading Wu Ya and Chen Feng behind him. Ye Shun stood motionless, tightly clutching the dagger in one hand, looking at the true nature of the wood demon from afar through the thick fog. Shh! Suddenly, a violent shaking sound came from the thick fog, and the clouds of fog became even more violent and furious, as if Ye Shun's salvation of the people had finally come to an end. Angered the tree demon. The growing, swirling fog frightened the others in the hall. The hair stood on end. Everyone huddled together even more, desperately trying to find a safe place, which further increased the chaos in the casino hall. Among the crowd, Ye Shun stood motionless, like a stone in a raging sea, his cold, furious gaze directed into the deepest part of the fog. In response, the fog swirled even more, and a withered corpse instantly emerged from the darkness. That corpse was Shu Bin, whose tendons Ye Shun had just cut, leaving him in the hands of the tree demon. In a matter of seconds, the vines pierced his body, sucking out the nutrients from his internal organs and intestines, leaving him a withered corpse. The wood demon didn't just throw the corpse away. Instead, it transformed into a weapon to strike Ye Shun, flying towards him with such speed and force that it even created a powerful gust of wind. Ye Shun didn't bother to dodge, flying out like an arrow. Before the corpse could get any closer, he had already delivered a powerful kick to the waist and stomach. Crack! The shriveled corpse, deprived of all water and nutrients, became incredibly fragile, leaving its bones and body incredibly fragile. Kick shattered the body's spine and body, ripping apart the abdomen and sending it flying, smashing against the wall. Hiss! An even more terrifying shaking sound rang out, and a piece of green vine suddenly pierced the floor, whistling along Ye Shun's legs and piercing his abdomen. Ye Shun suddenly jumped up, the dagger swirled, cutting through the air. Li Tong's blade slashed in a circle, firmly protecting his vital organs. The vine piercing his lower abdomen was shattered in one blow. Ye Shun hooked his left fist and swung his right leg, simultaneously kicking the thorny vine and sending it flying backwards. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind swept through the air from his right side. Ye Shun, still not looking back, nimbly dodged. Dodging the continuous attacks, he fiercely struck out. The tip of the dagger pierced the vine's shell, leaving a bloody wound nearly 1/2 meter long. A thick stream of dark blood gushed out from the depths of the broken vine. This blood did not belong to the wood demon itself, but the essence and nutrients sucked out of Shu Bing and the other victims. Now it fell to the ground like falling raindrops. Ya Shun retreated again and again, holding the dagger on his chest, coldly looking towards the direction where the bloody rain was most concentrated. As expected, a blue humanoid silhouette appeared from behind the bloody rain again, dramatically turning its neck and rushing straight at Ye Shun. This was the true form of the wood demon, who had grown tired of this distant battle and had decided to personally fight Ye Shun. Its body structure resembled that of a human, with a full torso, limbs, and a square head. However, its limbs, instead of evolving into human ones, ending in thick, strong tree trunks. Each trunk could freely extend and contract, turning into vines in the air at a terrifying speed. Moreover, the tree demon had a smooth, square head, and its body was covered with a dense mass of bluish-brown bark, like a cracked turtle shell. The head had no volume, nor were there any clear features. From a distance, it resembled a dull wooden sculpture of a humanoid creature. But this wooden sculpture actually moved, rushing at a dizzying speed. Beneath his feet, and the true form of the wood demon mysteriously appeared before Ye Shun. Its huge blue mouth, extending to the back of its head, projected long snake-like tendrils. These long tendrils served as feeding weapons for the tree demon. Although it did not have a fanged mouth like other monsters, the tentacles it projected shimmered strangely, and the tips were sharper than files, just in time. Ye Shun, gathering his courage, lowered his head to avoid the tentacles. He rushed forward, smashing his shoulder into the frozen body of the wood demon. With a dull thud, the true form of the wood demon recoiled uncontrollably, its attacks landing squarely on its face. Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Shun closed the distance, thrusting his left fist forward and striking the right eye of the wood demon. The fist thundered with incredible force, leaving a shallow mark on the dryad's flat face. Her green eyes spurted a sickening stream of green juice. Someone, noticing the monster in the thick fog, let out a cry of all-consuming horror. "Oh, the monster! It's a monster! Why does this monster look like a tree? Are trees spirits?" People understand that trees, although they have life, are not capable of moving independently of the soil and certainly not capable of sprouting to feed on humans. However, such scenes are not uncommon in the multiverse. From majestic trees to tiny plants, anything that is transformed by the source energy has a certain chance of mutating into something resembling a tree demon. In the apocalypse, people call these monsters the Tree Demon Clan, and they are considered completely unique in the cartoon universe. Of course, technically they trees, but their actions are even more cruel than those of other demonic creatures. After all, they feed on humans, so Ye Shun naturally has no need to be polite. After a series of blows, the wood demon's true form finally went berserk. Its undamaged green eye widened, and with a single swing of its limbs, the vast array of vines turned into sharp whips, completely surrounding Ye Shun on all sides. The wood demon could control several vines at once. As they all soared into the air, it was like a wildly expanding and growing green sea of trees, leaving Ye Shun no chance to respond. The huge number of vines wildly wriggled in the thick fog, their claws and fangs bared, leaving an exaggerated hissing sound wherever they passed. The thorns on the vines, which were a terrifying 4 centimeters long, twisted ominously and exaggeratedly, like probes piercing the ground. Faced with such a terrifying and powerful attack, Ye Shun was unable to resist head-on. He could only retreat again and again, tapping his foot on the marble floor and quickly retreating back, sighing quietly to himself. This creature's combat power is already comparable to a second-level dryad. If given a little more time and fed more human food, it might even make a complete breakthrough inside the anomaly. At this point, my chances of winning would be even lower. In the monster world, there were also levels of combat power, just like how humans could jump to worlds after awakening their fighting spirit. Although the current dryad had not yet reached the level of a second-tier demon, she was close. Ye Shun could only secretly congratulate himself that she had not yet achieved this breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have been faced with a one-sided massacre. Whoosh! Just as Ye Shun's mind changed, the marble floor beneath him suddenly cracked. From beneath the collapsed floorboards, 2 thorn-like vines shot out, tightly wrapping themselves around his legs at a speed that surpassed his physical perception. Ye Shun's body froze in place as the wood demon closed the distance, releasing many strange vines to tightly wrap themselves around him. Then, its huge green mouth opened wide, and numerous tendrils shot out, piercing Ye Shun's brain. This powerful man not only posed a significant threat to the wood demon, but also possessed a considerable amount of energy. The wood demon advanced, stealing the essence and blood of their prey. If it could successfully absorb Ye Shun's flesh and blood, its strength would naturally increase even more. However, Ye Shun had no intention of sitting back and waiting for death. As soon as the main body of the wood demon opened its ferocious mouth, several tentacles quickly closed, ready to... Grabbing Ye Shun's head, Ye Shun, who seemed to be in a desperate situation, curled his lips into a sneer. His legs were entangled in vines, and the thorns on their surface dug into his skin, causing him a sharp pain, as if they were being burned with a brand. New vines also entangled his waist and abdomen, and many writhing thorns approached his body, threatening to pierce him through. Even so, Ye Shun's gaze remained resolute. As the main body of the wood demon approached, ready to devour his brain, he suddenly raised the assault dagger he had been using to defend himself and aimed it at the wood demon's left eye. In the previous battle, Ye Shun had already taken away the wood demon's right eye, leaving it with only the left one to keep an eye on its prey. Of course, he didn't want to risk blinding his prey in order to devour it. He decided to dodge by pulling back the vines that were wrapped around Ye Shin, effectively blocking his left eye. This was the opportunity Ye Shun had been waiting for. The dagger didn't leave his hand with a whistle. Instead, Ye Shun gripped it even tighter, twisted the blade and cut off several tentacles that were reaching towards him. These tentacles burst out of the dryad's mouth. Although they were just as resilient, they were no match for the vines used to capture prey, allowing Ye Shun to easily cut them off. A stream of dark green blood, the dryad's own blood, gushed out from the severed tentacles. The dryad had not expected Ye Shun to be able to perform such a sharp counterattack in such desperate circumstances. Caught off guard, the excruciating pain in her tentacles increased her rage. With a furious swing of the vine, it threw Ye Shun aside. As he was being thrown, Ye Shun swung his blade, cutting through more vines. The wood demon howled as it retreated, giving Ye Shun a chance to catch his breath. He landed heavily on his back, spitting out blood, and slammed his left hand onto the marble floor, using his strength to bounce into an unexpected 15-meter abyss. Having failed to steal the chicken, the wood demon collided with Ye Shun. Enraged, the demon swung its vine, frantically writhing through the thick fog, seeking out the nearest prey and stabbing it. This time, it did not absorb the nutrients from its prey. Instead, it simply vented its anger, taking the opportunity to gather more prey and hurl it at Ye Shun. Like cannonballs, Ye Shun didn't even look back, rolling backwards and immediately pushing into the crowd, disappearing from the sight of the wood demon. His legs were injured, but his movements were still fast and powerful. The bodies thrown out hit the floor and the wall, their bodies crushed by the enormous force. The bloody flesh covered the entire wall. Ye Shun endured the searing pain in his leg and continued to hide in the crowd, taking advantage of the players frantically running away nearby. He desperately suppressed his presence, preventing the tree demon from finding him quickly. As a result, the enraged tree demon was forced to change targets, wrapping his grotesque and disgusting vines around more helpless fugitives, tearing apart one body after another to vent his rage. The agonized cries, the angry curses of the men, and the heart-rending screams of the women filled the chaotic scene of carnage with a sense of purgatory. The enraged tree demon stopped feeding and began to lash out with its remaining vines, piercing the living bodies, tearing out fragments of entrails and intestines, creating a fountain of blood. The people caught in the middle of the carnage were forced to run and scream, trying to avoid being hit by the entrails and limbs of the corpses. There was nothing else they could do. The crowd became more and more chaotic and crowded. Hiding inside, Ye Shun took advantage of the chaos to easily catch up with Dazhu and the others who had just escaped, and gave them a strong push from behind. Hurry, the monster has become completely enraged. Come up to the second floor. Oh, I see. Dazhu and the others, frightened by the screams and the smell of blood behind them, were too scared to ask Ye Shun any questions. Their cheeks turned pale, and they rushed up to the second floor like crazy. Be quiet, Zheng Mingyuan. You're stepping on my foot. Damn it. Stop squeezing me! Move over, damn it! The narrow staircase was full of pushing and shoving. Even Wu Ya caught up in this madness, like a boat about to capsize, driven by the crowd. Seeing the terrifying power of the monster, everyone was terrified. Even the most reasonable and courageous inevitably lost their minds at this moment. Under the shadow of death and the all-encompassing horror, all humility and politeness retreated to the background. People simply bumped into each other and pushed each other, throwing out their fear in screams and shouts. Yuya, fragile and not particularly strong, was completely cornered. Some even stepped on her to get up. Oh, please stop, my bones are breaking. At this point, even the most beautiful women were not a priority. Wuya was constantly stomping around. Her once delicate makeup and flowing hair were now tangled, making her look like a ghost. Her fragile body was no match for these people. If this continued, she would be trampled and turned into a meat pie. Fortunately, at this moment, a slender, strong hand suddenly reached out from the chaotic crowd behind him and gently grabbed Wu Ya's back just as she was about to fall. Suddenly, she soared into the air, flying over the heads of several people, accompanied by screams. The next moment, Ye Shun, with killing intent, charged into the crowded staircase, arms outstretched, and charged straight into the crowd. With his arms outstretched, he instantly made his way through the chaos. "Faster!" shouted to Daju, who was walking next to him, pushing aside the crowd. Daju, who was already scared, obediently followed him like a log. More people tried to squeeze into the passage behind him, but Ye Shun's elbow pushed many back. He couldn't allow too many to escape with him. After all, monsters not only use their eyes to find prey, but they can also smell food to choose the most suitable places to feed. Therefore, the places with the densest crowd and the strongest human smell are always the most dangerous. So Ye Shun fought off those who wanted to escape. With him, and only with a dozen lucky ones squeezed back into the corridor on the second floor. However, even there at this time, it was not too quiet. When Ye Shun rushed to the second floor with a small group of people, he immediately saw many corpses lying in disarray. The cause of death was almost identical for all of them. The stomachs were gutted and the internal organs were eaten away and sucked out. That was left was a pile of incomplete empty shells lying in the corridor in a very strange position. It seemed like the second floor was no longer completely safe. This scene caused everyone to scream, and Ye Shun pushed the screaming crowd away, looking at the huge number of corpses in front of him with a serious look. He grabbed trembling Chen Feng and asked, "Aren't you familiar with the casino environment? Apart from the private rooms on the second floor, are there any other hidden corners?" Yes, it's in the VIP box on the third floor. Only really rich businessmen can go there." Chen Feng was already terrified. No matter how much he hated Ye Shun, he had no way to say it. He spoke with trembling lips. "Okay, let's go to the third floor." Hesitation, pushing Chen Feng forward and ordering him to go first. However, just as the crowd followed Chen Feng and ran, trying to avoid the third floor, another green vine appeared in the corridor behind them, breaking through the wall and rushing towards the back of Ye's head. "Shinya." Ye Shun prepared himself, swinging the knife with the back of his hand to push away the vine. Unable to pierce the dagger, the vine strangely formed a half-arc, wrapped itself around the neck of another unfortunate person, and pulled it with force. Ha! A blow of incredible force, leaving the man no chance to resist. His body screamed and flew back, rolling down the stairs with a crash, carried by the vines into the thick fog. "Oh my God, Wang Ming! It's Wang Ming! Save him!" Wu Ya screamed, unable to express her horror in words. She helplessly pushed Ye Shun, who was standing next to her, begging him to save the man. Among the survivors who followed him upstairs were several of Wu Ya's colleagues. Unable to save anyone herself, she placed her hopes on Ye Shun. "Shut up." Ye Shun, however, grabbed her wrist, pierced her with a terrifying gaze, and continued to drag her to the third floor. How can you be so cold-blooded? Wu Ya, like a puppet, allowed herself to be held by Ye Shun, numbly rushing to the third floor of the casino. Feeling safe, she suddenly let go of Ye Shun's hand and screamed at the top of her voice, accusing him of being cold-blooded. Without thinking, Ye Shun punched the woman in the face, causing her to stumble and fall helplessly into the corner. "You actually hit a woman!" Wu Ya was stunned. She leaned against the wall, clutching her burning cheeks with her hands. She froze for a moment, and then suddenly, like a madwoman, she jumped to her feet and, in an even sharper voice, lashed out at Ye Shun with a furious, angry accusation. "You are not a man at all. You could have saved her. Why did you run away, you weakling?" "I'm a coward. Haha." Ye Shun laughed, but his laugh was cold. He had saved Wu Ya many times before out of respect for their good old days. But now, Wu Ya was more like a crazy psychopath, her relentless and violent behavior exhausting the last of Ye Shun's patience. Indifferently, and said, "If you think you can save the world, congratulations, it's your time to step up. The monster below is waiting for you." You can go down and save people yourself instead of forcing your sacred heart on me. How can I save them? I'm just a woman." Wuya was suddenly speechless. She just leaned her back against the wall helplessly, sobbing. Ye Shun continued, "During the apocalypse, the difference between men and women doesn't matter. I know what you're thinking. With your looks and aura, everyone of the opposite sex around you must surround you, risking their lives for you, so that beauty comes first, right?" At this moment, Ye Shin's gaze darkened. "But if you really believe this, your end is not far away. In the midst of the carnage, no man would be foolish enough to forget the danger because of your beauty. Compared to his life, your dirty skin is nothing." In peacetime, Wu Ya's charming appearance and almost devilishly impressive figure would have helped her win everyone's favor, allowing her to enjoy the privileges available only to a beauty. And Wu Ya did just that, and with great success. But now the end of the world is approaching. In an era where life is uncertain and everyone could die at any moment, who would willingly give their life for a stranger? Ye Shun's voice was not loud, but it cut like a sharp sword, completely crushing all the arrogance and superiority hidden in this domineering woman. Such words were truly cold-blooded and cruel for a beauty who was accustomed to being treated with honor by the opposite sex. And yet, it was the truth. Considering how Chen Feng and the others around her had no hesitation in betraying their teammates in a life-or-death situation, the deciding factor, Wu Ya, although deeply indignant, had to admit that Ye Shun's words were true. She felt even more helpless, leaning against the wall and crying incessantly to vent her frustration. Ye Shun, however, did not look at her again, quickly, turning his gaze to the nearby VIP rooms. Just as Chen Feng said, it was quiet and calm, untouched by the carnage. After all, this was a real VIP area, and few people were allowed in the rooms on the third floor. Due to the small population, the human presence was minimal, and monsters usually did not appear in places where food was scarce. But Ye Shun knew that peace would not last long here, and the monster below would catch up with him sooner or later. Therefore, he still did not dare to be careless, and immediately he headed into a large room, where he used a dagger in his hand to cut off several wooden table and chair legs, pieces of solid aluminum and other objects, which he then threw at the group of people trembling with fear around him. "Take that. The monster will find this place sooner or later. I saved you once, but don't think that I will save you forever. When the monster finds this place again, it will be your turn to speak." "What?" Chen Feng and the others looked at each other, looking at the wooden sticks and aluminum pipes on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Wu Ya, who was already on the verge of a nervous breakdown, suddenly stood up and shook her head vigorously, saying, "No, we don't want to fight that monster. That thing is too terrifying. It will kill us all. If you don't resist, won't she kill you all?" Ye Shun narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "I hope you can accept reality, because soon the rules of this world will completely change. It won't stop just because you don't want to accept it. Whether humanity accepts it or not, the apocalypse will come and continue. And if humans want to survive in this bloody and deadly environment, the first lesson they must learn is to learn to resist. I won't waste strength to save a pile of useless junk. If you really don't know how to hold a weapon to resist, then you can only wait for death." After saying this, Ye Shun picked up a wooden stick and handed it to Dazhu. He silently looked at the latter's trembling face and said softly, "Don't be afraid. Gather all your courage. You have good talent. What you lack is experience in killing and courage of heart. Once you pass this level, you will have the opportunity to become a skilled warrior." Ye Shun, but Dazhu's voice still trembled. He continued to tremble, and his voice said almost desperately, "But this monster is so strong, stronger than all of us put together. How can we resist? You are wrong. Perhaps you were unable to resist just before the anomaly erupted, but now you have actually developed a certain level of resistance." Ye Shun silently shook his head, interrupting Dazhu. "Feel it," he continued. "Do you see how the flames in your heart are expanding? Is the blood flow increasing? And Ye Shun lowered his head, looking at Dazu's slightly limping left leg. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Just now, when you were climbing the stairs, you ran so fast despite your leg injury. Don't you think it's strange? Huh? Ye Shun's reminder finally brought Dazu back to his senses. He quickly lowered his head to look at his leg that was suffering from problems. Indeed, it seemed much more flexible, and he even limped less when he walked. What was going on? Dazu was stunned. He stamped his foot in confusion, his entire body almost petrified. Ye Shun calmly replied, "The heavens are fair. When they close the door to us, they also open a window to humanity. The changes in you occur because you have absorbed enough source energy and accepted its transformation, thereby, to a certain extent, awakening the fighting soul hidden in your genes. Almost everyone has a fighting soul. The difference is that some people are gifted and easily awakened by the source energy, such as Ye Shun himself or the outwardly honest but deeply kind-hearted Great Pillar. Of course, many people with average talents do not have the talent to easily awaken their martial soul. Even most of the Blue Star people may never feel the presence of a martial soul in their entire lives. These low-born, useless people are simply not worthy of being saved or cared for. However, those that Ye Shun saved were usually those with relatively good abilities. After the subtle transformation of the source energy, their bodies had already unconsciously awakened to a certain extent. It was just that their lack of experience prevented them from realizing it. Before the monsters had time to fully discover this place, Qin Feng took the opportunity to quickly and concisely explain to the people the relationship between the bloodline of the human spirit and the cosmic energy of this dimension. He also taught them methods of quickly clearing energy. By regulating the frequency of breathing, one could achieve a more effective awakening of innate abilities. This knowledge was wisdom that Ye Shun had quietly accumulated over many years of killing. Of course, this method of refining energy was not a top secret. After all, as the apocalypse dragged on, most of the gifted people had developed a corresponding method. Indeed, when people followed Ye Shun's advice and began breathing according to his instructions, they immediately felt a noticeable increase in blood flow. They also felt their wounds slowly healing, and their physical fitness, reflexes, and other aspects gradually improving. Okay, now that everyone has understood these principles, all that remains is for us to hurry up and purify this source energy, preparing for the final battle with the approaching monster. Ye Shun looked at the people who were immersed in the pleasure of absorbing energy and gently reminded. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ya immediately stood up and objected. But our exposure to origin energy is too short. Even if we have awakened to some extent, our powers are very limited. This monster has always existed in a world full of origin energy. How can we compare to it? Ye Shun nodded calmly as usual. Indeed, humans have been exposed to origin energy for too short a time. Compared to those monsters that are born with a strong constitution and strength, we are at a complete disadvantage. But humans are not the only disadvantage. Our greatest advantage is our numbers. More than a dozen people, if we can unite and form a single force, we have a chance to defeat the wood monster. Using our numerical superiority to engage in a decisive battle with the true form of the wood demon is the only logical and effective solution Ye Shun could think of. Imagine in the circumstances. That's why he spent all his energy saving these people. No, I don't want to fight. Leave that kind of bravado and violence to you men. I simply don't have the courage to commit such a terrible act. Even after Ye Shun explained everything, Wu Ya's face remained full of resistance. She reluctantly shook her head, her thoughts hopeless, hopeless. Not only Wu Ya, but also Chen Feng and most of the survivors who came here with Ye Shun expressed doubts about Ye Shun's explanation. After all, they were not as skilled in refining origin energy as Ye Shun, and they did not have gone through the trials and tribulations of bloody battles. Even after reaching a certain level of awakening, most of them retained their normal way of thinking, fearing pain and death. Let alone a direct fight, Just the sight of the wood demon would inevitably make their legs tremble in fear. Wu Ya also suggested, Ye Shun, let's think of other solutions, like hiding and waiting for the monster to leave. Ha 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 ha. Ye Shun laughed again, looking coldly at Wu Ya, and slowly said, if you continue to hold on to this idea, the consequences will be dire. Although the anomaly will not last long, and the wood demon will no longer threaten them, Ye Shun had already dealt heavy damage to the wood demon in the previous battle. In the allotted time, the wood demon would definitely find the survivors who had once humiliated him, one after another. Ye Shun had already suffered a leg injury from the previous battle. Although he could quickly heal her with the origin energy, he was still in pain. If that guy showed up, Ye Shun wouldn't be able to handle him alone. Wu Ya fell silent, her face turning pale. The rest of the group, immersed in an oppressive silence, sank into a deathly silence. This is not the time to be afraid. Prepare yourself, Ye Shun warned coldly, not wanting to continue the conversation. All right, I believe you. Dazhu, who had been silent until now, finally gathered his courage and decided to resist. Usually timid and cowardly, he quickly swung his club, and his gaze gradually became firmer. The others were also somewhat moved and silently raised their weapons. Only Chen Feng remained silent, cowering in a corner. Although he also took up a weapon, he did not share their determination to fight to the death. Instead, he kept looking away, as if thinking of another way to escape. Ye Shun naturally noticed the glimmer in his eyes, but he didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he slightly curled his lips into a playful grin. Peaceful moments are always short-lived. As the men finally gathered their courage, inspired by Ye Shun's emotional excitement, they all drew their weapons. Ye Shun, gathering his strength, immediately felt a chilling, killing intent. Soon, a sense of tangible danger came over him. Let's go. Everyone, get ready. This time, Ye Shun didn't hide his intentions. Feeling this desire, he immediately rushed into the corridor and opened the door, finding himself in a thick fog that covered the passage. Deep in the fog, a turquoise humanoid silhouette slowly appeared before Ye Shun's stern gaze. The dark blue humanoid monster was covered in green marks that looked like turtle shell. The tendrils beneath its feet resembled overgrown weeds slithering ominously across the wooden floorboards. Strange blue vines extended from the wood demon's body, writhing ominously as if filled with life, and even exuded a pungent smell of blood, intensifying the chill in the air. Ye Shun's reasoning turned out to be Faithful the tree demon, repeatedly attacked by him, finally could not contain his indignation. After eating his fill, he threw the bloody meal in the hall of the first floor and headed to the third floor, intending to drag the person who had disgraced him into the abyss of the multiverse before the anomaly closed. As for Ye Shun, he stood at the front of the crowd, pointing the blade of his dagger at the wood demon, emitting a cold, a deadly aura. Neither side reacted, but the terrifying killing intent in the air gradually thickened. During the confrontation, someone, unable to withstand the pressure of such a powerful aura, retreated 2 steps in fear, drenched in cold sweat. Before they could react, the wall behind them cracked with a strange cracking sound, and a huge hole appeared. A green vine emerged from the hole, which strangely wrapped itself around the man's neck and pulled him back. And the screams from behind immediately alerted the crowd. Dazu, Wu Ya, and the others looked around. In addition to the unfortunate man attacked by the vines, they noticed more collapsed walls and strange vines growing out of the cracks. These vines blocked everyone's escape route and blocked off most of the corridor. Horrible! Bloody vines writhed everywhere, their spines pulsating furiously, licking their backs like bloody reapers. Damn it! No escape! Kill! Let's fight these monsters! Dazu was the first to react, swinging his club at the vines. Always timid, after numerous intimidations, he finally found the courage to resist. He swung his strong arms, using his incredible strength to crush the vines that were reaching for him. Following the example of the first rebel, the second and third were naturally inspired. Resist. All together. We must defeat this monster. Yes, these damned vines have killed countless of us. We must make them pay. With no way out, they were desperate. But this despair, in turn, ignited the last bits of courage. Suddenly the corridors were filled with the sounds of fists and kicks. More than a dozen survivors roared in anger, summoning all their courage to help. Even the most timid Wu Ya, unable to retreat, was forced to swing her sticks, crushing the monster-controlled vines. The crowd finally calmed down, and as the battle dragged on, they soon realized that these strange vines were not as invincible as they thought. The thorns on the vines, enough to easily pierce the skin, could be broken with one crushing blow. As for the vines, wildly whipping and strangling in the air, their resilience and strength were astonishing. But those who resisted also achieved a kind of awakening. Their explosive power and strength significantly increased, making them less dangerous. Even if they were cut or injured during battle, these minor wounds would heal quickly thanks to the replenishment of source energy. As long as there was no profuse bleeding, they could rely on their awakened bodies to recover. As the battle progressed, the humans became more and more courageous, and thanks to their superior numbers, they even managed to repel the attacks of the monster vine. This performance certainly gave them confidence. Ye Xin's plan had already been half successful. He took advantage of the pressure of the desperate situation to fully mobilize the resistance within these people. Talents gradually emerged as they fought the vines, and this, combined with Ye Xin's previous instructions, produced an unexpectedly effective effect. Dazhu and the others could not yet fully sense the presence of the source energy, but with each breath, the blood circulated through their bodies faster, and the advantages became more and more obvious. They also gained initial combat experience. Everyone improved, and Dazhu undoubtedly made the most progress. His physique was already much stronger than that of an ordinary person. The constant swinging of the club made the muscles tense and the veins under the skin pulsate. His physical fitness and stamina were noticeably improved. Although Dazhu was inevitably cut up by the violent strangling vines, suffering serious injuries in direct combat, his greatly strengthened body allowed the wounds to heal at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Wu Ya's performance was amazingly outstanding, surpassing their peers in combat. This was due to their natural talents. Although Wu Ya was naturally timid and seemingly ineffective, when faced with a real life-or-death crisis, this woman who always hid behind other men finally came forward. Wu Ya's movements were swift and graceful, and her lithe frame allowed her to maneuver among the numerous vines, perfectly dodging their strangling grips and finding the perfect angle to counterattack. As for Chen Feng, relying solely on brute force, he managed to repel two vines at the same time. Its aluminum tubes shot up, repeatedly colliding head-on with the vines, each impact producing a dull thud. Their weapons were already dented, and their strength was significantly depleted. However, in this deadly situation, their courage was fully revealed, and they stood firm against the vines without showing any signs of weakness. Meanwhile, Ye Xun calmly confronted the true form of the wood demon. After the previous two clashes, both sides clearly understood the possibilities. Each other. The wood demon, approaching the second level, greatly surpassed Ye Xun in combat experience and skill. In terms of combat experience and skill, Ye Xun, who had been baptized by the apocalypse for 10 years, was undoubtedly superior to him. They both waited, waiting for an opportunity for the other to show weakness. Once this weakness appeared, both sides would unleash a truly ferocious attack with thunderous force. Finally, the wood demon, who was trying his best to maintain a tense standoff with Ye Xun while simultaneously controlling his vines to attack the crowd, finally showed a flaw. Although the flaw was so minor, just a swing of his body, Ye Xun immediately took advantage of the opportunity to attack. Like a cannon, his body shot 5 meters, rushing towards him with the speed of a cheetah. His dagger, designed for stabbing, drew a bright line in the air, the blade stretching straight towards the wood demon's left eye. Spike! The wood demon also took action. Its dense, strange vines gathered and dispersed, turning into countless afterimages that roared through the air, blocking Ye Xin's advance. Then, it split into many tentacle-like vines and began to strangle Ye Xin frantically. The green vines danced in the sky like poisonous stingers, like giant nets, and like pythons, strangling with incredible force. The vines were so resilient and destructive that even Ye-Shin's heart froze. They, they flew across wooden tables and chairs, smashing them into pieces. They hit the walls, breaking them into pieces. Even the wooden floor beneath his feet had been reduced to dust and sawdust by the brute force of the vines. This was truly a monster, far more powerful than the parasitic beast from the first anomaly. But Ye-Shun had also awakened even faster than in the first anomaly. His speed was like a cheetah, his movements like a jackal. The seemingly insignificant dagger in his hand was constantly at the forefront, dealing the most effective damage to the monster's vines. 10 years of combat experience had given Ye-Shun unimaginable combat skills. What he lacked in ability, he made up for in experience. Even when faced with a dozen vines strangling him, he could easily and effortlessly dismantle them, advancing and retreating in an orderly fashion, like a butterfly fluttering among 1,000 flowers, turning killing into an art form. The sound of table tennis constantly echoed throughout the area. Ye-Shun's dagger turned into the sharpest sword, and with one blow of the back of it, he always managed to cut off many fragments from the vines. The roar of the tree demon became more and more muffled, like an enraged tiger. The vines swayed wildly, constantly intertwining and converging, even forming a cage that directly surrounded Ye-Shun's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green vine formed an afterimage and rushed straight into Ye-Shun's brain. Despite Ye-Shun's impressive awakening, he didn't dare, risking his head to take the monster's damage. He could only swing with all his might, the tip of his blade colliding head-on with the monster's vines. A faint spark of fire danced. As he blocked the first vine, another suddenly released its power. The monster's attacks were all-encompassing, becoming frantic. The remaining 7 or 8 vines formed a straight line, bombarding Ye-Shun one after another. From the front and back, the vines of the ferocious monster entangled him in a continuous, organized attack, forcing Ye-Shin to dodge and retreat again and again. There was no other way. The difference in awakening level meant that Ye-Shun could not fight the wood demon head-on. He could only use indirect methods to reduce the difference in strength. But the wood demon was no fool. Taking advantage of Ye-Shin's confusion, he immediately swung his 8 vines, launching a dense attack. Like a giant spiderweb, it completely enveloped Ye-Shin, leaving no gaps or openings. Ye-Shun tightly gripped the dagger in one hand, clenched the other into a fist, blocking with both hands, barely holding back the onslaught of the 8 vines. But more attacks followed, catching him off guard and forcing him to retreat. Eyes darkened slightly. In such a confined space, his speed advantage was difficult to utilize. Even though the wood demon had released a dozen vines to attack the survivors behind it, there were only 8 or 9 left, posing a serious threat. As the battle became more intense, Ye-Shun found that the space for evasion was narrowing. The vines formed a unique ring, shrinking under the increasingly intense pressure. Ye-Shun's room to maneuver was extremely limited. If he simply dodged, the vines would inevitably surge forward. Completely trapped by these vines, he would be helpless. With no way to retreat, Ye-Shun could only muster up all his courage and strike back. Whoosh! Ye-Shun thought for a moment before unleashing all his agility and speed. His body and the dagger merged into one, forming a long, piercing line that pierced the swaying vines, once again closing the distance between him and the monster. When two meet on a narrow road, the bravest wins. With evasion impossible, Ye-Shun had no choice but to fight for his life. The dagger stabbed, cutting through the air, creating a series of sharp, hissing syllables. At the same time, the monsters attacked. Whist! A green vine shot out from the ground and appeared behind Ye-Shun in an extremely strange direction, attacking his back. Ye-Shun applied force to his waist and abdomen, forcibly bending his body to avoid the attack from behind. The second vine went straight into his cerebellum too. The thorns at the end of the vine were like files. Once it hit, it would definitely blow Ye-Shun's mind. This book is first published on the entire TWKAN network. Gomdat. Ye-Shun could only slightly bend down like a cheetah ready to hunt. allowing the vine that cut through the air at high speed to pass by his forehead. There was a third vine and a third vine. However, these attacks were all feints, and their purpose was to force Ye-shin to approach the fifth vine, where the vine was the thickest, longest, and toughest, waiting for its prey. Ye-shun immediately figured out the tree demon's trick. He lowered his saddle, ignoring its rhythm. His dagger swung like a thread, blocking the advancing vines one by one. He jumped back to avoid the attack of the fifth vine. The tree demon was furious. A trace of human malice suddenly flashed across his stately face. The sixth vine struck again, piercing Ye-shin's thigh. This time, Ye-shun didn't even dodge. He knew that if he dodged the sixth vine, he would be powerless against the seventh and eighth. The vine that pierced his thigh, although strong, was not lethal, so Ye-shun ignored it, not making a move. There was no dodging. The sixth vine whistled into his thigh. The sharp thorns twisted like a scimitar, leaving a terrible scar on Ye-shin's thigh. Blood gushed out like a river. Unbearable pain pierced his entire body, causing Ye-shin to tremble in pain. But he still did not retreat. Overcoming the damage from the sixth vine, Ye-shun advanced even further, pushing off the ground with his uninjured right leg in a final dive. His body, like a spear, was thrust straight ahead, into the monster's body. Although the tree demon swung its vines furiously, seemingly trying to correct the situation, it was too late. The vines that had already swung did not have time to return back, and Ye-shin's agility was so fast that he mobilized every bone and muscle in his body. With a strange twist, pause, and push, he broke free from the vine's encirclement, completely turning the tide of battle. Of course, this victory did not come for free. The vine's thorns pierced Ye-shin's left leg, creating a fist-sized hole, and bloody tears gushed out in all directions. The thorns on his right shoulder also pierced his skin, leaving bloody marks and covering his upper body with blood. Such wounds looked horrific, but only at first glance, not fatal. Ye-shun did not pay attention to the wound or even the pain. His body turned into a grey line, which continued to advance furiously, cutting through the vines that twisted back and forth. Finally, the distance was reduced to 2 meters, the perfect distance for him to strike. Without hesitation, Ye-shun swung the scarlet dagger, cutting through the dotted line and the ice. The blade pierced the remaining eye of the monster. The tree monster roared furiously, opening its green mouth wide, and then released a series of tongue-like tentacles, blocking the last attempt. Die! Ye-shun ignored. Like a bloodthirsty shark, the dagger pierced the gap between the blade and the tentacles, piercing the victim's brain. The blade flew only 5 centimeters from the monster's crimson eye before being blocked by another tentacle. Ye-shun gritted his teeth and swung the dagger with a crowbar, turning the thrust into a slash, fiercely, striking the frozen face of the tree demon. With a whoosh, the blade, like a moon, tore through the hardened skin of the tree demon, leaving a long bloody scar. From the depths of the scar, a stream of green sap gushed out, and the tree demon roared furiously. The 2 tree trunks threw the dagger away, releasing another strange vine that pierced Ye-shun's chest. He then swung the dagger, forming a heavy whip, and struck him in the chest. With a dull thud, Ye-shin's body flew through the air like a sandbag, describing a long, narrow parabola before landing heavily on the ground. The force of the impact was enormous, and even Ye-shin's hardened body could not withstand it. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he landed, and the wall behind him cracked from the impact. Fortunately, the tree demon was also seriously injured. Backhand almost hit the monster's cheek, shattering a large chunk of the hard, tortoiseshell-like bark and damaging the wood demon's very essence. The wound oozed copiously from its cheek, causing the wood demon to howl in pain, making a sound similar to the barking of a wild dog. Soon, half of the vines attacking Daju and the others retreated desperately, forming a denser mass, a whip that shot up into the sky, bombarding Ye-shin's direction. This time, the vines attacking Ye-shin were even more numerous, powerful, and denser than before. Ye-shun, feeling the fury of the wood demon, immediately kicked off with his feet, deftly maneuvering like a fleeing rabbit, dodging the wave of blows. Ye Shun managed to dodge the blow, but the buildings and walls behind him were heavily damaged. The enraged wood demon raged in hysterics, reckless and desperate. Its vines swung with destructive force, enough to shatter metal and crack stone. Even a light swing could shatter wooden planks and turn reinforced concrete walls into rubble. Dazu and the others struggled against the onslaught of vines, but suddenly the floor beneath their feet cracked and the entire building vibrated from the powerful impact. Some, unprepared, lost their balance and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Fear. Meanwhile, more and more vines rushed forward, attacking the fallen. Without Ye Shun to restrain them, these newly awakened creatures were no match for the enraged wood demon. This time, the humans faced the full force of the wood demon, and the previously tenacious stalemate collapsed into one. Moment point. When the vines attacked, Dazu actually tried to block them with his stick. However, he underestimated the force of the attack. With a cracking sound, the stick broke in two. The vines continued to attack, stretching out along their thick arms, wrapping around half of Dazu's body and swinging him from side to side. Phew! Dazu screamed in agony, his nearly 200-pound body being thrown like a meteor hammer, shattering the window and crashing to the ground. Dazu, the strongest and most awakened, was unable to withstand the furious attack of the tree demon. The fate of the others was imaginable. What was going on? Why did this monster become even more violent? Wu Ya was also struck by the furious onslaught of the vines. As soon as she cried out in surprise, she saw a green afterglow flying towards her, piercing the air with such efficiency that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. A few hours ago, Wu Ya would have been dead. But now, thanks to the transformation of her body by the source energy, she has truly awakened, possessing exceptionally high reflexes and agility. She instinctively sensed danger and dodged sideways with difficulty. However, her dodge proved fatal for the man behind her. The man with gold-rimmed glasses, fair skin, and refined manners was instantly pierced by the vines. The strange vine, as thick as a fist, resembled a hard spike. Although it was not a sword, its penetrating power was no less than that of a blade. Ah! The man with eyes screamed hoarsely as the monster pierced his stomach. His face was distorted and contorted in pain. His guttural scream, mixed with the excruciating pain of his torn internal organs, was a scene of unspeakable suffering. But the torment was not over. The tree demon had once devoured humans, but now, enraged, he was no longer carnivorous. Instead, he desperately tore at the thorns on the vines, torturing his victim to atone for the humiliation he had suffered. "Oh, it hurts! Help! Help!" The man with the eyes screamed in agony, clinging to the vine that had pierced his stomach. But the next second, the vine jerked sharply and quickly retreated. The thorns on the vine formed countless thorns, digging straight into his insides and internal organs, tearing out the bloody flesh from his stomach like a 2-meter hemp rope covered in a thick layer of blood. Oh, help! Help! The bespectacled man was speechless, but the others around him, stunned by the terrible scene, cried out in horror. These fearless people, faced with another wave of strangulation from the monster, were unable to react, unable to do anything except retreat in horror. Of course, not everyone was scared. Kill! Kill! The stocky man, only 6 feet tall, rushed forward as the monster began to cut him, stepping on the blood of his comrades. He swung his club wildly, attacking again and again. Though the swirling vines easily pushed him aside, he rose to his feet without hesitation, wiped the blood from his face, and growled at the group of survivors who were watching the spectacle behind him in stupefaction. "Are you all just watching? You've forgotten that if you don't fight back, you'll die." A deafening roar made everyone look at each other in confusion. After a brief hesitation, they continued running forward. It wasn't their fearlessness or true bravery. It was simply because of the monster's cruelty and its treatment of humans that they already knew that resistance or refusal would lead to the same result. They were going to die anyway, so why not give it their all before they died? The fury of resistance flared up again, and in an instant, 5 or 6 people rushed forward recklessly, continuing the bloody battle with the monster. Wu Ya wanted to follow the others. Although she was already paralyzed with fear and could barely lift her weapon, Ye Shun's words encouraged her so much that she mustered up the last of her courage. However, before Wu Ya could take a step forward, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. "Don't go up there or you'll die!" "Chen Feng, what are you talking about?" Wu Ya was stunned and shuddered. She turned around and looked at Chen Feng, who was trying to stop her from moving against the corner. She muttered in confusion, "I told you, going there now is just anti-revival." "Can't you see that this monster is furious?" Chen Feng quickly said, pursing his lips ominously. But Ye Shun said, Wu Ya was at a loss. She was momentarily stunned and wanted to retort, but before she could finish, Chen Feng angrily interrupted her. This guy must be in trouble. Honest, I have seen this for a long time. The reason why the monster continues to live within us is because Ye Shun once saved us from it. The monster hates Ye Shun. If we continue to stay with it, we will truly die without a grave. And after saying this, Chen Feng fell silent again, his gaze turning cold. Pointing to the survivors desperately fighting in front of him, he lowered his voice and added, "These people are distracting the monster, and it won't have time to take care of us. Let's take advantage of this opportunity and escape quickly. I also know another passage for the staff, which will at least help us return to the first floor." Wu Ya was stunned and asked hesitantly, "Then Ye Shun and the others, why do you care about them so much?" Chen Feng seemed a little angry. He glared at Wu Ya and said, "We're not even related. What do we care about their life or death? Besides, this guy named Ye is using us. Do you think he's so kind that he'll save us?" "You're wrong. This guy isn't strong enough to kill the monsters himself, so he's calling us to fight. In the end, he's just using us as cannon fodder. Such a selfish person. Why should we bother with him?" Chen Feng finally grabbed Wu Ya's hand tightly. "Come with me. I am the only one who is sincere with you. Ye Shun is selfish. His words cannot be trusted. Only I can protect you." Wu Ya fell silent again. She was a person of few words. Although Chen Feng had made the most malicious assumptions about Ye Shun, his words seemed reasonable to Wu Ya, so she compromised. Although she was reluctant, she followed Chen Feng's lead and ran to a more secluded inner passage on the far right corner of the corridor. Although their actions hid the information from most of the survivors, they were unable to escape from Ye Shun, who was dodging the vines. When Chen Feng and Wu Ya turned around, Ye Shun caught their thoughts. He didn't stop them or say a word. Instead, a faint, creepy smile curled his lips. 10 years of escaping the apocalypse had taught Ye Shun the true nature of humanity. Choice was not unexpected, it was entirely expected. As expected, the maddened and enraged wood demon also noticed their movements. Deeply enraged, how could he tolerate the pair escaping right before his eyes? Instantly, the monster became even more ferocious. His only. The blood-green eye glowed with unprecedented fury. The vines lashed out, violently strangling everything around them. The floor, the walls, and the desperate rebels who rushed at them. Everything was broken and torn to shreds by the frantic grip of the vines. The long whip, transformed into a strange vine, swept away all weapons aimed at it, and at the same time, it furiously rushed forward, impaling the stubbornly resisting people on meat skewers. Having overcome most of the obstacles, the tree demon continued to move without stopping, its tentacles wriggling desperately, and its body rapidly pursuing the two fleeing without resistance. In comparison to the completely maddened monster, the speed of a human pales. The frightened couple barely managed to go down the stairs as the gate behind them, with a crash, they were shattered into pieces. A strange and terrifying tangle of green vines followed them among the swirling splinters. Screamed, about to rush down the stairs, but flying splinters hit her in the back, causing her to fall with a scream. Chen Feng, who was dragging Wu Ya along, tripped, hit the railing, and rolled uncontrollably on the ground. The next second, several strange green vines rushed forward, almost filling the narrow staircase. Inside the narrow space, a huge swarm of strange vines wriggled furiously, each one like a sharp spear, following them, not sparing any of them. Run! Run! Wu Ya's legs weakened, and his screams were so terrible that they sounded like the scratching of glass. Faced with the mad attack of the strange vines, the only thing she could do was roll over and stand up, desperately rolling down the stairs. But no matter how fast a person is, how can he be faster than the monsters chasing him? Before she could run even half a meter, the strange vines behind her had already attacked, turning into several poisonous spears, madly piercing her back. Ah! Despite the horror, Wu Ya did not forget to dodge, let out a scream, and immediately jumped back to the corner of the wall. But at this moment, an accident happened. Chen Feng, who was the first to roll to the corner, did not hesitate to put his hand on Wu Ya's back. He forcefully pushed away the woman who was trying to dodge. It was too sudden and caught Wu Ya off guard. She screamed in shock, uncontrollably throwing herself half a meter away. Her arms and legs were entangled in the attacking vines, their numerous thorns digging into her skin, causing unbearable pain and numbness. Ah! Wu Ya screamed, but looked back at Chen Feng with disbelief, whose face was distorted with anxiety. She asked with difficulty, "Why? Why?" "Don't blame me. I wanted to survive too. I learned this from Ye Shun. I brought you along so that I would have a shield to distract the monsters if needed." "I'm sorry," Chen Feng said, his cheeks trembling with shame. Without waiting for Wu Ya's reaction, he rushed down the stairs, fleeing alone. "You are so vile." Wu Ya, in utter despair, closed her eyes in excruciating pain, remembering the sweet nonsense this man had said while chasing her. Entire life seemed absurd. Unfortunately, the monster didn't give her time to regret. Not only did the green vines bind her limbs, but new thorns pierced her body like a lead ball, throwing the woman against the wall. With a dull thud, the excruciating pain robbed Wu Ya of the strength to scream. She felt her bones breaking, her internal organs being severely damaged, and a stream of blood spurting out, casting a terrifying shadow over her fragile features. Chen Feng's fate was no better. He intended to sacrifice Wu Ya to distract the monster. But how could the monster's attention be so easily distracted? The moment Wu Ya was released, more green vines attacked again, quickly intertwining in the tight space, turning into one hard thorn after another, piercing his waist, the hideous man from behind. Ah! Chen Feng, who had run only 5 meters, let out the same piercing scream. The monster swirled its vines, instantly pulling him back to the stairs. The tight vines tightly wrapped around Chen Feng's lower body, desperately squeezing him, trying to pull their prey back. "Damn it, let me go. Please let me go," Chen Feng howled in agony as his body was pierced through. But, desperately clinging to the iron bars of the stairs, he clung to them so that he would not be dragged back. This creature had considerable talent. Having absorbed so much energy, his strength increased many times over. Although the metal bars almost buckled under his grip, he managed to hold on, resisting the slight pressure of the tree demon. Shish! The tree demon's vines trembled with rage. Now he was completely mad, tugging Chen Feng even harder while swinging the remaining vines with all his might, trying to break the metal fence and lure his prey towards him. It was at this moment that he got a real surprise. Ye Shun, who had been forced to flee by the wood demon, unexpectedly took the opportunity while the demon was pursuing them and lunged forward again, right behind the demon's head. He threw the dagger like a flashing star, piercing the round, smooth skull of the creature. The tree demon, now focused on Chen Feng, reacted a little later, and the dagger lodged in his skull. Any other monster would have been instantly killed by this blow. However, the tree demon was incredibly strong, and his brain was not his weak point. Although the blow injured him, he was not truly dead. Instead, he charged at Ye Shun with even greater fury, slamming the vine into his back. The vine shot out like a cannonball, a deafening blast of air, accompanied by a whistling wind strong enough to destroy a wall. But Ye Shun did not dodge. Instead, he sped up, risking serious injury, and managed to grab the vine before it hit him. Bang! A dull thud, accompanied by the sound of ribs breaking, came from Ye Shun's chest. The force of the impact was truly terrifying. Several of Ye Shun's ribs were broken, and his internal organs were seriously injured. Puff. Ye Shun staggered forward, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Expression became even more frantic. This was his best chance, but also his last. The wood demon had concentrated most of its vines on Chen Feng, leaving him no time to retreat. But Ye Shun, despite being seriously injured, desperately closed the distance between them. Even with blood gushing from his mouth, he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he endured the enormous pressure, slowly moving forward until he reached the true form of the wood demon. Now it was the wood demon's turn to feel fear. Although his combat power was indeed superior to Ye Xin's, most of it was concentrated in the vines. Ye Xun's timing was perfect, seizing the moment when the demon smashed all of its vines onto Chen Feng, leaving him no time to retreat. Without the protection of the vines, the wood demon was nothing more than a humanoid wooden statue, unable to stop Ye Xin's advance. Ye Xun had finally achieved true form of a wood demon, completely defenseless. Before the retreating vines could reach him, Ye Xun released his right hand, bent his 5 fingers into an eagle claw, and fiercely struck the wood demon in the heart. Bang! This was Ye Xin's final blow. Without hesitation, he concentrated all his strength into his 5 curved fingers, which instantly hardened like knives. With the effortless precision of cutting tofu, they pierced the tortoiseshell bark on the tree demon's chest and fiercely stabbed into its body. The demon's body exploded, blood gushing out like a river. Sensing the impending threat of death, the wood demon immediately swung all of its vines, aiming each of its thorny vines at Ye Xin's brain. But it was too late. The piercing hand had already touched the wood demon's trembling heart, at its weakest, most fatal. Danger! Right here, in the heart of the wood demon. Ye Shun roared, his 5 fingers like knives desperately clutching the living, beating heart of the wood demon. The veins on his arms bulged, and he stretched with all his might. Die! Go to hell! Roaring, Ye Shun concentrated all his strength into his hand, tearing the heart out of the wood demon's body. The moment the heart was torn out, the vines tearing through the air and the shrill roar coming from the tree demon itself ceased. Without a heart, the tree demon, more like a lifeless piece of wood, stopped moving, and its ugly, disgusting body, having lost all support, with a thud. In fact, the desperately launched vines of the wood demon only reached Ye Shun within 10 centimeters, requiring only the last 1/10 of a second to pierce Ye Shun's brain, completely piercing it. But still, the delay was only a 1/10 of a second, and the initiative for victory had completely passed to the enemy. With the destruction of the main body of the tree demon, the slaughter ended. The frantically writhing vines lost their strength in a shockingly short time, withering away before their eyes, completely devoid of life. The main body of the wood demon collapsed, but Ye Xun remained standing. Even with his chest shattered and his internal organs horribly damaged, he held on and did not fall. With a burning gaze, he stared at the wood demon heart in his hands, his pupils filled with heartbreaking madness. Success. With a soft sigh, Ye Shun staggered slightly, as if he had just felt pain. He leaned against the ruined wall behind him, keeping his eyes on the heart of the tree demon. It was a hard, round object, like a crystal, emitting a faint emerald green light. The light was not blinding, but was permeated with a rich, life-giving aura. As this aura was absorbed into Ye Xin's body along with his breath, he felt the pain in his heavily damaged internal organs subside. An invisible force accelerated the healing process, and even the exhausted Ye Shun could once again feel the warmth radiating from his chest. This was the miraculous power of the wood demon heart. Capturing the wood demon heart and using its living energy to heal human wounds could be considered one of the most significant discoveries of mankind during the apocalypse. These seemingly cruel wood demons, capable of inflicting nightmares on countless ordinary people, were regarded as mere healing pills by the true gods. During Ye Xin's apocalyptic era, humans had already formed a mercenary force dedicated to hunting wood demons, in particular to obtain their hearts and turn them into a miraculous elixir that could quickly heal wounds. Ye Jun's desire to enter the second anomaly was not only due to the desire to quickly awaken his own abilities, but also, more importantly, to obtain the heart of the Dryad. From the moment of his reincarnation, Ye Shun was thinking about how to prepare a worthy gift for his sister Ye Ling. The pure energy contained in the Dryad heart was undoubtedly the perfect gift. With the Dryad heart, Ye Ling would hopefully recover and no longer suffer from pain. This usually, the alienated man couldn't hide his excitement. His whole body was shaking, his eyes were red. As soon as he closed his eyes, memories of the past came flooding back like a tide, especially the memory of the tragic death of his sister, Ye Ling, in his previous life. Ye Shun still felt his heart pounding, but after all, this was a past life. After calming down, Ye Shun tore off a piece of cloth from his bloody shirt and carefully wrapped it around the Dryad heart, tucking it into his body. Although the wood demon heart had powerful healing properties and was extremely effective in treating Ye Shun's wounds, Ye Shun could not afford to suffer even the slightest damage. This was a gift he had carefully chosen for his sister, and he had to make sure it was intact to show his sincerity. After resting, Ye Shun felt much better. He stood up and walked over to the unconscious Wu Ya. After a brief examination, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ya was seriously injured. Extensive bone fractures and limbs studded with sharp spikes that left bloody wounds. But she was still alive, and now that the danger had passed, relying on the power of the source, she would gradually recover and ultimately survive. As for Chen Feng, who had betrayed his comrades twice, his fate was less optimistic. His body was pierced by vines, his internal organs and intestines spilled out onto the ground. Although he was still clinging to the bars, desperately clinging to the monster, his breathing had long since stopped, and Ye Shun no longer felt any signs of life. Ye Shun did not linger near the two men, but quickly, with heavy steps, returned to the corridor where he had fought so fiercely. The corridor was littered with corpses that still bore witness to the brutality of the previous battle. The heavy smell of blood still hung in the air, spreading everywhere. Of those who had joined Ye Shun in his desperate resistance, more than half had been killed by the wood demon. The 2 or 3 survivors had already passed out from their wounds. Ye Shun's attention was not focused on these people. His gaze wandered, quickly landing on the wall where he spotted a portly figure among the rubble. It was Dazhu. Dazhu was not killed, but had suffered serious damage from the wood demon's powerful attack. He lay lifelessly under the rubble, gasping for air, his gaze dull and empty. The massacre had stopped, but the hearts of those who survived were already enveloped in a new darkness. Even when Ye Shun walked over and crouched in front of Dazhu, the simple, honest, and stunned man remained completely indifferent. His being was consumed by the horror and aftermath of the bloody massacre. "Dazhu, wake up!" Ye Shun sighed, stretching out his hand and gently stroking Dazhu's empty face. Dazhu froze for a moment before reacting. He raised his dumbfounded, lifeless eyes, as if in a daze, and asked Ye Shun, "Is this the wealth you spoke of? Of course, it is a very large fortune." Ye Shun's face darkened, and he seriously looked straight into Dazhu's confused eyes. The end of the world is approaching, and it is inevitable. Based on this, whoever can take advantage of this opportunity will have a higher chance of survival. Moreover, your body has also been greatly enriched by the blessing of the source energy. Isn't this a huge fortune? Dazhu was speechless and stunned, looking away from the blood and broken limbs on the wall. His sunken face continued to twitch, and an unprecedented feeling of sadness and helplessness had already taken over his entire body. Tragic, truly terrible. Dazhu, who was always honest and diligent, could not imagine what a cruel and terrifying world humanity would face in the future. So many living people who helped him fight monsters one moment would turn into a pile of corpses the next. Their deaths were horrifying and unspeakable. A deep, bitter pain pierced Dazhu's heart. tormenting his mind, prompting this usually cowardly and dutiful person to suddenly, with all his strength, desperately push Ye Xin away, tormenting his conscience. Why didn't you save them? Why? It's not that I didn't save, it's that I couldn't. Ye Jun sighed helplessly as he squeezed Dazhu's hand. If it were anyone else who asked this question, Ye Jun would have simply sneered without trying to defend himself. But since it was Dazhu who asked the question, he couldn't help but answer patiently. As you can see, the wood demon's strength is much stronger than mine. The chances of winning in a direct fight are vanishingly small. If I continue to waste my energy saving others in this situation, I will die. The reborn Ye Xin still had many important things to do. Protect his sister, his family, and even his entire clan. If I die here, what will the people of Yejia village do when the real apocalypse comes? Asked, and Dazhu, who was almost overcome with indignation, fell into a state of helplessness again. He was simple-minded, not a complete fool. Dazhu, of course, understood what Ye Xing was saying, but it was one thing to understand, and another to accept reality. The horror of what he had seen, the bloody details of the massacre still hung over this simple-minded man like a nightmare, tormenting him with trembling, tormenting him with agony. Okay, Dazhu, the entrance to the anomaly is closing. If you don't want to be controlled by certain authorities, you'd better get up and leave with me. Ye Jun ignored Dazhu's emotions. This was a test that every person had to go through before the apocalypse. By overcoming this psychological barrier, they would have a chance to become a skilled warrior. If Dazhu couldn't even overcome this, then Ye Shun's training would be in vain. Understood. As Ye Shun expected, Dazhu was not a fragile person. After the consultation, his emotions calmed down considerably. He quickly obeyed Ye Shun and walked towards the exit on the first floor with heavy steps. With the death of the wood demon, the bloody feast that lasted for several hours finally ended. Many lucky people were still hiding in the corners of the casino hall. Noticing that the smell of blood was gradually fading and the thick fog surrounding them was dissipating, some dared to look out, looking indifferently at the aftermath of the disaster. People gathered in twos and threes, and sadness and numbness were visible in their eyes, on their faces, as if they were celebrating their new, hard-won life, while many leaned forward and cried, pouring out their cowardice and despair in the face of death through their tears. Ye Shun paid them no attention. He tore the cloak off the dead man, wrapped it tightly around himself, and quickly left with Dazhu. The thick fog gradually dissipated, and the source energy that permeated the air also quickly disappeared. The disappearance of the source energy meant that the anomaly under the casino had ended, and people returned to their real world. However, those inside the casino still could not understand its cause. Outside the underground casino, silence and peace still enveloped the world inside Yemen, creating a stark contrast. Suddenly returning from hell to reality, Dazhu seemed to feel rather unwell. He walked along in a daze, looking at Ye Xin and asking, "Why isn't it dawn yet?" "Of course not. You've been in the anomaly for several hours now, but to the outside world, it's only been a minute or two," Ye Shun explained calmly. The timeline of the multidimensional universe is not connected to the real world. In most cases, anomalies don't last long. Of course, there are exceptions, like the first anomaly I visited, so this isn't the first time you've encountered this. Dazhu shuddered, and his gaze at Ye Xin became even more terrifying. He couldn't imagine what this madman had gone through, and he didn't understand why this fellow villager, who grew up with him, became so cold and frightening in just a few days. The old Ye Shun was completely different. Ye Shun didn't want to explain, and he didn't need to. Carefully avoiding the crowd at the estate, he chose a very secluded route and disappeared into the night again. Although the casino incident had not yet been fully revealed, such a bloody and terrible incident was bound to be revealed. Secondly, with the closure of the anomaly point, the survivors trapped inside the casino could already report the incident on their mobile phones. Soon, the area would be cordoned off by a strong police cordon. Even witnesses who were lucky enough to survive would likely be detained by the authorities under the pretext of protection. This was not what Ye Shun wanted. So he walked quickly, carrying his wounds, and in less than 10 minutes he had completely left the mansion. As Ye Shun had predicted, about 10 minutes later, the two men walking along the side of the road heard the shrill wail of sirens. No less than a dozen police cars rushed past Ye Shun, racing towards the scene. Incidents at full speed. Leaning his back against a tree, Ye Shun calmly watched the speeding police cars, his lips spreading into a playful smile. In that case, shouldn't the city government, resting on its laurels, have recognized the signs of the apocalypse? I wonder what measures these so-called big shots will take. Too exhausted to think, Ye Shun retreated straight into the forest, finding a secluded place where he could finally heal his wounds. In the previous battle, many of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were seriously damaged. Damage point. An ordinary person with such injuries would hardly survive even if everything was fine. But Ye Shun was different. The two experiences at the abnormal point had taught him valuable lessons, further awakening his body and greatly increasing his endurance. While the injuries were not truly deadly, Ye Shun could rely on his body's self-healing ability to fully recover many times faster than an ordinary person. Moreover, Ye Shun had placed the Dryad's heart close to his chest. Although he did not actively absorb the energy from the wood demon's heart constantly emitted a powerful breath of life, helping Ye Shun recover faster. The night was cool. The two lonely figures walked along the path back to Yejia village, dusty and completely worn out. Despite the fatigue that caused Ye Shun to stumble, a smug smile never left his face. The second stage of his apocalyptic plan had been successfully completed. Although the process was difficult, he succeeded. There were about 7 days left until the next eruption of the anomaly, and Ye Shun no longer needed to rush anywhere. He could do was hide and recuperate, following the route he had planned and quietly carrying out his plan. When dawn finally broke, Ye Shun finally returned to the familiar Yejia village. He looked back at Dazhu behind him, smiled, and said, "It's almost dawn. Go home and rest. Your injuries are quite serious. It would be best not to wander around for the next few days. Just stay home and wait for my further instructions." "Yes." Dazhu nodded numbly, the bloody moments of the massacre still lingering in his mind. Ye Shun was about to head home, but he froze for a moment. He shook his neck sharply, shaking off the oppressive fear. With a trembling voice, he shouted, "Ye Shun, what happened?" Ye Shun fell silent and looked at Dazhu calmly. Since the apocalypse is inevitable, why don't we quickly tell everyone about it?" Before Dazhu could finish speaking, Ye Shun interrupted him and shook his head. "Do you want to be considered crazy and forcibly sent to a mental hospital?" Dazhu was speechless again, not knowing what to say. For these peaceful villagers, monsters and otherworldly worlds were just scenes from movies and novels. Anyone who dared to suggest that such a thing could happen in real life would surely be laughed at. That followed, Dazhu squeezed out another sentence with a wry smile. "But it's true. If you don't tell me and don't allow me, what will we do when the end of the world really does come? There's no need to worry about it. I have my own plans, of course. Just remember my words." Ye Shun smiled faintly and shook his head. He lightly pushed Dazhu on the shoulder, then turned around and headed back to his home. The first thing Ye Shun did when he got home was boil some water and take a bath. Although Ye Shun had long ago given the title deed and land title of the old house to his uncle, the place still belonged to Ye Shun, and afraid that his uncle would suddenly burst in and demand that he vacate the house. After a hot bath, Ye Shun changed into clean clothes and returned to his room. He silently crossed his legs and looked at himself. The 2 visits to the abnormal points had accumulated a rich reserve of source chi in Ye Shun's body. At the same time, his martial spirit bloodline gradually became visible, granting him an endless supply of strength and energy. Even after the bloody battle and despite his injuries, after a few hours of rest, Ye Xin's energy had noticeably recovered. But even that was not enough. At this moment, Ye Xun had only completed the initial awakening of his martial spirit lineage. He had not yet become a true awakener and had not mastered his special abilities. The true awakener has a steely physique that surpasses the strength of mortals, and even possesses special abilities that transcend the laws of physics. Now that I've accumulated a considerable amount of capital, I can try to challenge this place. If I escaped from the third anomaly alive, my apocalyptic plan would truly be launched. Ye Xun shook off his heavy thoughts and silently lowered his head, looking at his slender, strong arms, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. In this life, he would not allow himself to fail again. No way! Ye Xun spent the next 3 days lying in his room, quietly waiting for his recovery. Meanwhile, in Nanluo City, a group of high-ranking officials responsible for maintaining order were thrown into extreme alarm by 2 consecutive outbreaks of anomalies. The police had already dispatched forces to completely isolate the 2 anomaly outbreaks, even deploying several highly trained soldiers to investigate. But the final conclusion was quite shocking to everyone. Apart from piles of corpses and severed limbs, nothing was found in the 2 consecutive anomaly outbreaks. Initially, the 2 closed anomaly outbreaks were supposed to contain corpses of monsters. However, with the closure of the anomaly, creatures that did not belong to this world were transferred back to their universe. Remained in the end, even the remains of the monsters Ye Xun encountered were eventually transported back. And no matter how hard they searched, they were unable to obtain any information about them. However, rumors of the monster spread like wildfire, especially among the survivors of the underground casino last night. After being apprehended by the police, almost every one of them claimed to have seen a vague vision of the monster. Several of the seriously injured even told stories of fighting alongside the mysterious man. As for the final destination of these man-eating monsters and the identity of this mysterious man, the survivors remain in the dark. The only 2 who know the truth, Jia Meng and Wu Ya, have already returned to their families, relying on the Rand Corporation's protection and refusing to reveal it. The other remains seriously injured and unconscious in the intensive care unit. Naturally, the high-ranking officials investigating the incident do not know the full gravity of the situation. All they can tell is, what is known is that something beyond the knowledge of this world seems to be quietly penetrating the blue planet. No one can predict how it came about or when it will return. In the President's office at Rand Corporation headquarters, a serious, middle-aged man with a square face sat silently in the CEO's chair, deep in thought, listening to his assistant's report. His name was Lin Zhengguo. He was the man behind the Rand Corporation and was one of the few people in the city capable of determining the direction of the economy. Although Lin Zhengguo was not a politician, his family included many prominent military and political figures. Father, a retired military district commander, had many disciples. It was because of this that the Rand Corporation, disguised as a private enterprise, was able to openly challenge the city government. Years of meticulous management had elevated her to the pinnacle of power. However, even such a person was incredibly overburdened with family affairs. In front of him stood a competent assistant in a suit and tie, holding a stack of documents. With a wry smile, he said, "Boss Lin, your niece, Xia Meng, is not the type to give in easily. In just 3 days, she sold off a significant portion of her assets without telling anyone in the family. According to our analysis, she had already cashed out $60 million just by selling shares. Lin Zhengguo was helpless." He frowned as he listened to his assistant's report. Although he was the president of the Rand Corporation, he had no children left. Therefore, although Xia Meng was his sister's daughter, Lin Zhengguo always treated her as his own. But a girl is not what parents want. Especially in recent years, in order to defy the family order, Xia Meng committed so many acts that she was secretly tormented. She gave up her status as a rich girl and ran to work for the police. She even gathered a group of police officers and went to such a dangerous place as Mine Number 3 to investigate the cause of the accident. In the end, all the police officers who were with her died tragically, and she was the only survivor. Moreover, Xia Meng kept silent about everything she experienced in Mind Number. Moondrum. She refused to tell the police a word, but she also hid it from her uncle. Of course, Lin Zhengguo didn't want to scold his niece. After all, Xia Meng was a girl who had experienced such a terrible and catastrophic event. This was enough to make Lin Zhengguo light incense. But what worried Lin Zhengguo the most was his niece. Even lying on the hospital bed, she did not calm down. She even sold most of the Rand Corporation's assets without telling him. Lin Zhengguo could not help but ask about it. After all, the assets sold by Xia Meng were high-quality assets of Rand Corporation. If she wanted to sell them, she had to lower the price so much. She simply did not take the interests of the family seriously. That stinking girl who destroyed the family. Lin Zhengguo was so angry that his blood pressure jumped. He slammed the table, but scared the assistant who was reporting. He quickly spoke in a trembling voice. "Mr. Lin, do you want me to personally come and stop the eldest madam? If she continues like this, in a few years, we will be left with money." "Wait!" Lin Zhengguo suppressed his anger, glanced at the assistant, and shook his head slightly. "Xia Meng has been a rebel since she was a child. This is also because of her father." "Okay, let's not talk about the past. Just talking about Xia Meng's secret sale of assets, don't you think it's strange?" The young assistant was stunned for a moment, but quickly responded and nodded. "Yes, although the eldest madam has a rebellious nature, she has never been interested in material things like money. Why has she changed so much in the past few days, desperately spending money on her card?" Lin Zhengguo touched his nose and thought, "Yeah, this crazy money-making spree has been going on since she escaped from shaft number 3 last week. I always wondered if there was a connection between the two. Is this possible?" The assistant was taken aback for a moment, changed his tone, and cautiously addressed Lin Zhengguo. "Mr. Lin, do you think it is possible that the eldest madam was stimulated there, causing her mental—" "Nonsense!" Lin Zhengguo glared at him and angrily replied, How? And all the other family members? Do you suspect that Xia Meng has mental problems?" No, Mr. Lin. That's not what I meant." The assistant hurriedly waved his hands. "But the elder madam's behavior recently is really strange. The sale of assets is only part of it. The most important thing is that she refuses to provide or disclose any information about the bottom of shaft number 3. The police are still waiting for our answer. If this continues, I don't know how to explain it to the authorities. Hey, what are you afraid of? Who would dare to make life difficult for our Lin family when such an old man is here?" Lin Zhengguo snorted and frowned with displeasure. "Let's put my number 3 aside for now. Xia Meng doesn't want to say it, but the most important thing now is to find out as soon as possible why she is so eagerly selling off her assets and why she is so short of money." "Okay, got it." The assistant nodded and whispered, "I've assigned several bodyguards to secretly follow the young lady's every move. She's been running around the banks and stock exchanges like crazy for the last few days. I'm recording everything. Well, remember that no matter what happens, Xia Meng is my future successor. Even if your people find out something, they must not disclose it. Go away." Lin Zhengguo replied tiredly, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes and waving his hand. "Yes." The assistant nodded slightly and turned to leave the office, leaving Lin Zhengguo helplessly rubbing his temple, muttering to himself, "What's wrong with this girl? Why didn't she tell me she needed money? Instead, she secretly sold off so many assets. Was someone inciting her to do this?" In the luxurious private room of the Maple Forest Bar on the outskirts of Nanluo City, Xia Meng, elegant in a pale pink dress, calmly leaned back on the sofa cushions, occasionally glancing at the time. More than 10 minutes had passed since the appointed meeting with Ye Shun, and the strange man still hadn't shown up. This unpunctuality really irritated her. But despite her rage, Xia Meng could only wait patiently. After all, today was the deadline for paying for the goods. She had accumulated such a huge amount of money, and if she couldn't quickly hand it over to Ye Shun, she was afraid that her family would find out. That stinking guy is not a gentleman at all. How could he let a woman wait for him? Xiaomeng muttered, growing increasingly angry. But before she could finish speaking, a familiar smile appeared from the room in her room. Talking about people behind their backs is a bad habit. Xiaomeng froze, quickly jumped to her feet, and looked at the opening door. She saw Ye Shun, limping and with a bandage on his shoulder, standing at the door with a half smile on his face, looking at her playfully. Ye Shun, why are you? Xiaomeng was shocked, looking at the bandage on Ye Shun's shoulder with confusion. Ye Shun shrugged indifferently and said calmly, "You should have seen the news about the second anomaly 3 days ago, right?" "Yes." Xiaomeng nodded and sat down cross-legged again. "So you were also involved in the second anomaly? Those injuries were sustained there?" "Right." Ye Shun smiled and walked into the private room, closing the door behind him. He then brazenly sat down opposite Xiaomeng with the expression of a lazy, idle punk. Xiaomeng couldn't help but frown, and the disgust on her face deepened. "Let's get down to business. Do you have the money I need?" Ye Shun naturally saw the disgust in Xiaomeng's eyes, but he didn't care. Instead, he stroked his chin with his hand, repeating his playful expression. Xiaomeng lowered her head and said, "The amount you are asking for is indeed too much. I worked so hard to raise money, but I only managed to raise 70 million, less than half of what you want. I hope you can give me a few more days." "That's it?" Ye Shun naturally frowned, his displeasure written all over his face. He pointed to the street in front of the bar and said, "My friend and I brought a big truck here. This amount of money might not allow us to return with a full load, right? What are you unhappy with?" Xiaomeng got angry and stood up excitedly. "Do you know what 70 million is? This is a fortune that an ordinary person could not earn even if he worked hard all his life. And you, bastard, only accept cash. Can you imagine how embarrassed I looked when I carried the bag to help you count the money? It was so outrageous." As the daughter of a wealthy family, Xiaomeng had never experienced such injustice in her life. If she could defeat Ye Shun, she would really want to punch that scoundrel in the face. It was obvious that Xiaomeng had put in a lot of effort to help Ye Shongyu raise money, and she also had to avoid the attention of relatives. To collect so much money in just a few days was the limit of her ability. However, for Ye Shun, this amount was still not enough. So he straightened up, looked at Xiaomeng motionless, with a very serious face, and said, "You have to understand that what you did today is not just help me. Once the shelter's built, it will benefit your family too." Xiaomeng helplessly pressed her forehead and said, "With my ability, I can only raise this much money now." "Okay, then give me the money first. And when it's not enough, we'll talk." Ye Shun also saw that Xiaomeng was really trying her best, so he didn't make things any more difficult for the woman and stood up and asked, "Where is all the money? You take me to get them? Come with me." Xiaomeng nodded, reluctantly stood up, and led Ye Shun to the street in front of the bar, where he got into a red car. Ye Shun also walked to a battered truck on the other side of the road, quickly opened the passenger door, and said to Dazhu, who was driving, "Follow." Behind that red car, "This time, I'm really going to take you to get rich." Dazhu, who had been waiting for a long time, froze for a moment and then smiled bitterly. "Boss, are you sure you won't lie this time? Are you going to take me to that dangerous place again? How is that possible? Such anomalies don't just explode. Even if you want to leave now, you might not have a chance." Ye Shun smiled. He clearly saw the deep shadow cast on Dazhu's heart by the last explosion of the anomaly, but he didn't care, and even felt a little amused. It seemed like this guy was still having trouble adjusting to the apocalyptic environment. After a short chase, Xiaomeng drove the truck to a private villa on outskirts of the city. This was a wealthy area of Nanluo City, where only truly wealthy families could afford luxurious villas and estates. The rows of villas lining both sides of the road immediately dazzled Dazhu. The luxurious decoration of the rich villas enchanted him even more. He couldn't help but lick his lips and exclaim, "This is living in a rich area? How great would it be if I could get a villa like that?" Ye Shun chuckled and added, Although the villas in the rich area are luxurious, in the end times, their functionality will be inferior even to the basements dug in the slums. Don't be too envious of the luxurious life of these rich people, because such a life will not last long. As he spoke, Ye Shun had already opened the car door and led Dazhu into the luxurious courtyard of Xia Meng's house. The carefully arranged and elegant courtyard really exuded an atmosphere of luxury. But Ye Shun did not even glance. He walked straight into the living room of the villa and asked Xia Meng in a businesslike manner, "Where is the money? The wine cellar is right below you. You will find everything you need there." Xia Meng looked at Ye Shun with disdain. She felt an indescribable contempt for this man who always talked about money. Ye Shun, however, did not object. He quickly asked Xia Meng to lead them, and they successfully reached the basement where the traps were stored. More than 70 million yuan in cash, neatly stacked in the center of the basement, caught the attention of the trio as soon as they entered. Xia Meng looked at the money with an expression of resignation and reluctance. To raise the required amount, she sold almost everything she could. It was practically everything she had, and now, giving it all away for nothing, she felt a deep sense of loss. Dazhu's gaze at the money was burning with passion. What money? Ha ha! I have never seen so much in my life. If the world lasts forever, this money will last me 2 lifetimes. Dazhu couldn't contain his excitement. Tears welled up in his eyes. He rushed forward, hugging the huge sum of money, kissing and biting it. This immediately made Xia Meng frown even more, and she complained to Ye Shun with disdain. "Who the hell is your friend? He acts like he's never seen money in his life. Is it really that serious? Leave him alone." After 20 years of poverty, it was only natural to be happy when he saw such a state for the first time. Ye Shun shook his head and smiled, looking with excitement at Dazhu's almost mad expression, and a smile lit up his face. In fact, in peacetime, such a huge sum of money would really make a difference. Most people are below the poverty line. However, Ye Shun treated money like a pile of waste paper. With the apocalypse fast approaching, these treasures, seemingly out of reach for ordinary people, would be too great to even use as a buffer against the apocalypse. In such harsh living conditions, food, medicine, and weapons were truly valuable assets. As for the neatly stacked piles of money, they were completely meaningless. However, there were still several months before the apocalypse, so these mountains of wealth still made a certain visual impression. Returning to reality, Ye Shun walked up to Dazhu, gently patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry for now. This money means a lot to us, but it shouldn't be wasted. I need it to build a proper shelter in case of an apocalypse. From now on, I will leave this matter to you." In the previous life, Yejia village was completely unprepared for the apocalypse due to lack of information. As a result, the entire Ye family was forced to abandon their homes and embark on a difficult escape route, fighting demonic beasts one by one. Others in this unprecedented battle royale. But now, with this wealth, Ye Jun could quickly build a truly survivable underground shelter for the entire Ye family, freeing them from the need to move. At the same time, this shelter would become a fortress for the Ye family to gain strength from. Every member of the Ye family could count on him to continue living peacefully in the harsh conditions of the early apocalypse. Hearing this, Dazhu also took a deep breath, barely suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, nodded and said, "That's right. But when those spatial monsters shamelessly appear on Blue Star, all buildings on the ground will become extremely dangerous. Only by building a real underground shelter can we avoid their attacks." Xia Meng interrupted impatiently. "Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Hurry up and transport this money." "Ye Shun, I've already fulfilled half of what I promised. How are you going to fulfill your promise?" Ye Jun turned around and said to Xia Meng, "Don't worry, my promise will last forever. When the end of the world comes, your family will definitely need my help." Ye Shun then fell silent, found several large bags, and threw them to Dazhu, who was still in a daze. He said, "Don't just stand there. Quickly pack up this money and take it back to Yeja village first." Daju never imagined that transferring assets would be such a difficult matter. By the time he finally loaded all the money into the truck, he was so exhausted that he couldn't even straighten his back. Ye Shun, who was following behind him, smiled playfully and said, "How come? The harvest is good this time, right? I told you I would make you rich." Daju was so tired that he leaned his hand on the car door and muttered breathlessly, "Don't give me that. This money isn't just for me." Ye Shun still smiled faintly and nodded. "This money really isn't just for you, but from now on, you have to help. I will be the one to manage this fund. And whether the entire Yejia village can safely survive the first days of the apocalypse depends on it." Hearing this, Daju couldn't help but feel gloomy. He nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. After all, the pursuit of wealth cannot compensate for the panic caused by the apocalypse." Thinking that an unprecedented disaster would befall the entire Yejia village in the future, Daju's excitement quickly disappeared. Ye Jun turned his gaze back to Xiaomeng, who was looking at him coldly with her arms crossed. He added, "This time, you have definitely charmed me more than once. As an advance payment for this investment, I will give you another chance. I will return to you in 3 days. Why are you still looking for me?" Xiaomeng's face was filled with caution. She involuntarily took a step back, as if suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed, "You won't take me to such a place again, right? You are smart, that is true." Ye Shun nodded, admiring the fear that had appeared again on Xiaomeng's face. He smiled faintly and said, "I know. This terrible and bloody place may be almost like hell to you, but danger often brings great opportunities. Ye Shun has never been afraid to face danger. As long as the benefits were sufficient, he was willing to give up everything and continue to take risks. And these anomalies, which seemed immeasurably cruel to others, were precisely the place where trials and opportunities coexisted." Xiaomeng still couldn't understand it. Her face was full of fear, and she kept retreating, repeating, "No, I really don't understand why you continue to risk your life. Even if these anomalies make you stronger, the price is too high. Or what if? If you're well prepared, there are no what-ifs." Xiaomeng Yeshun interrupted without hesitation, his eyes darkening. "You know, our world will soon face enormous challenges. Anomalies, although full of dangers, are undoubtedly much better than a real apocalypse. If we can't accumulate enough strength before the apocalypse, how can we protect our family in the future?" Having lived 2 lifetimes, Yeshun had fully understood the horror of the apocalypse. Compared to him, these seemingly dangerous anomalies were more like a breeding ground for the cruelty of the apocalypse. Although monsters inevitably appear in anomalies, narrow spatial passages limit their numbers, and usually only really strong creatures appear. Ye Shun spoke calmly, stating a rather cruel truth. When the real apocalypse breaks out, the demonic beasts that Blue Star welcomes will no longer be so gentle. What? Xia Meng was shocked by the scene Ye Shun described. Her eyelids trembled unnaturally. Will something even more terrifying than these parasitic creatures invade Blue Star en masse? You don't think that beings from the multi-dimensional universe are really... You're limited to this level, right? Ye Shun laughed with a sincere smile. I may have forgotten to tell you that the monsters of the dimensional world are also divided into levels. The parasitic beast we encountered in the first anomaly was not even a level 1 monster. And even a level 1 monster is just the lowest level of the dimensional world. Above that are the 2nd and 3rd level monsters, even those known as demonic beasts. If a 1st level monster's ability score is 10, then a 2nd level monster's combat strength can reach 50. As for the 3rd level monster, its ability score can easily jump to 200 to 500. As for the legendary demonic beasts, their combat power cannot be estimated from the data. Yeshun had personally witnessed a level 1 demonic beast reduce a small city to rubble. The lower the level of a monster's ability, the greater its destructive power. Many high-level monsters even surpass human imagination and understanding. These are indescribable creatures that can destroy a city with a single gesture. Compared to these monsters, humanity's vaunted modern weapons and equipment were a complete joke. Xia Meng fell silent. Although she had not experienced the actual apocalypse, Ye Shun's words alone had already given her a rough idea of some extremely cruel scenarios. Her face turned pale from shock, and her body leaned against the door. With a slightly trembling voice, she asked, "So, what do you want?" "It's simple. Come with me to the third anomaly and help me get what I want." Ye Shun stepped forward, his piercing gaze never leaving Xiaomeng. He slowly said, "In exchange, I will do my best to give you a real quantum leap in ability. At least you will have enough strength to protect yourself in this cruel environment." "Why help me?" Xiaomeng's heart trembled. Unable to meet Ye Shun's gaze, she looked away, her heart clenching. "To be more precise, I am helping myself." Ye Shun looked away and smiled indifferently. "My sister still needs the Rand Corporation's constant care. Although I have found an elixir to cure her illness, the energy contained within is too strong for her body. So, before I bring it to her, I must prepare another gift for her. The Dryad's heart does indeed have powerful healing properties. Even a terminally ill person can restore their vitality by absorbing the Dryad essence. However, not everyone can absorb it. The physical endurance of a critically ill patient is already extremely low. If he absorbed too much of this powerful energy, he would likely exceed his limits, causing a double collapse of both his body and mind. Ye Shun didn't want that. In order to protect himself, Ye Shun must give the Dryad heart to his sister Ye Ling, while doing his best to strengthen her. The soul crystal is the only thing that can quickly transform Ye Ling's body, and it is the treasure that Ye Shun dreams of at this stage. So, what is this so-called crystal ? How do you know it might be in the third anomaly? Xiaomeng was confused, but being a rational person, she quickly thought over the information Ye Shun provided and immediately asked a question. Ye Shun smiled faintly. Soul crystals are humanity's awakening accelerators. They can be considered a gift from nature. An ordinary person who possesses a soul crystal will have a high probability of fully awakening their martial spirit, becoming a true awakener. Of course, such things are extremely rare and precious, and they also possess a deadly lure for monsters from other dimensions who are hungry for power. Therefore, every time a soul crystal appears, a bloody battle inevitably breaks out over it. As for how Ye Shun knew about the existence of the soul crystal in the third anomaly, it was, of course, due to the knowledge he gained in his past life. However, the secret of reincarnation is main support. He is not so stupid as to leak this information to others. After telling this story, Ye Shun stopped and stared straight into Xiaomeng's evasive eyes with his sharp, persistent gaze. "Okay, I've told you everything I had to. Now, please tell me the exact answer. Should I go or not?" Xiaomeng was silent, because every time Ye Shun revealed information, it left too much of an impression on her. For a moment, Xiaomeng was at a loss. She fell silent, looking at Ye Shun for a long time. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, she spoke with difficulty. "Competition is something that only you men like. I am just a woman, and I have no desire or thirst for power, right?" Ye Shun smiled again, his eyes sparkling playfully, filled with indescribable joy. "You can refuse, but if you miss this opportunity, it will be lost. If you lose the chance to become an awakener, how will you protect your family in the future? You don't put all your hopes on me, do you?" Xiaomeng certainly wasn't stupid enough to entrust her family's safety to someone she didn't particularly trust. Although Ye Shun had repeatedly promised to help his family after the apocalypse, Xiaomeng knew that this heartless man would not risk his life for someone else's family. Therefore, Xiaomeng's only hope was herself. Thinking about this, Xiaomeng could only compromise and helplessly. "Okay, I agree, but you also have to promise to keep me as safe as possible." "I will do that. Not only will I keep you as safe as possible, but I will also continue to train you. After all, you and your family are still very valuable to me." Qin Feng gave him another playful smile and nodded to Xiaomeng. Then, without thinking, he got into the truck full of money and said to Dazhu, who had already started the car, "You can go." "Okay." Dazhu, who had heard their conversation, was also confused. As he drove the car, as if in a daze, He couldn't help but ask Ye Shun, "Why did you decide to cooperate with this woman? Can she really help you achieve your goals?" "Okay." Ye Shun smiled and nodded, choosing the most comfortable position, lazily leaning back on the pillow, and said, "This woman may seem unremarkable at first glance, but her potential is incomparable to that of ordinary people. In the near future, her potential will gradually be revealed, and I really need to use her to implement the next plan." While talking, Ye Shun also looked out the window, looking at another secluded corner not far from the villa. The scope could see a dense bush, and the reflection of the small glowing dot was the light reflected from a powerful telescope. Apparently, the family behind Xiaomeng had long noticed this woman's strange behavior and secretly sent people to monitor her every move. I'm afraid that now those people monitoring Xiaomeng have noticed me as well. However, Ye Shun didn't care about this at all. He even curled the corners of his lips again, breaking into a smug and evil smile, and quietly muttered to himself, "Soon, I will be able to meet with the top management of the Rand Corporation through Xiaomeng. I wonder how Lin Zhenguo will treat me in this life." The truck sped along at high speed and soon left the luxurious villa, leaving Ye Shun in his thoughts. Only when the truck was completely out of sight did a sneaking figure emerge from the shadows of the bushes. He took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Secretary Liu, I noticed someone suspicious near the young lady's villa. Should I follow him?" A young, calm voice came from the other end of the intercom. "Follow them, but don't rush. First, try to find out their identity and background. I'll report this to the president and then decide whether to talk to them." "Got it." The man hung up the phone, tiptoed out of the forest, and got on his motorcycle, quickly following Ye Shun's truck. Ye Shun, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, occasionally glanced at his pursuer in the rearview mirror, and his smile grew wider. But he didn't make a sound or react. If they wanted to follow him, let them follow him. In any case, Ye Shun and the Lin family would sooner or later collide. The truck loaded with money sped through the city streets. About 2 hours later, Dazhu safely parked at the entrance to Yejia village. He turned to Ye Shun, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and asked, "Master, we have arrived. What should we do next?" "Let's go to the village chief's house and find Huzi." Ye Shun replied calmly, stretching lazily. "Huh?" Hearing Huzi's name, perhaps a nickname or phrase, Dazhu froze for a moment in bewilderment. Why are we looking for this guy? No wonder Dazhu reacted like this. After all, there was hardly anyone in Yejia village who did not dislike Huzi. This guy, taking advantage of his father's position as the village headman, often formed gangs with suspicious people and constantly played tricks on the villagers. Take Dazhu, for example. Because of his honesty and simplicity, as well as his leg injury, he was often mocked and bullied by Huzi. This, in turn, caused a certain amount of resentment towards Huzi. He always bullied you, and now you're rich, so of course you have to brag to him. Ye Shun, slyly, not revealing his true intentions to Dazhu. Okay? Dazhu had no choice but to follow Ye Shun's instructions and take the truck to the village chief's house. From afar, he had already seen the scoundrel sitting at the headman's door, smoking. This boy was still so carefree. Dazhu immediately frowned when he saw Huzi. Ye Shun, who was sitting next to him, smiled faintly. This Huzi was also part of Ye Shun's survival plan. Soon, the truck pulled up to the side of the road near the village chief's house. Huzi, who had been smoking, immediately threw away his cigarette butt and stood up impatiently, hands on his hips, and shouted at the passengers, "Who are you? You drive without paying attention. What should I do if you give me a ride?" "It's me, Huzi. I came to discuss something with you." Just as he finished speaking, the passenger door opened and Ye Shun jumped out of the car, beaming, and walked straight towards the cursing Huzi. "Brother Ye Shun, is that you?" Huzi froze for a moment, then spat on the ground as usual. Pointing at Dazhu in the cab, he shouted arrogantly, "Wow, this idiot can drive. Where did he get this car? He probably can't afford such damage." "Huzi, why are you always so rude to Dazhu? He's just an honest guy, not a fool." Ye Shun frowned slightly, drowning out Huzi's tyrannical speech. At the same time, Dazhu also jumped out of the car, but did not approach Huzi. It seemed that he had become accustomed to being bullied by Huzi, and under his tyrannical rule, he did not dare to speak up. Shh, what a coward. Huzi, who had always been arrogant, did not pay attention to Ye Xin's opinion. Instead, he bowed his head and impatiently asked Ye Xin, "What do you want from me? Just say it." Ye Xin cleared his throat and asked, "Don't you have a construction crew at home? I want to use you to call them to my mountain." "What did you say?" Huzi's eyes widened, and he looked Ye Xin up and down as if he didn't recognize him. There was indeed a construction team in the village, founded by Huzi's father, Ye Xiong. Since Yejia village was relatively poor, the village chief Ye Xiong decided to help the villagers. To escape poverty, he gathered all the unemployed people in the village and formed a construction team that would contract out construction sites and do work for construction companies. Ye Xun's parents also worked on the construction site. As for Hu Zi, it was precisely because his father was both the village chief and the contractor for the construction team that he was able to act like a tyrant, lazing around all day and making fun of the villagers. Did I hear that right? Are you really planning to hire my father's team to dig a mine in the mountains? Is there really a mine there? Hu Zi asked in shock after a long pause. Ye Shun replied seriously, "Do you think I'm joking? I have been working in the mine for several years and have learned a lot about mining, so I quit my job and plan to go back to the village to try my luck." "You are too eccentric." Hu Zi immediately became cheerful. "How can you open a mine and become your own boss after working for several years? Besides, even if you want to start mining, you need to do a soil survey in the village first, and then get permission from the relevant departments, right?" Even the usually lazy Huzi knew all this, so why was Ye Shun acting like a complete idiot just getting down to business? In the end, Huzi challenged Ye Shun with a half smile. "Besides, the initial investment in mining is huge. You have that kind of money?" It was clear that Huzi didn't believe Ye Shun's words at all. He even suspected that Ye Shun brought Daju to tease him, and his tone was already quite harsh. "Huzi, don't be so lenient. Who said we don't have money?" Before Ye Shun could answer, Daju started shouting from behind him. Huzi and his men had bullied him many times before, and he had long held a grudge against them. He tolerated Huzi only because his family was too poor and Huzi's father was still alive. But now, Daju was successful with $70 million in cash at his disposal, and he felt confident enough to speak out. "You stinking cripple. You've become so powerful that you dare to talk to me like that." Huzi's face darkened, and he was about to roll up his sleeves to teach Daju a lesson. But before he could reach out, Ye Shun grabbed his arm. "Huzi, I'm not joking. Quickly call the builders to the village and tell them that from now on, they will not. You have to leave your hometown to make a living. I will hire all the construction workers and provide the best service to everyone." "Nonsense." Huzi tried to break free several times, but Ye Shun's hand was as hard as an iron clamp. No matter how hard he jumped, he could not break free from Ye Shun's grip. He immediately became angry and said in a harsher tone, "Ye Shun, I call you brother because we are from the same clan. Don't pretend to be embarrassed in front of me all the time. Why don't you go to the toilet and take a look at yourself? With your income, how can you open a mine? If you find the money, I will kneel before you." This time, Ye Shun did not answer, but only raised his chin, turning to Daju. "Good." Daju understood instantly, hurried to the back of the truck, and pulled the chain. As soon as the iron door swung open, a pile of colorful banknotes suddenly fell on him, emitting an incredibly tempting smell of money. Wow! Huzi was stunned. His eyes bulged like goldfish, and he stared blankly at the truckload of money. His hands shook, and his heels couldn't stay in place. He sat down on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. He was shaking, and in a trembling voice he exclaimed, "This is counterfeit money. Where did you get them from?" "Hey, Huzi, didn't you just say that you would kneel if Ye Shun could find the money to loot? Why aren't you kneeling?" This time, it was Dazu's turn to show arrogance. He walked over with a bright face and smiled playfully at Huzi. Huzi was dumbfounded. He even wanted to kneel. After all, 70 million in cash was too much. Although Huzi's family was not bad, and he had always enjoyed the reputation of being the richest man in Yejia village, even if all the wealth in Yejia village was collected, it would not be worth that much. Okay, enough fussing. Let's get to it. Business! Yeshun grabbed Huzi, who was about to kneel down, and said seriously, looking straight at his twitching face, "From now on, Daju will act as my foreman. He will be responsible for all the money. You need to quickly call and gather all the migrant workers in the village. Mobilize everyone to dig a hole in the back mountain. In 2 days, I will give Daju the blueprints. You must strictly follow the requirements of the blueprints and dig through the entire back mountain as soon as possible." "Why?" Huzi immediately became angry. He rolled his eyes and replied lifelessly, "Brother Yeshun, I am your cousin. Why give such a good job to this cripple? Why don't you give me the money and I'll supervise?" "Huzi, who the hell are you calling a cripple? My leg has clearly healed." Daju was so angry that his body was shaking. He was about to roll up his sleeves when Yeshun stepped forward to stop him. "Enough, Daju. You know why I instructed the villagers to dig a hole, right? There's not much time. Hurry up and do as I say. Before the apocalypse comes, they need to hollow out the entire mountain behind Yejia village and use it as a foundation to build a large shelter that can shelter the entire village. This project is undoubtedly massive, and even involving the entire workforce. Forces are no easy task. Therefore, Yeshun will have to act quickly to implement the plan as soon as possible. He has more important things to do." Yeshun stayed at home for the next 2 days, recovering and reflecting on his actions regarding the third anomaly. He also took the time to sketch out the plan for the hideout he had already prepared in his mind. Thanks to Huzi's help, the rumor of a multi-millionaire in Ye village spread like wildfire. The news was a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the small village that had been in existence for decades. Distressed. Not only were the villagers puzzled as to how the Ye family's son could amass such a fortune, but even Ye Shun's parents, who lived far away, immediately came over upon hearing the news, demanding to know what had happened. Faced with his parents' persistent questions, Ye Shun was left helpless. He could deceive and exploit everyone, but he couldn't lie to his parents. In the end, Ye Shun only managed to come up with some excuse to calm his parents down for a while. "Mom, Dad, this money isn't mine. They are from a large consortium interested in mining the mountains beyond Yejia village. They have entrusted me to open the mine on their behalf. Don't ask any more questions. Come back soon. We will be together as one family, and our life will become better and better." More than 10 years later, Ye Shin's heart was filled with excitement at the thought of being reunited with his parents. But in order not to arouse his parents' suspicions, Ye Shun merely suppressed his excitement, speaking as calmly as possible, even deliberately showing impatience, like a capricious child. From the other end of the line, Ye's father's tired voice rang out. "I hope to return soon so that we can have a good time together. Family. But your sister? Don't worry about Ye Ling. I have a plan. I promise that soon after you return to Yejia village, you will see a healthy and cheerful Ye Ling." Yeshun quickly finished his speech, and before his father could ask any more questions, he abruptly hung up. The reason for opening the mine was truly far-fetched, and Yeshun knew very well that such a naive excuse would sooner or later be exposed by the villagers. But Yeshun didn't care. As time went by, the anomalies became more frequent, and soon rumors of the apocalypse spread throughout society. Then Ye Shun would reveal the whole truth, and the entire Ye family would naturally be more favorable to it. Putting down his phone, Ye Shun picked up the sketch of the mine he had drawn up, and, under the strange gazes of village children, quickly headed to Daju's house. As another insider, Daju was naturally eager to hear from Ye Shun. While handing over the architectural drawings, Ye Shun solemnly warned, "You must remember one thing. Mining is just a cover. Our real goal is to hollow out the distant mountain and use it to build a strong underground fortress. We also need to build many warehouses to store the necessary supplies. The entire Ye family, men, women and children, numbered about 200 people. The purpose of the underground shelter was to provide at least 200 people with food, clothing, housing, transportation, and everything they needed. Secondly, Ye Shun wanted to build several training grounds specifically for raising the young people of the family. The purpose was to help them quickly master the skills of fighting and slaying monsters. So the scale of the blueprints was very large, with the useful area alone exceeding 20,000 square meters. Hearing Ye Shun's request, Daju groaned inwardly, shaking his head in annoyance. Ye Shun, I understand your reasoning, but isn't mining a very pathetic excuse? You don't know? The villagers have been asking me for the past few days where all this money came from and why they were digging holes in the mountains. Just dealing with them was already a whole head. But Dazu's real worries didn't stop there. To build such a huge underground fortress as Ye Shun had planned, 70 million yuan alone would not be enough. After all, 200 tribesmen meant 200 mouths to feed, not to mention the future babies. The sheer amount of food needed to feed and clothe so many people for so many years gave Daju, who was not very good at mathematics, a twinge of anxiety. Ye Shun smiled and said, "Don't worry about the money. I can provide more than 70 million, and of course, I can get more in the future, including the necessary supplies for survival. I am confident I can handle it. You only need to worry about strictly following my construction specifications and constructing the shelter's frame. Besides, although Huzi may seem careless, he is not completely useless. He never violates his family's trust. Therefore, it is best to consult with him when purchasing materials. After all, his family specializes in construction contracts and has a lot of experience in such matters." Daju nodded. "Understood. Don't worry. No matter how difficult it is, I will strictly follow your instructions. You should be careful too. These anomalies are extremely dangerous, Ye Shun. I am very worried about your safety." After finishing his words, Daju's face sank and he froze, looking at Ye Shun. When facing the anomaly, he was already panicky, afraid of beings from another universe and worried about the unpredictable risks that Ye Shun would face in his next plan. "No matter. Even if I fail, at least I still have you." Ye Shun smiled carefreely. He suddenly reached out and patted Daju on the shoulder. Then, with a sigh, he said in a rare, soft voice, "Apart from me, you are the only one in the village who understands the entire history of the apocalypse. Promise me that no matter what, you will put your family's interests first. Will you do that?" "Yes." Daju immediately straightened up, patted his chest, and promised without hesitation, "Yejia village is where I grew up. My feelings for this place are stronger than anything else in the world. No matter the circumstances, I will fight for my family's interests." These words may have seemed trivial, but they brought tears to Ye Shun's eyes. Anyone who has not lived through this era will never understand the meaning of the word family. Realization before the apocalypse proved that Ye Shun had made the right choice. "I will thank you for everything in the few days that I am gone." Quickly calming down, Ye Shun smiled at Daju again, then gave him a hard slap on the shoulder, turned around, and walked straight to his second uncle's shop, at the edge of the village. It had been 7 days since he had last seen his uncle. Ye Shun was about to enter the third, treacherous passage of the anomaly. To ensure his chances of success, he needed to retrieve the weapon. Meanwhile, Ye Jianjun was eagerly awaiting his arrival at home. Yejia village had been in turmoil for the past few days. Thanks to Huzi's propaganda, everyone in the village knew that Ye Shun had made a fortune, and many people came to congratulate Uncle Ye Xin. Ironically, Uncle Ye Jianjun had no idea what was going on. What the hell was that brute doing there? He robbed people with that weapon? Ye Jianjun paced around the living room, nervous as an ant on a hot frying pan. He was about to go and see Ye Shun in person to ask for more details when he heard a bang and the front door swung open. "Good morning, Uncle." Ye Xin's face, always with a slight smile, appeared before his eyes outside the gate. "Finally, you're here." Ye Jianjun didn't say anything. He replied and immediately ran towards him, dragged Ye Xin into the living room, quickly closed the door and asked fiercely, "What were you doing outside? Speak quickly, or I'll call the police." "Call the police?" Ye Xun was stunned for a moment, lowered his head, looked at Ye Jianjun's face full of worry and confusion, and immediately understood. "Uncle, you don't suspect that I'm doing something illegal outside, do you?" "Nonsense." Ye Jianjun immediately got excited, put his hand on Ye Xin's shoulder, and shouted loudly, "Others don't know about your family's situation. How can I not know? Your elder brother and sister-in-law work at the construction site. You are just a driver who carries goods in the mine. And at home, you have a sister who is sick with leukemia. Where did you get that kind of money from under your current living conditions?" At this moment, Ye Jianjun became even more agitated and cast an angry glance at him from the corner of his eye. "Quickly, did you use the weapon I gave you to do something illegal? If so, then you must surrender to me immediately. Although our Ye family is poor, we have no ambition. We shouldn't make money through dirty tricks." "Okay, uncle, can you calm down?" Ye Xun was helpless. He had finally managed to defeat his father, but Ye Jianjun had cornered him again. He was a little embarrassed, only blocked the other person's hand and said seriously, "I can only say that this money is of the purest origin. Someone gave it to me." "Gave it to you?" Ye Jianjun almost laughed. He glared at Ye Xun. "Look at your second cousin. Is he a 3-year-old child? You can't even lie. Are you a member of the Ye family?" Ye Xun was completely speechless at this time. He only sighed and said, "I didn't lie to you. The person who gave me the money was called Xia Meng. She's the niece of the president of the Rand Company. Give me a few days and I'll prove it to you." "What did you say? Rand Corporation? How do you even know anyone from Rand Corporation?" Ye Jianjun was even more stunned after hearing Ye Xun's explanation. Rand Corporation, the most powerful and wealthy family enterprise in the city, was famous in Nanluo. Any sensible person would understand the strangeness of this company. Ye Jianjun certainly understood this, but he couldn't understand how someone from Rand Corporation could be related to Ye Xun. "Uncle, you saw me grow up, so you should be very familiar with my character. Do you really think that with my character, I am capable of doing something illegal?" Ye Xun gently pulled himself out of his uncle's grip, sat down calmly and said, "I know you have many questions, but please forgive me. I cannot give you a satisfactory answer right now, so give me some time. When I finish my business, I will definitely explain everything to you and the whole family." "Okay." Ye Jianjun stood there and looked at Ye Xun for half a minute. Finally, suppressing the anger in his heart, he sighed, "I just don't want you to go astray. As long as you can guarantee that the money is clean, your uncle won't ask you any more questions. Thank you." Ye Xun smiled knowingly, extended his hand and said, "Then I'm sure you've prepared what I want, right? What's the rush? Wait." Ye Jianjun glared at him, then walked into the utility room, and then returned to the living room with a toolbox in his hand. Then, standing in front of Ye Xu, he opened the box. The lid of the suitcase automatically lifted, and a cold blade suddenly appeared before Ye Xun, illuminated by a bewitching green light. The long sword was still the same, and the lines and overall structure were the same as before. The only difference was that part of the beast crystal energy was integrated into the blade, causing it to glow faintly green like an ominous treasure moon, emitting an enchanting, spiritual aura. At your request, I purified the special nightmare material you brought and attached it to the blade. After 2 rounds of refining, the blade was completely restored. Looking at the long sword filled with killing intent and exuding a charming aura, Ye Jianjun couldn't hide his excitement. He said in a rather unbelievable tone, "It's hard to imagine where you got this material from. I always felt like when I combined these materials with a longsword, it would come to life." Ye Jianjun had been making weapons all his life, but he had never encountered anything like this. He was inevitably shocked and hurriedly asked Ye Xun. Ye Xun grabbed the long sword, played with it lovingly, and casually replied, "This is not uncommon. In the future, I will be able to bring you more materials like this." In addition, I have prepared many weapon designs for you. I hope that, in the remaining time, you can make me more long and short weapons that will be useful in close combat. After that, Ye Shun reached into his pocket, took out more blueprints, and handed them to the dumbfounded Ye Jianjun. Do I need to make this for you? Ye Jianjun became even more confused. He couldn't help but glance at Ye Shun's face, lower his head, and said in surprise, I don't understand. Modern society is no longer the era of cold weapons. Why do you need... I still say that. Give me time, and I will give a reasonable explanation, but not now. Ye Shun raised his head sharply, looking straight into his cousin's eyes, and said word by word, without leaving any doubt. You can ask Dazhu for steel and money to make weapons. I can only tell you one thing. What you're doing now is for the safety of the entire Ye family. I have my own purpose in all of this. Even if it's just for the sake of blood kinship, you can't refuse me. This... Ye Jianjun's gaze was complicated. Faced with Ye Xin's extremely serious expression, he finally nodded hesitantly and said with embarrassment, I agree, but this forged weapon must be temporarily sealed. Once you give a reasonable explanation, I will hand it over to you. No problem. Ye Shun immediately stood up, blinked, and smiled playfully at his cousin Ye Jianjun. In 2 days, my parents should return to Yejia village with a construction team. You know the temperament of these two elders. When they return, they will definitely look for me to settle the score all over the world. Considering that I gave you the ancestral manor, you should let me settle the situation. If anyone in this world could make Ye Xin feel helpless, it would definitely be his parents. Although Ye Shun missed them terribly, he didn't want to meet them too early. After all, given their character and temperament, if they caught Ye Xin, they would undoubtedly nag and interrogate him endlessly. Therefore, before his parents returned, he had already prepared to hide. Ye Jianjun frowned. You gave me the ownership of the ancestral estate and you refused to stay and testify for me. What if the boss comes after me? Don't worry, I'll tell them about it when I get ready. Don't worry, Ye Jun said with a wry smile. He quickly grabbed the toolbox and walked out of Ye Jianjun's shop. Family is the source of warmth in any era, but it can also be the beginning of trouble. Ye Jun hasn't yet figured out how to meet his parents and tell them everything about the apocalypse. The only thing he could do was hide while his parents waited for him to return. The next day, at noon, a weirdo carrying a toolbox and wearing tasteless clothes walked quietly along the road leading to Xia Meng's villa. The midday sun was shining brightly, but the weirdo's steps seemed light, as if he had not stopped even after several hours of walking. Soon, he approached the door of the villa, quietly rang the bell, and then leaned against the column, calmly waiting for a few seconds. The door slowly opened, and a graceful figure appeared, wearing a tight tracksuit that perfectly showed off her curvy figure. Their eyes met, but neither of them said a word. After looking at each other for 5 or 6 seconds, Ye Shun raised his chin and asked Xia Meng, who looked indifferent, Are you ready? Okay, but before we die, let's go. Could you tell me where the third anomaly will appear? Xia Meng immediately nodded, but her tone was cold, as if she was not entirely happy about Ye Xin's arrival. Ye Shun replied directly, City Branch, a large medical center on Wutong South Road. What? Xia Meng froze, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could a third anomaly appear in such a place? It's not impossible. Ye Shun yawned lazily and calmly walked towards the villa's garage without even looking back. The distribution of anomalies is extremely random. The next outbreak of anomalies could occur anywhere in this world. It's no wonder she would show up at the hospital. Good. Xia Meng was speechless and silently followed Ye Shun into the garage. As she walked, she secretly watched this strange man with bewilderment. Why do anomalies occur so often in this city? And how does Ye Shun find them? Ye Shun could certainly guess what Xia Meng was thinking, but Xia Meng ignored them without bothering to explain. In fact, Blue Star is not the only place where anomalies can occur in Nanluo. Similar anomalies can, and in some distant cities and countries. However, These anomalies are too far away from Ye Xin, and the danger of some of them is beyond his capabilities at the moment, so he could only choose to attack the anomalies in Nanluo. After getting into Xiaomeng's car, Ye Shun calmly said, "In fact, Nanluo is not the first city in the Blue Star universe where an anomaly occurred. Such anomalies will appear in many cities in China, including Europe and the United States. But these places are not suitable for us." Xiaomeng sighed and asked, "But why haven't I heard any news about the anomalies yet?" "Haha, do you think the authorities in those cities will want to report this to M?" Ye Shun smiled and mockingly looked at Xiaomeng. His words were full of indifference and mockery. For these big shots who have the right to vote in the city, maintaining social stability is above all else. Besides, the current anomaly incident is just a random outbreak that has not yet affected all the cities. Therefore, people know very little about its internal history. These big shots will naturally be extremely cautious about this unconfirmed news. However, although the news of the anomaly has not yet appeared in the newspapers, according to Ye Xin's information, some overseas shadow media have already begun to spread it. Xiaomeng continued to lie. "How did you know about the third anomaly?" Ye Xin habitually ignored the question, lazily looking out the window. He casually replied, "Just think of me as someone who can predict the future. Just follow my example, and you will be right." "Ha ha ha, you are so funny." Xiaomeng was naturally not convinced by this explanation and was about to ask a few more questions. But Ye Shun had no intention of continuing and simply leaned his head against the window and pretended to be asleep. Seeing this, Xiaomeng gave in. In reality, Ye Shun was not asleep, but he simply did not want to discuss the matter with Xiaomeng. He did not care what Xiaomeng thought of him, and he did not feel obligated to satisfy her. He was completely focused on the impending outbreak of the third anomaly, silently pondering his next move. The third affiliated hospital of Nanluo City was one of the largest medical centers in the city. Although it was only a branch, it occupied a significant area and was located in the very center of zones. Although the hospital's location did not imply much pedestrian traffic, it was surrounded by several large factories and cities, and Nanluo City had already declared it its economic center within 10 years. If the apocalypse had not struck, the area would undoubtedly have become the economic center of Nanluo City, attracting a significant influx of people. But now all these plans remained only theoretical. No one knew that soon a third anomaly would occur here, which would become the most destructive and large-scale procession of murders in the entire city. Soon the rescue center that the city government had been waiting for, a project that had cost years and considerable investment, would be completely destroyed. After a 2-hour drive, Ye Shun and Xiaomeng arrived safely at the center of the development zone. Ye Shun, as usual, got out of the car, squinted his eyes and began, "Look around." Since the various facilities and urban planning have not yet been fully put into operation, the streets and roads near the development area look quite deserted. However, since it is a prestigious location in a development area, there are still many pedestrians around the hospital. Secondly, this large medical center also has many patients. Department was full of patients and their families queuing to pay their medical expenses. The noisy crowd almost filled the entire lobby. After a quick look around, Ye Shun glanced down at the time on his phone. He smiled at Xiaomeng. "It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so there's still plenty of time before the anomaly erupts. We can find a quieter place to rest for a while." Xiaomeng ignored Ye Shun's words. Instead, she looked anxiously at the group of patients crowded at the entrance to the hospital and froze in indecision. "My God, there are so many people here. If the anomaly breaks through, I fear the casualties will be horrific. Should we find the hospital director and try to evacuate the crowd?" Although Xia Meng had only been in the police force for a short time and had not worked since the first anomaly incident, she still felt a strong sense of responsibility. However, her suggestion only caused Ye Xun to sneer disdainfully. "Evacuate the crowd? What a naive idea. I'm surprised you even thought of that." There must have been at least 800 patients in the hospital, if not 1,000. In addition to the mild ones, there were many seriously ill patients languishing in the intensive care unit. These patients who couldn't breathe or even stand on their own were evacuated. But we can't just sit back, can we? Thousands of lives are at stake. Xiaomeng was stunned by Ye Xin's indifference. In her opinion, his resigned behavior was tantamount to murder. Ye Xin shrugged and continued lazily. If you think you can persuade these patients to leave, then try it. Ye Xun, although apathetic by nature, was not completely cold-blooded. As long as his own safety was assured, he wasn't above playing the good guy and offering limited help to strangers. But the question was, even if he stormed into the hospital lobby and told everyone about the impending monster, how many would believe him? Therefore, instead of wasting time on such meaningless things, it was better to save one's strength and prepare for the upcoming test. But Xiaomeng clearly did not think so. She literally pushed Ye Xun away and rushed to the hospital outpatient department, where she began to spontaneously evacuate the crowd. Running into the hall, Xiaomeng immediately jumped onto a chair, taking the highest place, facing the crowd, and shouted, "Everyone, stop, stop, listen to me. It will be dangerous here." But in the outpatient department, ward was too noisy, and even raising her voice an octave, she still couldn't get anyone to pay attention to her. Helpless, Xiaomeng moved to another place and repeated her previous actions. "Everyone, stop, listen to me. Don't line up yet. It's not safe here, ha." "What? Funny, stupid woman." Ye Xun stood not far from her, lazily leaning against the panoramic window, arms crossed over his chest, with a playful and slightly mocking expression on his face, admiring Xiaomeng's neurotic behavior. Without a doubt, Xiaomeng's actions seemed childish to Ye Xun. If patients could be evacuated so easily, it would be a joke. As expected, Xiaomeng's actions not only did not attract much attention, but on the contrary, they caused sidelong glances from the patients standing in line. A portly, middle-aged man with a bald head snapped back. "Hey, woman, are you sick? Why are you standing so high? If you want to cut in line, don't use such tricks." True, maybe one of the psychos suddenly ran down. Shh. This woman has a beautiful appearance and figure, but it's a pity that she's a psycho. What a waste. The crowd buzzed, but no one wanted to cooperate with Xiaomeng. This scene took Xiaomeng by surprise, and she jumped up from her seat, deciding to warn everyone in another way. But before Xiaomeng could think of something better, two uniformed guards had already spotted the noisy woman in the crowd and were quickly approaching her. The guard leading the procession was a burly middle-aged man, almost 170 centimeters tall. He looked intimidating, and the look he gave Xiaomeng was slightly hostile. He quickly walked up to her from behind and asked, "Mistress, what did you say? Why is it unsafe here? Are you a guard here?" Xiaomeng quickly turned around and looked at the burly man whose face was full of excitement. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If she could explain the impending anomaly to the hospital staff and get their help, perhaps she could quickly transfer all the patients. Xiaomeng perked up, grabbing the guard's hand. She quickly spoke. "Brother, I came to the hospital specifically to report the situation. Could you please take me to your hospital management? What's going on? Could you give me some advice?" However, in response to Xiaomeng's persistent request, the burly guard narrowed his eyes even more, and a look of caution flashed in his eyes. A few days ago, a serious medical incident occurred in this hospital. Patients and their families regularly caused trouble, even contacting journalists and posing as patients to conduct undercover investigations. To minimize the impact of the incident, hospital management issued strict orders to the guards on duty. If they spotted patients behaving uncomfortable, they had to take control of the situation immediately. Fortunately, Xiaomeng appeared at that very moment, jumping up and down in front of a crowd of patients in the outpatient department. This behavior had already alerted the guards, who subconsciously mistook Xiaomeng for a medical trespasser. Calm. Unfortunately, Xiaomeng still didn't understand anything. She was still clutching the guard's hand and quickly said, "Don't ask any more questions. Take me to your superiors right now. This is extremely important. Lives are at stake." "Ah, is that so?" the guard deliberately drawled, and his face became even colder. Now he was almost 90% sure that Xia Meng was causing trouble for the sake of the patients. Looking at the other patients waiting in line, he forced a smile and greeted Xia Meng warmly. Our management is not on the first floor. If you really want to report this, please stop arguing and come with us to the administration building. There, of course, you will be met. Okay, show me the way. I need to see your dean immediately. Xia Meng nodded stupidly, completely unaware of what awaited her. As if she was naive, she followed the guard without hesitation. This scene naturally fell into Ye Xin's eyes, and he immediately felt a little confused and helpless. He shook his head and, having no other choice, followed her from afar. In his heart, he couldn't help but lament, "This stupid woman is just a dumbass." At first glance, the two guards had bad intentions, but she didn't notice. Even if Xia Meng hadn't experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, as an adult, she would probably understand the treachery and deception of society. Right? Her determination to let herself be deceived without hesitation made Ye Xin seem like an ignorant, incompetent lamb, leaving him speechless and disappointed. Yet Ye Xin remained silent, leisurely following behind him, trying to understand the motives of the two guards who were clearly harboring ill will. Intent Point Xia Meng, still stunned, followed the guards without stopping until they reached the building behind the outpatient department. The hospital was quite large. Behind the crowded and noisy outpatient department, there was a large garden where people in hospital gowns were strolling. Everything seemed normal. Once there, the guards did not stop, but continued to lead Xia Meng, asking her to follow them into a deserted corridor that looked unfinished. Only now did Xia Meng sense something was wrong. She looked suspiciously at the pile of odds and ends, tables, chairs and benches at the end of the corridor and frowned in confusion. Does your hospital management work here? Of course, the hospital management doesn't work here. Here, we, the guards, usually do everything. The burly, middle-aged guard did not move, but stepped back, blocking Xia Meng in the middle of the corridor, then nodded to another skinny guard next to him. His face changed and said to Xia Meng with a forced smile, "Okay, if you want to say something important, just say it here." What? Xia Meng, who had no experience in socializing, was clearly confused by this scene. She immediately asked, "Didn't you just promise to take me to the hospital management? Why?" "Stop talking nonsense." The skinny guard at the side suddenly frowned and asked fiercely, "Are you a reporter who came here for a secret investigation? Tell me what you managed to find out, and why are you making a ruckus in the outpatient department?" "What reporter?" Xia Meng suddenly became cheerful. Despite her limited experience in communication, she was not overly aggressive. Seeing this pose, she immediately understood what was going on and quickly explained, "Look, I am not a reporter and I am not for an undercover investigation. I really have urgent matters to attend to, and I want to see your dean." "Okay, let's be frank. My reporter friend, I understand your methods and I know that you definitely have hidden cameras and listening devices. Please hand them over first." The burly, middle-aged security guard interrupted Xia Meng again, his face stern. "In a place like this, it's best to behave decently, otherwise we'll be rude." His expression immediately became even more ferocious, and his face became even more hostile. As a captain of the security service, he personally received many undercover reporters. Since the sanatorium had recently moved, much of its equipment and medical technology was not yet fully developed. As a result, several minor medical incidents occurred during the first years of operation. These incidents led to frequent disturbances in the hospital. Guard had seen enough of these curious reporters and was irritated, so he was not friendly. Xia Meng was truly devastated. He was so kind as to evacuate the crowd, but how could he be called a secret reporter? Seeing how time was slowly passing, Xia Meng became worried and immediately said sternly, "I am not a reporter, and not for secret investigation. Let me go quickly. I need to see your boss immediately." "Brother Tao, this girl doesn't seem to appreciate it." At this moment, the skinny security guard also grimaced, looking lustfully at Xia Meng's plump figure, and couldn't help but swallow. "I think since she doesn't want to cooperate, let's search her first and find the hidden surveillance camera." "What do you want to do?" "Face." Xiaomeng turned pale at the words personal search. She very carefully covered her chest with her hands, involuntarily took a step back and sternly said, "I warn you, don't play the fool." But she didn't know that her appearance and figure, combined with a frightened but in some ways even charming look, immediately aroused even greater interest in the skinny guard. "Haha, since you don't want to cooperate, I'll have to do it myself." The skinny guard faked a smile as if warning Xiaomeng, but his nasty eyes continued to study her heaving chest, and the sly smile in his eyes grew wider. How could a small guard like him have the opportunity communicate with such a beauty as Xiaomeng, whose figure and temperament were excellent? Even if he occasionally met such an ideal woman, he would not dare to approach her because of his position. But now the hospital was his territory after all, and this elegant, beautiful reporter came to him. How could he not use it if he didn't use it? The skinny guard grew more and more excited thinking about it and couldn't help but grin. His thin face also showed an extremely obscene and disgusting expression. He stood behind Xiaomeng, deliberately leaning forward and at the same time stretched out his dirty hands, examining her from head to toe. Xiaomeng was in a real panic. Being the daughter of a rich family, she had no experience of dealing with scoundrels and was at a loss as to what to do. In her surprise, she forgot to duck. Just when the dirty paw was about to touch her chest, a lazy, impatient voice came from the deserted corridor. "It's too late. It's time to end life at the bottom of society. Let's get down to business." What? A sudden voice startled everyone. Xiaomeng, as if she had found a savior, looked at the man outside pleadingly. "Yeshun, help me." "Who the hell are you?" The skinny guard, who seemed to have almost reached his goal, was interrupted at the most crucial moment. His face darkened, and he glared at the intruder. Even the middle-aged security guard had adopted a rather cold, commanding expression. Hospital guards were not afraid of trouble. After all, if anything went wrong, their superiors would back them up. Moreover, the two, who had ulterior motives, seemed to be connected to the hospital management, which made them much more arrogant than the average security guard. They didn't take these medical violations seriously at all, instead adopting an extremely arrogant air. "Go away. Can't you see we're talking to this journalist? You have no right to interrupt." Faced with the expulsion of the two guards, Ye Shun was neither angry nor expressed anything. He simply stood coldly at the exit of the corridor, looking at the helpless Xiaomeng in front of him with a disappointed and helpless look. It was logical to assume that this woman was in an abnormal situation. No matter how weak her abilities were, she would have no problem dealing with two ordinary guards who were causing trouble, right? However, looking at Xiaomeng again, I noticed that her cheeks had turned pale, and she looked helpless and pitiful, which was truly speechless. Of course, Xiaomeng was not useless, but as a person of the upper class, she could not adapt to the barbaric phenomena of the lower class. No matter how proud she was not good at dealing with these gangsters, which is why she behaved so badly. Having caught the disgust in Ye Shun's eyes, Xiaomeng felt very irritated and stamped her foot in embarrassment. "Of course I'm doing a good deed. Heh." Ye Shun almost laughed, shook his head, looked at the two guards with a stern expression, and teased, "It's a pity that good people never receive their due reward. If you're really that great, just take off your clothes now and satisfy someone's desire." Xiaomeng's face was full of shame and anger, and her face was red with anger. "What the hell is this place? Are you taking me seriously?" The casual conversation between the two men naturally made the skinny guard angry. He immediately shouted, intending to take advantage of the moment to intimidate Ye Xin. He even extended his finger and poked it at the tip of Ye Xin's nose, continuing to curse. "Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you be so presumptuous in a place like this? I see you don't want to, ah?" But soon these curses turned into shouts and screams. Just when the skinny guard's finger was about to poke Ye Xin's nose, Ye Shun, without thinking, stretched out his hand and lightly twisted his knuckles with unstoppable speed. Crack! The distinct sound of bones breaking resounded. Index finger that was pointed at Ye Xin suddenly twitched in the opposite direction, pointing at the tip of his nose. Ah! Pain shot through his fingers, and the skinny guard screamed as if he had lost his father. His face twisted and distorted, and his curses turned into screams. "Let go! Let go!" "As you wish," Ye-shun replied coldly. He unclenched his fingers and delivered another lightning-fast kick straight to his chest. With a dull thud, the thin, 100-pound body of the security guard instantly turned into a ball, flying back 5 meters, crushing everything behind him. His body was buried under the fallen legs of tables and chairs. Without making a sound, he kicked his legs and lost consciousness. And it was all thanks to Ye-shun's mercy. Otherwise, the skinny guard's fate would have been much more serious than just a coma. "You brat! How dare you attack me?" The middle-aged guard was stunned. The incident happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to notice what Ye-shun had done before he realized that his colleague had passed out. His mind froze at the sight, even as the usual curses continued to flow. Ye-shun showed no interest in responding. He just frowned and walked towards the pale Xia Meng. He muttered softly, "Your performance is simply disappointing. I didn't bring you here to lie around." Xia Meng, startled by the sudden coldness in Ye-shun's eyes, took 2 steps back and said, "I just feel a little uneasy." "Boy, why are you so arrogant? You hit one of ours. You're not going to have a good day today." The middle-aged security guard finally realized what was going on. Without thinking, he shouted and punched Ye-shun straight in the face from the side. For the head of security of such a large hospital, this guy was definitely not weak. Moreover, before coming to work here, this middle-aged security guard was a retired second-class boxer. If he hadn't caused his opponent serious injury due to a rule violation, he wouldn't have fallen to such a degree. His full speed is very high, at least twice that of a normal person. He was confident that 3 or 5 adults would not be able to get close to him, so it would not be difficult for him to deal with this impudent boy. However, as soon as Ye-shun made a move, the middle-aged guard realized that he was wrong, and his mistake was truly outrageous. Facing a full-speed strike, Ye-shun didn't even dodge, let alone look at his opponent. He simply lazily raised his fingers and placed them right in front of his fist. With one finger, he effectively caught the middle-aged guard's punch at full force. Then he turned his hips, countered, closed the distance, and slammed his shoulder. Entire action was done in one fell swoop, without the slightest hesitation. By the time the middle-aged guard realized what was happening, Ye-shun had already crushed his chest. He spat out blood, screamed, and flew backwards, hitting the wall hard. The bones of his limbs seemed to shatter into pieces, and there was a crunching sound of dislocated joints. He slid down the wall as if he was in a mud puddle, completely unable to move. "Ye-shun, how can you be so cruel?" Xia Meng, who had witnessed Ye-shun's skill, was instantly horrified. She looked at Ye-shun in bewilderment, her mouth wide open. On one hand, she was amazed by Ye-shun's improvement, but on the other hand, she was horrified by his menacing methods. Although these 2 guards were full of hatred and had dirty intentions, they had not committed a serious crime. Ye-shun's actions were truly cruel and merciless. Ye-shun calmly turned his neck, turned around and looked calmly at Xia Meng. He said calmly, "You 2 bastards deserve a lesson." Xia Meng's face was distorted with fear, and she couldn't help but accuse Ye-shun of being cold-blooded. "But you hit me too hard. This is clearly violence. Stop talking nonsense and follow me." Ye-shun ignored Xia Meng's accusations, grabbed her wrist, and ran towards the main hall. The previous farce had already delayed Ye-shun for a long time. Now he needed to take a relatively high position and remember the entire anomaly. According to his memories from his past life, the 3rd anomaly would cover a large area, and the number of monsters that would appear would greatly exceed 1 species. The more opportunities, the higher the risk. If Ye-shun wanted to survive with Xia Meng and successfully capture the soul crystal, he needed to give it his all. He didn't have time to talk to Xia Meng. Entering the hospital complex, Ye-shun rushed to the top floor without stopping. His movements were like a wild horse running free, maintaining the efficiency of a 100-meter sprint. It was not only faster than riding the elevator, but even faster than Xia Meng could catch up. "Quiet. You're going to hurt my arm." Xia Meng was forced to run as fast as she could, cursing in her heart at this guy's cruelty and indifference to women. Although Xia Meng had gained some enlightenment during the first anomaly, she was still far behind the monster called Ye Shun. She couldn't adapt to such a mad and intense run, and had already cursed Ye Shun dozens and hundreds of times in her heart. But at this moment, Ye Shun, who had been running at full speed, suddenly stopped as he approached the corridor of the 10th floor. "What are you doing, eh?" Ye Shun dragged Xia Meng upstairs, completely out of control of his body. Ye Shun suddenly froze and, unable to stop in time, cried out in surprise and crashed into Xia Meng's back. Ye Shun, ignoring Xia Meng's screams, directed his slightly stunned gaze at the dozen menacing figures nearby. These people, all dressed in mourning clothes, armed with clubs, led a bloated, heavy, elderly leader noisily down the stairs. The reserved man shouted, "Barbarians! What are you doing? I am the head of this hospital. What you are doing is illegal." A tall, thin young man in work clothes hit him in the face, his face distorted with anger. "Director Wang, my father died on the operating table due to the negligence of your doctors. I called the reporters. You must come up to the first floor with us and explain everything to them." No doubt these two had accidentally found themselves at the scene of the medical dispute. The young man in work clothes, with an excited face, was most likely a relative of the patient who had died in the accident, and Director Wang, with a sagging belly and a broken face, was most likely the immediate head of the hospital. Several medical workers in white coats accompanied Director Wang, desperately trying to persuade and convince the rebels, hoping that they would let Director Wang go. The young man, holding baton in hand, shouting furiously, "Don't move. My father's death couldn't be in vain. I've called the reporters, and today we must expose all the shady dealings in your hospital." The other doctors begged fervently, "Zhao Chuan, please stop making a scene. Noise is no good for anyone. Let's find a place to calmly discuss this." More than a dozen figures chaotically blocked Ye Shun's path, completely blocking the passage to the roof. Ye Shun was forced to witness a medical dispute. While he was debating whether to continue onto the roof, Xia Meng gently pulled his sleeve and whispered, "No wonder the guards downstairs are so nervous." It turned out that there really was a medical dispute going on in this hospital. Ye Shun was not surprised. He had been prepared for this. He had long known that he would meet a young man named Zhao Chuan in this hospital, but he had not expected to see him in such a setting. Zhao Chuan, young and as humble as Ye Shun, was the first to awaken in the city. When the third anomaly exploded, causing the soul crystals to fall, Zhao Chuan, who had caused a disturbance in the hospital, fortunately obtained a soul crystal and, without realizing it, successfully awakened, becoming the first person in Nanluo City to be blessed. Heaven, perhaps back then, Zhao Chuan was just an unknown, seemingly ordinary medical troublemaker. But in the coming apocalypse, this man would use his lucky abilities to excel in various competitions X. Of course, Zhao Chuan did not yet realize what incredible good news was about to befall him. He barged into Dean Wang's office just to find an explanation for this unscrupulous hospital and didn't notice Ye Shun in the corner. Ye Shun glanced at the chaos with indifference, then quickly looked away and said to Xia Meng, "This is none of our business. Don't dwell on it. Let's move away and wait for these people to leave before we go upstairs." Ye Shun naturally kept aloof, not paying attention to the arguments and quarrels of those around him. He simply led Xia Meng a little further away so as not to attract attention. After the noisy group had all gone down, he cast a thoughtful glance at Zhao Chuan, who had mingled with the crowd, and continued walking towards the roof with Xia Meng. Soon, they reached the top floor of the hospital complex. Standing on the roof, Ye Shun looked around the entire development area. His attention was immediately drawn to a light white cloud that seemed to rise from outside. The appearance of this fog meant that the third anomaly was approaching. However, due to the vast territory covered by this anomaly and the significant number of victims, its appearance was delayed. The white fog did not immediately envelop the hospital. Instead, it slowly thickened in the sky, like a giant inverted bowl, gradually expanding from a point to a plane, slowly enveloping the hospital. As the fog thickened, the blue sky and white clouds gradually disappeared from Ye-shin's sight. Once clear sky was now unusually dark without sunlight. Fog? Does that mean 3 anomalies have erupted? Xia Meng, noticing the change in the sky, quickly shifted her gaze, looking nervously at Ye-shin. "Humph," Ye-shun calmly replied, then lowered his gaze, looking around the construction area. He simultaneously mentally sketched out a huge escape route. Then he looked up again and commanded the pale Xia Meng, "Just stay behind me. Do as I say, and don't act on your own." Understood. Xia Meng wouldn't normally be so obedient, but after realizing that the anomaly was inevitable, she suddenly turned into an obedient lamb, wanting to press her chest against Ye-shin's back. Slightly trembling voice, she asked, "Then what should we do?" Ye-shin calmly replied, "Remember that medical dispute. Let's go downstairs and find the culprits." "Huh? Why those people?" Xiao Meng asked, even more puzzled and surprised. "Don't bother talking. Just follow me." Ye-shun didn't bother to explain. He immediately let go of Xiao Meng's hand and silently ran back the way he came, to the lobby on the first floor. The area covered by the anomaly was incredibly large. Ye-shun only knew that the soul crystal would appear soon, but he didn't know exactly where. However, he remained calm because he already had a perfect plan to track down Zhao Chuan. As the main beneficiary of the 3rd anomaly in his past life, wherever Zhao Chuan appeared, the soul crystal would appear. Souls, so, after briefly outlining the situation, Ye-shun immediately led Xia Meng back to the group of medical troublemakers. Zhao Chuan, holding a baton and threatening to take Dean Wang hostage, arrived at the first floor of the common room. There were many patients gathered there, gathered to observe, as well as several reporters who had rushed to the news. Inside, Zhao Chuan, with a look of grief on his face, loudly denounced the crimes of the hospital, causing outrage and gnashing of teeth among the onlookers. Dean Wang, who was being held hostage by the Buntari doctors, was about to bury his head in buttocks. His corpulent body trembled under the gaze of many angry eyes. The hall was in chaos. By the time Ye-shun and Xia Meng safely returned to the first-floor lobby, it was already full of onlookers. Everyone, come and judge, had a stomach ulcer, but they insisted that it was an inflamed appendix and insisted on an operation. As a result, the surgeon's incorrect operation caused severe bleeding, and my father died on the operating table. Tell me, is it even necessary to continue working in such an unscrupulous hospital? Zhao Chuan, still excited, grabbed Ding Wang by the collar, loudly denouncing the hospital's shady methods. The onlookers, many of whom were deeply moved, echoed him. "Of course, we can't let them continue to harm people. That's right. This unscrupulous hospital should have been exposed long ago. I support you." The crowd exploded in indignation, and every corner of the hall filled with excited cries, drowning out Zhao Chuan's voice. "Listen to me. It was just an accident. In our hospital. Don't listen to his nonsense." Dean Wang, who was almost beaten half to death, continued to desperately make excuses to the crowd. But his explanations were weak and unconvincing, finding no response from the audience at all. Ye-shun also noticed this unusual court scene, and a faint smile touched his lips. He looked around the room and had a strange smile on his face. He was not at all concerned about the cause or the course of this accident, let alone its outcome. He was worried about only one thing. Would people be able to withstand the first wave of the demonic creature's attack? The anomaly was approaching. In just a few minutes, the thick fog that filled the air would stretch its fangs and claws to this place. The presence of the fog and the energy of the source also signaled the presence of unknown danger. These cannibals cared little for the grievances of the human world. The moment they show up, this place will turn into a bloody hell. Thinking about this, Ye-shun took a deep breath, then took Xia Meng's arm and led her to a place away from the crowd, with a better view. He ignored the noise, focusing instead on Zhao Chuan, who was talking heatedly about his misfortunes and loudly accused the hospital of profiteering. He narrowed his eyes and watched silently. Zhao Chuan, this smart, organized, and inspiring man, would soon be having a good time in the apocalypse. However, Ye Shun was not particularly interested in him. Although Zhao Chuan was very lucky and had a high starting position, his innate talent was not exceptional. He simply happened to obtain the first soul crystal, becoming the first awakened in human history. Although he enjoyed considerable fame in the early days of the apocalypse, as time passed and more gifted awakened emerged, his fame eventually faded, and he fell victim to a direct confrontation with hordes of demonic beasts. Ye Shun watched him, just to capitalize on his luck and find his own chance. Soon, the first torrent of source energy descended. Ye Shun, who had been quietly hiding in the corner, suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken, and at the same time, he could feel the fiery molecules circulating in his blood, pulsating at a high frequency. He squinted and glanced at Xiaomeng next to him. Xiaomeng also vaguely felt the changes in her body and became even more nervous. Together with Ye Shun, they focused their gaze on the floor-to-ceiling windows in the corner of the hall. In their field of vision, vague shadows were rapidly and violently spreading, silently appearing like invisible ghosts, and, unnoticed by most, engulfing the entire hospital complex. "He's coming. A little faster than I expected." Ye Shun stared at the lingering fog, his vision thickening. Before he could warn Xiaomeng, a shrill scream reached his ears. Dozens of people had gathered in the hall, their chatter thickening the atmosphere so no one heard the shrill scream. But soon, that shrill, blood-curdling scream rang out again. The scream was like the crunch of glass, instantly piercing the eardrums. The noisy crowd froze. Everyone looked at each other in shock. No one understood why such a terrifying, piercing scream was heard outside the hospital. Although it was brief, only a moment, the hoarseness and fear mixed with it still made many people's hair stand on end. Zhao Chuan also heard the scream and immediately lashed out at the portly Dean Wang. "Look, your hospital must have committed another sin. They forget to give the patient anesthesia during the operation?" It was a dark joke, and Dek Wang, almost heartbroken, quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't believe the rumors. We are a reputable hospital. We wouldn't operate without anesthesia." Another troublemaker shouted, "If they hadn't forgotten to give anesthesia, why was that person screaming so desperately? That senior brother, that scream was clearly coming from outside." "What does our hospital have to do with it?" Dek Wang exclaimed indignantly. Although the others didn't like the portly hospital director, they understood the truth of Dean Wang's words and stopped bothering him. Instead, they turned their attention to the street. One glance immediately showed that something was wrong. The once sunny weather had suddenly disappeared behind dark clouds, and a strange, thick fog was swirling outside the hall's panoramic windows. The chilling aura strangely spread in all directions. Even more frightening were the screams carried by the fog, though fleeting, sometimes growing, sometimes dying down. Impossible to tell where they were coming from, and they seemed disjointed, as if the screams were not only coming from the hospital, but also from the streets. The crowd panicked, everyone stopped arguing, and looked at each other in silence. Everyone was terrified. After all, such screams and squeals were beyond their comprehension. Soon, Director Wang coughed and said to the tall medical worker, "Wang Jun, is there a fight outside? Go and check." "Yes." "Good." Wang Jun, whose name was called, was also terrified. But in the end, Director Wang was still his immediate superior, so he nodded and walked out into the thick fog. However, before he could even slowly walk out of the hall, a staggering figure appeared in the thick fog, shouting, "Oh no! Monsters, monsters! There are so many scary creatures!" Everyone was startled by the sudden scene and took a step back. Ye Shun also noticed the staggering figure, muttering in surprise, "Is it that skinny guard?" Hiding in the shadows, Ye Shun instantly recognized the pale, stumbling, and utterly terrifying figure. It was none other than the same skinny guard who tried to trick Xiaomeng. It was possible that while he was leading Xiaomeng into the complex, he and his colleagues were attacked by a monster. The skinny guard's injuries were not serious, so he was lucky to survive. As for the senior guard who was seriously injured by Ye Shun's punch, he was probably less fortunate. Wang Lei, what's wrong with you? Besides Ye Shun, others in the crowd recognized the skinny guard and immediately surrounded him to question him. But no matter how these people questioned and shook the skinny guard, the guy's face showed an expression of feeble-mindedness and fear. He stood at the door, frozen, with a dull look, and kept muttering, "Monster? There's a monster? Damn it, what are you talking about? What monster? Just tell me." Dean Wang, who had been humiliated by the crowd for a long time, finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. He lashed out at the skinny guard, stamped his feet and muttered, "I told you this morning to guard the hospital gates and keep out medical trespassers. It's no big deal that you neglect your duties, and now you're spreading false rumors everywhere. What kind of monster? Come from in the hospital. Remember the domain name of the first website, twkan.com. That's true. Whether it was the boss's intimidation or something else, the skinny guard came to his senses after Dean Wang scolded him. Eyes were blank. His lips were trembling wildly. His helplessness and fear were obvious. Yes, a frog. A very big frog. A frog? Dean Wang was stunned. His fat face was covered with countless bumps. His forehead was swollen with anger. He cursed, "Wang Lei, are you sick? What's so scary about frogs? Are you even human?" After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, frogs were not only not scary, but also friendly and useful insects. Although many people disliked these amphibians and considered them disgusting, the skinny guard, being an adult, should not have shown such fear and horror. Everyone laughed, sighing in relief. Wiping away sweat, they cursed, "What the hell? This hospital hired a crazy person as a guard. Just imagine how unethical this is. It's ridiculous. Who would be afraid of a frog? It's just hilarious." The crowd was buzzing. Some people mocked the guard's cowardice, others criticized the hospital's unethical practices. Only Ye Shun huddled in a dark corner, squinting and gloomily looking out the panoramic windows. No matter how incompetent the skinny guard was, he was still an adult. How could an ordinary frog scare him so much? Ye Shun's instincts told him this time that this frog was definitely not an ordinary one. Ye Shun squinted his eyes as usual, feigning caution, when suddenly a deep, eerie animal cry rang out throughout the hall. Quack! It seemed to be a real frog, but the sound was thick and muffled, like the roar of a large, withered bull, silencing the noisy crowd again. The frog's cry spread, and a huge figure quickly emerged from the thick fog. Finally, the crowd clearly saw the frog, but everyone was frightened, screamed, and, without thinking, retreated a few steps. It really was a frog, but this one was incredibly fat, too big. It was a giant frog with a swollen belly, thick legs, and well-developed muscles. Her body was covered with bloated frog skin and many multicolored spots. Its proportions and structure were identical to those seen in the countryside. The only difference was its colossal size. An ordinary frog is no bigger than the palm of an adult human, but the size of this giant frog was terrifying. It reached almost 2 meters in length. Even sitting on the ground, without spreading her muscular paws, she was as tall as an adult. Her plump cheeks were covered with a sticky layer of frog skin that seemed bloated and expanded and contracted rhythmically. On her smooth, rough, curved forehead, 2 eyes, like searchlights, shone with a faint crimson light. They stared at the chaotic crowd with expressions of complete indifference. "My God, what the hell is this? My God, a frog! A frog!" The crowd exploded. Ye Shun, who was standing at the back of the crowd, immediately recognized the monster. A giant man-eating frog. Unlike other monsters, this giant man-eating frog, like the frogs of Blue Star, was an amphibious creature. Its bloated belly and seemingly awkward body made it easy to overlook its aggressiveness. And it wasn't particularly aggressive. But Ye Shun knew that while frogs weren't particularly aggressive on their own, giant man-eating frogs were social creatures. The appearance of one frog meant that there would definitely be more following. Ye Shun, what should we do? Meanwhile, Xia Meng, who was standing next to him, was also frightened by the giant frog that looked like an old ox. Her face turned pale, and she stupidly tugged at Ye Shun's sleeve. "It's okay. Giant man-eating frogs are not much more aggressive than parasitic creatures. Let's wait and see what happens." Ye Shun remained silent, only squatting down and shaking his head, looking at Xia Meng, who was almost speechless from excitement, to stop her. As soon as he finished speaking, the clumsy, seemingly giant bullfrog outside the French window suddenly let out a wild bull roar, then turned its crimson eyes on the many indifferent spectators in the hall and rushed to the attack. The monster's body seemed thick and awkward, but its strong thighs were incredibly powerful. With one swing, he darted 5 meters forward, opening his curved mouth wide and sticking out a long red tongue. The long, thick tongue, as thick as a grown man's arm, pierced the air at great speed, leaving behind a chain of afterimages, instantly aiming at his first target, a skinny guard who had narrowly escaped death. The skinny guard was still shaking, and the others didn't react either. Only when the thick tongue was right in front of them did they scream and run away, leaving the skinny guard, still immersed in fear and despair, alone. The result was predictable. With a whistle, the trembling guard felt something sticky on his back, something soft and elastic. Before he could react, his feet had already left the ground, and he was lifted up uncontrollably and then pulled back by a strange force. The scream was so loud that it blocked everyone's eardrums. People watched in amazement, and then witnessed the most incredible, strange, and cruel scene in the world. The giant man-eating frog opened its massive, curved mouth like a fan, instantly opening into a bloody maw, 1/2 meter in diameter. The skinny guard, already slender, found himself in the jaws of the monster. Opening and closing its upper and lower jaws, it bit straight into his head and chest, devouring a small area of his body. The guard's head and chest were completely devoured by the giant man-eating frog, leaving only the lower half of his body, which was still desperately struggling. The screams from his mouth died down, replaced by a muffled sobbing, "Ooh." What's even scarier was that the giant man-eating frog had no teeth. They preferred to eat their prey raw. Their enormous stomachs, with their incredible digestive power, instantly ate away any prey they swallowed with their rich, concentrated acid. So, while the skinny guard's lower body seemed whole, the part that the monster had swallowed was suffering unimaginable pain and damage. And his legs twitched and throbbed even more. "Help! Help! Help!" Dean Wang's face turned green with fear, even greener than the giant man-eating frog. His vocal cords trembled constantly. He symbolically called for help, but his corpulent body desperately retreated, lacking the courage. The protesting medics, so aggressive a moment ago, were now completely stunned. All were gripped by an all-consuming fear. The sight of a monster swallowing a living man was terrifying and disgusting. However, not everyone in the crowd was scared. After all, there were still a few brave souls. Everyone, help! First. The first to react was Zhao Chuan, the mastermind behind the medical incident. As a relative of a victim of medical malpractice, Zhao Chuan hated the hospital staff with a passion. But since human lives were at stake, he could not remain indifferent. Moreover, the presence of dozens of supporters around him only gave him more courage. Zhao Chuan immediately rushed forward with a roar, throwing himself at the desperately resisting guard. After a moment of shock and panic, a handful of supporters gritted their teeth and bravely followed him to save. Soon, at least 7 or 8 people rushed forward, grabbing the guard by the left and right legs. Shouting in unison, they forcefully pulled the guard out of the monster's mouth. As Ye Shun had predicted, the giant man-eating frog, although terrifying and strong, was not particularly strong. Moreover, it had no teeth, so even 7 or 8 adults together could resist it. With the combined efforts of 8, the body of the skinny guard slipped out of the giant man-eating frog's mouth with a hissing sound, falling heavily to the ground. Not only was the skinny guard pulled out, and a large amount of sticky and smelly stomach acid and liquid that covered the floor. The extremely corrosive liquid acid and mucus hissed on the floor, and when everyone turned their attention to the rescued skinny guard, they were horrified again. The skinny guard was not dead, but he did not make a sound. He simply rose to his feet from the pool of slime, presenting his captors with the most brutal and disgusting sight in the world. His hair and skin were riddled with slime from the stomach of a giant man-eating frog. His cheeks were badly rotted, revealing bloody holes lined with blood vessels and muscle. Even the blackened skull and blood vessels stuck to the bones still pulsed ominously. The guard's thin head was corroded into a triangular shape. His left eye was completely rotted away, oozing a thick black-red liquid. He strained his mouth to scream, but only a gurgling sound came from his torn vocal cords and acid-soaked throat. Until his last breath, the skinny guard couldn't even call for help. Instead, he opened his black mouth and released a stream of caustic acid that hissed and ate through the floor. His body collapsed like a broken machine, blood and flesh splattering. Everyone involved in the rescue operation was stunned. Even Zhao Chuan, who was the first to rush out, was almost overcome with fear. All his courage dissolved into wails, and they fled again. The giant man-eating frog, deprived of food, was clearly enraged. The skin on its cheeks bulged, and with a furious cry, it once again twisted its tongue and lunged at the second unfortunate specimen. This time, its target was a rather plump, middle-aged nurse. Its retractable tongue formed a whip in the air, effortlessly clinging to her back. With one swing, he lifted the nurse's legs off the ground, lifting them with force with a sharp cry. "Help! Help!" Fortunately, the nurse reacted quickly. She desperately waved her arms, grabbing her colleague standing next to her. She tried to stay on her feet, desperately screaming and begging for help. "No! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Get out of here!" Unfortunately, the captured colleague had already lost consciousness. She ignored the plump nurse's pleas for help, but she also screamed and howled as if she had been electrocuted, involuntarily waving the thermos intended for patients and hitting the nurse in the forehead. Ah! Blood gushed from the nurse's forehead, and her hands instinctively unclenched, instantly falling into the mouth of the giant man-eating frog. Having successfully grabbed the second portion, the man-eating frog did not linger. She turned her heavy body towards the thick fog and, with a powerful blow of her powerful paws, disappeared into the thickest depths, carrying away in her mouth the still struggling, frozen nurse. The monster disappeared just as quickly, leaving behind a bloody mess and a crowd of frightened people. Everyone was silent, looking at her with disbelief, to the place where the giant frog had disappeared, as if in a terrible nightmare, in a dream that seemed unreal. But the thin body of the guard was still lying on the ground, so disgusting, so horrifying, that every detail reminded them of the reality of what had happened. What the hell was going on? "Everyone, find a solution! Find a solution!" Finally, Director Wang spoke. As the immediate supervisor and head of the hospital, he lived in luxury and had never encountered anything like this before. Feeling helpless and anxious, he quickly shouted to the staff around him, "Stop arguing!" Zhao Chuan was also trembling with fear, but he was still young and braver than the others. He immediately separated from the crowd and shouted to Dean Wang, "Quickly close the door, close all the French windows and call the police. Let the police deal with these monsters. Yes, everyone, quickly close the door. We must not let any more monsters in." Dean Wang nodded quickly, as if he had understood something, and howled wildly at the people around him. However, just when the medics received the order and were about to seal up all the French windows, a discordant voice of disagreement came from the corner of the corridor. "I advise you not to close the door, otherwise you will be in trouble." "Who is speaking?" Dean Wang's cheeks trembled. He quickly turned around and looked around. A moment later, he saw Ye Xin quietly walking out from the corner, a look of surprise flashing across his plump face. "You?" Zhao Chuan's gaze froze, and he immediately recalled the stranger he had met on the stairs a few hours ago, dragging Dean Wang out of. He was busy asking the dean, Wang's explanation, and although he saw Ye Xin, he did not pay much attention to him. He did not expect that this person would jump out right now and prevent everyone from sealing the stairs. Dean Wang immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you not letting us close the door?" "I did not prevent you from closing the door. I just gave you a friendly reminder. The human scent has been lingering here for a long time. Besides the giant man-eating frog you just saw, there are plenty of other creatures eyeing this place." Facing many astonished glances, Ye Shun said carelessly, "If you block the door now, not only will it not stop the monsters, it will also block everyone's escape route. When the monsters return, everyone here will be in trouble. You're talking nonsense." Zhao Chuan was stunned. The medical troublemakers were dumbfounded, and Dean Wang's face changed abruptly. He growled in a trembling voice, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could so many monsters appear in such an official place like a hospital? Hey, don't exaggerate. Everyone just saw it clearly. There was only one monster." Zhao Chuan was also full of doubts and couldn't help but take a step forward and ask, "Friend, how do you know there are other monsters outside?" "Don't worry about how I know. My words will soon come true." Ye Shun ignored the doubts and shook his head, and coldly averted his gaze. As expected, just as Ye Shun finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught a shadow piercing the air. Like lightning, it quickly cut through the thick fog and struck the still open windows with force. Danger! Ye Shun's heart sank, and he instantly sensed the seriousness of the danger. Almost without hesitation, he took a few steps back, ducking under a stone column. Bang! At that very moment, a shadow, rapidly disappearing from sight, crashed into the panoramic window. There was a deafening sound of breaking glass, and a powerful gust of wind shook the entire hall. "Ah, the monster! The monster is coming again!" The crowd became even more agitated, and someone screamed in panic. Then those who had screamed raised their heads, looking up at the sky, and froze again. This time, the monster that appeared was not a giant frog like before, but a huge bat with pale yellow wings and a pair of powerful bony wings, the span of which exceeded 3 meters. Incredible strength. The bat easily smashed through a 2-finger-wide piece of glass, sending a hail of shards flying in all directions, creating a gaping hole. Amidst everyone's cheers, the dark yellow beast quickly darted into the crowd. Ye Shun dodged the crush, covering Xiaomeng's cherry lips with his hand as she began to exclaim, and carefully raising his neck, his expression suddenly darkened. It was a giant bat with a wingspan of over 3 meters. If Ye Shun was right, this creature must be the legendary monkey eater, a second-tier demonic beast. Its wingspan of over 3 meters, light brown fur, and claws that were like a flash of yellow light all gave away its identity. The monkey eater was not only formidable in combat, but also possessed ferocious nature. Its black head, hidden under its wings, is strikingly similar to that of an adult human. Its eyes are blood red, its nose is curved like an eagle's hook. But the most striking thing is that its mouth is lined with rows of fangs and protruding teeth, each one like a file, giving the impression that they are powerful enough to crush steel. This is, without a doubt, a monkey eater. I never thought that such a terrifying creature would appear in the third anomaly. It will be hard. Ye Jun's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding. The demonic beasts of the multi-dimensional universe were divided into certain, terrifying levels. For example, the giant man-eating frog, although terrifying at first glance, was only a first-level demonic beast. It was considerably stronger than the average adult human, but not by much. However, the bat monkey, a second-tier demonic beast, was of a different nature. If the giant man-eating frog's combat strength was 5, then the creature in front of it could easily reach 30, or even 50. Her hook-like claws, her mouth full of fangs, and her eyes full of cruelty and bloodshed all revealed her uncompromising nature. As Ye Jun secretly watched the monkey-eater, his bloodshot eyes could not help but lower, staring at Ye Xin's hiding place. As the harbingers of this anomalies, the monkey-eater was not only incredibly strong, but also had a highly developed intellect. instinctively sensing danger. More than 50 people, ready to eat, were busy with this very thing, hiding in the corner and not appearing, and posed a threat to the monkey-eater. Struck, the monkey-eater immediately turned his bloodshot gaze towards the target. Catching Ye Xin's piercing gaze, he lowered his gaze even lower. Having failed to find the soul crystal, Ye Xun had to conserve his strength as much as possible, concentrating on the ultimate goal of capturing it. In such circumstances, inviting a second-rate demonic beast to attack him was clearly unwise. Therefore, he carefully avoided eye contact with the monkey-eater. This automatic display of weakness naturally calmed the monkey-eater. Like Ye Xun, the monkey-eater, although a brilliant mind, was unwilling to confront such a formidable opponent. Therefore, he cleverly averted his gaze, focusing his bloody gaze on the soft food. Compared to Ye Xun, the others posed less of a threat to the monkey-eater, almost none. Faced with the monkey-eater's bloody, threatening gaze, everyone present let out loud screams. Remembering the previous experience of meeting a giant man-eating frog, everyone knew what these monsters were up to. The entire lobby instantly plunged into chaos, people running and screaming desperately. Screams, crowds and shouts of people filled the hospital hall. The chaos and screams only increased the bat's excitement. With a whoosh, a giant yellow figure swooped down like a flash of yellow light, claws extended, and easily grabbed the fleeing man. "Help! Ah! Stay away! Stay away!" The man the bat was aiming at screamed in terror, his legs shaking. His face shook wildly, and he waved his arms frantically, as if that would scare the monster away. But it was all in vain. The bat's wings spread out, and it instantly landed on the man's head. Its claws extended forward, and there was a cracking sound as the skull broke, followed by a gush of blood and brain matter, accompanied by the shrill screams of the man. The monkey-eating bat did not linger after its successful hunt. Suddenly flapping his wings, he turned into a beam of light and flew out of the hall at lightning speed, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to catch him. The man, almost 1.8 meters tall and weighing about 150 kilograms, was effortlessly lifted by the monkey-eater, who again effortlessly broke through the French window and sped off into the thick fog, disappearing from sight. The entire process of predation took only a few seconds. Most people didn't even have time to react before the monkey-eater disappeared, leaving behind only a pile of broken glass and shrill, fading screams that froze in the thick fog. Even then, everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what they had just experienced. Ding Wong was so scared that he almost crawled under the table, his fat butt sticking out, shaking like a sieve. After the monkey-eaters left, Ye Xun stepped out from the shadows again and addressed the almost petrified group. "Okay, people, you can trust me now, right? There are too many people in the hall. The more people there are, the stronger the human smell will be. These monster dandies will soon appear in droves. If you don't want to die, quickly find another place to hide." With that, Ye Xun, ignoring the opinions of those around him, grabbed Xiaomeng and ran out of the hall. The main hall was a closed space, which made it impossible for soul crystals and, moreover, a huge number of people inevitably attract a new wave of monster attacks, so Ye Xun had already decided to change location. His departure caused the completely confused crowd to freeze and follow him. Soon dozens of people followed him out of the hall. These people were numb, not realizing what they were doing or what they should do. They simply followed the one who offered to lead them, and had no idea where to go after leaving the hall. They just hoped that this stranger, who came out of nowhere, would lead them out of this terrible and creepy place, away from the bloody carnage. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. No, had not gone far, when an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Outside the hospital lobby, a multitude of fat, terrifying black figures suddenly appeared, invisibly closing in around them and tightly blocking the exit. Those giant frogs again! My God, there were so many of them. 10, 15, 20? "How many are there?" the crowd shouted again. The crowd that had been aimlessly following Ye Xin retreated in unison, pressing against the panoramic windows, trembling and expressing their helplessness. Ye Shun was not surprised by this situation. He had long known that the third anomaly would reveal more than one type of demonic beast, certainly not one or two. This outbreak covered a vast area, the largest in history. With such a wide radius, the monster population must be considerable. Faced with these bloodthirsty monsters lured by the scent of humans and looking for prey, Ye Shun could only quietly open the toolbox, tightly grip the tempered sword, and with the other hand clutch the folding crossbow. Then handed the assault dagger to the stunned Xia Meng, sternly warning her, "I may not be able to be by your side all the time now. If you want to survive, you will have to do your part. Don't rely on me alone." With that, Ye Shun ignored Xia Meng's shocked expression and stabbed the dagger into her hand. Xia Meng was completely stunned. From the moment the first monster appeared until now, she had been in a state of numbness and stupor. It was only when Ye Shun told her to find her own way to survive that Xia Meng suddenly reacted. She shuddered and said helplessly, "What should I do?" "Follow me. Just break through." Without saying a word, Ye Shun swung his longsword, his body stretching out into a straight grey line, and he charged toward the thick fog outside the hall. Noticing Ye Shun's movements, the giant frogs outside, waiting for their prey, became agitated. They did not immediately rush into the hall because of the presence of a monkey bat nearby. Fearing the presence of higher-level monsters, these frogs, the lower-level creatures, did not dare to enter. But Ye Shun's preemptive attack gave them the opportunity to find food, and in the blink of an eye, several giant man-eating frogs had already jumped into view. The first man-eating frog quickly responded by opening its disgusting mouth wide and sticking out its 3-meter-long tongue. She rushed straight at Ye Shun's face. The stench filled his face, but Ye Shun's eyes glittered, and he swung his long sword, stretching out an arc of light in the shape of a crescent moon, striking hard at the tongue. The frog's tongue might seem soft, but once it tensed, it possessed a resilience rivaling that of a vine made of the wood demon's flesh, and it pierced the air at an incredible speed, even 3 times faster than the wood demons. But with the sword in his hand, Ye Shun did not hesitate. With one strike, he instantly cut the tongue in two. At the same time, he firmly planted his toes on the ground, forcing his body to rush forward, closing the distance and delivering a diagonal blow with his blade. With a whoosh, the second blow tore the belly of the giant frog apart. The spinning blade emitted a cold light, faintly tinged with bright green. The same moment the blade flashed, a deep wound appeared on the giant frog's swollen belly, stretching from its right waist to its left chest, gushed out, and the frog fell to the ground without warning. The second giant frog approached, also spitting out part of its tongue, and headed straight for the back of Ye Shun's head. Ye Shun quickly dodged and with one swing of his blade easily cut off the monster's tongue, which it fed on. At the same time, he extended his left hand, grabbed the severed tongue, and with the force of his wrist and toes, spun around, swinging the massive body of the giant frog. The second monster rose uncontrollably from the ground, its body like an inflated ball, and threw aside and crushed the third giant. "Frog, here comes the fourth one." The long tongue had already curled up, and the angle of attack and the speed of the air breakthrough were as fast as a comet. But Ye Shun did not make a single unnecessary move. He tilted his long sword and pointed it straight ahead. Tongue automatically turned towards Ye Shun's blade like a moth towards a flame, and the cold light of the blade easily cut it in half. Just as Ye Shun said, the giant man-eating frog was just an ordinary level 1 creature. Although she looked quite terrifying, her actual combat power was not outstanding, and her attack method was very monotonous. If you find her weak point, it won't be difficult to deal with her. Of course, everything is relative. Ye Shun, with absolute strength, could easily face numerous giant man-eating frogs, while Xia Meng, lagging behind him, seemed a little tense. Although Xia Meng had indeed achieved a partial awakening, causing her reflexes and agility to far surpass those of normal humans. After all, she was just a woman who had not experienced much bloodshed or gore. Even with her enormous strength and explosive power, when faced with these monsters that threatened to devour her at any moment, she was still inevitably frightened. Just as Ye Jun rushed forward, the two man-eating frogs had already escaped Ye Xiong's strangling range and pointed their spears at her. Their tongues, long or short, retractable, formed a perfect strangling chain in the air. When they were soft, they were like whips, and when they attacked, they turned into sharp spears, causing Xiaomeng to panic and only passively swing her dagger to block the blows, which made her quite embarrassed. "Get out!" shouted, sensing Xiaomeng's predicament, and swung his long sword sharply, delivering a slanting blow. A flash of silver light, like a stream of water, pierced the monster's belly. It turned around and approached Xiaomeng. Another strike of his blade, he cut off the monster's long tongue just as it was reaching for her neck. "If you continue to scream like that, I'm afraid I won't bother with you anymore." As he helped Xiaomeng deal with the monster, anger flashed in Ye Shun's eyes. He brought Xiaomeng here not only to develop her combat alertness, but also to help her grow as quickly as possible and make a greater contribution to future trials. However, Xiaomeng's actions since entering the third anomaly had disappointed Ye Shun. Despite her outstanding abilities and they had experienced, Xiaomeng was still not used to fighting in these conditions. Her disdainful, overbearing behavior genuinely irritated Ye Shun. "I'm not like you, crazy." Xiaomeng shook her head several times in response to Ye Shun's provocative words. She was genuinely scared, but at the same time, she was filled with resentment towards Ye Shun for dragging her down. But despite her anger, Xiaomeng knew that if she didn't fight back, this villain might abandon her. Helpless, Xiaomeng gritted her teeth, forced herself to calm down, and quickly followed Ye Shun's lead. The man and woman, two seemingly ordinary people, held their own against the 20 giant man-eating frogs for a long time, relying on the destructive power of their weapons and quickly killing several of them one after the other. Such a horrific outcome undoubtedly caused horror and bewilderment among those who were huddled trembling in the corners. "These two? What the hell are they doing? Enough chatter! Let's go!" This weirdo may be right. If we continue to hide here, we're finished. Ye Xin and Xiaomeng's actions stirred up those hiding in the corners of the hall. At first, they were genuinely scared, afraid of these man-eating monsters, and even more terrified of the greater dangers lurking in the unknown area, shrouded in thick fog. But now, Ye Xin's unbridled fighting style gave everyone confidence. Even the most timid Dean Wang stood up and shouted to the trembling medical staff around him, "Go after them. The only way out is to follow these two weirdos." If Xiaomeng knew these words, she would probably be furious. She was clearly dragged into this situation by Ye Shun, so when did she become weird? But Xiaomeng didn't care anymore. The number of giant man-eating frogs around her continued to increase. At first, there were only 12 of them, but now there were 20 or 30. Ye Shun was right. Those ugly and disgusting man-eating frogs really did feed in swarms. But when the entire tribe of man-eating frogs rushed towards them, even with Ye Shun blocking their path, Xiaomeng felt weak. She timid, but she was also physically weak, unable to cope with awkward dodging. She could only follow Ye Shun, asking with difficulty, "What should we do, Ye Shun? There are too many monsters here. It's hard for you and me to get out alone. Should we retreat first?" "We can't retreat." Ye Shun swung his blade horizontally, slicing through the man-eating frog in front of him. At the same time, he kicked to the side, knocking down another monster that ran out from the side. He said coldly, "Once we retreat, those man-eating frogs will no longer be a nuisance. They will definitely pounce on us and follow us into the hall. Then the result will be the same. But if we continue to fight like this, we might die of exhaustion." Xiaomeng couldn't hold on any longer. She continued to curse that stinking person in her mind, but her expression was helpless. She tried her best to dodge and nervously said to Ye Shun, "No, the group behind us will jump out soon. By sharing the pressure with them, we can easily get out." Ye Shun smiled, and a rather strange expression appeared on his face. He rushed forward to set an example for everyone, to show that the giant man-eating frog was not invincible, and thus inspire them to attack. Once they followed his. For example, the pressure on Ye Shun will naturally ease. You... Xiaomeng paused, but suddenly realized Ye Shun's intention. She was about to object when she heard footsteps at the end of the corridor. Turning around, she saw Zhao Chuan and Ding Wang leading the charge. Everyone charge! These monsters aren't that strong. This guy can do it, and so can we. As long as we get out of the hospital, we will all be safe. Zhao Chuan, leading the charge, roared and shouted while waving his staff. Dozens of people, inspired by his presence, rushed out of the hall following Ye Shun. Come on, let's kill these monsters together. We want to avenge the victims. Magnificent performance really gave these people a lot of courage. Within a few seconds, more people rushed out of the hall, and using their numerical advantage, they began to attack these monsters. It was a pity that they still underestimated the combat capabilities of these giant man-eating frogs. Facing the wolf-like and tiger-like Ye Xin, the giant frogs, the man-eaters might not be able to handle it, but it was more than enough to hunt these ordinary people with no powers. The long-legged man enthusiastically followed the large group, but before he could get very far, he was stopped by a thinner man-eating frog. This man-eating frog was relatively thin. After all, it was less than 5 feet long. Although it looked pretty scary when crouched, it was still a head shorter than a human. This also caused the man to lose his fear of unknown monsters and immediately screamed in rage. "Damn monster, get out of here!" After saying this, the man raised his fist as if he was going to punch, but before he could hit the target, the mouth of the cannibal frog had already opened wide and passed by. The man clutched his stomach in pain and howled in unbearable pain. The tiny man-eating frog, unable to swallow a grown man alive, released its nearly 3-meter-long tongue, clinging to his stomach. Its blood-red tongue of a strange crimson hue had a sickle-shaped spike at the end. It effortlessly pierced the man's abdomen, slicing through the flesh and ripping out a huge amount of entrails and guts, which it dragged straight into the frog's mouth. The man screamed in agony. It all happened so fast that he had no time to react. He watched helplessly as his bloody intestines and sausage were picked up by the frog's tongue and shoved into its mouth. The man-eating frog devoured the entrails with astonishing speed. Its eyes narrowed in delight, as if these human organs and intestines were the most exquisite delicacy in the world. The man, his stomach ripped open and his entrails torn out, collapsed to the ground, howling. "Oh, help, help, help!" Unfortunately, no one paid attention to this. The people following him, also terrified by the horrific scene, were again seized by panic. They looked blankly at the howling man with his stomach ripped open, his intestines and entrails dragging on the ground, a bloody mess covering the entire floor at the entrance. Tragic, disgusting, countless emotions swept over them, instantly plunging the fugitives, who had just regained their confidence, into a state of despair and helplessness. "No, these monsters are too strong. Let's retreat. Hurry!" Only then did they realize that if Ye Jun could do it, not everyone else could. Perhaps in Ye Xin's eyes, these ugly giant man-eating frogs were just prey. But to these unarmed, untrained, ordinary people, even a single frog was a ferocious man-eating beast. The crowd, previously full of confidence, instinctively retreated, trying to return to the hall. But as Ye Xin had predicted, leaving was easier than returning. The giant man-eating frogs have already set their sights on the group. Before anyone could turn around, several monsters rushed forward. Worse, several of them, using their powerful legs, easily jumped 5 or 6 meters, leaping over the crowd and blocking it behind them. This completely blocked the crowd's escape route. The waiting frogs did not. New pity, mouths wide open, tongues hanging out like razor blades. With one 3-meter leap, they ripped open the flesh of their prey. Not every man-eating frog decides to devour its prey alive. After all, humans are quite large, and a frog's stomach would be hard-pressed to hold a whole human. So they stretch out their soft tongues like scythes, piercing the air. The serrated tips of their tongues effortlessly tear apart the flesh of a person's chest, belly, or thigh, pulling it back into their mouths and swallowing it with relish. Since man-eating frogs have no teeth, they swallow any meat they find raw. This allows them to eat human food incredibly quickly. Since they avoid chewing, their tongues work non-stop. After cutting off a piece of flesh, they quickly stuff it back into their mouths, then unleash their terrifyingly long tongues to tear off a second piece from their prey. The cycle repeats, their soft tongues turning into razor-sharp bone cleavers, gutting the person before he can react, turning him into a bloody skeleton. And yet that skeleton still breathed, still groaned and moaned, lying on the ground. The scene was truly horrifying. Pitiful cries filled the air, the hellish carnage unfolding before their eyes in all its depth. Some, already knocked down by the man-eating frogs, desperately waved their arms, hoping for help. Unfortunately, these people were too busy to help themselves. They could only stretch out their helpless hands and scream in agony, but their screams were short-lived. The tongues of the man-eating frogs struck again, tearing out the entrails of some, while the spines on the tongues pierced the back of the heads of others. White brain matter and scarlet blood instantly splashed onto the ground. Some were dying, but even with their eyes closed, they helplessly stretched out their hands, begging for help. Alas, no one came. My God, what the hell is this? Can anyone tell me what is happening to this world? People were screaming and wailing. No one understood what was happening. All they knew was that a monster had appeared, gutting people right before their eyes. An invisible terror gripped their minds, causing women to scream and men to weep helplessly. In an instant, the crowd was in complete chaos. Damn it! Get out of here! Get out of here! Of course, not everyone lost the courage to resist. At least Zhao Chuan, the organizer of the medical debate, showed himself to be worthy. He desperately beat his staff, driving away the tongues that flew at him while shouting at the top of his voice, warning the helpless crowd around him, "Get up! Fight! Do you really want to die? If you don't get up and run, everyone will die." After all, Zhao Chuan was the chosen one of the previous apocalypse, the first in human history to fully awaken his fighting spirit. His organizational skills and courage in facing monsters far surpassed those helpless, ordinary people. Not only did he have courage, but he was also physically stronger than most. Every swing of his staff repelled the attacking tongues. Although he stumbled, he fought back tirelessly. His impressive performance quickly gathered a large group around him. Led by Zhao Chuan, they formed a defensive circle, constantly changing direction and dodging the concentrated attack of the man-eating frogs. Their speed was surprisingly fast, and they soon caught up with Ye Shun. Ye Shun, who was furiously chopping, also noticed the movement behind him. He glanced at Zhao Chuan, who was leading the charge against the monster, and silently exclaimed, "This guy is great. I wasn't wrong after all." However, while Ye Shun was praising Zhao Chuan, a gust of wind suddenly blew behind him. Relying on his intuition honed by 10 years of killing, Ye Shun unhesitatingly swung his long sword into the wind and delivered a powerful blow. A bloody human head, gnawed to the bone, appeared in his field of vision, lifted into the air by the tip of the sword. Ye Shun paid no attention to the dead head pierced by the tip of a knife. Instead, he squinted and slowly looked up toward the top of the complex's outer wall. There, a dark yellow beast with a wingspan of over 3 meters, like a fly stalking its prey, looked down on the bloody scene of carnage below. It was a monkey bat. Apparently, the monkey bat had not gone far. After devouring the first prey, it returned to the top of the complex to wait for the next one. Ye Shun looked up and saw this truly terrifying creature. The cold and cruel gaze of the bat monkey met his own as soon as Ye Shun raised his head. Ye Shun ignored the swarm of man-eating frogs and stood silently with his sword in hand. Amidst the screams and chaos, he stood proudly and unyieldingly. He also pulled out his folding crossbow from his belt and continued to stare at the monkey-eater in silence. In response, the monkey-eater did not act rashly, firmly clinging to the outer wall of the complex building with its sharp yellow claws. From a distance of 50 meters, they engaged in a fierce confrontation with Ye Shun. The terrifying aura of a second-tier demonic beast hung overhead like a dark cloud. Any other person would be terrified and wouldn't dare to confront him. But not Ye Shun. Even when he was aiming at the monkey-eater, Ye Shun remained calm and collected as he loaded his collapsible crossbow with arrows, his gaze unwavering. He gently raised his hand, giving a silent warning. Chirp! The monkey-eater's bloodshot eyes stared at the crossbow in Ye Xin's hand. Suddenly, it let out a shrill cry, extended its claws, and its body, like a dark yellow cloud, fell upon Ye Xin with the force of a hurricane. As the most awakened and powerful creature here, the monkey-eater naturally could not tolerate Ye Xin's provocations. Raising a crossbow in front of him was a mockery. And what about Ye Xun? Even when the monkey-eater swooped down, its yellow claws flashing, desperately trying to strike, it remained motionless. He simply stood there, tensing his muscles, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In terms of combat power, Ye Xun, who had not yet passed the first stage of awakening, naturally could not compare to the monkey-eater. But with the weapon in hand, Ye Xun was confident that he could give the monkey-eater a final fight. As it approached Ye Xin, the giant bat's wings pierced the air, creating a powerful gust of wind that stirred Ye Xin's coat. Ye Xun tensed every muscle, clutching the knife in one hand and the crossbow in the other, aiming at the flying bat. This move even exerted a slight psychological pressure on the terrifying monkey-eating bat. Its powerful yellow claws suddenly stopped less than 5 meters away from Ye Xin, then turned sharply and rushed towards the space behind him. The monkey-eating bat's intuition told it that the man in front of it was no match for the soft buns behind it. Therefore, the cunning monster abandoned its target. The rapidly falling body turned sharply, and the sharp claws were in a different place. The already panicking crowd was even more frightened by the sudden change in direction of the monkey-eating bat. The monster dived at high speed, having an absolute advantage in the air. Its pair of sharp yellow claws were incomparably terrifying. In such a situation, the target chosen by the monkey-eater had no chance of salvation. The first target of the monkey-eater was the bloated and fattest Ding Wang. This guy, who had been pampered for years, became plump and white, with soft fat all over his body, even shinier than a woman's. Such meat must be tastier than any other prey, right? Just as the monkey-eater thought so, his sharp claws closed the distance with Ding Wang even faster, carrying a strong gust of wind, and were already within reach. Everyone howled and dodged. Ding Wang, defenseless against the claws, was almost dead. But Ding Wang survived. At the moment when the claws were about to descend, piercing his skull, the fat man, desperate and helpless, suddenly recoiled with a roar, hoping that his flesh would disperse the crowd, and quickly hid behind the young medic. "Ah, don't eat me, don't." Despite his fat build, he looked like a ball. But at the moment of death, he released unimaginable potential. With astonishing speed, before the young medic could react, he had already hidden behind him, simultaneously placing both hands on his waist and pushing with all his might. With these words, the unfortunate man who had collided with the monkey-eating bat turned into a young medic. The monkey-eating eagle was not picky. He didn't care if the man was fat or thin, tall or short. Click! The yellow claws instantly closed, crushing the young medic's brain with incredible ease. 5 sharp claws tore through his skull and lifted him into the air. The young medic was instantly launched into the air with a scream, his body completely out of control as the giant bat lifted him high into the sky. High in the air, the pathetic scapegoat continued to scream, but no one showed any sign of him. The crowd began to run, leaving the swarming area as quickly as possible. All that remained was the doctor's shattered brain, which fell in a stream of blood, falling with such force that even bone fragments stuck to it. The flock of bats moved with incredible speed and inertia. Less than 2 seconds later, they were carrying their newly looted food to another building. The panicked crowd finally lost control and began to run aimlessly, scattering in all directions, further disrupting the already chaotic scene of carnage. And so did we. Having gotten rid of the bat, devouring monkey, Ye Xun sighed quietly to himself. At this stage, he was still unable to compete with this second-rate monster. Other than fending it off with his weapon, there was nothing more he could do. Therefore, Ye Xun did not stop the monkey-eater's hunting behavior, knowing that he could not stop it. Fortunately, the monster was still relatively clear-headed and did not cause Ye Xun any trouble. Therefore, Ye Shun immediately turned around, grabbed Xiaomeng's wrist, and ran together with it again, her heading straight for another unfinished building on the right side of the street. Although this building was not tall, it was located in the relatively central part of the development area and was the place with the highest concentration of source energy. Ye Shun had been eyeing this place for a long time and decided that this dilapidated building was the most suitable place to continue hiding, so without thinking, he dragged Xia Meng there. "Quickly, catch up with this weirdo!" Ye Shun's dash destroyed the only remaining force that could challenge the giant man-eating frogs. That was left was a confused crowd, either running in all directions, pursued by the frogs, or following Zhao Chuan and Ye Shun. This split the crowd, with dozens of people running in different directions, dispersing the frogs who were eager to taste human flesh. In order to increase their chances of doing so, delicacy, the giant man-eating frogs split up, each choosing its own target and rushing after it at breakneck speed. Thus, Ye Shun's goal was achieved. Although a few clumsy frogs were still chasing after him, they were unable to unite into a single entity and posed no threat to him. Xiaomeng ran alongside Ye Shun, breathing heavily and looking palely at the thick fog behind her. A thick white fog had already enveloped the ground. From the misty shadows, shrill, hoarse screams came out. Each scream was so terrifying that her entire body trembled and she fell into the same despair again. "Ye Shun, I'm afraid those who scattered and fled will not survive. Don't worry about them." Ye Shun kicked the iron bars and rushed towards the stairs, shouting as he ran. With our abilities, it's already hard for us to ensure our own safety. We simply don't have the strength to save others. Besides, my original goal was to use these people to distract the monsters. If the monkey bats and man-eating frogs weren't separated, even if Ye Shun had 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to withstand so many monsters. Only by dispersing them could he ensure his security and increase their chances of success in capturing the soul crystal. Xiaomeng exclaimed bitterly, "But these people were ours. They died for nothing. Do you really not feel any emotions at all? What is there to feel?" Ye Shun paused, then turned to Xiaomeng with an expressionless face and spoke slowly and measuredly. "You've seen how most people, when faced with monsters, can do nothing but helplessly cry and beg for mercy. They are not worthy of saving, and they do not deserve to be saved." Indeed, if Ye Shun had turned around and charged towards the giant man-eating frogs, perhaps he could have used his enormous strength to save the fleeing beasts. But what about next time? And what would happen after that? Ye Shun was not a savior. He could not protect these strangers forever. Even if he saved them now, they would still become snacks for the monsters in the coming apocalypse. On the table of the Blue Star universe, cowards had no right to survive. The only way to survive is to learn to resist. This is too cruel. Why do we need to fight monsters? Can't we just hide or hurry up and recruit capable fighters to protect us in the apocalypse? Xiaomeng still couldn't fully understand Ye Shun's logic. In the eyes of this rich daughter, money seemed to be everything. She even thought about creating a bodyguard unit to protect the family. "Ha ha ha, how naive you are," Ye Shun just smirked in response. "What is money? In times of peace, money can buy everything. But in times of real chaos, it's just a stack of paper." Xiaomeng might be able to command the outside world as Mrs. Rand, but in the apocalypse, this poor girl's wealth will be a joke. Not just a joke, but her fate. Definitely be tragic. Thinking about this, Ye Shun curled his lips again and smiled playfully at Xiaomeng. "Do you know how much a first-class woman would cost on the doomsday black market? With your figure and temperament, you can be exchanged for at least a bag of food and a rifle with cartridges. But accordingly, you will become a toy in the hands of one or many men. Do you know how these men will bully you?" At the end of his words, Ye Shun's gaze became completely cold, and he spoke word by word. "A woman, especially a beautiful one like you, if she cannot become strong, will inevitably be extremely tragic, and she may even become a pitiful commodity. Have you ever thought about such a life? You..." Xiaomeng was truly frightened by the scene Ye Shun described. Her face turned pale. Her whole body trembled. She didn't have the courage to object. Ye Shun fell silent and dragged Xiaomeng to the third floor of the unfinished building. He was about to hide in a secluded corner, but he had barely managed to squeeze through when a stern reprimand and a shout came from behind the wall. "Who's there? Get out!" Along with the screams, the sound of an iron rod piercing the air rang out. Ye Shun looked up and saw a pale, thin, and rather vicious middle-aged man swinging an iron rod, hitting him on the head. He did not dodge, but only swung his long sword slightly, causing the rod in his hand to... The man's body was noticeably relieved, and the severed tip fell helplessly. What was going on? The man with the rod froze. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the tip of Ye Shun's blade was already pressed against his throat. The cold blade, transmitting a strange and dangerous signal, made the man tense up, and the hand holding the rod froze in place. Until then, Ye Shun had been indifferently looking away and looking around the room. He saw several workers in work clothes, trembling with fear and huddled in a corner. There was no doubt that these cunning guys were the workers of this building. When the anomaly first broke out, they were working hard here, as usual, during their lunch break. Who would have thought that such a strange white fog would suddenly appear outside, and that so many man-eating monsters would appear under this thick fog? The person who had just attacked Ye Shun with an iron rod was Li Xing, the foreman of this construction team. After the monster appeared, he immediately took refuge here with several workers. He was so excited because he heard footsteps in the corridor. Ye Shun just looked around the room and roughly guessed what was going on. He did not disturb the workers, but without showing any emotion, sheathed his long sword and asked the foreman Li Xing, who was still leaning against the wall, trembling in fear of the sword flash. "How many people are left in this building?" "There are none. Many of our brothers have been eaten by monsters. I had no choice but to take the brothers and hide upstairs." Foreman Li Xing was so scared that he was a little confused and his speech was incoherent. But he tried to explain the problem. "That's it." Ye Shun continued to inspect. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a few more steps on the stairs behind him. Turning around, he saw Zhao Chuan, Ding Wang, and the others running towards him. They were the few survivors in the lobby of the hospital complex. There were now about a dozen survivors gathered, nervously watching the thick fog outside the broken windows. Those who knew each other and those who didn't huddled together. In order to avoid the attacks of the monsters outside, they didn't dare to talk, but they still made eye contact to get acquainted. Even Zhao Chuan and Ding Wang, who had the worst relationship, stopped arguing. After all, compared to the threat posed by the monsters outside, a medical accident was insignificant. And yet, in the midst of this moment of tension and self-doubt, Ye Shun found the time to walk out onto the balcony of his room, squinting his eyes and looking around without a trace of fear. It was about 3 hours after the third anomaly erupted. After 3 hours of brutal carnage, perhaps less than half of the entire building area remained, and the sporadic screams outside the building had also died down. Ye Shun looked away and looked at the dozen or so figures behind him. Without a doubt, these people were incredibly lucky, and most of them were quite talented. In the first round of the battle with the monsters, they were among the bravest and put up the most active resistance, so they managed to survive. However, just surviving is not everything. You are lucky to still be alive. It proves your worth. However, if you plan to live a little longer, it is better to find another shelter as soon as possible. After observing for a while, Ye Shun turned to the group of people who had already turned pale with fear and calmly said, "Why?" Zhao Chuan, Ding Wang and the others looked at each other, clearly not quite understanding what Ye Shun meant. Out of kindness, Ye Shun added, "The situation is this. Another, even larger conflict will soon break out here. Many monsters will flock here, fighting for what are called soul crystals. Your abilities are insufficient, so it is better to retreat immediately. Of course, if you have the courage to stay, I won't object." With that, Ye Shun looked around at the people around him with a rather strange expression. He wanted to see how many of them had the courage to stay. "So, what are soul crystals?" Zhao Chuan and the others were completely stunned, casting even more confused glances at Ye Shun. Soul crystals are the key to a person's strength. If one is lucky enough to obtain one, one's physical condition can be completely transformed, reaching heights unimaginable to an ordinary person. Ye Shun paused and then continued. However, wherever a soul crystal appears, it will attract the attention of many monsters. If you're not careful, you might die in the fight. Ye Shun didn't hide anything from these lucky guys. After all, there were more than just one source crystal about to explode. If Ye Shun can obtain one of them while helping the others, the pressure he will face from the monsters will be minimal. Conversely, if most of the origin crystals fall into the hands of the monsters, even if Ye Shun becomes a true awakener, the pressure on him will be even greater. More, he intentionally said this to stir up the crowd's interest in the soul crystals, thereby mobilizing them to join him in the fight. As expected, once Ye Shun explained the origins of the soul crystals, everyone's eyes lit up. This thing actually exists in this world? Under normal circumstances, Zhao Chuan would have brushed aside Ye Shun's lies, but right now his eyes were filled with eager anticipation. He had just seen Ye Shun, armed with only a sword and a powerful crossbow, lead Xia Meng through several rounds of monster slaughter, which was evidence of his inhumanity. Combat prowess. Such combat power was clearly not something that a Blue Star person could possess. The only explanation was that there was something in this world that could actually significantly change a person's strength. It was very likely that Ye Shun was gifted with such extraordinary abilities due to his contact with such an object. At this thought, Zhao Chuan was instantly inspired and expressed his desire to stay. However, the others' eyes were still full of confusion as they looked at each other, asking, "How do you know that such a thing exists? Where did it come from? Why can it transform us?" Ye Shun simply ignored these questions. In fact, even Ye Shun himself did not understand the exact mechanism of the formation of soul crystals. In his past life, during the apocalypse, some tried to unlock these secrets, but to no avail. A more convincing theory is that these soul crystals are formed from energy crystals, formed by the condensation and compression of the primordial energy in the atmosphere after it rises into the sky. Due to such compression, this energy has an extremely high purity, and its effect is even more powerful. For an ordinary person, consuming a single primordial crystal could potentially free oneself from limitations and awaken the fighting spirit hidden within one's bloodline. Of course, there were those who held opposing views, including many religious figures who simply believed that a gift from God. Ye Shun didn't care about any of this. He didn't need to understand where the soul crystals came from, and he didn't need to understand what they were for. He just shook his head and calmly replied, "This question is not important. You just need to think carefully about whether it's worth staying and taking the soul crystals. Don't blame me for being insincere. Soul crystals are indeed rare, but the price to obtain them is high. If you're not careful, you'll be killed by monsters. So whether you stay or not, you need to think carefully." After saying this, Ye Shun lost interest in continuing the conversation. He walked to the edge of the balcony, squatted at the most comfortable angle, and continued to look at the sky. Xia Meng squatted next to him with a puzzled expression. Lightly tugging Ye Shun's sleeve, she asked quietly, "Why are you so generous this time? You're actually sharing information about soul crystals with these people. Isn't that typical of you?" "Haha, do you even know me?" laughed, turning around and giving Xia Meng a playful, mocking look. From the beginning, Ye Shun had no intention of hiding the information about the soul crystals, because soon it would leak out and be known to all the people of Blue Star. Besides, there were so many soul crystals here, and so many monsters. How many could Ye Shun grab on his own? Normal soul crystals only work on people once, so everyone only needs to grab one. Nothing else will help. It's better to spread the news and let these people join the fight. This way, I can at least take some pressure off myself. After listening to Ye Shun's explanation, Xia Meng's expression darkened again and she gritted her teeth angrily. I knew you would never be kind to strangers. So you want to use others as scapegoats. Faced with Zhao Meng's bitter accusations, Ye Shun neither refuted them nor bothered to. He was a man of determination, and every word and action he had ever done since his reincarnation had been driven by deep motivation. Of course, Ye Shun's actions were not entirely selfish. If these people could successfully seize the soul crystals, there was a high probability that they would break through and become true awakened ones. When the apocalypse truly breaks out, these awakened ones will be able to contribute to this world, right? Ye Jun pondered silently, his gaze thickening like fog. Time passed, and he remained motionless, silently waiting for his chance to strike. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the cloud covered. The sky finally changed noticeably. Even more massive, dense clouds were gathering above the anomalous point. These thick white mists were desperately compressed and collided in the air, causing the mist to swirl violently. Within these swirling clouds, friction generated electricity, causing dark purple lightning to appear one after another. Although lightning did not burst forth and thunder did not resound, their incredible power caused even more chaos among the frantically writhing clouds. Ye Shun felt that the celestial environment had completely changed. The enormous streams of energy were purified and compressed to the limit, forming small funnel-shaped vortices. Deep within each vortex, there was an incredibly mesmerizing aura. The soul crystal, it was finally here. Ye Shun, who had been eagerly awaiting it, felt his heart trembling wildly. His eyes lit up, every cell and pore desperately contracted. A longing, as if burned deep within his soul, completely took over his mind. This was the thirst for power, a primordial desire imprinted in his blood and genes. Here it is, finally. Ye Shin's face was filled with excitement. He instantly stood up, gazing into the depths of the swirling clouds. His eyes were full of determination, flashing with a dazzling brilliance. Ye Shun had carefully prepared for this day. Without hesitation or delay, he soared into the air, flying swiftly along the outer wall of the building and landing on the rooftop balcony. As he walked out of the room, Ye Shun felt his vision expand, and the phenomenon he saw became even more impressive. The grand fusion of two universes distorted the entire sky, and from these distorted spatial folds, huge streams of white air emanated. These streams continually compressed and collided in the sky, forming many shimmering points of light, like sparkling starlight, which were scattered throughout the sky. As a result, the sky was illuminated again, forming tiny tornadoes falling from the sky. The hurricane roared. Everywhere you looked, thick fog swirled and swirled, whipping and twisting. A wind rose like a hurricane coming out of nowhere, scattering the fog-shrouded development area into clouds of dust and yellow sand. Countless yellow sands raged, and above the clouds a rumble of purple thunder and lightning gradually reaching the surface. The thunderclaps foreshadowed a torrential downpour, but the arid climate did not foretell rain. Ye Jun knew that it would not just be rain, but the soul crystal rain that he had been dreaming about. He believed that in 2 minutes, the soul crystals that would truly transform him would follow the storm and rain down. Roar! However, just as Ye Shun was eagerly preparing to receive the soul crystals, the entire space of the anomaly was suddenly filled with a monstrous roar and the sound of colliding. Monsters Ye Shun was not the only one who could detect the presence of soul crystals. The monsters that had lived in the multiverse for years also had the amazing ability to perceive these celestial phenomena. As the clouds thickened deeper and deeper, causing strange changes in the sky, the entire cultivation zone and all the monsters that had invaded it exploded in a collective frenzy. Crystals, filled with enormous energy, fueled their further awakening and evolution. For every monster, there was a rare and precious treasure. Living in harsh conditions, monsters thirsted for power no less than humans who had just encountered a source of energy. They even forgot about their pursuit of human life, ignoring the danger lurking in the shadows. Each of them raised their heads high and numbly walked towards the concentrated energy source, slowly approaching the unfinished building where Ye Shun stood. On the flat area in front of the building, the monsters were becoming more and more numerous. In addition to the giant man-eating frog that Yeshun was just finished, this aura even attracted spiders the size of millstones, 2-meter-long centipedes, and even stray cats and dogs. Scream! Soon, Yeshun heard another sharp scream pierce the air, took a quick look and saw a gigantic dark yellow beast, flapping its wings vigorously and rushing towards him at breakneck speed. A monkey-eating bat. This creature was actually attracted by the vibrations of the soul crystal. Yeshun's face changed slightly, and he secretly became wary. Generally, demonic beasts with combat power that had reached the second level would not be interested in ordinary soul crystals. After all, the only soul crystals produced here were elementary ones, which couldn't help a second-tier demonic beast improve its combat power. However, there are always exceptions. Before the soul crystals had completely erupted, no one could tell whether anything more advanced than elementary soul crystals would appear here. Therefore, even the mighty monkey-eating bats wanted to try their luck here. Inside the building, the survivors carefully dodged the demonic beasts. Were in a panic from the sudden appearance of so many monsters. Damn, we hid so well. How did those monsters still find us? Yeah, there are so many monsters down there, even more than before. What should we do? What should we do? Everyone was terrified. Almost everyone huddled together, completely at a loss. Only Jia Meng, who had followed Ye Shun for so long, had a better understanding of the situation. She glanced at the trembling crowd, stood up abruptly and said, "Don't worry, those monsters are not after us, but after the impending explosion. Crystal Dot. As long as you don't get in the way, everything will be fine." With that, Jia Meng pushed through the crowd and headed towards the roof of an unfinished building. Since it was one of the buildings in the main cultivation area, it was most likely the first to learn the soul crystal. Xiaomeng, of course, couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Although Xiaomeng was still shaking inside and was still afraid of fighting the monster, the words Ye Shun said earlier kept running through her mind, forcing her to take the risk and join the robbery. "Brothers, there's no time. Come, follow us to the roof." Xiaomeng had barely walked a little when Zhao Chuan, who had been in a state of confusion and struggle until now, suddenly stood up and addressed the surrounding people. But as soon as he finished speaking, Dean Wang loudly accused him. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think that your life is too long to fight with these monsters over things? Even if we don't participate in the robbery, these monsters will let us go?" Zhao Chuan originally hated Dean Wang with a passion. Hearing these words, he sneered and retorted, "You saw how those monsters hunted us before. If we don't participate in the robbery now that those monsters have successfully captured the soul crystals, they will become even stronger. By then, we won't even have a chance to escape. If you're afraid of death, find a corner to dig a hole and bury your head. In any case, I'll never sit and wait for death." In the end, Zhao Chuan's face became excited. He glared at Ding Wang fiercely and ran after him without hesitation. At this moment, even some of the survivors stood up silently with their heads bowed and followed him. Although they had no idea what a soul crystal was and were unsure if capturing it would actually make them as strong as Ye Shun, they had no choice. Instead of waiting for death, they could take a chance. Perhaps a miracle would happen. So most of the people headed to the roof. "Hey, you." Ding Wang watched the people around him leave, feeling anger mixed with fear. Helplessly, on trembling legs, he tried his best to keep up with the main group, cursing under his breath. "Bunch of idiots, bunch of cowards. Forward, fight your way through. I won't go with you. When the time comes, I'll leave you and run away." Boom. Before anyone could reach the roof, the low hum of space bodies rubbing against each other suddenly increased in volume, like a merciless flash of lightning. The lightning flashed brightly, and then abruptly disappeared, leaving no trace. At the same moment, the bright stars, high in the sky, scattering a dazzling glow across the entire sky, they stopped twinkling. Then, pulled by gravity, they plummeted downwards like a meteor shower of unimaginable force falling to the ground. In an instant, the pure white light of the stars shimmered crimson, generating heat from friction with the atmosphere, like streaks of long-tailed meteors falling with great force. 1, 2, 3. Yeshun focused his gaze, carefully counting the scattered meteor showers. A quick glance showed that about 20 soul crystals had fallen this time. 20 soul crystals meant 20 awakened beings with a high transformation probability. Seeing this, even Yeshun couldn't hide his excitement. His eyes bulged, and he waited obsessively for the soul crystals to fall. The explosive crimson light continued to fall, carrying with it a meteorite strike at a terrifying speed. At first, they flew at a tremendous speed, like a shower of crimson stars, with a mighty roar and a powerful impact, as if piercing entire floors. However, as the shower of soul crystals gradually descended, hovering at a height of several tens of meters above the ground, the rapidly falling soul crystals seemed to be controlled by some mysterious force. Their fall slowed to an incredibly slow pace and lost their terrifying kinetic energy. They fell silently, without making a sound. The first soul crystal landed nearby in an instant, its texture smooth and shiny, shining with a pure white shine. From above, these soul crystals appeared enormous. It was only when they landed right before our eyes that it became clear that these star clusters, shimmering with dazzling crystalline points, were in fact no bigger than a walnut. Only the blinding shine created the illusion of their greatness. Upon contact with the ground, the white light on the surface of the crystals disappeared with visible speed, turning into pure energy crystals. As if they were being pushed away by the blue planet's magnetic field, they floated in the air like fruits. There it was. Ye Shun, who stood above everyone and was the first to touch the soul crystal, tensed all the muscles in his body the moment the first soul crystal fell. With a powerful kick of his toes, his body shot up into the air like a cannonball, closing the distance between them in an instant. The distance became smaller and smaller. 10 meters, 5 meters, and the last 2 meters. Ye Shin's eyes were blazing, staring at the soul crystal he was holding. He mobilized almost all of his strength, on the verge of achieving his long-awaited goal. Suddenly, a hurricane roared from behind, and a dark yellow shadow, surprisingly faster than Ye Shin, swooped down. Its sharp claws curved and pierced the back of Ye Shin's head. It was a monkey-eating bat. Ye Shun, who continued to run, felt his heart tremble, and a deep sense of crisis came over him. The soul crystal in front of him was just an ordinary primary soul crystal. Although it was of great importance to someone like Ye Shin, it was of no interest to the monkey-eating bat, who was already at the second level of combat power. Therefore, the monkey-eating bat did not even glance at the soul crystal that was so close. Her true target was Ye Shun, the human. Only this human posed a serious threat to the monkey-eating bat. Therefore, she desperately hoped to take this opportunity to eliminate Ye Shin, aiming to eliminate this threat. Back off! Ye Shin is not to be trifled with. Even at full speed, he never lost sight of his surroundings. The deadly blade suddenly shot up, swinging at an impossible angle, and collided with the bat monkey's claws with force. Crunch! The metal clanged loudly, and a long, thin shaft shot out from the point where the blade met the claws. A chain of fiery sparks. The blade bent slightly from the incredible force, and even the floor beneath Ye Shin's feet cracked softly. In this sudden attack, the bat monkey did not hold back. After observing for a long time, she realized that this person was not an ordinary person, but something more than just food. Ye Shun restrained himself. Since the bat monkey had already made a kill, he needed to deal with this formidable monster as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to focus on capturing the soul crystal. A sharp sonic boom came from the center of the collision. Bat, using the advantage of diving from a great height and the enormous strength of a second-level demon, crushed Ye Shin, causing him to stumble and slip uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this, the monkey bat quickly lowered its head and opened a disgusting, dirty mouth, revealing long, sharp fangs that crossed each other. The bloody foam still froze in the gaps between the teeth, and the wet blood formed a bloody stream, biting Ye Shin fiercely. Ye Shun drew his sword with the back of his hand, turned around, and jabbed the tip forward, aiming for the vital point under the monster's belly. and then counterattacked. In terms of strength alone, Ye Shun, who had not yet completed the first stage of awakening, was naturally no match for the monkey eater. However, 10 years of fighting, coupled with a razor-sharp blade imbued with spatial energy, gave Ye Shun the ability to confront it head-on. The blade rose up, shrouded in shimmering silver light, striking straight at the monster's vulnerable abdomen. The monkey eater had no choice but to give up the bite and swung its claws, colliding with Ye Shun again. Zung! A second metallic clang rang out, and both sides shook. Grip on the blade's hilt cracked, and a weak trickle of blood flowed out. But the battle was not over yet. The monkey eater, with its fierce momentum and superior flight and strength, desperately flapped its wings as Ye Shun pushed it away, swept in, knocking Ye Shun off his feet and sending him falling backwards. The soul crystal that was within reach was blown away by the powerful force of the hurricane and sent flying to the other side of the roof, seeking death. Ye Shun rolled on the ground, seething with rage. When he stood up again, he already had a folding crossbow in his hand. He loaded and drew the bowstring in one go. Before the monkey eater could react, Ye Shun had already raised his left hand, pressed his index finger to the trigger, aimed at the monster's left eye, and furiously pulled the trigger. Zip! The black crossbow bolt pierced the air like lightning, piercing the air with the speed of a bullet. The close-range collision left the monkey eater no chance to react. She only managed to tilt her hideous, ferocious head, deflecting the arrow, but she still caught the monster's wings, leaving a long, bloody trail. The monkey-eating bat let out a furious and piercing cry, then suddenly flapped its wings and instantly soared into the air. He circled in the air, still glaring at Ye Shun with a bloodthirsty gaze. Ye Shun's strike succeeded, but it could not cause fatal damage to the monkey-eating bat. He froze, his long sword and powerful crossbow clashing with each other. The monkey-eating bat did not move, and Ye Shun did not dare to move either. At that moment, the shattered soul crystal fell to the ground with a crash, rolled across the broken roof, and flew off to another corner. Come back, thought as he leapt forward and swung his long sword to raise the soul crystal. At the same time, the monkey-eating bat also moved, its fang-filled lips bared, and a shrill scream rang out. Scream! The invisible sound wave formed a visible wave in the air, spreading like a wave, hitting Ye Shun's head. Ye Shun, who was about to reach his target, felt the impact. His head was buzzing, his ears were ringing, and his eyes were dark. He felt as if he had lost the strength to stand, and his body was on the verge of fainting. The bat's sonic attack could hurt from a distance. Even at a distance of 5 to 6 meters, the monkey-eating bat could still catch Ye Shun off guard with its scream. Damn it! Ye Shun, who was too preoccupied with his soul crystal, was hit by the sound wave. His ears rang and his heart sank. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment Ye Shun was hit, a bloody, ugly tongue suddenly shot out from behind the roof of an unfinished building, snaking along the metal railing and striking straight at the exploded soul crystal. It was a man-eating frog. Ye Shun desperately. Trying to recover, he didn't even look up. He swung his blade, causing the frog to fall back. He pushed on his toes, rolling back. His long sword swung again, cutting through the air. A second later, a pair of sharp yellow claws appeared at the tip of the blade, cutting into Ye Shun's forehead. A crunching sound was heard as the enormous force of the bat monkeys sent Ye Shun flying backwards. While he was considering whether to throw the soul crystal, he noticed many figures rushing towards the roof. It was Xia Meng, Zhao Chuan, and the others. Ye Shun's eyes lit up. Although it was not easy for him to take the soul crystal away under the attack of the monkey-eating bats, if Xia Meng could get it, the effect would be the same. Ye Shun did not hesitate and swung his sword to parry the claws of the monkey-eating bats, shouting furiously, "Xia Meng, pick up the soul crystal from the ground and eat it. Get it quickly!" Xia Meng, who had just reached the roof, still had no idea what was happening. Hearing Ye Shun's call, she couldn't help but shudder. Then her gaze quickly darted to the soul crystal that had fallen into the corner. After a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward, trying to grab him. However, the man-eating frog, who was thrown back by Ye Jun, did not manage to get very far. The moment Xiaomeng lunged, she jumped up on the outer wall and slashed her thick tongue at Xiaomeng's ankle like a whip. Xiaomeng's fingertips clearly touched the soul crystal, but in order to avoid being attacked from behind, she could only scream helplessly while writhing her entire body, using hips and stomach to control the fingertips, throwing the soul crystal behind him. And then a wonderful coincidence occurred. Zhao Chuan, who was following closely behind Xiaomeng, barely reaching the roof, opened his mouth in horror at the sight of both the monkey-eater and the Liu frog. But the soul crystal thrown by Xiaomeng. At this moment, it accidentally met him, landing right in Zhao Chuan's wide mouth. The source crystal, barely the size of a peach pit, radiating a cool, jade-like shine, entered Zhao Chuan's mouth, slid down his throat and esophagus, and, as no one could have predicted, slid straight into his stomach. What did I eat? My stomach is so hot, so unpleasant. Zhao Chuan, still stunned, had no idea how incredibly lucky he was. He squeezed his neck several times, trying to spit out the soul crystal. But then, the enormous energy of the soul crystal completely dissolved in his stomach, forming a powerful and pure energy that pierced his entire body. In less than a second, Zhao Chuan's body turned into a fireball, emitting a terrifying heat from every pore. He felt as if he was on fire. His entire body was shrouded in smoke. His skin was burning crimson red. It hurts. Not transformed by the energy of the origin, Zhao Chuan's body was naturally suppressed by the enormous amount of energy he was exposed to. He rolled over in agony, his legs kicking from side to side. Ye Shun, watching all this, felt a little surprised and helpless, unable to move, only sighing to himself. This guy is incredibly lucky. Who would have thought that he would be the first person to awaken in this life? Although Zhao Chuan's face showed excruciating pain, Ye Shun knew that this was only a temporary state. Zhao Chuan, with his considerable talent, would undoubtedly be able to quickly adapt to the seething energy in his body. And when he fully adapts and regains his composure, it will mark the birth of the first awakened in the human world. Cry! The bat monkey that had previously fought Ye Shun noticed that the first soul crystal had fallen into Zhao Chuan's mouth, and without thinking, swung its fleshy wings and flew away. She wasn't looking for that core soul crystal. She just wanted to stop Ye Shun, a threat to humanity, and further increase her combat power. Under normal circumstances, Ye Shun would already be able to fight him. If he obtained another soul crystal, wouldn't his strength be insane? Bat Monkey, unwilling to sit back and watch his enemy grow stronger, decided to stop Ye Shun. Unfortunately, the amount of source crystals that had fallen was considerable, and even if she had stopped it once, she would not be able to stop it again. Likewise, Ye Jun barely paid attention to Zhao Chuan, who was writhing and groaning on the ground. Escaping the bat monkey's attack, he decisively turned around and dove towards the second falling soul crystal. Although he had missed the first soul crystal, it didn't matter. After all, there were still nearly 20 unclaimed soul crystals left. Just one of them. He could soar into the sky. Ye Shun's movements were swift. After missing the first soul crystal, he immediately turned his attention to the second one located at the corner of the roof. In this small building, and having missed the first one, Ye Shun couldn't afford to give up the second one. The distance from one side of the balcony to the other was about 30 meters, but at full speed, Ye Shun reached it in the blink of an eye. His movements were like those of a dragon, more like a beast searching for food. His body turned into a shadow, and he landed in front of the second soul crystal without thinking. But at this moment, a strong wind arose again. The bat monkey had not gone far, but when it sensed Ye Shun reaching for the second soul crystal, it immediately followed him, not hesitating. Her sharp claws, still cutting through the air, raised gusts of wind. Her speed remained unchanged. As Ye Shun's fingers grabbed the second soul crystal, the monkey-eating bat swooped down, pressing its claws against his shoulder. But this time, Ye Shun did not dodge. Sensing the approaching danger, he stamped his feet and strained all the muscles in his back, intending to resist the steel. Claws with their flesh and blood? Whoosh! The sharp claws pierced the air, instantly piercing Ye Shun's coat, leaving a long, bloody gash on the man's left shoulder. The wound was so deep that the bone was almost visible. The excruciating pain caused Ye Shun's eyes to darken again. His clothes were torn apart in an instant, and cold nails pierced his flesh like razor blades, but Ye Shun endured. Even the pain of his flesh being torn apart could not restrain his desire for strength. Despite the attack, Ye Shun did not stop. Instead, he used his strength to rush forward even faster, grabbing the soul crystal that was already in his hands. Without hesitation, without thinking for a second, Ye Shun tightly grasped the soul crystal, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the pure white crystal. Every cell in his body trembled with excitement. He opened his mouth wide and without hesitation, he thrust the soul crystal into it. At the same time, he turned around and swung, releasing the edge of the deadly longsword at full power on the stream. The blade flashed like snow, intercepting the next claw of the bat monkey. Zen! The blade met the dark yellow claws, and a huge force burst out from the point of impact. Sparks flew out again, sending Ye Shun flying backwards, thrown back by the huge force, and he hit the roof railing with force. The force of the collision was so strong that his throat became sweet, his chest became heavy, and he almost vomited the soul crystal he had just swallowed. But Ye Shun smiled, his slightly curved lips playfully curling into an arc. The soul crystal had already entered his body, and a huge amount of energy rapidly merged with him. Ye Shun's awakening had finally begun. Streams of pure and powerful energy flowed through his blood vessels, penetrating his limbs and bones. Body was also heating up, and every muscle, every inch of skin on him was like hot iron, emitting a hissing sound of smoke. The pain of his burning heart was unbearable for ordinary people, but Ye Shun did not make a sound and quickly adapted to this state. After all, after waking up twice, endurance far exceeded human limits. Combined with an iron will tempered by years of killing, Ye Shun was able to endure the extreme discomfort of first waking up. His eyes glowed red, and he quickly pushed off with his feet. A torrent of energy surged into his heart, completely awakening his long-suppressed fighting spirit. This awakening of his fighting spirit also gave Ye Shun even greater strength. Countless streams of heat rushed through the blood vessels and meridians, filling every cell of Ye Shun's body with unstoppable power. The bat monkey roared in rage, unable to understand why, despite all the attempts to stop him, the man in front of him still obtained the soul crystal. Seeing Ye Shun's strength rapidly increasing, his deadly aura growing to reach her own, the bat monkey gave up, flapped her wings, and rushed towards the third soul crystal, trying to intercept it. Although the main soul crystals were of no value to the monkey-eating bat, if they fell into the hands of others, their power would rapidly increase. This was something the monkey-eating bat did not want. He was trying to stop others from obtaining soul crystals. Only in this way could he continue his rampant human devouring without facing the threat of those humans. But Ye Shun had already passed the first stage of his awakening. From the moment he stood up again, the monkey-eater's plan was doomed to fail. A powerful crossbow pierced the air, striking straight at the monkey-eater's neck. The powerful wind flow caused the bat to fold its wings, dodging the blow. Ye Shun took advantage of the moment and swung his legs, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Like a cannonball, he instantly appeared on the left side of the third soul crystal, spinning blade to knock the third soul crystal aside. The situation changed instantly. Ye Shun, who had been defending himself against the monkey-eater's steel claws until now attacked with a calm expression. His long sword swirled like a waterfall of silver light, the blade energy cutting through the air as he attacked the monkey-eater with fearless strength. With each strike, Ye Shun's strength steadily increased, grew, and with each blow, the monkey-eater felt a huge threat. Ye Shun's strength and explosive power had now more than doubled. Although he was only a newbie in awakening, he relied on the advantages of his weapon as well as his 10 years of experience and combat experience, to gain the upper hand and take the initiative in his first encounter with the Monkey Eater. Die! His blade flashed in the air like a silver net. Ferocity and speed far exceeded the Monkey Eater's expectations. Although the wound on his left shoulder continued to bleed, the seemingly serious wound had healed incredibly quickly under the energy that fed it. In the face of Yexin's increasingly courageous and unyielding will, the monkey-eating bat was powerless. She let out a shrill, piercing scream and flapped her flesh wings again, creating a terrifying hurricane as she sent her body flying backwards. Meanwhile, Jia Meng, who had been watching the battle near the rooftop exit in a daze, took advantage of this and seized the opportunity to grab the crystal. Soul Crystal. Sent away by Yexin's sword, the third soul crystal fell far to the side, landing at the corner of the roof. Although he was at a distance, Xia Meng was able to grab him. Perhaps influenced by Yexin's aura, or perhaps the dark and bloody scenes she had experienced had heightened her senses, Xia Meng followed suit, pushing off with her toes to quickly close the distance to the third soul crystal. After all, her speed was just as fast, having undergone a transformation under the influence of the origin energy. In the blink of an eye, the soul crystal was within reach. However, the monkey-eating bat was not the only monster on the roof. Just as Xia Meng was about to grab the soul crystal, a strange long tongue suddenly flew out from the sky and pierced her neck. It was a man-eating frog that had attacked from behind. Xia Meng didn't even need to turn her head to see the owner of that disgusting, slippery tongue. After a moment of panic, the woman quickly calmed down, bending over and suddenly freezing. The slippery tongue that pierced her neck almost touched her in the blink of an eye. But the man-eating frog's tongue, although it missed, did not immediately retract. Instead, it described a strange arc in the air, heading straight for the falling soul crystal. The spike on the tip of the tongue had just caught the soul crystal, and in less than a second, the frog had pulled it back into its mouth. "Get out of here!" Seeing the soul crystal about to fall into the monster's mouth, the usually timid Xia Meng's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce killing intent. For the first time, she roared at the monster, reaching out to grab the cold, slippery tongue tightly, pressing her shoulders to the ground and turning her body around. The bloated man-eating frog, which weighed at least more than a grown man, was easily lifted by Xia Meng and thrown to the ground like a grenade. "He is mine! This soul crystal is mine!" Xia Meng let go of her hands, and the man-eating frog immediately crashed into the crowd behind her. She quickly grabbed the soul crystal she had obtained with difficulty, her gaze fixed on her, and a strange, burning feeling was imprinted on her expression. No one can resist the temptation of power. Even Xia Meng, known for her aloofness and stoic dislike of arguments, felt a deep, penetrating urge to grab him the moment she touched the soul crystal. Her awakened instincts kicked in, and without hesitation, she parted her cherry lips, thrusting a third crystal into her mouth. Then her eyes bulged, and she felt the soul crystal lodge in her esophagus, causing her to choke uncomfortably. She grabbed her neck tightly, squeezing her fingers around her throat to relieve the pressure, and pushed the soul crystal down. The burning and stinging pain that followed was worse than death for Xia Meng. After all, this was the first time she had encountered such a powerful source of energy. Except for Yexin, who managed to endure it, everyone else suffered a terrible fate. "Ah, it's so hot. It hurts so much." Soon, Xia Meng collapsed to the ground, letting out a hoarse scream and wail. Yexin naturally understood this and watched her coldly, not approaching or offering words of comfort. With Xia Meng's talent, she should have quickly adapted to the torment of energy physical training. This was a necessary test for anyone who consumed soul crystals. After enduring it, she had completely transformed. However, if she lacked the talent to withstand such a powerful energy source, then her death from the explosion would be her sad fate. Yexin ignored Xia Meng, and the others even more so. But after taking the third soul crystal, he aimed for the fourth. Quite a few soul crystals fell to the surface, more than 20, but the number that immediately landed on the roof was not that large. After Xia Meng absorbed the third soul crystal, there were only 4 left nearby. Ye Shun did not. Stopped having fully adapted to the surge of inner power, his body turned into a dotted line, heading straight for the second target. Having already swallowed one soul crystal, even obtaining a second one was meaningless. Yet Ye Shun resolutely joined the madness, determined to obtain another one for his sister. Only through the transformation into a soul crystal, a strengthened body, could Ye Ling, who suffered from an incurable disease, resist the healing power of the wood demon heart. I must obtain a second one. Crystal, Ye Shun cried out in his heart. His fully awakened body moved at lightning speed without the slightest delay. He was close to achieving his goal. But at that moment, the floor beneath his feet shook, making a mournful crunching sound. What was going on? Ye Shun's footsteps stopped, and he looked down at the cracks that had burst beneath him with a mixture of shock and anger. A giant frog had appeared beneath the unfinished building. A hole, 6 meters long. Its turquoise skin resembled thick armor, and its powerful thick thighs slammed into the building with such force that they could have crushed the entire structure. This was a real behemoth. Man-eating frogs are naturally huge, but this one was a real titan. Her head, over 2 meters in diameter, protruding, spherical in shape, together with 2 blood-red, lantern-like pupils, emitted a chilling light, much colder than a spotlight. Damn. This creature must have also acquired a soul crystal and evolved into a second-tier demon beast. Ye Shin's heart trembled as he looked at the huge, awe-inspiring monster. Soul crystals weren't the only way for humans to awaken. Even lower-tier demon beasts can absorb them and reach their own unique evolutionary stages. The man-eating frog in front of him was just a normal, low-level creature that posed no threat to Ye Shin. But after it successfully absorbed the soul crystal, it grew in size. Its combat power and strength significantly exceeded those of ordinary man-eating frogs. A light blow from her massive foot caused a column supporting an unfinished building to collapse, and a strong earthquake followed. The floor beneath Ye Shin's feet also began to cave in, and brick fragments fell one after another, causing the entire building to be on the verge of collapse. Ah, why is this building collapsing? Damn it, the foreman must have slopped over the construction. My God, what a huge frog! Sharp, piercing screams. The stairs collapsed, and the survivors who were searching for the remaining soul crystals turned pale with fear. Everyone hugged the neighboring buildings, calling out for their loved ones. Damn! The structure of the unfinished building was already flimsy, making it difficult to withstand the furious onslaught of the giant frog. Feeling his impending doom, Ye Shun's expression suddenly changed. He didn't grab the next soul crystal. He immediately jumped up, rising a foot in the air. He quickly jumped over Xiaomeng, who was still holding her neck and screaming in pain, and grabbed her wrist. Boom! At the same time, the outer wall of the roof collapsed, leaving behind holes. With several beams broken, the main structure could no longer stand, instantly swaying and tilting. The screaming survivors fell one by one like dumplings. The huge giant frogs lurking under the collapsed floor would occasionally stick out their tongues, grabbing the falling humans one by one and using them as snacks. The screams, roars, and howls of the numerous demonic creatures fighting for the soul crystals would suddenly change, adding in that chaotic scene. Let's go! The tilt of the floor caused Ye Shun to lose his balance. He had no choice but to carry Xiaomeng, who had not yet gotten the hang of it, on his shoulders. With a powerful kick, he quickly jumped down the stairs. A fall of over 10 meters would have crushed an ordinary person to pieces, but Ye Shun, despite the fall, forcefully pierced the wall with his long sword, softening the momentum of the fall. The blade cut through the concrete like tofu, leaving a trail several meters long. Perhaps leaning on the wall, he managed to stabilize the center of gravity. He simultaneously pushed off with his toes, overcoming the slope, and used his strength to land on the ground. After calming down, Ye Shun grabbed Xiaomeng from his shoulder with one hand and with a powerful swing of his arm threw him 5 meters into the air. The next second, a sudden piercing sound came from behind his back. Ye Shun, without even looking back, swung the long sword again, and a beam of light shot up, colliding head-on with the approaching long tongue. Bam! The jagged tip of the tongue scraped the blade with a sharp metallic sound. A huge force shook Ye Shun's body, and he took 3 steps back before regaining his balance. When he looked up, the giant frog's enormous eyes were already within reach. Compared to the man-eating frogs he had fought before, the behemoth in front of him was a real monster. Every detail of its huge eyeballs and the muscles bulging outward on its thighs like granite sculptures exuded an unimaginable sense of power. The giant frog met Ye Shin's face with its gaze, and with a deep croaking roar like an old cow, it shook the earth and threatened to topple the already swaying building. Ye Shun stood amidst the torrent of falling bricks and rubble, sword in hand, his gaze directed downwards as he held the giant frog's gaze for less than a second. With a whooshing sound, the giant frog's long tongue shot out like a poisonous python, piercing the air, almost completely enveloping Ye Shun. The giant frog's evolution into a second-tier demonic beast had not only changed its size, its long, powerful tongue had also gained unprecedented destructive power. Force point. With one click, she shattered the stones the size of millstones, revealing the steel and hardened cement in the wall. Facing the terrifying snake that was wider than himself, Ye Shun did not even try to dodge. Instead, he raised his left hand high, clenching his knuckles, the veins on his hand bulging, his fist growing disproportionately large. Then, gathering all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The swollen fist, completely disproportionate to Ye Shin's slender body, resembled the fist of a giant, a titan. The wind swept through with the force of an enraged dragon, and the crushing force of his fist alone caused a hurricane. This was the strength of Ye Shin's fighting spirit. Every person who had fully awakened their fighting spirit was endowed with powerful supernatural abilities. Different people, due to their different talents and physical data, have completely different abilities. For example, Ye Shin's gifted power allowed him to enlarge part of his body many times, mainly his left arm. He could instantly concentrate all of his strength, giving that tempered left hand the hardness and destructive power of steel. Bang! The swollen fist collided head-on with the monster's tongue, sending a powerful wave of air rushing through the air, creating visible ripples of energy. As the wind, fist spread, and the already cracked building cracked and shattered into pieces, creating more broken columns and boulders that crashed down, creating a yellow sandstorm. Amidst the dust, Ye Shin's feet were almost buried in the concrete, but he remained motionless, waving his fist. The giant frog's tongue was in turn deflected by his powerful fist and violently struck the frog in the face, sending its bloated body flying back 2 steps. Ye Shun and the giant frog each received a soul crystal, achieving a surge in combat power, but there was still a considerable gap between them. Difference point. However, although Ye Shin's ability had great offensive power, it could not be used indefinitely. After another blow, the veins on the back of his hand quickly retracted, and the knotted veins disappeared under the bark. His bloated fist immediately shrank back to normal size. Meanwhile, Ye Shun's body swayed slightly, and he raised his slightly pale face, sighing silently. Although the Berserker hand ability gave him 10 times the explosive power, each use required a considerable amount of energy, making it difficult to use his newly awakened abilities without limit. The giant frog's strength and resistance were beyond Ye Shun's imagination, making a direct confrontation unreasonable. Retracting his fist, Ye Shun jumped up and landed next to Xia Meng again. Looking at her face, which now looked less upset, he coldly warned, "It's time for you to wake up too. You must join me in the next fight." Xia Meng slowly rose to her feet, rubbing her painfully bruised shoulder. She looked at her hands with a puzzled expression, her face full of amazement. "This is what awakening is? I feel much lighter and stronger than before. There are other benefits to being awakened. You will feel them later." "Let's get out of here first," Ye Shun chuckled. Ignoring Xia Meng's reaction, he squeezed her hand again and rushed towards another street in the development area. Although Xia Meng had indeed awakened, she was still not accustomed to the brutality of combat, and her understanding of energy use was ruthless, making her unsuitable for direct combat. Moreover, when the building tilted and collapsed, the few remaining soul crystals were buried under the rubble and sand. Ye Shun did not want to waste any time. With soul crystals no longer available here, he immediately turned his attention to the next possible location. After a short, frantic run, they reached another block, still in the heart of the development zone and a frequent source of soul crystals. Looking around, Ye Shun determined that 2 source crystals had fallen nearby. He immediately let go of Jia Meng's hand and sternly ordered her, "Now your job is to collect the remaining soul crystals for me. Hurry up." "Okay." Xia Meng was naturally dissatisfied with Ye Shun's overbearing behavior, but finding no reason to object, she gritted her teeth and walked toward the ruined street. The remains of many victims lay on both sides of the street, and everything around was covered in blood. Broken bones and bloody flesh were scattered on the ground. The pungent smell of blood constantly irritated Xiao Meng's nose, making her feel sick. After walking a little, Xiao Meng saw several mutilated and bloody bodies. Abdomens had been cut open, and the bloody internal organs and intestines had been pulled out and scattered on the ground. She was so scared that she almost fainted. However, there was a faint white light not far from where Xia Meng had found the bodies. Hidden under a pile of rubble, it still emitted a mysterious, pure white glow. "Found it! There's another one!" Xia Meng's heart pounded as she rushed toward the place where the soul crystal was found. As she ran, she cried out, "Ye Shun, come here quickly!" Here too. Ye Shun, who was searching elsewhere, was startled and quickly looked away. He also quickly discovered the presence of a soul crystal and noticed something unusual under the ruins. Almost immediately, something strange and unusual appeared inside Ye Shun. His eyes froze and he let out a sharp roar. "Stop! Don't go there!" "Huh?" Halfway there, Xia Meng froze, clearly confused as to why Ye Shun stopped her. Was he afraid that she would take the soul crystal for herself? This thought angered Xia Meng, and she immediately turned around with a sullen face, ready to scold Ye Shun for his petty behavior. But before she could curse Ye Shun, a dark yellow shadow flashed out from under the rubble, exuding an aura. Crystals! Then the ruins suddenly exploded, and a ferocious beast's head poked out, emitting a pungent smell of blood, and rushed towards the back of Xia Meng's head. "You are!" Xia Meng was no longer the same. Fully awake, her senses were extremely heightened, and she instantly sensed something was wrong behind her. Turning around, she saw the monkey-eater's exaggeratedly disgusting mouth gaping open less than half a meter away. Her bloody eye sockets were filled with burning hatred and bloodlust, causing her to scream in panic. "Stupid woman, come down!" Ye Shun's furious voice rang out from behind her. Xia Meng's devastated mind did not allow her to hesitate. She immediately grabbed her head and obediently crouched down. Whoosh! At the same time, a crossbow bolt flew through the air, barely grazing Xia Meng's head before piercing the approaching yellow figure. Unfortunately, despite its impressive lethality, the bolt was not enough to kill. A monkey-eating bat, whose massive iron claws held her down. Prepared creature instantly folded its claws and met the bat bolt head-on. With a clang, the bolt successfully struck its target, but only slightly shook the monkey-eating bat before quickly recovering. Relying on the strength of its claws, the monkey-eating bat forcefully deflected the bolt simultaneously, spreading its fleshy wings, revealing its full form. Its body was shriveled like that of a tall, thin, naked man. Its slender limbs connected to its massive wings had the strength of steel. The creature, with a smooth body covered in a layer of light yellow fur, stood upright, resembling a human point. It brought its extremely disgusting head closer to Xia Meng, its fangs dripping with the blood of many other people. It opened and closed like a shark about to bite her neck. Xia Meng's limbs went limp, her mind went completely blank, and she couldn't react except to grab her head and scream. A poisonous grin slid across the monkey-eater's anthropomorphic face, and the winged beast, like a huge net, enveloped Xia Meng's fragile body. Its sharp claws quickly closed, piercing the skin and digging deep into the flesh. By the time the monster's wings spread out again, Xia Meng was already in the monkey-eater's grip, its claws crossed over her shoulders. Although the hand holding the claws was incredibly thin, like a bamboo pole, and, seemingly powerless, Xiaomeng, tightly held in the monster's embrace, felt every bone in her body breaking, and her screams grew louder in pain. Damn it! Ye Shun cursed furiously, quickly drawing back the bowstring, preparing to fire another arrow at the monkey-eater's head. But this time, the monkey-eater raised its bloodshot eyes and met Ye Shun's gaze. Ye Shun's index finger, which was about to pull the trigger, froze in place. Xiaomeng had undoubtedly become the monkey-eater's shield. If Ye Shun continued to shoot, the monkey-eater would definitely throw Xiaomeng back to parry the arrow. Despite the incredible penetrating power of the crossbow, Ye Shun did not dare to jump into the water. After all, it would almost certainly guarantee Xiaomeng's death. Ah, Ye Shun, help me, Xiaomeng, who was tightly clutching the monkey-eater in her arms, was still suffering excruciating pain from her broken bones. Her natural fear of monsters made her cry out in horror. Ye Shun remained motionless, slowly aiming his crossbow and silently looking at the monkey-eater. The monkey-eater's face showed human sarcasm and playfulness, and he even nodded his chin towards Ye Shun in a provocative gesture. Apparently, this creature had a remarkable intelligence, not only skillfully exploiting the weaknesses of enemies, but also using soul crystals to set traps and find food. The soul crystal left in the ruins was clearly an intentional act of the monkey-eater, and Ye Shun, realizing this, stopped Xiaomeng. Unfortunately, this foolish woman was too slow to react to the danger. Not only did she fail to retrieve the soul crystal, but she also fell into the clutches of the monster. The monkey-eater now had a tight grip on Xiaomeng, effectively holding Ye Shun back. Fearing the consequences, Ye Shun could no longer attack. He gently lowered his collapsible crossbow and fixed his impassive gaze on the monkey-eater. His face expressed both amusement and arrogance. Put her down and get out of here. I promise I won't bother you again. The monkey-eater seemed to understand Ye Shun's words, but his ugly, disgusting head twitched, clearly expressing displeasure. Ye Shun's brows furrowed, his gaze sharp and full of killing intent. What do you want? The monkey-eater's gaze became even more playful, even with a hint of mockery. He quickly raised his chin and pointed at the corpses on the ground. Do you want me to help you hunt? Bring more people here for you to eat? Ye Shun was taken aback at first, but then quickly understood what the bat monkey meant. Unlike those man-eating ear frogs, the primordial soul crystals had a special meaning to her. She entered this anomaly not to fight for energy, but simply to eat people. However, Ye Shun's appearance seriously hindered her plan to eat people. In the presence of this man, the bat monkey could not eat in peace. So this guy was actually planning to control Xiaomeng and threaten Ye Shun to help him get food. He was quite cunning. Ye Shun was not surprised. In addition to being brutal in nature and strong enough to kill humans with ease, some of the most highly evolved beings in the other dimensional universe had intelligence comparable to humans. However, if the monkey-eating bat truly believed that this woman alone could make Ye Shun do something he didn't want to do, that would be naive. Facing the cruel and ferocious laughter of the monkey-eater, Ye Shun only sighed silently, and then put on a helpless expression as if talking to himself, or rather, deliberately addressing the monkey-eater. Sorry, Xiaomeng, you... too stupid. After everything you showed at the anomalous point, you are not worthy of continuing to cooperate with me. It seems like the only thing left for me to do is sacrifice you. After saying this, Ye Shun raised his hand without hesitation and heavily touched the machine lever with his index finger. This time, Ye Shun did not hesitate for a second. He immediately pulled the trigger and released a powerful arrow. The crossbow bolt whistled through the air. Her speed astonishing, but the sound she made as she pierced the air was so powerful that Xiaomeng and the bat monkey were unable to react. Ah, what are you doing? Xiaomeng exclaimed, unable to believe that Ye Shun would treat her like this. Bat, monkey roared too, for he had never imagined that this Blue Star man could be so heartless even to his own comrades. Weren't they all in this together? A moment's hesitation had robbed Bat Monkey of his last chance of salvation. The crossbow bolt pierced Xiaomeng's left shoulder, sending out a long, thin stream of blood. Then, with incredible speed, it pierced straight into the bat monkey's chest. Squeal. The pain from its punctured chest caused the monkey-eater to let out an even higher, shriller scream. Fear flashed in its eyes as it stared at Ye Xin's face, a face full of determination and cruelty. Almost unconsciously, she extended her claws, shaking off Xiaomeng, and desperately flapped her wings, soaring into the air at a dizzying speed. This madman from the human world had exceeded all of the monkey-eater's expectations. Only then did the monkey-eater realize that her trap was completely useless against Ye Xin. Shocked, she ran away, but it was too late. The moment the crossbow bolt was fired, Ye Xun had already sheathed his folding crossbow, not even paying attention to its flight path. He drew the deadly blade with the back of his hand, following the trajectory of the crossbow, and rushed forward at full speed. After the first stage of awakening, Ye Xun's strength and agility increased significantly, and his running speed was surprisingly not much slower than the crossbow bolt. With a whirring sound, the bolt pierced the monkey-eater's chest, and the next second, a swift blade flashed after it. A blinding white light, like a swirling crescent moon, traced a narrow path in the sky. The shining blade of the blade, mixed with the cold of the snowstorm, not only obscured the monkey-eater's vision, but also captured his very soul, causing the monster to tremble with fear. The cascade of light approached the monstrous mouth of the monkey-eater. With a furious roar, the bat spread its fleshy wings, expanding and contracting like iron plates, suddenly covering her head. Enormous explosive force made every joint groan with a cracking sound. However, he managed to block the strike, his incredibly strong body enduring it. The defensive ability of a second-tier demonic beast was truly astounding. Longsword, powerful enough to cut through pure iron, was unable to cut through the seemingly fragile flesh wings, and even the hilt nearly slipped from his hands, demonstrating a formidable defensive power. However, just as the bat monkey was concentrating on preparing to strike from above, Ye Xin had a backup plan. Freeing his other hand, he raised the collapsible crossbow high and, like a ghost, brought it to the monster's chest. At such a close range, he pulled the trigger, almost grazing the flesh. A powerful shot instantly burst out, piercing the thick leather armor without hindrance. Blood splashed out, and a cold, burning pain spread from the heart, like an electric current piercing the entire body. Realizing that it was defeated, the monkey-eater involuntarily twisted its body, hissing. But the agony of the two piercing blows left him no chance to respond. The second bolt pierced his heart and lungs, leaving a large wound. As the scalding blood flowed, the monster's strength and life force rapidly diminished. The monkey-eater suddenly realized that he could no longer move, and even his ability to roar was rapidly fading. He was completely powerless to fight, and could only stare with bloodshot eyes at the grey eyes so close. Ye Xun's gaze never left the monkey-eater's body. Eyes reflected a depth like a sea of stars, infinitely sharp and distant. Die. Ye Xun whispered softly and swung the blade horizontally, striking the monkey-eater's neck again. The monkey-eater completely lost the strength to dodge and did not even try. The narrow blade easily cut through the neck. Monster! And the monster's bloody head flew into the air, gushing blood from its broken neck, rising 3 meters into the air. Ye Xun didn't even bother to look where the monster's head landed. Dead was dead, no matter how the monkey bat died. In short, with a penetrating wound to the chest and a head forcibly severed, even the most powerful life force of a monster would be doomed. A dead monster, no matter how strong it was in life, could not pose any threat to Ye Xun. He heaved a sigh of relief, then turned around and he walked towards the soul crystal buried under the rubble. At the same time, he cast a cold glance at Xiaomeng lying on the ground. Xiaomeng did not scream, shout, or even tearfully accuse the demon Ye Xun like before. Ever since the bat monkey had knocked her to the ground, she hadn't moved like a fool. The penetrating wound in her shoulder was bleeding, and she felt numb. But compared to that wound, the fear and despair that was gnawing at her heart was what made her suffocate. Ye Shun sighed. He pulled out the soul crystal that the monster had used to set the trap and carefully hid it next to him. Only then did he slowly approach Xiaomeng, his eyes never leaving her heaving, bleeding chest. He said expressionlessly, "Your wound is still bleeding. If you don't stop her as soon as possible, you may find yourself in grave danger." The awakened, although they had great endurance, were not completely infallible. If the injuries or blows they received were too severe, they could still die quickly. Ye Jun reached out to the stunned Xiaomeng, pressing her bleeding wound and trying to help her to her feet. "Get out of here." But when Ye Shun touched Xiaomeng, the irritated and desperate, the woman finally woke up. Her stunned eyes widened, and the first thing she did was violently push Ye Shun away, looking at him with hatred and disgust. "You executioner, you inhuman devil. Devils are not completely inhuman. At least now, I sincerely want to help you stop the bleeding." In this situation, if he had not shown enough determination and pulled the trigger in time, Xia Meng's fate would have been even worse. But Ye Shun did not explain or refute anything. He did not care about other people's opinions. As long as the outcome was good, that was more important than anything else. Although Xiaomeng was still shaking from shock and her hatred for Ye Xin was already growing, Ye Shun did not give up, grabbing the woman's hand and dragging her like a puppet to the lower floor of a more secluded building. Upon reaching a dark corner, Ye Zhan immediately crouched down, holding the weapon at his feet. Then, without saying a word, he reached out and unbuttoned the first button on Xiaomeng's chest. "What are you doing?" Xiaomeng, feeling her heart pounding again, instinctively tried to break free, dodging Ye Shun's seemingly anxious hands. Ye Shun could only warn coldly and emotionlessly, "If don't want to die, don't move. You..." Xiaomeng froze, her eyes still filled with hatred, but as their gazes met, she gradually understood Ye Shun's determination to stop the bleeding. She absolutely didn't want to accept this bastard's kindness. In the end, it was Ye Shun who inflicted the wound, and he almost shot her. But with such a severe penetrating wound, Xiaomeng had no strength left to resist. The slightest movement of her hand caused a wave of unbearable pain. So, watching the man paw her, she only closed her eyes in shame, letting weakness and humiliation show on her pale face. Xiaomeng was in front of the opposite sex for the first time. Being a beautiful, intelligent, and arrogant woman, she always kept her purity, never allowing the dirty hands of the opposite sex to defile her innocence. But now, this devil was literally unbuttoning her buttons one by one right before her eyes. It was almost unconditional. Xiaomeng was horrified. This was not the scene she had imagined. She was even afraid that this brute would take advantage of the opportunity to stop the bleeding and do something unacceptable to her. But Ye Shun did not do that. In truth, Ye Shun had little interest in this woman's body. 10 years of slaughter had long since made him forget the feeling of love. In his previous life, Ye Shun was a typical loser who had never experienced intimacy with the opposite sex, nor even fully appreciated the sweetness of love before being thrown into the brutal apocalypse. So in this life, Ye Shun remained an ordinary person, unromantic, perhaps even more than the last one. Even though Xiaomeng's tender body was lying naked before him like a blooming, alluring rose, Ye Shun remained focused, his gaze fixed on the only thing that truly concerned him. With a blank expression on his face, he tore open his coat, tore off a strip of cloth, and first covered the bleeding wound, then quickly bandaged it. The whole process was fleeting, taking only 5 or 6 seconds, and the wound was effectively healed, the bleeding completely stopped. The hellish ordeal was finally over. Ended only when Xiaomeng felt her coat being put back on, did she hesitantly open her eyes. Noticing that Ye Shun's gaze was not directed at him at all, and that he was sitting motionless like a wooden figure, he was moved to embarrassment and anger, but at the same time with a hint of humility. Disappointment Xiaomeng, being a beauty, was always confident in herself. Whenever she went out in public, she felt extremely upset under the gaze of the opposite sex. But now, when she faced Ye Shun, who was frozen in place, as if he had no male instincts, she felt even more upset. Women are like that. If you showed unusual interest in them, they would call you vulgar and shameless. But if you acted seriously, they would think, how the hell is this considered manly? Ye Shun, of course, did not understand Xiaomeng's thoughts, and he didn't care. He simply sat quietly, breathing evenly, and feeling a surge of energy. The harvest from the third anomaly point had greatly exceeded the sum of the first two. Without the help of the soul crystal, with Ye Xin's natural talent, he would have had to spend at least 3 months without sleep inside the anomaly before making a breakthrough and become a true awakened one. But now, with the soul crystal, his awakening has accelerated, and Ye Shun has gained strength very close to that of his previous life. Of course, that's not all. In his previous life, he awakened his fighting spirit too late, missing out on the best opportunity. He failed to obtain the soul crystal and develop powerful combat skills. Therefore, even 10 years after the apocalypse, Ye Shun remained at the bottom of the food chain. His achievements were limited. But now, in less than a month, he has regained the supernatural abilities of his past life. He would, of course, spend the rest of his life continuing to awaken and increase his strength. But at this moment, Xiaomeng suddenly stood up, coldly adjusted her shirt, and without saying a word, decided to leave. Wait. Ye Shun couldn't help but open his eyes, looking at Xiaomeng's face full of shame and anger, and asked, "What does she want? I'm leaving you, this devil. The further away from you, the better." Xiaomeng said viciously, her face full of hatred. Ye Shun smiled. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to touch the soul crystal. I made you what you are today. You left without even thanking me. How offensive." "Ha ha." Xiaomeng continued to smirk, her eyes wide open and filled with endless hatred, and accused him in an almost growling tone. "Stop talking nonsense, you selfish bastard. From beginning to end, all you care about is yourself. Others are just tools to achieve your goals. You don't care about anyone at all." "Maybe." Yi Zhan didn't deny it, but nodded indifferently, but soon added, "It's a pity that in the future you will remain my tool and will be used by me forever." "Why?" Xiaomeng's angry face twisted. She gritted her teeth in anger, wishing she could rip Ye Shun's nose off. Ye Shun calmly replied, "You don't think that in your current state you can survive the siege of those cannibals outside, right? You don't think that with your awakened and not yet fully developed body, you can guarantee the safety of the entire family in the end times, right?" Xiaomeng was speechless and only continued to listen with indignation. Ye Shun glanced at her and continued, "As you can see, the combat power of a new awakened certainly surpasses the fighting power of a mortal, but in the face of these ferocious monsters, they are still at the very bottom of the food chain. Monsters are also divided into levels. Monsters are only the lowest level of the entire dimensional universe, with extremely low combat power and low-level creatures. Behind them are monsters of different races and species, with varying degrees of combat power. After the end of the world, some mid-level and high-level monsters will also follow the open channel to Blue Star. You have indeed awakened, but your strength is very limited. You are even far inferior to me, a new awakened. If you want to survive in the brutal conditions of the end of the world, you must continue to rely on me." "Why? Can't I find someone other than you to cooperate with?" Xiaomeng was very reluctant, gritting her teeth and objecting fiercely. Ye Shun laughed again. "Apart from me, no one can predict the end of the world. Cooperating with me is your only option." Xiaomeng sincerely felt that Ye Xin's smile was shameless, and for a moment she lost control of her emotions, wishing she could take a bite out of him. But in truth, she had no other choice. 2 encounters with the anomaly made her deeply aware of the terrifying nature of these monsters. Imagine if the portal to the apocalypse really opened and creatures like these flooded into Blue Planet. How long would the Rand Corporation's security system be able to hold out on its own? Xiaomeng felt helpless. Despite still harboring hatred for Ye Xin, she reluctantly returned to him. Ye Shun was quite pleased with Xiaomeng's choice. He pursed his lips and smiled again. Well, the truth is, you can talk to me as an equal now. I won't boss you around anymore. After all, you've awakened. Show me your special ability. Let me see it. What special ability? Xiaomeng was stunned and looked at Ye Shun suspiciously. Ye Shun patiently explained, these are special abilities that a person is gifted with after awakening. Some call them supernatural abilities. Take me, for example. My abilities are concentrated in my left hand. Haven't you seen? With that, Ye Shun extended his left hand. The veins on the back of her hand moved dramatically, wrapping around her fist like a tree trunk, forming a strange cuticle layer that was as hard as steel and imbued with an incredibly aggressive explosive force. Xiaomeng was stunned. She took 2 steps back, somewhat confused, and looked at her left hand with confusion. He asked hesitantly, or maybe my hand too? Of course not. Ye Shun shook his head and calmly replied, you and I are different. Do your talents differ, but also the characteristics of your battle spirits. Different awakeners are endowed with different superpowers. The probability of duplicating them is extremely low, and the impact on combat effectiveness varies. You can close your eyes and feel your abilities. But why can't I feel them? Xiaomeng was stunned again. She continued to examine her body, but there were no signs of superpowers. Well, it seems you haven't learned to control your superpowers yet, but that's not important. Since you have already passed the first stage of awakening, I think with your talent, you will soon be able to master them. Ye Shun sighed slightly. Various superpowers require the user to independently develop and comprehend. Even he could not help with this. Originally planned to see how Xiaomeng's superpowers manifested in order to formulate his next plan. Now, it looks like this plan will fail. After a moment of silence, Ye Shun stood up again and said to Xiaomeng, let's go. Let's choose a place to hide. Since the goal has been achieved, Ye Shun no longer needs to fight the monster. Now he needs to find a safe place, wait for the anomaly to close, and return Xiaomeng to the real world. Xiaomeng, however, exclaimed in surprise, isn't this a very good environment? It is good, but you've just lost too much blood. The smell of blood is very annoying to monsters. It can't be ruled out that someone is targeting this place. We need to act quickly. Ye Shun didn't argue any further. Despite Xiaomeng's willingness, he grabbed her hand and led her out of this temporary shelter. The fog outside the cultivation area was still thick. Even with good eyesight, Ye Shun could only see within a radius of 20 meters. Many creatures were still hiding in the thick fog, looking for food. Out of caution, they chose a relatively secluded route. Soon, they found themselves in a dilapidated area on the border between the city and the village. This urban-type settlement was on the verge of development. All the buildings were old and dilapidated. The dilapidated walls were covered with large characters for demolition, giving it an abandoned look. Finding herself in such a strange environment, Xiaomeng was a little scared. She couldn't help but lean towards Ye Shun and whisper, let's go. It's too deserted here. Might appear. Ye Shun shook his head and replied, it is precisely because of the desolation and low population that the possibility of monsters appearing is extremely low. After all, these creatures from other universes come to the blue planet for only one purpose: to enjoy the thrill of killing and foraging. In sparsely populated areas, the human presence is also weak, and such environments are generally less likely to attract monsters. Xiaomeng was speechless and could only nod as he continued to follow Ye Shun. But once they reached an open space, ready to take cover, between them was broken by a noise. Is there someone up ahead? Xiaomeng immediately called out softly, subconsciously tensing up. Ye Shun narrowed his eyes, looked in the direction of the noise, and cursed in his mind. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that Zhao Chuan and the others would also be hiding here. Soon, several figures with iron tools and knives appeared from the thick fog. The leader was indeed Zhao Chuan, as well as the portly Dean Wang and Li Xing, the contractor who had ambushed Ye Shun earlier. Behind these three, standing there, each of them quite impressive. Instead of taking cover, they waved their weapons around incessantly, smugly and proudly, as if afraid that the monsters would not notice their presence. These people are so strange. Why are they making so much noise, gathering so many people? Xiaomeng was so surprised that she couldn't help but point. Ye Shun snorted dispassionately, looking away. Zhao Chuan, Ding Wang, and contractor Li Xing, these three were just lucky that they stole the soul crystal like us and successfully awakened. Perhaps they felt a surge of strength after awakening, which led to them being overconfident and not taking the monsters outside seriously. They should have quickly hidden, but instead they gathered everyone together again, even threatening to take revenge on the monsters. To Ye Shun, this behavior was tantamount to courting death. Xiaomeng was also surprised and embarrassed, secretly declaring these people to be complete fools. Although they did gain considerable power from their lucky soul crystals, the monsters also stole several source crystals and achieved perfect evolution. Compared to this, humans still had no advantage. But these idiots mistakenly believed that by uniting they could defeat the monster. What nonsense! At the same time, Zhao Chuan, who was mobilizing forces on the opposite side, seemed to sense something and quickly turned his gaze to them, exclaiming excitedly, "Is that you? Ha ha, I was right. You're still alive." Hearing this cry, Zhao Chuan hurriedly walked over, rubbing his hands enthusiastically, and took the initiative to invite Ye Xin to join his camp and team up with them to fight the monster. Unfortunately, Ye Shun was not that stupid and ignored Zhao Chuan's enthusiasm. He only looked away coldly. "Your affairs have nothing to do with me. For me to join you and cause trouble." These words instantly froze Zhao Chuan, who had been smiling widely until now. Ever since he had the good fortune to swallow the soul crystal, his self-confidence had skyrocketed. He gained unprecedented strength and successfully developed his own special abilities. This led him to believe in the blessing of heaven, the happiness of a halo that turned him into something resembling the main character of a movie or TV series. This incredible luck led him to misunderstand his own image, to believe that he, like the hero of the novel, could turn the tide of events against all odds. Zhao Chuan was not the only one who held this way of thinking. Even Ding Wang, now in his 50s, and Li Xing, the man who had ambushed Ye Shun earlier, shared the same ambition. So the three of them decided to make peace and form a team to fight the man-eating monsters. Ye Shun, of course, saw through their intentions, but he remained unperturbed and even a little amused. This wasn't a movie. Luck not always favor anyone. Their actions were simply inviting death. Zhao Chuan continued to persuade him. "What do you say, brother? Let's do it together. I have thought about it. We do not know how long the thick fog will last in this cursed place. Facing these monsters alone, we are definitely at a loss. Why not team up and fight together? We still have a chance." Even as he said this, Zhao Chuan did not forget to show off his strength to Ye Shun, even rolling up his sleeves to reveal claws that resembled Wolverine's. His special ability allowed him to strengthen and lengthen his nails while attacking, turning them into hacksaw-like weapons. It increased his strength, but it also had incredible penetration power, not inferior to even ordinary steel. Ye Jun continued to smile faintly as he watched Zhao Chuan show off his steel claws. He shook his head and said, "I have made it clear. What you decide to do is up to you. Please don't drag me along." He then looked away, ignoring Zhao Chuan's demonstration. This was simply ridiculous. A person with no experience in killing, who had awakened his fighting spirit through pure luck, was bragging in front of him. This was truly a slap in the face. Although everyone was on the same level, Ye Xin's true combat strength was far beyond the reach of this group. Not to mention Zhao Chuan, even if you add Ding Wang and Li Xing, all the team members still couldn't compare to Ye Xin. The experience of killing, the possession of various combat techniques, and experience in surviving in dangerous conditions could not be compensated for by a moment of luck. Hey, you don't take us seriously at all. We are all the same. Why are you so arrogant? Faced with Ye Xin's unwillingness to cooperate, Master Li Xing immediately found something to say. He quickly walked over, pretending to look at Ye Xin, but his gaze was fixed on Zhao Meng's handsome face. He swallowed his saliva secretly and shouted, "Before we ran because we were not adapted to fighting monsters. But now, having received God's gift, we can be completely unafraid of these monsters. Why do you refuse to come with us?" "That's right." Even the pot-bellied Dean Wang slowly stepped forward, his face distant and confident, as if he was scolding Ye Xin. "Those monsters killed so many of us. Now that we have the strength, we naturally have to avenge those innocent victims. Besides, if you don't go after the monsters, won't they come after you?" Ye Xun remained silent, only looking at the three smug people with disgust in his eyes. It hadn't been long, but they had already forgotten how they had once cried out for help after escaping from the clutches of the monster. They had almost forgotten who they really were. Ye Xun, who was accustomed to the complexities of human nature, understood very well what these people were thinking. Zhao Chuan had always had a strong attraction, and after gaining extraordinary power, he had probably been thinking about forming a faction for a long time. As for contractor Li Xin, he was an unclean person. While talking to him, he kept stealthily glancing at Xiaoming's chest, as if he wanted to bury his head in it, and Ye Xun guessed what he was thinking. As for Ding Wang, this leader who was used to living in luxury and enjoying the respect and admiration of others, he naturally wished with all his heart regain everyone's support and admiration. Each of the three had their own ulterior motives, and their hearts were at odds. As for the common people following them, they were completely bewitched, perhaps even kidnapped by those in power. After all, when faced with three awakened people with special abilities and terrifying combat abilities, ordinary people would not dare to refuse. But Ye Xun didn't do that. He was calm and collected, not even looking directly at the three jumping clowns. He just slightly curled his lips and casually said a few words. "Go away, don't bother me." The simple word "go away" instantly heated up the seemingly harmonious atmosphere. Zhao Chuan's smile finally disappeared from his face, and the fat on Dean Wang's face trembled slightly. As for the most hot-tempered contractor, Li Xing, he rolled up his sleeves and barked at Ye Xun. "Damn it, you bastard! How shameless you are! I even shown you my face?" With these words, Li Xing suddenly punched Ye Xun in the face. He had already caught Ye Xun off guard and was humiliated by the enemy's counterattack, almost pissing himself in fear. Feeling humiliated, Li Xing thought about how to atone for his guilt. Because of the current situation, he had to invite Ye Xin to join the team. But the ingratitude of the other party immediately deprived Li Xin of the patience to talk. His blows were swift, and his body movements were precise. Fists, like ripples on water, sent out visible energy waves that followed the trajectory of his punches, creating high-frequency vibrations. This was Li Xin's special ability. With the high-speed vibrations of his fist, it resonated with the air, compressing into a powerful Kai projectile. With proper skill, he could injure even from a distance. Of course, at this stage, he had not yet fully developed this ability and could not release Kai projectiles. It seemed like a reckless punch aimed straight at Ye Xin's cheek, but the force of the punch was truly terrifying, like a crushing stone. Clang! However, just as the fist was about to touch the target, the force of the punch beat it, ruffling Ye Xin's hair. A sharp, sharp sound echoed through everyone's ears. Without warning, Ye Xin's blade struck Li Xin's lower abdomen. Although the blade itself had no cutting power, it was filled with ferocious strength, and it still caused Li Xin's abdomen to bend, throwing him backwards, hunched over. Ah! The excruciating pain in his stomach caused Li Xing to hunch over like a shrimp, his face distorted. Although Ye Xun only used the flat part of the blade, the power contained within it caused Li Xing great discomfort. An ordinary person would have suffered internal injuries, but Li Xing was still awakened, so despite the intense pain, he did not suffer any internal injuries. However, after landing, he felt such intense pain that he was unable to get up for a while. "How did you do that?" Li Xing collapsed to the ground, not only in excruciating pain, but also in deep fear and confusion. He couldn't understand how Yeshun could do this, and he was even more confused as to why, despite possessing divine power, he had fallen under his hand so quickly. Grief and indignation distorted his features, and even whole body was shaking. Yeshun, however, remained calm and indifferent. He pierced Li Xing's frightened face with a condescending gaze and said a single, even word. Nonsense. He had long realized that although Li Xing's awakened talent was impressive and his awakened abilities were decent, his combat experience was practically non-existent. He was like a child wielding a heavy machine gun, pretentious but unable to even open the bolt. How could he scare someone like Ye Shun? Of course, Ye Shun refrained from killing him. After all, keeping him alive would be useful in future fights with monsters. You bastard, shut up. Li Xing, who was worried about this, became even more worried. He was about to stand up and fight Ye Shun to the death. However, before he could pounce, Zhao Chuan, seeing how bad the situation was, stepped forward and stood in front of Li Xing. Stop it, we need to unite. Shut up and get out. Li Xing, an explosive man, didn't care. His personality had grown after gaining power, and he did not take Zhao Chuan seriously at all. Dean Wang, who was standing next to him, noticed this and said with a forced smile, "This friend has a very hot temper. It seems he does not want to side with us at all. Zhao Chuan, why are you still stopping Li Xing? Let's just go together and teach him a lesson." Ye Xing's fighting skills were indeed terrifying, but the unsuspecting Dean Wang was not too afraid. In the end, they had 3 awakened villagers and no less than 20 confused villagers on their side. He intended to assert his power, even going so far as to mobilize everyone to teach Ye Xin, the rebel, a lesson. However, before he could speak, something terrifying happened. The ground shook and a slight tremor erupted. Soon, the tense crowd heard a dull thud. Ye Shun was naturally the first to react. His eyelids trembled and he instinctively shifted his gaze, looking straight at the source of the vibrations in the depths of the fog. He saw a massive black figure as tall as a 3-story building approaching them in the distance. Behind it, about a dozen smaller but incredibly ferocious creatures were rapidly approaching the crowd. There they were. Ye Shun immediately became nervous, sweat breaking out on his forehead. With his keen eyesight, he could see that each of these giant man-eating frogs had stolen a soul crystal, and most of them had evolved. But Zhao Chuan and his men paid no attention to this. They immediately gathered together again, looking in the direction from which the crowd of man-eating frogs was rushing towards them, and shouted, "Ha ha, brothers! The time for revenge has come. Do not be afraid. There are many of us, and we will definitely be able to drive them away." What idiots! Ye Shun didn't even look at them, but immediately grabbed Xiaomeng's good hand with the back of his hand and ran back. Xiaomeng, like the others, initially prepared for battle very carefully, until Ye Shun pulled her away, then asked helplessly as she ran, "Why did you run away so quickly? Are you waiting for death if you don't run away?" Ye Shun's gaze was cold. He glared at Xiaomeng fiercely and said, "Now, the man-eating frogs are no longer monsters at the bottom of the food chain. Just now, so many soul crystals burst out, and most of them were dragged away. These guys' combat power is several times stronger than before, and they are not easy to deal with." Boom! Just as Ye Shun finished speaking, a loud shaking sound came from behind. Their eyes froze, and the two of them turned around. They saw a slender, upright, humanoid man-eating frog who was already jumping not far from the crowd with its mouth wide open. In the monster's enlarged mouth, a ball of purple-blue energy gathered, frantically twisting and contracting, eventually forming a purple-blue ball of light the size of a fist. This crystal-like ball of light, condensed and purified to the limit, was imbued with incredibly powerful energy. As soon as the frog opened and closed his mouth, it quickly burst out like a comet on a long trajectory and fell upon the crowd. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. A powerful explosion, accompanied by hurricane winds and waves, instantly swept away the crowd. Zhao Chuan, Ding Wang, and the triumphant Li Xing screamed under the blast wave. Their bodies were thrown far away. Standing behind them were completely engulfed by the blast wave and immediately fell to the ground screaming. The explosion left behind a dark, shallow hole about half a meter in diameter, from which yellow sand shot up into the sky. What was that? Fortunately, Xiaomeng was far away and therefore was not affected by the blast wave. However, her gaze, directed at the explosion site, was full of amazement, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "The energy flash bomb is similar to the poison beam released by the parasitic alpha beast, but its explosive power is stronger. Although it is non-toxic, the explosive force at close range can tear steel to pieces. It is no worse than a mortar in the human world." Ye Shun narrowed his eyes with hatred and explained to Xiaomeng as he ran, "The most terrifying attack of monsters does not come from sharp teeth and claws. Some monsters at a higher evolutionary level are able to compress energy, creating such an energy light bomb and striking the enemy from a distance. Haven't you experienced it?" After saying this, Ye Shun ran even faster, trying to find a secluded place. At the same time, the survivors who had suffered heavy losses from the energy beams simultaneously let out pitiful cries. "What is this? What the hell is this? Damn it! Why is this thing coming out of the monster's mouth like a rocket?" Panic gripped the crowd, and all courage to resist instantly evaporated. Zhao Chuan, who had just mobilized the masses to resist, was also stunned by the scene before him. He had no idea that while he had managed to sneak in and complete his awakening, the monsters had also undergone a true evolution by absorbing the soul crystal. The man-eating frogs were no longer those fat, bloated, and uniform monsters of the past. In particular, the giant man-eating frog had a fighting capacity that surpassed even the monkey-eating bats. "Run!" shouted the crowd of survivors, immediately rushing towards the wasteland beyond the urban settlement. The survivors, untouched by the explosion, lost all hope and followed the herd with mad cries. Those who were struck by the energy shock and thrown to the ground were less fortunate. The jumping speed of the man-eating frogs was much higher than human capabilities. When the energy bomb exploded, at least a dozen more took the opportunity to arrive. These ugly and disgusting man-eating frogs had probably evolved significantly by absorbing the energy of the soul crystals. Their bodies became stronger and larger, and some even developed 5 or 6 tongues capable of devouring people. The tongues pierced the air at once, enveloping the stunned crowd like a net, engulfing the unfortunates thrown to the ground by the blast. Then more man-eating frogs swooped down, their tongues more ferocious than blades, licking the flesh of their prey with reckless abandon. The sharp hooks on their tongues acted like bone knives, cutting off a chunk of flesh with a single swing. Ye Shun had foreseen this scene, but it really scared Zhao Chuan and the others. They shuddered, gathering the remaining crowd together. They watched the man-eating frogs, whose attacks and momentum were much more formidable than before, each of whom was completely stunned. Fortunately, Zhao Chuan was not hopelessly stupid. He finally understood the situation and realized that the current army of man-eating frogs was far beyond the reach of his few men. He quickly stopped Li Xing, who was about to bravely fight back, and shouted, "Run! We won't defeat them!" The leader's despondency naturally cooled the ardor of the common people who had been tricked into joining the detachment even more. Suddenly, everyone followed Zhao Chuan's example and started running. But the man-eating frogs, mad with rage, did not want to let the fugitives go. Rapidly approaching frogs split into 2 groups, each of which jumped in its own direction. The giant frog, taller than a 2-story house, waved its huge tongue, wider than a door, furiously circling in the air, grabbing one person after another into its mouth. The multi-tongued frog jumped near the crowd, simultaneously extending 5 or 6 tongues. Some of them pierced the survivors' stomachs, others wrapped around their necks, desperately pulling them back. The men in the group awakened to varying degrees, gaining superhuman strength. However, when confronted with monsters that had already evolved once, they were powerless to resist. They could only scream under the onslaught of tongues, gradually suffocating. The attack was more ferocious than expected. Frog took the opportunity to pounce on the crowd, sticking out its tongue, pulling it in, and then lashing it out again, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions, eliciting cries of pain. And she was so fast that even though some people smashed and hit like crazy, no one could hit her. Behind the man-eating frogs, their other relatives suddenly unleashed their might. Countless tongues unfurled in the air, forming a giant web that swallowed up most of the people. Their jagged tongues felled 7 or 8 people, then hardened again and stabbed furiously into the crowd, leaving bloody streaks. Phew! The brutal carnage continued uninterrupted, causing people to desperately fight and flee. Zhao Chuan was so scared that he even forgot to use his special abilities, relying only on the brute strength he gained after awakening, and attacked the frogs. But his attacks were useless. Frogs, having also awakened and evolved, became much more skilled in combat and resistance than before. Even Zhao Chuan, who had awakened, could not defeat them easily. Those who fell into the tongues quickly suffered serious injuries. Zhao Chuan and the others who had managed to escape were also overcome with fear and terror. Countless tongues danced behind them, striking continuously. The frantic gnashing of tongues and thorns was stunning, and they were afraid that they might fall on their heads at any moment. No, this is completely out of our league. We can't handle it. At this point, even the impulsive Li Xing was almost terrified. Half of the 20-odd men had been wiped out in the blink of an eye. It was a one-sided massacre. Even the remaining half were clearly on the verge of collapse. If the stalemate continues, all the survivors will become food in just 2 or 3 minutes. Stop talking nonsense. You don't care about it. Only by using them as a rear guard can we save ourselves. Ding Wang, a man of insight, has already understood the situation. Even though he was the heaviest in the group, he ran surprisingly fast, easily leaving the others behind. I knew this old man couldn't be trusted. Zhao Chuan's eyes twitched violently. At this moment, facing Ding Wang, who had thrown away his armor without resistance, he could only curse and flee. It could not be denied that although the combat skills of these 3 were meager, their speed of escape was truly exceptional. Relying on the innocent survivors to stop them, the 3 most awakened warriors left the carnage and danger behind, catching up with Ye Xin and Xiao Meng. However, when they were about to follow Ye Xin, fleeing the village and hiding in the thick fog in the forest, they noticed that Ye Xun, who had run far away, stopped strangely. He stood under a tree, staring blankly at the empty space in front of him. "Why did you stop?" Zhao Chuan asked, breathing heavily and spitting. Li Xing and Ding Wang also shouted, "Run! Why don't you run? The monster is right behind us, about to attack." Despite their persuasion, Ye Xun continued to stand under the tree, watching the scene, refusing to move. This scene was unbelievable, not only to Zhao Chuan and the others. Even Xiao Meng, who was following behind Ye Xin, was puzzled. She hurriedly pushed him. "Why don't you run? I can't go any further." Ye Xun came to his senses, looking at the fog-shrouded forest, and shook his head seriously. This is the boundary of the 3rd anomaly. If we continue running, we will most likely be transported to an even more terrifying dimension. Although the passage in the anomaly was dangerous, its unstable structure did not allow even the strongest monsters to pass, making it relatively safe. However, to cross the border of the anomaly and enter the dimension, even with his abilities, he would inevitably become food. Even the terrifying Ye Xun from the dimensional universe did not run any further. Instead, he grabbed the stunned Xiao Meng, turned around, and changed his retreat route. Because of this delay, Ding Wan and the others followed him, breathing heavily and shouting, "Why don't you hide in the forest? What are you thinking?" Ye Xun didn't answer. The life and death of these 3 didn't matter to him. He was too lazy to even explain. "Damn it, if you don't run, we'll run ourselves." Seeing this, Li Xing was about to separate from the team and rush into the forest alone. Fortunately, Zhao Chuan, who was standing next to him, was quick-witted and quickly pulled him along, pointing to the strange tropical forest beyond the thick fog, and said softly, "There is something wrong with this forest. How can there be such a dense forest in a cultivation zone? Look at the trunks and trunks of these huge trees. They are much denser than the plants in the outside world. This is completely different from the world we are used to. Although Zhao Chuan spoke very quietly, his words still reached the ears of Ye Shun, who was running as fast as he could. He immediately froze, turned his head, stared at this guy, and silently nodded to himself. It seems that this Zhao Chuan is not useless, unless he's lucky. He can actually tell the strangeness of the anomaly boundary with just one glance. But in this situation, Ye Xin had no time to communicate with the others. Many man-eating frogs were approaching. In the bushes and shade of plants, ferocious and bloodthirsty figures were jumping out everywhere, and they kept approaching. It's over! It's over! These creatures seem to never get enough. What should we do? Dean Wang's pale face trembled as he watched the pack of monsters rushing after him. Li Xing, constantly disappointed, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Stop lying! Prepare for a fight to the death." Having fought the monsters for so long, they knew the ferocity of the man-eating frogs and were not foolish enough to think that they would let them go. The frightened men ran even faster, but unfamiliarity with the terrain meant they could not escape the monsters' attacks. In just a few minutes, at least 7 or 8 frogs had overtaken them. Their outstretched tongues, like a thorn in the flesh, darted recklessly into the shadows of the trees, repeatedly hitting the backs of the 5 men. There is no escape. Prepare to fight. Ye Shun, running ahead, realized that there was no escape. He stopped, swung the longsword again, creating a waterfall of light that slashed at the frog tongues that were attacking from behind. The light from the sharp blade bubbled in the air, whistling through the air as it effortlessly sliced through the giant frog's elastic tongue, producing a booming sound similar to a clang. Became the defense and resistance of the evolved man-eating frogs was now unrivaled. This seemingly soft tongue had the toughness of steel, and even Ye Xin's brute force could not completely sever it. However, the strike was effective, and the excruciating pain from the tongue caused the man-eating frog that had attacked Ye Xin to swiftly turn around and pounce on Xiaomeng, who was standing behind him. Ah! Xiaomeng, already wounded and with her fighting instincts still raging, turned pale with fear. She dodged and finally took cover behind a large tree. Whoosh! The monster's outstretched tongue failed to wrap around her neck, but instead curved strangely in the air, swinging and piercing the tree trunk. Splinters flew with a dull thud. Trunk, thick enough to hug a grown man, pierced the tongues of the frogs, frightening Xiaomeng, who was hiding under it, to the point of losing consciousness. After all, Xiaomeng, a pampered young lady who had never encountered the rigors of society, even after awakening, did not have combat alertness. Facing such a terrifying monster, she turned pale with fear. Pull yourself together, this naturally enraged Ye Shun. However, the frogs were already attacking in droves, forcing him to desperately wield his sword. He had no time to advise Xiaomeng. He turned his back and growled angrily, "These monsters will show no mercy just because you are a woman. Don't want to die like me." With that, Ye Shun struck again. The bright light turned into a cold, precious moon, reflecting the 4 or 5 tongues that stuck out, then rushed to where the frogs were strongest and engaged in a fierce battle. As a junior awakener, Ye Shun stood out from the others in battle. His movements were as swift as a leopard's, and his figure was like a ghost as he made his way through the thicket of frog tongues as if unharmed. His blade shone like a waterfall of silver light, each strike delivering a precise blow. Even the frog tongues, tempered to the limit and possessing a toughness comparable to steel, were shattered into pieces by Ye Shun's full-force strike, rendering them completely harmless. The fate of the others, on the other hand, was much less easy. Awakeners of the same level showed completely different combat capabilities. Zhao Chuan and the others, barely able to defend themselves with their special abilities, were unable to deal damage effectively. The close combat became increasingly fierce, and Ye Shun remained at the forefront from start to finish. His blade, each one individually, wove a silver web of blades, taking most of the pressure. Zhao Chuan and the others, however, were forced to fight and retreat, soon reaching the edge of the jungle with no other escape route. Damn it. These monsters are going crazy more and more. If this continues, we will definitely die. Exhausted from the struggle, Ding Wang cursed furiously as he moved further and further into the forest. The enormous pressure of life and death deprived him of his usual facial expressions, and his face distorted into a fierce, demonic expression. Ding Wang's corpulent body tried its best to dodge the three tongues that rushed forward. He barely dodged the first, swinging a steel rod he had found somewhere to ward off the second. Stone, however, was too late to dodge the third tongue's attack, and the barbs of one of the tongues slashed across his shoulder, causing him to groan. As he fell, he felt a chill run down his calf. He looked down in horror and saw a tongue, out of nowhere, grab his calf tightly. The tight tongue pushed the 200-pound body forward with great force, jerking him forward. Ding Wang was instantly thrown back half a meter. His arms waved helplessly, and he let out a cry similar to the cry of a slaughtered pig. "Help! Help!" Seeing another tongue approaching, its jagged tip about to pierce his throat, Ding Wang almost foresaw his fate, to be shaved to the bone. But at the most critical moment, a dagger suddenly shot out from the trunk of a nearby tree, violently blocking the fatal blow. At that moment, the blade of the dagger suddenly descended, forcibly releasing the tongue from its grip on the shin. The attacker was Xia Meng. Despite the horror and the cornered state, she gathered her courage and intervened, preventing a crisis for Ding Wang. "Thank you, thank you." Ding Wang, who had narrowly escaped death, turned pale, trembling, and jumped to his feet. Before he could finish his thanks, two more tongues flew after him. "Be careful," Xiao Meng warned in time, preparing to meet the attack, swinging the dagger with all her might, delivering several blows. However, she had little combat experience, and facing two tongues at the same time was too difficult. Moreover, even more filthy and disgusting tongues were approaching her from behind and in front. She could only retreat, gnashing her teeth and shouting for help to Ding Wang. "Hurry, join me!" Unfortunately, the frightened Ding Wang not only did not decide to help, but also rolled his eyes, and a sinister and daring idea arose in his mind. While Xiaomeng was trying to cut off the monster's tongue, he squatted down and grabbed its waist with force. "Huh?" Xiaomeng, feeling something strange behind her, instantly became wary, but the sudden thrust of the monster's tongue stunned her. Before she could react, she only shouted at Ding Wang, "What are you doing? I'm sorry, these monsters are too ferocious. I have no choice but to sacrifice you." Ding Wang's greasy face suddenly flushed with an ominous venom. Then he grabbed Xiaomeng's slender waist with both hands. Xiaomeng, who was already absorbed in herself, had no idea that Ding Wang had come up with such a trick. She tripped, lost her balance, and fell forward uncontrollably. Whoosh! I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, Tucan. At that moment, the monster's long tongue suddenly struck out, grabbing Xiaomeng's wrist, flew out, turning into a whip and lashing her waist. Xiaomeng collapsed in agony, feeling herself being swallowed by the two tongues of the monster. Despair overwhelmed her. She shook her head in bewilderment, looking at Ding Wang's face, distorted and smirking, and exclaimed in despair, "For what? I'm sorry. If I hadn't done this, those tongues would have attacked me." However, Ding Wang put on a shameless, sullen expression, smirked twice before, turn around and run back through the forest, ignoring Xiaomeng, who was now in the clutches of the monster. "You shameless bastard!" Xiaomeng froze. Grief, despair, and fear of death overwhelmed her, overwhelming her with unprecedented force. She could not believe that the man for whose salvation she had just risked her life had betrayed her in the blink of an eye. Now she was swallowed by the long tongues of two monsters. Her feet were torn off the ground, and she lost sight of dagger. The thorns on the tips of their tongues dug into her flesh, piercing her little by little, aiming ferociously for her stomach. Xiaomeng's mind went blank. The oppressive feeling of imminent death, combined with the shock of betrayal from her own kind, deeply moved this woman. In this moment of complete despair and inner sorrow, this usually meek and timid woman finally broke out for the first time. Ah! A hoarse, harsh roar burst out from Xiaomeng's big mouth. The next second, the woman's eyes suddenly darkened from beneath her body, writhing violently like shadows. This black substance immediately turned into invisible whips that strangled the monster's tongues one after another, squeezing violently. The seemingly intangible black shadows suddenly became tangible, emitting an extremely strange aura. As the shadows contracted, the tongues attached to her body began to thrash in agony, trying to escape from the woman's body. However, while the monster's tongues moved quickly, the shadows moved even faster. A dozen jet-black shadow whips clung to them frantically, and following Xiaomeng's mad consciousness, they completed the circle of tongues. Bang! The shadow whips rapidly contracted, and two incredibly strong monstrous tongues suddenly burst, spewing out a stream of stinking fetid blood, dousing the distorted face. Ah! Xiaomeng continued to scream. Overcome with emotion, she raised her hands. The shadows beneath her feet, like shadow pythons piercing the air, flew up in fury, madly intersecting with the monstrous tongues and intertwining with them furiously. They stretched out rapidly, even entangling the man-eating frogs attached to their backs. Ye Shun, taken aback, seemed to sense something. He averted his gaze and abruptly craned his neck back. Looking at the shadows circling around Xiaomeng, fiercely attacking, he smiled knowingly. Not bad. This woman has awakened the ability to manipulate shadows. She is truly worthy of my attention. As soon as Ye Shun finished speaking, the terrifying shadows continued to multiply, bursting out from Xiaomeng's legs. Like octopuses, they stretched out their arms and grabbed several man-eating frogs. The seemingly intangible shadow whips, filled with energy, immediately began to strangle the monsters. The monsters, tightly bound by the shadow whips, screamed in agony. Then, the body of the man-eating frog exploded, dissolving into sticky, disgusting bloody fog. The overlapping shadow whips quickly retreated, striking the next target. Under the grip of these shadow whips, the man-eating frogs, who had previously had a certain advantage, unexpectedly suffered a crushing defeat. The shadows are invisible, but under the control of Xiaomeng's energy, they can at will distort and transform into various forms, causing massive physical damage to the enemy. It cannot be denied that Xiaomeng's ability, developed in desperate circumstances, was far superior in both attack power and strangeness to Ye Xin's ability to transform his left arm into frenzy. However, the more powerful the ability, the greater the energy consumption. As Xiaomeng desperately used his potential, the shadow whips piercing the air gradually faded, unable to sustain it for long. From outside the forest, more man-eating frogs were approaching. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Ye Shun had no choice but to draw his sword and retreat. With incredible speed, he rushed towards Xiaomeng, grabbed her shoulders and pulled her back with force, sternly saying, "Enough! Excessive energy consumption will kill you too, from the exhaustion of the energy source. Follow me." Thanks to Xiaomeng's explosive power, the oncoming tide of beasts was briefly stopped. Ye Shun did not hesitate to clear a path with his longsword, cutting through the monsters in his path. Then he grabbed Xiaomeng's slender waist and leapt forward, swiftly diving into the bushes and disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Don't go yet. Wait for us." Elsewhere, the terrified Zhao Chuan and Li Xing tried to follow them. But before they could get far, the temporarily pushed-back man-eating frogs surged forward again, forming a wave that cut them off. Ah! The two trapped creatures screamed in pain, thrown into a new round of fierce fighting. Meanwhile, Ye Shun, carrying the still-stunned Xiaomeng, completely disappeared from the monster's sight. Of course, Ye Shun couldn't get very far. After all, the forest was quite close to the secondary universe. Given his current combat strength, Ye Shun did not dare to directly enter the secondary universe. He simply found a suitable hiding place at the intersection of two dimensions and leaned against a huge rock to unload the cargo. Meanwhile, not far from the rock, Ye Shun discovered a corpse that was almost completely gnawed. From the incomplete skeleton and the look of terror on his face, it was clear that this was Ding Wang, who had recently betrayed Xia Meng and fled. It seemed like this guy was unlucky. Before he could hide in the forest, he was devoured by an even more formidable monster. Ye Shun smiled coldly as he looked at the pile of broken bones that emitted a strong, bloody stench. He looked around carefully, confirming that there was no immediate danger. He took a deep breath and said to the dumbfounded Xia Meng, "Congratulations. You have passed the first compulsory lesson of the apocalypse. From now on, you can be considered a skilled warrior. To be a truly powerful person, you need not only talent and luck, but also potential revealed in desperation, a quality no less worthy of respect." Although Xia Meng's reckless act of saving someone seemed childish to Ye Xin, the potential she displayed in such a desperate situation was undeniable. However, despite Ye Xin's praise, Xia Meng remained stunned and numb. She leaned her back against the rock, her heart still coldly clenched as she recalled that dizzying scene. She couldn't understand why she had risked her life to save Ding Wang and then had to face such a blatant betrayal. Ye Xiong, clearly sensing Xia Meng's thoughts, sat up coldly, next to her, examining the wounds received in the fierce battle, and said indifferently, "Now you should understand that not everyone deserves to be saved, and not all those who are saved express gratitude to their savior, right?" In fact, Ye Shun understood Xia Meng's current state of mind. After all, in his previous life, he himself did many of the same things. It was after so many betrayals that Ye Shun finally gave up on the idea of being a weakling. Now he lives only for his family. Xia Meng smiled bitterly in a daze, her eyes still open in grief, and did not continue the conversation. When the emotions had almost subsided, she hesitantly pointed to the corpse nearby and said in surprise, This is Ding Wang. This old man is unlucky. He thought that if he made you become a shield and took the opportunity to hide in this forest, he would be safe. But unfortunately, he became food for other monsters." Ye Shun snorted and coldly replied, "Huh?" Hearing these words, Xiao Meng suddenly became nervous again. She instinctively hugged herself and was about to stand up. "How come there are monsters here that are stronger than the man-eating frog?" "Of course there are, but don't worry, I just checked the situation, and those deadly creatures should be gone." Ye Shun interrupted Xiao Meng's panic and said calmly, "As you can see, the anomalous space is not actually the most dangerous, because the chaotic space around the anomaly is likely to be inhabited by man-eating monsters that are much more terrifying than these second-level monsters. It's just that the spatial channel opened here is relatively narrow, which does not allow them to pass through unceremoniously. And right behind this forest is a real multi-dimensional universe, a place where even Ye Shun did not dare to look. If he entered there, he would definitely die." Xiao Meng's forehead sweated with excitement. "Since this place is more dangerous than the anomaly, why don't we leave quickly? It's just as unsafe outside. Instead of running, why not stay in a quiet place and hide? At least this way we can save some extra energy." Ye Shun shook his head, looked around again, and after confirming that no one was attacking them, he pulled out his longsword and began to dig a hole. Tempered by the blood of monsters, the longsword was sharp, and it didn't take him long to dig a hole with a diameter of almost a meter. Ye Shun picked up the mud from the edge of the hole and smeared it on himself. Xiao Meng looked at him blankly. "What are you doing? This stinking mud will help mask our scent and prevent the monsters from detecting us too early. We will stay here until the anomaly ends, and then we won't go any further. You should do the same." With that, Ye Shun personally scooped up a handful of mud and wiped Xiao Meng's face. "I don't want it. It stinks." Xiao Meng instinctively retreated, her expression showing concern. Unfortunately, before she could even resist, she met Ye Shun's unyielding gaze. With a shudder, she obediently submitted. The rancid mud was indeed unpleasant, emitting a sharp, nauseating smell of earth. But it was precisely because of this that it better masked the human scent of the two. After smearing the mud all over his body, Ye Shun took Xiao Meng and hid right in the pit. He found many rotten, withered leaves and covered them completely, leaving only the eyes open so that they could observe the surroundings and wait for the anomaly to gradually close. This process was undoubtedly a long one. The third anomaly covered a very large area and not only erupted slowly, but also lasted a long time. They hid in the mud for more than 10 hours. Xiaomeng was completely exhausted, so she fell asleep early. Ye Shun, although he was also exhausted, forced himself not to fall asleep. He evened out his breathing, continuously absorbing the primordial energy from the air, carefully looking around, afraid that he would be dug up by monsters. Fortunately, all his worries were in vain. The dirt masked their human scent, so the fancy monsters did not notice them. Like this, and the thick fog that covered the sky gradually dissipated. Ye Shun continued to observe his surroundings until he felt the molecules of primordial energy in the air gradually fading, no longer able to maintain wakefulness. Then shook off the rotting leaves, stretched lightly, and quickly climbed out of the hole. His movements were so abrupt that they instantly woke up Xiaomeng, who was standing next to him. The woman instinctively clutched the dagger, jumped up, and looked around. "Where are the monsters?" "He." Ye Shun smiled and said to the woman, who was extremely excited both physically and mentally, "Don't worry, the abnormal situation will soon pass, and those monsters will gradually disappear. We are safe now." Oh, Xiaomeng finally relaxed, nodded stupidly, and then leaned back tiredly, lowered her head with a sad look, and looked at her hands. Although she had just taken a nap, Xiaomeng's energy had not yet fully recovered. After making sure that the danger was far away, she felt even more tired, and her arms and legs felt heavy, as if she could hardly hold the dagger. "What's wrong with me? I just took a nap, but I'm still very tired, because you overexerted your physical strength in the previous fight. Your superpowers are indeed very powerful, but you haven't mastered them yet, so each use of them will consume a lot of physical strength. Besides, you already have injuries, so it's normal to feel weak." Ye Shun patiently explained, "After you leave the abnormal point this time, you need to spend some time adapting and learn to use your superpowers wisely. Once you learn how to use them, you won't feel so uncomfortable." "Got it." Xiaomeng nodded indifferently and stood up with difficulty with Ye Shun's help, turning her dim eyes to the cultivation area. As she watched the fog dissipate, her gaze became more and more absent-minded. The disappearance of the thick fog meant the end of the killings, but after so many killings, the number of survivors in the entire cultivation zone had become negligible, perhaps less than 10%.